He had been dismissed by every martial academy on the planet as a hopeless loser, yet the gift that left him hovering at death's door allowed him to turn the tables on a succubus. Is this really your first time, pretty boy? A voluptuous woman in glossy stockings knelt beside Yi Bai, her voice dripping with charm. Her fingertips slid across his chest, the stench of sweat and blood heavy in the air. Gritting his teeth, Yi Bai glared at her almost flawless face. You're one of those succubus vermin, aren't you? She giggled, but her fingers crept toward a forbidden place, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. In an instant she pressed her stocking-clad leg against Yi Bai's nose, sweet fragrance washing over him. I've already drained you once. At best you have 7 days left. Why not go another round and give me everything you've got? Before the words settled, Yi Bai lunged, seized her delicate foot through the nylon, twisted, and pinned her beneath him. She froze, then laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Still resisting? Your vitality's lower than mine to begin with. After another round, you probably won't even be able to lift a fist. A century ago the dimensional gates descended, Blue Star's technology collapsed, and 3 alien races invaded. Only martial arts kept humanity alive. Yi Bai was a trainee warrior with a mere 10 points of vitality. After 2 hours of fighting, he should have been spent. Yet he smiled. Is that so? A black dagger pierced the succubus' chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Yi Bai's face flushed red. He slashed again and again until she went limp. 99 vitality, points almost first grade. No wonder she was tough, he panted, shaking his head. The file said a succubus becomes weak after draining essence, but she still put up a fight. He had never coveted a succubus beauty. He was hunting her. Half a year earlier, at 18, he awakened a unique talent reset. Every time he activated it, his state returned to the moment of awakening, and the cooldown was only 1 hour. Even if he didn't trigger it, it auto-reset at midnight. The price? His strength was forever frozen at 10 vitality points. While peers had 20 or 30, some even first rank, he stayed at the bottom, earning rejection from every academy. After uploading the kill video and coordinates, his phone chimed. Beep. 5,000 credits deposited via Waypay. Current balance, 97,000 credits. The Warrior Association was fast. He was closer to the 200,000 needed for medical bills. The money was for Aunt Chin. Chin Charan, his late mother's sworn sister, had cared for him since his parents died. The day after he awakened, she was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer. Treatment was possible, but cost a crushing 200,000 credits. As a janitor, she could barely cover daily expenses. Yi Bai hunted aliens in secret to raise the money and had scraped together half. He headed back to their rundown complex. The lights in the 3-bedroom unit were still on, though it was nearly 11. Aunt Chin was surely waiting again. No matter how often he insisted, she always sat up for him. Creak. The door opened. Xiao Bai, you're back? Guess what I saw at the market today? Pork for only 200 a kilo. Chin Charan called from the kitchen. A single slipper lay by the sofa. She had clearly rushed to the kitchen when she heard him, pretending she'd been cooking all along. Yi Bai smiled, then fell silent. Ordinary meat now cost 500 dasha credits a kilo. Pork at 200 meant she'd queued since dawn just to stew red braised meat for him. 6 months into her illness, she still kept the household running. Give me 3 more months, it'll raise the money, Yi Bai vowed, clenching his fists. As he finished washing up, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep. 3-year observation complete. Subject, Yi Bai of Jiangxing, Daxia. Life loss ratio below 1 in 1,000 detected, confirmed as the longest-lived organism in this world. Initiating system binding. Binding complete. From today, the lifespan exchange system will safeguard its host. At that moment, Yi Bai's heart leapt with joy. He had been reborn into this world for 18 years, waiting all that time for a cheat, and it had finally appeared. Still, he sensed the system had probably made a mistake when it chose him as its host. System? He called inwardly. The next instant, a pale blue translucent panel floated before his eyes like a hologram. Host, Yi Bai. Rank, apprentice martial artist. Vitality, 10. Lifespan, 70 years, 2 months, 3 days, 15 hours. Add-in, lifespan exchange shop. The interface was shockingly bare. Apart from the single-line lifespan exchange shop, there was nothing else. Open the shop. The moment he gave the order, a new window appeared, but it held only 1 item. 1. Vitality point, trade 1 year of lifespan for 1 point of vitality. Come on, Yi Bai's mouth twitched. It was daylight robbery. A normal fighter could swallow a vitality pill, train for 12 hours, and gain the same point. And a pill cost only 10,000 Xia dollars. Even eating meat every day would raise vitality over time. Who would be foolish enough to spend an entire year of life on a single point? Still, he murmured, exchange 1 point. He had his reasons. His talent would probably reset whatever deal he made with the system. If he could push his vitality to 80 points for a while, the succubi shunting mission would be much easier. The reset cooldown had only a few minutes left, so this was the perfect trial run. Buzz. Panel update. Vitality, 1011. Lifespan, 70 years, 2 months, 3 days, 15 hours, 69 years, 2 months, 3 days, 15 hours. Inside his body, a fresh surge of vitality condensed as though forged by his own hands. It happened so fast it took less than a second. Reset. When the cooldown vanished a few minutes later, he activated his gift without hesitation. His vision blurred, and he checked the panel again. Name, Yibai. Rank, Apprentice Martial Artist. Vitality, 11. Lifespan, 70 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. His full lifespan had returned, yet the vitality still sat at 11. Did I just get a refund? Yibai muttered. He suspected that the reset restored only his own lifespan, while the lifespan he had paid now existed on another timeline. Several minutes passed, and the vitality remained unchanged. His heart pounded. He had probably stumbled onto a world-breaking bug. In truth, Yibai could raise his vitality quickly, but the requirements were absurd. Right after the awakening ceremony, a high-ranking official had summoned him and explained the results of a thorough test of his gift. Yibei's reset did not return him to the end of the ceremony, but to the moment it began, so the real cooldown was 0. Whenever he reset, all negative conditions and injuries vanished instantly. Any vitality gained within an hour after a reset counted as his base vitality and survived the next reset. That official had said to him, word for word, "Kid, your talent is unreal. You can erase any wound or anomaly, but Grand Xia can't afford your growth. Even if we poured the nation's resources into you, we could only scrape together 100 or so natural treasures that boost vitality within an hour." Yibai therefore knew that the 1 point he had just bought with lifespan would never be wiped out. In other words, as long as he had years to spare, he could farm vitality for free as long as he kept refund spamming. But he hadn't expected his lifespan to reset while the vitality he had already gained stayed with him. Doesn't this make me unbeatable? Once the thought clicked, Yibei's heart pounded like a drum, excitement almost bursting from his chest. Others had to spend more than 10,000 Great Xia coins on a vitality pill and hide away for half a day to raise their vitality by a single point. He only had to think about it: no materials, no cost, and the points were his. That first test alone turned him into a walking bug generator for the cost of 1 year of life. At this pace, he could snag 70 vitality points every hour, numbers that would cost someone else 7 or 800,000 coins in months of hard training. 2 hours for a grade 1 warrior, less than a day to exploit his way straight to grade 2. Xiaobai, are you finished? The braised pork's ready, come taste Auntie's cooking. Qin Charin's gentle call pulled him back to reality. Oh, coming. Yibai took a deep breath, shoved his excitement down, showered at top speed, and hurried out while water still dripped from his hair. Aunt Qin, he had been about to share his secret of skyrocketing vitality. Sit, Xiaobai. Let's drink and talk. Qin Charin's face was paper white, yet she forced a smile and waved him over. Only then did Yibai notice the spread: steaming braised pork, bright green stir-fried vegetables, tender garlic shoots, and 2 bottles of strong liquor. Auntie, is something worth celebrating today? He ventured. Have a drink with me. Qin Charin gave him no chance to refuse, filling his glass with fiery spirits and her own with water. 3 rounds in, Yibei's face burned and his vision blurred. Auntie, I'm getting drunk. Good. It's easier that way. She set her cup down and finally showed her true purpose. Xiaobai, be honest, have you been taking missions to hunt May demons? Yeah, he nodded instinctively. The moment the word left his mouth, the alcohol fled and a chill swept over him. How did Aunt Qin know? Xiaobai, how could you? Qin Charin's voice shook. Auntie Wang said her son saw you at the Martial Association. I hoped he was mistaken. Her cup slipped, clattering on the table as tears streamed down her bloodless cheeks. Auntie, please don't cry. Yibai felt a knife twist in his chest. I don't want to, but you have only 10 vitality points then. She was nearly hysterical. Even the weakest May demon excels at disguise and seduction. What if you run into one at late trainee or peak level? If something happens, how could I face Shanhe or Xiuxiu even in death? Yi Shanhe was his father, Zhong Xiuxiu his mother. Hearing their names hit Yibai like a hammer. I'm begging you. My illness is nothing. I just want to see the world outside. Spend the next few days walking around Jiangqing with me, will you? Her voice was hoarse with sobs. To Yibai, Qin Charin was his only family. To her, he was the same. But Auntie, I have more than 10 vitality points now. The wine still clouded his head, yet Yibai finally found the chance to tell the truth. You said you met a master on your way back who taught you a method to raise your chi the normal way? Qin Charin's voice shot up, equal parts shock and joy. She pressed him. You stockpiled your strength and jumped dozens of chi points at once. Yibai nodded. He swapped every mention of the system for a chance encounter with a master and toned the numbers down to something less terrifying. The excuse was clumsy, but it was enough for Qin Charin. Xiaobai, do you remember what that master looked like? Qin Charin asked earnestly. He didn't leave any contact details and obviously isn't looking for payment, but we still have to show gratitude. If we run into him again, tell Auntie I'll buy some local specialties and take you to thank him properly. Her sincerity was unmistakable. Yibai agreed readily. Whatever reassured Qin Charin and let him keep earning money was fine by him. What mattered now was capturing every chance to break the game. If all went well, he could reach mid-first grade tonight. Tomorrow visit the Martial Association, claim an exit permit and a map, then head beyond the walls to hunt the alien races. For the past half-year had been stuck in the city, taking succubus contracts for 2 reasons. 1. Fighters below first grade aren't allowed to leave the city. 2. Succubi share a near-human physiology and hide easily, so the few that slip through the defenses must be dealt with inside. The bounty on a succubus is usually higher than on monsters of the same rank, yet overall efficiency is only a tenth of what he could earn outside. Once he cleared the gates, his income would multiply tenfold, and he could pay Aunt Chin's medical bills in no time. When the cooldown hit the hour, Yibai coaxed the now relaxed Chin Charan back to her room, locked his own door, and headed straight to the bed. Redeemed 70 years of lifespan. He didn't hesitate. Boom. A blazing torrent surged through his limbs. Chi, 1181. Late, trained only 19 points shy of first grade. In under a minute his body swelled with power, as if it might burst through his skin. The cost was blatant. Black hair turned snow white, age spots bloomed, and decades seemed to vanish in an instant. Reset. A crisp chime echoed. His lifespan returned in full. The white hair and age spots vanished, yet the strength remained. Another hour ticked by. Crack. A second bug exploit snapped an inner shackle. Chi broke 100. 10 seconds first grade achieved. All in under a minute. Status refreshed. Name, Yibai. Chi, 151 early first grade. Lifespan, 80 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. The breakthrough brought an unexpected perk. The lifespan head just burned came back with the promotion, restoring 80 years outright. He immediately spent those 80 years again, waited out the cooldown, then reset. The loop continued. The mirror showed a face younger and more vibrant than before. Yibai clenched his fists. The power boiling inside felt ready to explode, and it all seemed unreal. Too easy. Too crazy. In just over 2 hours his chi had multiplied 23 times. Relying on blood chi pills would have cost more than 2 million xia dollars in months of slogging. Now each breakthrough and bug exploit netted 150 points. The 500 needed for mid-first grade was no longer distant, and at this pace reaching 1,000 for late first grade in one night would be effortless. In just one day the bug could pump his chi up by a staggering 3,600 points. Yibai had no intention of sleeping. The more his chi climbed, the more wired he felt. Eyes locked on the game screen. He farmed the exploit down to the second. Name, Yibai. Chi, 1,131 latest stage first grade. Lifespan, 150 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. As the last second of night ticked away and the first ray of sunlight slipped through the curtains, the number froze at 1,131. Yibai stared at the line that read genuine latest stage first grade warrior and drew a deep breath. Invincible, for real. Back in the trainee days, 1 point of chi translated into only 8 kilograms of force. A first grade warrior effortlessly managed 10. Yesterday he had barely squeezed out 80 kilos at full throttle. Now his chi roared inside him like a flood dragon breaking free. A casual flex summoned more than 10 tons of brute strength. If that succubus showed up again, he wouldn't even need to wait for her to weaken one flick of the finger and shed be dust. With power like this, how could he possibly fail to cover Andy's medical bills? Grinning, Yibai closed the panel. While Chin Charan was still asleep, he rummaged through the kitchen, fried eggs, toasted bread, and mixed last night's milk with oatmeal. After setting the breakfast table, he headed straight for the Jiangxing Warrior Association. The association, an 18-story government-run tower, offered 17 floors to all warriors, mission hall, exchange market, gravity chamber, technique library, spa, even karaoke. Yibei's target was the mission hall on the first floor. He needed an out-of-city pass and the latest map. 10 minutes plenty of time, he muttered after checking his phone, planning a quick restroom stop before joining the end of the line. The queue inched forward. No sooner had he settled in than a familiar voice drifted from the front. Looking up, he saw a blonde teenager standing proudly at the counter. The Exotic Beast Clan, one of the 3 alien races that invaded Blue Star through the dimensional gate a century ago. Hey, race proof of the hyena's kill. Please process the reward. With that, the teenager pulled a gray-black hyena tail, vacuum-sealed in plastic, from his backpack and slapped it on the countertop. Gasps rippled through the line. Waith just graduated from 3rd high and awakened his talent only 6 months ago? Breaking 100 chi in half a year is already insane, but he soloed a first-grade exotic hyena? That means he's mastered at least one offensive yellow rank technique. Voices buzzed with excitement, eyes blazing with admiration. This was a true martial prodigy, the #1 student of 3rd high. Even Li Qingqing, who supposedly reached 1st grade recently, hadn't grasped a yellow rank technique yet. The line of martial artists fell silent, their eyes fixed on the young man, while whispers rippled through the crowd. Their attention centered on Ning Yuan and the 3 major alien races he kept mentioning. Everyone knew it by heart. The Succubus clan specialized in disguise and seduction. The Beast clan relied on brute physical might, vast in number, spread everywhere, and by far humanity's greatest threat. Even a low-grade beast with barely any intelligence could overwhelm a human of the same grade if that human lacked an equivalent martial skill. Yi Bai had dared to leave the city only because he now stood firmly at the late first-grade threshold. Yet the moment he recognized the chatty, smug teenager in front of him as Ning Yuan, he had to suppress a groan. Who was Ning Yuan? Before the awakening ceremony, he had been number 3 High's perennial third-place student and the most ardent pursuer of the school belle, Li Qingqing. For 3 straight years, because Li Qingqing often sought advice from the school's top student Yi Bai, the two boys had quietly competed at every turn. The Martial Association's app now handled everything. Mission submissions, reward claims, all online. For hunts beyond the city walls, you seldom needed to accept a task in advance. Film the corpse, upload the clip, and collect your money. Ning Yuan had clearly come to the counter to brag after his first beast kill, only to bump right into Yi Bai. Haha, you flatter me. With his back to the counter, Ning Yuan waved modestly, but pride leaked from every syllable. Yes, I've already made the grade, and even learned 2 yellow rank techniques: thunderclap palm and breeze step. Pure luck, really. His expression screamed that the real top student of number 3 High was actually Ning Yuan. Yi Bai was about to switch lines when Ning Yuan's sudden shout, "You're Yi Bai?" dragged him back. Instantly, every eye, inside and outside the queue, focused on Yi Bai. Another prodigy from number 3 High? No way are there 3 graded fighters from that school this year. Oh, he's a prodigy, all right. Ning Yuan beamed, then twisted the knife. Well, before the ceremony he was. Stepping closer, he lowered his voice. Yi Bai, it's been half a year. You still had 10 vitality points on exam day, right? Month and a bit later made it to 11 yet? Since the ceremony, Yi Bai had spent nearly all his time in the wilderness hunting succubi, returning to school only for the entrance exam. To most students, he had practically vanished. Ning Yuan knew his vitality had stalled at 10 points, but not the reason. Wait, I remember now, someone nearby blurted. Yi Bai's the guy who awakened that unprecedented negative talent, the former number 1 of number 3 High. Back then the headline had rocked River City, the first talent in history that hindered its owner. Ignoring the stares, Yi Bai answered softly, I'm at 11. All he wanted was his certificate and map, so he could dash to the restroom and exploit a bug. Oh, then congratulations. Ning Yuan arched an eyebrow and laughed. Half a year of hard work for a single point. He pressed on. At that pace, how long till you reach first grade and hunt outside the walls like me? 50 years? A lifetime? Tell you what, call me Brother Ning, and he'll take you on a real hunt. Arms folded, Ning Yuan looked down as if dispensing charity. A non-grade fighter couldn't leave the city without a powerful escort. Ning Yuan fit the bill perfectly. The trainee fighters watching could only envy him. Tag along with a graded hunter, split a bit of the reward, easy money and priceless experience. Ning Yuan wasn't just showing off. He was practically handing Yi Bai a fortune. No thanks, Yi Bai replied flatly. If you'll excuse me. Having wasted 5 full minutes and seeing his number about to be skipped, he simply turned and walked away. Staring at Yi Bai's back, Ning Yuan snorted. Afraid your weak skills will drag me down? Pity another trip today, and I'd have bagged 2 more beasts. In his eyes, Yi Bai had just thrown away his only chance. Vitality, 1,131, 1,281 points. Yi Bai, unaware of Ning Yuan's reaction, had already ducked into the restroom. He always timed it, so he was inside at the exact instant the system refreshed, and in just a few heartbeats his blood key surged to 1,281 points. Clenching his fists, he felt the power coursing through his meridians and couldn't stop a grin from creeping across his face. 5 more hours and I can push for second grade. Every spike left him drunk on the sensation of strength flooding his limbs. Yi Bai, are you sure you want a city exit permit and an outside map? Back in the lobby, Ning Yuan was nowhere to be seen. The association's doors had been open for a while, and only a few students were still in line. Yi Bai waited barely 2 minutes before it was his turn, but the clerk gave him a peculiar look. You probably didn't finish reading the rules, she said. Only ranked martial artists can get a permit and a map. Even if a first-grade fighter agrees to take you, you still can't receive the documents on your own. She had noticed him earlier while he was talking with Ning Yuan. At first she had admired his backbone for not fawning over Ning Yuan's first-grade status. Now, though what trainee would turn down a free trip outside the city and the bonus pay that came with it? She imagined the 2 boys had privately arranged to go together, and Yi Bai simply thought his 11 blood key points were enough to qualify. Miss, I'm already first grade, Yi Bai said calmly. Let's not kid around. She slid a form across the counter, hoping to spare him embarrassment. Take the certification test first. If you pass, come back for your papers. Yi Bai obliged, and less than 5 minutes later he was back. The clerk picked up the upside-down form, not expecting much. The moment she turned it over she sucked in a sharp breath. 1,281 blood key points late, first grade. She looked up at him with entirely different eyes. This boy wasn't saving face. Had been hiding his strength all along. The top prodigy of the year might be standing right in front of her. Yi Bai, here are your exit permit and map, don't leave yet. Her voice jumped half an octave. Why? Yi Bai took the documents, puzzled. Any martial high graduate who reaches first grade before entering Martial University gets an association reward. She practically slapped the counter to keep him from walking off. Not only did this matter for Yi Bai, it was also the first time she'd ever processed such a prize, and she earned a commission herself. Graduates who broke through early received 2 blood chi pills for free, plus the right to buy 1 yellow rank martial skill at a steep discount. Moments later, Yi Bai was holding 2 ornate boxes and a coupon marked 90 off as he followed the clerk up to the third-floor skill archive, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Everyone knew advancing as a fighter came with no official payout. The status and earning power were reward enough. Yet thanks to his martial high graduate tag, had just picked up a windfall. Selling 2 blood chi pills could net 20,000 Dian coins, and yellow rank skills were notoriously pricey. Yi Bai, hey, race the yellow rank catalog. Take a look. The clerk handed him a slim booklet. Opening Mountain Palm Yellow Low 39,999. Gentle Breeze Step Yellow Low 39,999. Flowing Water Sword Yellow Mid 59,999. Rumbling Thunder Palm Yellow High 79,999. Crashing Thunder Step Yellow Peak 99,999. Even the cheapest entry cost 40,000 coins. Without the coupon, Yi Bai wouldn't have bought any of them. With the discount, it would be only 10,000, and selling the 2 blood chi pills would put him ahead money he could use toward Qin Charin's medical bills. But the clerk had warned him, skills bought with the coupon were for personal study only. Reselling them through official channels meant heavy penalties. After weighing his options, Yi Bai leaned toward a movement skill to boost speed. They were harder to master, yet with his hourly exploit the overall payoff would be greater. He was just about to settle on Crashing Thunder Step when a line at the bottom of the page caught his eye. Bloodburst Battle Art Yellow Peak 39,999. Note: choose with caution. Choose with caution. Choose with caution. Yi Bai's eyes were drawn to the last line on the list of manuals. On the holographic display above the shelf, that entry was outlined in Rita Top Grade Yellow Rank Technique, and it cost only 40,000 Great Xia credits. Miss, could you tell me about this technique? He pointed at the screen, his excitement barely contained. Huh, the Bloodburst Battle Art? The receptionist followed his finger and immediately frowned. Wasn't this already taken off the shelves? How is it still on the list? So I can't buy it? Yi Bai asked, disappointment creeping into his voice. Had thought he could save a fortune. She shrugged. If it's on the list, you can technically buy it, but it has serious problems. I wouldn't touch it. With that, she pulled out every file she had behind the counter. The Bloodburst Battle Art is a technique that blends offense with footwork. When it first launched, it was the talk of the town. Its price even spiked to 200,000 credits, several times higher than others in its rank. Yet within a month, practitioners discovered that whether in training or combat, activating the art constantly drained their blood. The harder you pushed it, the faster you bled yourself dry. Its reputation collapsed overnight. Complaints flooded the Martial Artists Association, and they decided to pull it from sale. Yi Bai, don't pick it just because it's cheap. Losing a bit of vitality is one thing, but if it leaves you with permanent damage, it's not worth it. Someone who trained it is still in the hospital right now, she warned. Yi Bai had just graduated from 3rd High, had stepped into 1st grade before even entering the Martial University, and the industry already called him a prodigy. This purchase had earned the receptionist her first commission since joining, something Shed planned to brag about to her grandfather. The last thing she wanted was to watch the boy Shed, just registered, ruin himself with one impulsive choice. But Yi Bai was calculating. The side effects could be reset away, and the price was absurdly low. Miss, I want the Bloodburst Battle Art. After thinking for a moment, he slapped a 90% off coupon on the counter. 4,000 credits. There's no way I'm getting cheated at that price. Yi Bai, why won't you listen? You can't mess around with this. The receptionist's voice rose in anxiety. My talent can handle the side effects, Yi Bai said calmly. Don't be ridiculous. She shook her head, clearly unconvinced. Yet his expression never wavered. The receptionist let out a long sigh. I really can't stop you, can I? All right, don't pay yet, and keep that coupon. They'll fetch the book. Take it home and try it first. If you regret it, come back and pick another technique. She decided to bend the rules for him. Thank you. Mississippi. Yi Bai was surprised and grateful, warmth rising in his chest. A moment later, she handed him an ancient-looking manual bound in deep crimson. He thanked her again and left. Phew, I finally talked the kid down, the receptionist muttered, watching Yi Bai walk away from the archive and out the door, utterly relieved. Beep, we pay. 3,999 credits received. She looked down and found his coupon tucked beneath the printout. Her expression turned complicated. Yi Bai? Yi Bai, graduate of 3rd High, right? Got an exit permit? If you do, get in that line. Once it checks out, you can leave the city, the guard said, scanning his roster. Before long, Yi Bai reached the gate, completed a facial scan, and joined the exit queue. In this era, every city gate was manned by soldiers of the military department. Whether you were entering or leaving, you had to pass their inspection. Yi Bai already had the entire exit procedure memorized from the day before. Right now, all his attention was fixed on the freshly acquired manual, Bloodburst Combat Arts, resting in his palm. Flipping through it as he walked, He finally understood what people meant when they said martial techniques were hard to master. He had read for half an hour and still had no idea how to get started. Fortunately, the manual was an unexpected bonus, so he was in no rush to crack it right away. The line at the city gate was short, and soon it was his turn. He tucked the manual inside his jacket, cooperated with the military guards for the routine inspection, and then stepped through Jiang City's massive gate. For the first time in his 18 years in this world, he was truly standing outside the walls. Beyond the gate was a wasteland of gray-brown earth and silence, so barren that even the hardiest weeds were scarce, a stark contrast to the bright lights within the city. According to the map issued by the Warrior Association, a 20-kilometer radius around Jiang City was designated the safe zone. Low-rank fighters patrolled it year-round, and military sweeps were frequent, so anything stronger than a first-rank alien was almost unheard of. The guard who checked him had even offered a friendly reminder. With your current level, the soldier had said, don't leave the safe zone. Yi Bai had already chosen his target, a ruined town 8 kilometers from Jiang City. The map noted that the remaining buildings there could be used for cover, and that alien beasts sometimes spent the night inside. Moving over broken stones and dust, he kept alert and made good time, reaching the place in under 20 minutes. Crumbling walls and shattered houses came into view. Before he even stepped through the old gate, a guttural roar rolled out from within. Roar. Talk about luck. He had barely arrived and already found a target, 10 times faster than hunting succubi back in the city. Excited, he glanced at his wristwatch. Still an hour to spare, perfect for farming this bug. His health bar flickered 281 to 1431. This is the spot. Choosing a concealed stretch of wall, he prepared to exploit the bug. At the same moment, 2 figures appeared at the far end of the town. Leading the way was Ning Yuan, a youth in a custom Armani suit whose eyes carried an effortless arrogance. Behind him was Chen Fu, a freckled boy with sallow skin, glancing around while muttering, Yuan, you sure alien beasts hole up here? Most of these houses are falling apart, doesn't look like a place worth spending the night. Ning Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased. Idiot, didn't you read the map notes? Oh, right, former school number 4. Your awakened talent's only a hair better than that waste you buy. 6 months in, and your health is still 20. You can't even get an outside city map until you reach first rank, so how could you understand it? He gave a cold laugh. Chen Fu clenched his fists inside his sleeves, but dared not talk back. Once ranked 4th in overall performance at school, he was now just another face at a mediocre martial university, his talent so average that breaking into first rank during college seemed hopeless. Then Ning Yuan patted his shoulder, half comfort, half mockery. Don't lose heart. At least you know your limits, unlike Yi Bai. I kindly invited him to see the outside world, and he turned me down flat. The words stung, yet Chen Fu endured them. At 8 this morning, Ning Yuan had messaged him, saying Yi Bai was at the Warrior Association and inviting Chen to join the expedition instead. After being rejected, Ning Yuan clearly wanted someone else to tag along. But tagging along meant sharing spoils. One first-rank beast kill could net Chen over 1,000 xia coins. All he had to do was handle logistics, buy a knife, a pack, work a few days, and he'd save enough for a vitality pill. Yi Bai could keep his pride. Pride didn't pay the bills. 6 months in, and Yi Bai's health was stuck at 11 serves him right. With that thought, Chen Fu found Ning Yuan's sneers surprisingly bearable, and after only a moment's hesitation, he had agreed to come outside the walls. A roar split the air, echoing through the ruined town. Chen Fu and Ning Yuan jolted and turned toward the sound. There really is an exotic beast. Chen Fu's eyes lit up, the steam of his breath almost scorching his own face. Move, Chen Fu. Ning Yuan beckoned, then sprang toward the town square. The two shot forward like arrows, and after weaving through several crumbling streets, they finally caught sight of the creature. In the center of the square crouched a black panther, more than 2 meters long and as big as a calf. Its fangs jutted outside its muzzle, glinting coldly. A fist-sized gash split its belly, blood pattering onto the paving stones. Judging by size versus strength, first tier, early-stage black panther, Ning Yuan murmured, unable to hide the thrill in his voice. Haha, talk about luck. We're not even half an hour out of the city, and we run into a badly wounded beast. Ning Yuan laughed, his gaze locked onto the panther like a hook. Chen Fu's grin nearly split his face. This was a guaranteed bounty of 1,000 daxia credits. He thought to himself, if Yi Bai hadn't turned Ning Yuan down, he'd have pocketed 1,000 credits in 30 minutes. Bet he's kicking himself now. It's not even 9 yet. Ning Yuan might bag another first-tier beast before we head home. 1 day's work and I can pay off the dissection knives, the backpack, maybe even have money left over. No use crying over spilled milk. All the benefits are mine now. Kill it. Ning Yuan wasted no more time. Qing Feng's step flashed, his figure blurred, and closed in on the panther. Thunderclap palm followed, detonating the air and swatting the beast several meters away. So strong. That's the power of a ranked martial artist with an entry-level technique. Chen Fu sucked in a breath, awe rising in his chest. Ning Yuan really is the top prodigy of the 3 high schools. Compared with him, Yi Bai is worse than I am. The only one in his league is Li Qingqing, and she's only just ranked up and hasn't mastered a technique yet. 2.5 minutes later, the wounded panther lay in a pool of blood. Ning Yuan planted a foot on the carcass, spirits soaring. Chen Fu, get over here and process the body. Chen Fu hurried forward with the small knife head bought before leaving the city, envy practically dripping off the blade. Exterminating beasts outside the walls was dangerous, but nowhere near as deadly as rooting out charm demons hiding inside the city, so the payouts were smaller. A first-tier panther like this, once the footage was uploaded and approved by the Warrior Association, would only bring in 4,000 credits. But humans, the same species that figured out how to cook chilies and durians, found a workaround. When the exotic beasts first arrived, their flesh was considered toxic and strictly banned. It didn't take long, however, before someone cracked the code. Ning Yuan's order to strip the carcass proved the secret was now public. Every beast has certain parts that, once treated properly, are safe to eat. The High Martial Academy even made exotic beast identification a required course, teaching students how to spot each species and its edible cuts. After processing fees and taxes, this single panther would fetch at least another 2,000. Who wouldn't be jealous of that kind of cash flow? Chen Fu carved off the few edible slabs, slid them into a special insulated pack, and could almost smell the money. He looked up. Yuinga, should we move on and keep hunting, or? In his mind, he was already dreaming. Bag 2 or 3 more beasts today, and we'll be swimming in credits. Crack, crack, crack. Only then did Chen Fu notice Ning Yuan standing rigid, every muscle tight, teeth chattering, as if he were fighting some invisible force. Yuinga? Chen Fu was baffled. There are 2 wind wolves at mid-grade 1. Following Ning Yuan's gaze, he spotted 2 enormous wolves crouched on the rubble of a collapsed tile house nearby. Their silver-gray fur gleamed like metal in the dim light, and each flare of their nostrils sent dust drifting into the air. Wind wolves rank among low-grade exotic beasts alongside black panthers, but they are considered even more dangerous. Thick-limbed and roped with muscle, they move so swiftly that hunters call them gales made flesh. These 2 had already reached mid-grade Oni level, far above the early grade 1 strength Chen Fu and Ning Yuan possessed. Chen Fu swallowed hard, his voice trembling. They haven't noticed us, have they? If we leave now, we can still get away, right? Ning Yuan stared at the wolves' glowing eyes and lowered his voice. Maybe the black panther was their prey. We barged in, they let us kill it for them, and now they'll just add us to the menu. The last shred of hope drained from Chen Fu's heart, leaving his face ashen. Chen Fu, stall the wind wolves for me, will you? Im Sangao's top prodigy, the future glory of River City. I can't die here. Ning Yuan backed up beside him, words tumbling out. Don't worry, if you really die, I'll look after your family, especially your little sister. Before Chen Fu could reply, Ning Yuan snapped, sorry, I have to live. Then he turned and bolted, leaving only a frantic silhouette behind. A prolonged howl split the air. The 2 wind wolves shot forward like silver arcs. Ning Yuan launched his movement art, breeze step, toes tapping the ground as he cut through the air, but he was still half a beat too slow. A claw like a cold flash sliced the airschlick, and a bone-deep gash split his back. The second swipe flung him like a rag doll dozens of meters into another pile of rubble. Stone exploded, blood sprayed, and Ning Yuan moved no more. Did he just die? Chen Fu went cold all over. Instinctively, he triggered his talent, conceal, his figure flickering as he slipped into the ruins of the nearest house. The talent would last only 10 seconds. Chen Fu held his breath, yet he could still hear the low snuffling of the wind wolves outside. All this for 1,000 great xia coins. Am I going to die here? Regret churned inside him. If only had stayed in the city like Yi Bai, he wouldn't be in this mess. The breathing drew nearer, the crisp crack of bricks under the wolves' paws sounding like death knocking on the door. Conceal was about to end when. 2 mid-grade 1 wind wolves. A youth's voice cut in out of nowhere. Chen Fu's heart lurched. Peering through the broken wall, he saw a boy about their age standing not far away. Dressed in gray with cropped hair and alert eyes, he was calmly sizing up the wolves. Save me. Desperation sparked a sliver of hope in Chen Fu, but it faded just as quickly. Any youth allowed outside the city was barely grade 1. How could he fight 2 wind wolves? The boy narrowed his eyes, observed for a moment, and murmured, just advanced him late grade 1. Blood energy around 1430, I can take them. The next instant he crouched, gathered strength, and dashed toward the wind wolves. Is he insane? Wait, that's Yi Bai. Chen Fu finally saw the boy's face, and his heart pounded. Yi Bai, written off by the entire school for 6 months as a talentless waste, had somehow broken into grade 1N at such speed? The intruder enraged the 2 wind wolves completely. Their eyes burned red, and all 8 thick limbs tensed as they leapt at Yi Bai. He's not even running's dead. Meet Chen Fu shut his eyes, unwilling to witness the carnage. Boom, boom. The next second, 2 dull bangs reached his ears, like several hundred pounds of flesh slamming into the ground. Boom, boom. Chen Fu heard 2 deafening blasts. Something weighing several hundred pounds slammed into the ground with a muffled thud that made the rundown town quiver. He jerked his eyes open to see two deep pits that had suddenly appeared in the very center of town. The two wind wolves that had just ripped Ning Yuan apart now lay sprawled at the bottom, claws pointing skyward as if they'd been hammered into the earth. Yi Bai stood on the rim of one crater, fist still raised, white vapor curling from his knuckles. Moments earlier those same fists had sent the two mid-first-rank wind wolves flying several yards. The beasts shook themselves, bared their fangs, and leapt at the teenager again. Instead of retreating, Yi Bai stepped in. His left and right fists exploded in quick succession, boom echoing down the empty street. A piercing howl, a spray of blood. This time the wolves' bones and sinews were smashed beyond repair. Late first rank, definitely late first rank. Chen Fuss, scalp tingled. Half a year ago Ning Yuan had just entered the ranked realm. Armed with two Huangtier techniques, he was hailed as the top prodigy of the three academies. Only a handful of students from number 1 and number 2 high could match him. Yet the boy everyone had written off as a bloodkey cripple, Yi Bai, had quietly stepped into the late first rank. The discovery chilled Chen Fu more than the wolves' brutal defeat. A pair of anguished howls rang out. Cowed at last by Yi Bai's brute force, the two wolves wheeled around and bolted. Yi Bai had to be sure he could finish them, so he sprinted after them without hesitation. Man and wolves vanished among the ruins at the town's center. Am I saved? Chen Fu drew a long, shaky breath and crawled out of a half-collapsed house. He had no idea how Yi Bai's strength had skyrocketed, but one thing was clear. If he didn't leave now, any ranked beast could kill him. Take me back to Jiangsheng, I've got money, I'll pay you a fortune for saving my life. Passing the mound that had buried Ning Yuan, Chen Fu heard the faintest call for help. Ning Yuan was alive, still believing some good Samaritan would rescue him. Chen Fu's first impulse was to ignore it. Ning Yuan's earlier ridicule and abandonment were still fresh, and Yi Bai was the real savior here. Then a thought struck him. Ning Yuan, buried under rubble, knew nothing of what had happened outside. If Chen Fu claimed he had pulled him back from death himself, all that reward money would be his. And money was exactly what he lacked. Without sufficient resources his bloodkey would never rise. And now that even Yi Bai had turned the tables, Chen Fu refused to be the next laughingstock of the academies. When the rubble fell silent, Ning Yuan had clearly slipped into unconsciousness. Chen Fu dug him out, and to move faster he tossed aside the special pack that held the edible parts of the Black Panther, even discarding the dissecting knife. Careless. I was so focused on hunting mutants outside the city that I forgot to buy proper knives and packs in advance. Elsewhere, after more than 10 minutes of pursuit, Yi Bai finally finished off the two wind wolves. The threshold for mid-first rank was only 400 points of bloodkey, yet he possessed a staggering 1,431. His first 4 punches had already crippled his targets. Weapons or techniques weren't even necessary. Now he stood over the massive corpses, frowning. Their sheer size would make disposal a headache. My combat experience is still too thin. The first time he floored the wolves he hadn't pressed the advantage, and in the end it had cost him half his bloodkey to finish the fight. Going over the battle in his mind, Yi Bai catalogued each of his shortcomings. A warrior's vital energy is drained not only in battle, but in everyday life as well. Rest or food can restore it, which is why meat is so expensive. The fight had just ended, and Yi Bai's chest was still heaving. His reset ability spared him the usual recovery routine, but it still took time. Click, click. He raised his phone, snapped several shots of the two dead Gale wolves, and stitched them into a short video. Once he got back to the city, he would upload it to the Warrior Association app and claim the bounty. Time to head home, he muttered. 2 mid-grade first-tier beasts could fetch 3,000 to 4,000 great Xia credits even after taxes, a decent sum for him right now. Besides, with his energy nearly spent, he had no strength left to hunt. On the way back he passed the ruins of a tiled house in the center of the small town and spotted a military green pack on the ground. Inside lay neatly dressed beast meat and a sharp dissection knife. A specialty pack? His eyes lit up. These bags can seal in the scent of blood for a short time and cost over 1,000 credits each. The knife was only a few hundred. No one else was around, so he quickly guessed the owner had either stepped away or more likely been badly wounded and never made it back. He had no intention of keeping the gear. Instead, he decided to wait beside the ruins, hoping to trade some Gale wolf meat for the knife and maybe team up for another hunt. The area was still under Great Xia's law, and at late stage first tier with 1,431 vitality, points only a step from the 581 point breakthrough, wasn't afraid of being double-crossed. Dozens of minutes passed with no sign of anyone. Yi Bai canceled Bloodburst technique, timed his recovery, and slipped into a shadowed corner of the ruins. Sacrifice, 150 years. Vitality, 150. Suddenly, he caught the faint scent of blood. Following the broken walls to the other side, he found a large, still wet stain clearly left by Ning Yuan. Yi Bai recalled the first time he had spotted the wolves. Perhaps the pack's owner had been fighting them then, fled here after losing, and, once Yi Bai drove the beasts away, escaped without the strength to carry pack and knife. If that's the case, he'll return the knife when I'm back in the city, he decided. The pack's scent-blocking ability would wear off by nightfall and attract fresh predators. Better to put the contents to use than leave them to be shredded. Drawing the knife, he quickly butchered the two Gale wolves, sorting flesh and bone into the pack. Once everything was secured, he set off for home. The day passed in a blink. At 6 in the evening, beneath Jiang City's gate, the sunset was little more than a fading smear of red. Move it. Have your exit permits ready and cooperate with the inspection. Gate closes in 10 minutes. The sentry barked, his voice rough against the stone walls. Night in the wilderness was absolute perfect for alien beasts. Every human city sealed its gates before dusk to keep the creatures at bay. Most warriors made sure to return by then. Only the supremely confident risked sleeping outside. 10 minutes slipped away, and the line thinned to nothing. What are you staring at? We're done for the day. How about hitting heaven on earth later? A burly guard nudged his comrade with a grin. The soldier kept his eyes on the horizon and murmured, frowning, "Remember that newly graduated kid from the academy I let out this morning? He's not back yet." "Yeah, the one in shabby clothes, probably from an ordinary family." The big man's brow knit as he pictured the youth. Not many from the bottom make first tier in half a year. Side by side, they searched the dusk-soaked wilds for that young figure. But the sun slipped below the rim of the world, and the horn to close the gate sounded. The big man sighed. Looks like he's not coming back. A student who hasn't even entered the university, yet surviving daylight's one thing, the night's another. The soldier spoke while pushing the heavy iron door shut with his partner. Scrape, scrape. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. A lone figure appeared near the gate. "Hey, look over there." The burly man was the first to spot Yi Bai, and his face lit up. The lights above the gate carved the boy's outline against the night. A soldier from the military department followed the voice and smiled in surprise, recognized that face. It was almost identical to the one he had seen on the external monitors. "Sorry, something held me up on the way. May I still come in?" Yi Bai hurried to the gate, polite yet clearly anxious. "Of course you can." The burly man, who had already guessed his identity, laughed along with the soldier. "Kid, show me your exit pass," the soldier said, pointing to the inspection desk. "Hand him your pack first, then step onto the scanner." Yi Bai obeyed, slipping off his backpack and giving it to the grinning burly man before stepping onto the device. The metallic scanner swept over him, humming low. "Hey, buddy." Mid-scan, the burly man tugged at the soldier's sleeve, stammering. "Save it till we're done. The gates close any minute. We're going to heaven on earth tonight, right? My treat, okay?" The soldier muttered, thinking it was just another dinner debate. "It's not about heaven on earth." The burly man swallowed and lowered his voice. "It's the Kide killed 4 grade entering beasts, and 2 of them were mid-stage grade 1. The awe he had been suppressing finally surfaced in his eyes. "Are you kidding? I read his file, 3rd high graduate." The soldier was stunned. Even first high grads rarely bag 4 grade entering beasts in one day, let alone 2 mid-stage grade 1s. He finally glanced at the backpack. Until now, he had focused on Yi by himself. "See for yourself." The burly man shoved the pack toward him. When the zipper came down, the coppery sweetness of blood mixed with the rank smell of beasts. The pack bulged like a giant ball of meat. The soldier brushed aside the top layer of hide, and his experience told him the burly man hadn't exaggerated. He froze. First high did produce prodigies and rich kids who could rack up 4 or more grade entering kills a day, but 3rd high was average at best. Yi Bai's plainclothes screamed ordinary background. Just lucky, that's all. Under their blazing gazes, Yi Bai felt embarrassed and scratched his head. "Kid, well done. Keep it up." They finally came to, smiling from the heart. Both men came from humble origins themselves, so Yi Bai's talent and modesty felt familiar and admirable. They had no idea what his real haul looked like. Home at last. Stepping into River City, Yi Bai exhaled and couldn't stop grinning. The footage alone is worth 25 grand, and selling meat from those 4 beasts should net another 5. They'll clear at least 30,000 today. In truth, for beasts were only part of today's tally, and kills weren't all he had done. After leaving the abandoned town, he barely rested, scouring the edge of the safe zone for targets. He came up empty in the morning, but luck poured in afternoon. 2 early-stage grade 1 beasts, 3 ungraded beasts, and a succubus of the same rank who had disguised herself as an injured girl begging for help. All trophies now. He knew the bounty chart by heart. Early-stage grade 1 beast, for $1,000 each. Ungraded beast, 1,000 each. Early-stage grade 1 succubus outside the city, 2,000. Those alone totaled 13,000. Add the 2 mid-stage grade 1 wind wolves at 6,000 apiece, and the payoff looked even sweeter. Why did the pack hold only 4 portions of beast meat? Simple Chin Fu had bought him a so-called special backpack, the cheapest model on the market, and it was already stuffed to bursting. After thinking it over, Yi Bai still felt the detour back to the city hadn't really been worth it. First, he'll unload the beast meat and chi blood pills, then pick up a dissecting knife and a decent custom pack. If everything goes smoothly, I can head out again tomorrow and have Aunt Chin's medical bills covered. Money aside, today's real windfall is the leap in my strength. Name: Yi Bai. Chi blood. 3031 2nd grade, early stage. Lifespan: 200 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. The translucent blue panel hovers before me, each number crisp and unambiguous. In barely an hour, my chi blood jumped from first grade to second grade at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I exploited a glitch, broke through, and my lifespan instantly doubled to 200 years. Now it grows by 200 points an hour, a net gain of 4,800 a day. Feeling flush with power, I spent the afternoon pushing deeper toward the edge of the safe zone, fought wind wolves, patched my weaknesses, and reaped far more than I did this morning. Next stop, North Street. North Street is Jiang City's oldest thoroughfare, lined end to end with shops sporting signs that read buy and sell, forming the city's biggest marketplace for martial artists. Online guides agree, whether it's chi blood pills or beast meat, no place pays fairer. It's my first visit, so I plan to check a price or two before shopping around. At the entrance, I see 3 gilded characters Jubao Pavilion and walk in, dropping my bulging pack by the door. Anybody here? I call out. No one answers from behind the counter. Instead, a young, absorbed voice pipes up, here to buy? Look around yourself. Weapons left, everything else right. I'm about to push their crystal, don't bother me. That voice sounds familiar. I step behind the counter. A short, chubby kid is crouched beneath it, glued to his game. Whoa, Wang Xiaoping. What are you doing here? I blurt. Wang Xiaopangone of school's 3 highs, as famous as Chun Fui's my classmate. With a decent martial talent, he shouldn't be clerking on North Street. This is my dad's shop, why wouldn't I be here? He says, eyes still on his phone as Arthur charges a turret. Your dad's? You've been hiding that from us. I chuckle. I always thought his family was average. Slip of the tongue. Actually, he senses the gaffe, sets the phone down, then looks up and freezes. Wait, Yibai? We haven't seen each other in half a year, and his eyes go wide. Man, it's really you? If someone hadn't said you showed up for the college exams, I'd have sworn you were dead. Keep talking like that, and see what happens, I mutter. Same old Xiaoping. After a bit of small talk, I explain my 6-month disappearance, and say I want to sell my chi blood pills and beast meat. Since it's his family's shop, I don't bother price checking elsewhere. Xiaoping's eyes gleam. He slaps the counter. Yibai, you lucky dog. You are the 100th customer to walk into Jubao Pavilion today. He rattles off the store's promotion. No matter what the 100th customer sells, we add 20% to the price and throw in a bonus chi blood pill. Clearly, he has misunderstood something. When Wang Xiaoping learned that Yibai had dropped out of sight for 6 months because of trouble at home and that he was back only to sell a few belongings, one thought hit him at once. Yibai must be desperate for cash, probably unloading keepsakes left by his late parents. Regret flickered in his eyes. Back in school, Yibai had topped both the academic and combat rankings. Wang had watched him grind day and night for the martial arts exams. If that awakened talent of his hadn't come with a nasty side effect, his vitality would never have stalled at 10 points, and every martial university wouldn't have shut him out. A name like Yi Bei's was never meant to be trapped in a little place like Jiangcheng, let alone wind up in a mess like this. The chain of thoughts made Wang sigh and swear an oath on the spot. He had to help his brother. Shoving money at Yi Bai would never work, so had use another angle. Whatever Yi Bai wanted to sell, Wang would pay the listed price plus 20%, then throw in a vitality pill for good measure. He could plug the hole with his own allowance later. Yi Bei's only reaction was a twitch at the corner of his eye. What kind of shop gives away vitality pills for free? That would be suicide. Xiaoping, something did happen at home, Yi Bai said. Aunt Qin, the woman who raised me, has cancer. The treatment costs 200,000, but I'll have the money by tomorrow. To be straight with you, I'm already a certified martial artist. I just got back from hunting alien beasts outside the city. The blank look on Wang's face told Yi Bai had guessed wrong. So Yi hurried to explain that the so-called promotion was something Head made up on the spot. Oh, I see, Wang said, playing dumb. So what's that got to do with my shop's promotion? He claimed he was calling his dad, but his thumbs were flying across the screen. He believed Aunt Qin was sick, but no way did he believe he had advanced. 5 months from awakening to the college entrance exam, 11 points of vitality was already a miracle. A full-fledged martial artist? Forget it. Good thing he hadn't opened his wallet yet. Smack. Yi Bai sighed and snatched the phone from Wang's hand. One glance had told him the truth. The call was fake. The promotion pure invention, all to help him. Hey, what are you doing? Give that back. Wang lunged over the counter, jumping frantically, but still nowhere near Yi Bei's chest. Stop trying to rope your dad in, Yi said. I really am certified, and am not short of money. He'll finish covering the medical bills tomorrow. I just deleted my dad's contact by accident. I'm waiting for him to read me. Wang's face went crimson. Why won't you believe me? Rubbing his temples, Yi set 2 items on the counter. Exit pass and an out-of-city map. No names, but you know a martial artist wouldn't leave these lying around. He pointed to the door. Still don't buy it. See that lumpy backpack? It's mine, packed with alien beast meat. After a whole day the blood was seeping out, so I left it outside. Confronted with hard evidence, Wang finally stopped hopping. He froze, ears buzzing. You really made it? Really? Yi smiled. My talent mutated. The side effects are gone, and my vitality jumps like crazy. I'm already late 1st grade. Yi Bai paused to think. His vitality was climbing so fast that people were bound to notice, and the mid-rank one Wind Wolf meat in his pack wouldn't stay hidden for long either. He drafted a cover story, a sudden mutation in his talent. Over the past century, plenty of similar cases had surfaced convincing enough for outsiders. The strength he kept truly secret would remain his trump card, never to be revealed lightly. Impossible, Wang Xiaoping blurted. During the college entrance exam, Yi Bei's vitality had been only 10 points. Wu Da wouldn't even accept him yet now had reached rank 1? That was already ridiculous. Late rank 1. That was the stuff of legends. He craned his neck to peer into Yi Bei's backpack, then sucked in a sharp breath. Is that early rank 1 Black Panther meat? And Black Boar meat? Hold on. You even have mid-rank 1 Wind Wolf meat? And lots of it. When they left Treasure Pavilion, Wang Xiaoping still looked unconvinced. He yanked the zipper wide open, weighed each pack, and his fingertips trembled. Yi Bei, are you really late rank 1? His tone was doubtful, but his eyes had already given in. Yi Bei nodded, and his calm silence confirmed everything. Monstrous, absolutely monstrous. No wonder you said 200 grand was nothing. With late rank 1 power you can rake in tens of thousands a day. Wang's voice cracked from shock and excitement. He was genuinely thrilled for his friend. 6 months ago, Yi Bei vanished with only 10 vitality points, and Wang had felt sorry for him. Now it felt like a dream and a slap in the face. Hey, is that promotion still on where the 100th customer gets a higher price? Yi Bei asked with a grin. Promotion my ass. I haven't even hit rank 1. If anyone needs a subsidy, it's me, not you, freak. Dropping the act, Wang slipped into Xiaoponer mode. Alright, Boss Wang will check the goods first. He'll give you a deep discount price. Forget it. You can't even cover your medical bills. Just pay the standard rate. Yi Bei waved him off. Chuckling, Wang sorted through the pack. Exotic beast meat isn't priced by weight, but by the beast's former strength and how many edible cuts it yields, rates long standardized in the trade. 2 early rank 1 beasts, a Black Panther and a Black Boar, went for 2,100 each. 2 portions of mid-rank 1 Wind Wolf meat were 2,500 apiece. The prices were settled in minutes. By regulation, Yi Bei owed a 3% individual hunter tax to the Warrior Association. Wang looked up solemnly. Want to shop around a few other stores first? Even if you sell to them, we're still brothers. Let's close the deal, Yi Bei said. He knew the offer was fair and expected to get only 7 or 8,000. Thanks, boss Yi. Wang beamed as he took the goods. They'll pay the tax for you so you don't have to run to the association again. That's the perk of dealing with a friend. Regular shops wouldn't bother. I've also got 2 blood sheep pills. Yi Bei casually produced 2 pills. Wang was surprised he'd part with them, but he didn't pry and quickly wrote up the receipt. Beep We Pay credited 28,924 yuan. Current balance, 146,925 yuan. The bounty for the exotic beasts head hunted outside the city was also approved, pushing his account to almost 150,000. Yi Bei's account now held just under 150,000 Diaxia credits, and that was after paying for the bloodburst combat technique. Without that expense, he would already be over the mark. He still needed another 50,000 for Aunt Chin's hospital bill. On top of that, he had to buy a new scalpel and a custom backpack tough enough to carry 200 gene of beast meat. By his reckoning, if he left the city at dawn and hunted inside the safe zone with the strength of a second-grade martial artist, he would earn even faster than he had today. The goal was finally in sight. What? A pack that can hold 200 gene of beast meat? You wouldn't fill half of it, even if you hunted all day. Wang Xiaoping looked up from behind the counter, disbelief written all over his face. I'm latestage first grade myself, and I'll hit second grade in less than half a month fine. Big shot. This model's rated for second grade, 6,000 credits. Pay up. The prices for the scalpel and the backpack were clearly posted in Treasure Pavilion, and Yi Bei couldn't be bothered to haggle. He swiped his card without hesitation. Merchants had to make a living, after all. Yi Bei, you haven't lined up a doctor for Andy yet, have you? Once the transaction was done, Wang Xiaoping put away his phone and gave him a goofy grin. She was examined at First Hospital, right? Their schedule's jam-packed. Even with the money, you'd wait days. Head home now and take her straight there. I know someone inside just called him. Hell, get her examined first and hold a slot. When you have the money tomorrow, treatment can start right away. The words warmed Yi Bei's heart. Wang Xiaoping was truly looking out for him. I owe you one, he said solemnly. Please, who wants your favor? If you really want to thank me, sell all your beast meat to Treasure Pavilion from now on, deal? Wang Xiaoping curled his lip, but his tone was hearty. With the deal done, Yi Bei slung the new pack and scalpel over his shoulder and hurried home. Texting Aunt Chin on the way, the hope of recovery was finally within reach. Damn, it's 6:40. After watching Yi Bei leave, Wang Xiaoping glanced at the time and jolted. He was always online by 6:30 sharp to round up his teammates, but today he was already 10 minutes late. He ducked behind the counter and typed frantically in every chat group. Ping. Anyone up for King of Glory? Need 2. Slots for 3. Hurry. No sooner had he sent the message than someone in the senior class 1 alumni group tagged him. Chubby Wang Xiaoping. Why so late today? I've been online ever since I got back from the dojo, and you were nowhere to be seen. The speaker was both a classmate and Wang Xiaobang's only regular partner in ranked games every day after training they played together. Man, I ran into an old classmate today. Totally unexpected. Held me up a bit, Wang Xiaopang replied at once. Who? Don't tell me it was Ning Yuan or the campus belly. The teammate was curious and a little shocked. In his eyes, the only people at third high who could make the young master of Treasure Pavilion log in 10 minutes late were Ning Yuan or Li Qingqing. It's probably Ning Yuan. I heard he's already broken into first rank and mastered 2 combat techniques. Yesterday, he even took down a rank-level hyena from the beastkin. Chubby Wong, Ning Yuan showed up at the shop where you work, right? Was he selling exotic beast meat? Wait, Ning Yuan went to your store to sell something? Chubby Wong, did you get his contact info? Please introduce me. I tried adding him on WeChat in the big group, but he hasn't accepted. Chubby Wong, me too, look me up, thanks. The messages flooded in, the screen scrolling nonstop. What's the rush? Wang Xiaopang still hasn't said who he ran into. I bet it was our class goddess Li Qingqing. Chubby Wong, hurry up and say it was Li Qingqing. She went out of the city to hunt today, didn't she? The phrase fixed party member dragged countless lurkers into the chat. Usually, Wang Xiaoping only mentioned working part-time in a shop to pay his martial college tuition, so no one paid him much attention. By contrast, Ning Yuan and Li Qingqing were the brightest stars at third high, the only 2 confirmed first-rank prodigies. The moment their names surfaced, the group exploded. You've all got it wrong. I bumped into Yi Bai. The chat went silent for a beat. Yi Bai? That's unexpected. He must be doing pretty badly now. Has he even reached 10 points of blood energy yet? Who cares about that loser? Let's talk Ning Yuan and Li Qingqing. She's the real #1 genius at third high. Someone introduced me to Ning Yuan. The conversation was once again swallowed by chatter about Ning Yuan and Li Qingqing. Staring at the screen, Wang Xiaopang shook his head. If they knew Yi Bai was already late first rank, what kind of faces would they make? Before the talent awakening ceremony, Yi Bai's halo at school had shone even brighter than Ning Yuan's or Li Qingqing's. It looked like Yi Bai had only mentioned his talent mutation to him, so betraying a friend was out of the question. He closed the chat window and got ready to log in with his regular squad for a game. Ding dong. A friend request appeared. The nickname read 53, and Wang Xiaopang's breath caught. Li Qingqing, the class beauty, the ice-cold school goddess. The goddess added me? She actually added me. A dizzy thought flashed through his head. Did she discover he was the young master of Treasure Pavilion and want to work with him? Accept, or of course accept. In 3 years at Martial High, Li Qingqing had never added a single classmate, not even Yi Bai, the only person she ever spoke to. A few days ago, the homeroom teacher asked her to contact Yi Bai, and she had replied that she didn't have his info. Even so, Yi Bai remained an object of envy for people like Ning Yuan. Ignoring his father's keep a low-profile lecture, Wang Xiaopang hit accept without hesitation. Yi Bai had been to Treasure Pavilion? Wang Xiaopang accepted Li Qingqing's friend request. As the words friend added flashed on the screen, he racked his brain for a topic that would keep the conversation flowing without making him look awkward. Ding, did Yi Bai go to Treasure Pavilion? Li Qingqing's message popped up. What? Did the campus goddess add me just because I said Yi Bai had been in the shop? A chill ran through Wang Xiaopang. Come on, Wang Xiaopang. Have some confidence, he told himself. Maybe she just needed a polite excuse to add him. His phone vibrated again and again. Did Yi Bai go there to sell something? How did he look, disappointed or upset? Is he still there? I need to find him. The rapid-fire questions made Wang Xiaopang's palms sweat. His heart shattered. How could a chubby nobody suddenly win the goddess favor? Forcing a smile, he replied one by one. Li Qingqing, I did see Yi Bai, he's gone now, but he'll be at First Hospital soon. You can try there. First Hospital was the largest medical center in Jiangxing. Its doctors were not only highly trained, but had also awakened healing-type martial talents, allowing them to cure illnesses once considered terminal without side effects. At 7:30 p.m., the entrance was lit as brightly as day. Teenage Yi Bai led middle-aged Qin Chuan inside. Xiao Bai, you're not lying to me, right? You're already a first-grade martial artist, and you earned the treatment money yourself? She tugged his sleeve, eyes filled with worry and disbelief. I told you, my illness isn't worth you turning to crime. After leaving Wang Xiaopang, Yi Bai had sprinted back to their 3-bedroom apartment and announced that had broken through today. He claimed the normal Cayenne blood-boosting method taught by a mysterious master had triggered a talent mutation, causing his vitality to soar. He deliberately omitted his autopsy beast hunt, saying only that had been lucky enough to land back-to-back first-grade enchantress bounties and would have the medical fees in a few days. Thanks to a friend, they could start the check-in process early. The shock was so sudden that Qin Chuan found herself at the hospital entrance before she could gather her thoughts. Was Yi Bai still stuck at 10 points of qi and blood? Had he broken the law for her? Annie, if you don't trust me, you can trust the exit permit from the Warrior Association. Only certified first-grade martial artists can get one. Yi Bai handed her the dark blue permit and explained patiently. Permit in hand, Qin Chuan still felt as if she were dreaming, yet she could no longer doubt him. Breaking through is wonderful. If Shanhe and Xiuxiu can see this from the afterlife, they'll be happy. Tears glimmered in her eyes, a blend of joy and relief. Yi Bai gently clasped her hand, guided her through the crowded lobby, and cued at the self-service kiosk to take a number. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Wang Xiaopeng sent him a private message. Once the registration was done, Yi Bai accompanied Qin Charan straight to the oncology clinic, where someone was already waiting for them. While they were waiting in line, Qin Charan lowered her voice, her eyes flickering with unease. Xiaobai, can you tell Annie which friend helped you book this doctor? They've done us a favor, and we need to remember it. The Dragon Boat Festival is almost here. I've bought glutinous rice and reed leaves. When the zongzi are wrapped, let's bring some to them. Yi Bai could tell that only the hope of a cure was keeping her anxiety under control. For 6 whole months, she had fought the disease day after day. More than once he had heard her muffled sobs in the middle of the night, yet she never let it show in front of him, always greeting him with a gentle smile. Aunt Qin, you've met that friend, Yi Bai said softly, trying to reassure her. He's the chubby boy who always sits behind me in class, the one you mentioned at the last parent-teacher meeting, saying, how can someone walk without opening his eyes? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on her hand, shifting the conversation toward Wang Xiaopeng to distract her. Hard times would soon pass. The paperwork was finished quickly, and they headed for the oncology office. Passing a ward, Yi Bai heard his own name and stopped short. Chen Fu, are you kidding me? Ning Yuan's weak yet incredulous voice drifted from the room. You were second to last in school, just ahead of that loser Yi Bai, and you expect me to believe you dragged me out from under 2 gale wolves? Brother Yuan, I never lie to you. Chen Fu hurried to explain. I really was only a bit stronger than that loser Yi Bai, but when our lives were on the line, my talent awakened, and I managed to save you. It was just the 2 of us in that abandoned town. Yi Bai froze for 2 reasons. First, he hadn't expected to run into Ning Yuan and Chen Fu here, let alone hear that Chen Fu had rescued Ning Yuan from gale wolves. Second, they called him a loser every other sentence, as if refusing Ning Yuan once at the Warriors Association that morning were an unforgivable sin. Had barely even spoken to Chen Fu before. Xiaobai, what's wrong? Qin Charan sensed something was off. Nothing, let's go, Yi Bai replied, pulling his gaze away and moving on. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 3,231 second rank, early stage. Lifespan, 200 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours remaining. Once again, the glitched panel reminded him that his vitality had reached 3,231. A first-rank warrior only needed 2,000 to break into the second rank, and 3,500 marked the mid-second stage. In other words, within a day had reached mid-second rank. He was hardly the loser Ning Yuan and Chen Fu liked to mock. Please don't worry, Miss Li. We've arranged the most authoritative cancer specialist in the entire city, honestly, in all of Jiangnan County for you. The receptionist's enthusiastic voice carried from nearby. What Yi Bai didn't know was that another acquaintance was also in the hospital at that very moment. Yi Bai had no idea a familiar face was still in the hospital. Tap, 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 heels struck the tile as he walked beside Qin Charan toward the oncology ward. All at once, a cool, graceful figure slipped out of the left-hand corridor. Glossy black hair spilled over her shoulders, catching the fluorescent light. A navy JK jacket cinched a slender waist, and beneath the short skirt, 2 long, shapely legs were exposed to the air-conditioning draft, their smooth skin almost dewy. Li Qingqing of the top 3 campus beauties. Yi Bai froze, a pang of guilt shooting through him. He jerked his head away, pretending he hadn't seen her. Qingqing's light steps clicked toward the elevator. She never looked back. Only after she vanished did his tense shoulders ease. Xiaobai, that was Li Qingqing from your class, wasn't it? Qin Charan had caught every nuance of his expression. Auntie, you know her? Yi Bai asked, startled. Of course I do. Prettiest girl in your school. Every parent-teacher meeting she's there, bringing me water, chatting with me so gentle, so considerate. Qin Charan sounded certain. Yi Bai was taken aback. In his memory, Li Qingqing was always distant, almost icy. Even when she answered his questions, it was with detached politeness. Gentle and considerate? Were they even talking about the same person? Qin Charan narrowed her eyes. So, Xiaobai, did you do something to let Qingqing down? She clearly saw me and didn't even say hello. Before she finished, her hand pinched Yi Bai's waist hard. Auntie, that hurts. Yi Bai gasped. Even ill, her grip was as strong as ever. Start talking. Let's step inside first. Your treatment comes first. He bit his lip, reluctant to explain. Half a year ago, he had deleted Li Qingqing's number. She had said he could come to her for help, but knowing her family was worse off than his, he didn't want their 3 years of friendship to burden her martial arts dreams, so he had cut her off. Just then the oncology door opened, and a doctor poked out his head. Mr. Yi Bai? Ms. Qin Charan? We're ready for you. Qin Charan had to let go. Auntie, this is the specialist Wang Xiaopeng arranged. Let's get your tests done, Yi Bai said quickly. Qin Charan started forward, then glanced back. Xiaobai, you're not coming in? Seeing his look of relief, she stopped and blocked his path. I don't know what happened between you and Qingqing, and I'm not forcing you to tell me. But I watched you grow up, and I know your temperament. Because of your talent and my illness, you cut her off, didn't you? Her gaze was earnest and aching. You're young. Don't pile up regrets. Go find Qingqing and clear the air. Yi Bai was stunned. He hadn't expected this. Auntie, he sensed her mood. Even if he explained, Li Qingqing was just a normal friend. Remember, I like that girl a lot, Qin Sharon said, then stepped into the oncology room. Yibai let out a long sigh. He had no choice now. Aunt Qin had already said, so what else could he do? Yibai could only turn back and jog down the corridor after Li Qingqing, the heels of his shoes tapping out a rapid clack-clack-clack on the floor. Luckily, she hadn't gone far. He caught up just as her slender figure rounded the corner. Li Qingqing, he called, panting. Li Qingqing stopped and half-turned. The fluorescent lights etched her snow-pale profile in sharp relief. Her features were exquisite, yet her expression was ice-cold. Yes? Yibai felt his rehearsed lines crumble. Half a year of separation loomed like a wall, and he suddenly realized the girl might no longer need any explanation from him. Their bond had been nothing more than 3 years of academic cooperation. Aunt just recognized you and wanted me to ask why you're at the hospital. Did something happen? A friend was admitted. I came to visit. I'm glad you're okay then. The conversation was severed as cleanly as 2 strokes of a blade. Li Qingqing turned and walked away, her retreating figure crisp and decisive. Aunt Qin, I really did my best. Yibai spread his hands in self-mockery, though a faint tightness pressed against his chest for reasons he couldn't name. Well, Yibai, I never thought you'd still have the nerve to pester Qingqing. A harsh voice exploded to the side. Li Qingqing's silhouette had just vanished when the door of the neighboring ward flew open. A young man with his chest wrapped in bandages leaned against the frame, pale, yet glaring fiercely. Ning Yuan. Only then did Yibai realize he had chased Li Qingqing right to the doorway of Ning Yuan's ward. Tell me, Yibai, where do you get this confidence? It's been 6 months. I figured a bloodkey cripple like you would have given up on her long ago. Ning Yuan sneered, his tone dripping with malice. Qingqing is already a ranked fighter at number 3 high, and the only one worthy of her. Moments earlier, Chen Fu had rushed in to say had seen Li Qingqing heading this way. Since the college entrance exam, Ning Yuan had been itching to see her again after making rank, killing a ranked hyena, and receiving his award from the Fighters Association. The first thing he wanted was to share that glory with her. I may look a mess now and can't go out, but catching a glimpse of her through the door is good enough. Had been thinking from behind the door. He hadn't expected that when he looked up, Yibai and Li Qingqing would appear side by side. Fury flooded him. Yibai was in the hospital too? And pestering Qingqing right in front of me. Ning Yuan, the undisputed prodigy of number 3 high, had never even spoken to her alone. Oh, Yibai answered flatly, unwilling to engage. He turned toward the oncology clinic. Oh, brushing me off? Ning Yuan snapped, voice rising. Think that just because I'm ranked and the Fighters Association forbids me to touch unranked trash, you can act this cocky? The Fighters Association did allow ranked fighters to spar, provided they didn't cross the line, but it strictly forbade them from bullying the unranked without cause. Ning Yuan's lips curled. He shouted into the ward, Chen Fu, get out here. Teach this loser a lesson. Hat's probably not a good idea. Chen Fu scratched his head beside the bed. He knew full well Yibai was already latestage first rank. 2 wind wolves had died at Yibei's hands. What? You're scared of a so-called bloodkey cripple? Ning Yuan snorted. Don't forget your talent's already mutated. He's got only 11 points of blood quads there to fear. With that, he stepped forward, blocking Yibei's path, his eyes glittering with menace. Chen Fu, I'm saying this one last time, it. Chen Fu, don't forget the 100 grand I just gave you. Ning Yuan pointed at Chen Fu, his voice brooking no refusal. If you want help me teach this blood-weak loser a lesson, it'll make you spit every cent back out even if you just save my life. That won't be necessary. Yibai spoke suddenly, as calmly as if he were discussing the weather. Oh, finally scared? Ning Yuan sneered. Too late. Today I'm going to prove that a mere weakling. Smack. Before he could finish, a crisp slap echoed. Yibei's hand struck Ning Yuan across the face. The impact lifted Ning Yuan off the floor. He spun twice in midair before crashing down. Had Yibai not held back a third of his strength, the outcome would have been far worse. Yibai looked down at him. When I said no need, I meant Chen Fu doesn't have to do anything. You can do it yourself. Ning Yuan's head swam, but his shock ran deeper. He was a bona fide ranked fighter, his chi and blood over 90 points higher than Yibei's. By all logic, Yibai shouldn't have been able to touch him, yet one slap had sent him flying. Yibai stepped forward, each footfall landing with a heavy thud that pressed on Ning Yuan's nerves. Struggling upright, Ning Yuan roared, You dare hit me? Chen Fu, do it. Right now, slap Yibai. Yibai shot Chen Fu a cold glance. Chen Fu's heart lurched. Forcing a smile, he waved his hands. Mistake. Big mistake, just a misunderstanding. His voice quavered, and his feet stayed glued to the floor. Useless. You're useless. Ning Yuan trembled with rage, but still banked on his title as Sangao's top prodigy. Yibai, I order you to apologize now. Smack. A second slap fell without warning. Ning Yuan flew again, spinning 3 full turns before hitting the ground. The landing tugged at old injuries. With a dull thud, he passed out cold. Yibai shook his hand, his annoyance finally gone, then turned and left. Chen Fu stood frozen. At length he exhaled in relief. Good thing Yibai didn't hit me. I knew once he slapped Ning Yuan he wouldn't bother with me. Watching Yibai disappear, he dared flex his arms. Lucky I kept quiet. If that stubborn bull found out what I did, I'd be in real trouble. Outside the hospital, the girl kept her back to the doors until no footsteps followed, then let her shoulders relax. Stupid Yibai, rotten Yibai, she muttered. He just deleted me. Sure, I'm too shy to speak first, but couldn't he at least chase after me? Despite her complaints, her eyes stayed on the entrance. When Yibai failed to appear, her annoyance only grew. Miss Lee, thank goodness you're still here. A hurried voice called. The oncology director ran up, panting. You need to come back. The friend you asked me to watch just got into a fight. Head stepped out for water after finishing paperwork and seen Ning Yuan blocking Yibai. Knowing Ning Yuan was one of San Gao's 2 prodigies this year, Head rushed to find Li Qingqing. Who? Li Qingqing's already cool face turned to glacial ice. Ning Yuan, the student who's as famous as you. Ning Yuan, if he by so much as gets a scratch, he'll freeze you into an ice statue. Shouting as she spoke, Li Qingqing bolted into the hospital like lightning. The moment she stepped into the lobby, every trace of irritation Shed felt toward Yibai vanished. The facts were right in front of her. Yibai hadn't been the one pestering her. The real troublemaker was Ning Yuan. 8:30 a.m., outside the oncology clinic. After giving Ning Yuan a tongue lashing, Yibai stationed himself at the door. Now and then a strange sound drifted from the corridor corner. He would glance over, but remain unmoved. His only concern was Qin Churin. He left his post just once to use the restroom and managed to exploit another bug while he was at it. He had already done everything he could to honor Qin Churin's request. From now on, all his attention would be on her treatment. Name, Yibai. Vitality, 3,431. Grade 2 martial artist, early stage. Lifespan, 200 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. With 3,431 vitality points, he was only 70 points shy of mid-stage grade 2. The ceiling for grade 2 was 5,000 points. At this pace he could break through tonight. If he kept abusing the bug once an hour, he might even brush the threshold of grade 3. Reaching grade 3 would mean leaving the safe zone tomorrow for real wilderness hunts. He had barely tamped down the excitement of rapid growth when the consulting room door swung open. The pathology report is ready, the doctor said, handing over the scans. Compared with 6 months ago, Ms. Chen's cancer cells haven't spread much. Follow the original plan and we can cure her. My schedule is open, so as soon as you agree, we can start treatment. That's fantastic. Yibai let out a long breath. Head thought they would still have to wait in line even after paying, but now it looked as if Qin Churin could shake off the disease as early as tomorrow. The doctor added, Ms. Chen also had several additional tests today. I just sent the data to another department, and we won't have the results until tomorrow. To be safe, I recommend beginning treatment then. Additional tests? Yibai frowned. He hadn't planned on surgery today, but he hadn't ordered any extra screenings either. They were requested by your friend, the doctor explained. Since she was here, he wanted the most comprehensive workup possible. Friend? The first person Yibai thought of was Wang Xiaopeng. Thoroughness was second nature to a businessman. Now he owed him an even bigger favor. He thanked the doctor again. Wang Xiaopeng might have paid the bills, but the doctor truly had their best interests at heart. When the door opened again, Qin Churin's first words were, So, how did your talk with Li Qingqing go? Yibai managed a harmless lie. It took a lot of effort, but she's not upset anymore. Qin Churin nodded softly, and they walked toward the exit side by side. As they passed Ning Yuan's ward, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Nurse, more heat. Chen Fu's anxious voice pierced the air. Qin Churin flinched and stopped in her tracks. Xiaobai, what's going on in there? Should we take a look? Maybe we can help. She couldn't bear to ignore it. Auntie, we really shouldn't go in there. Yibai jolted and threw an arm in front of Qin Churin. Firelight flickered through the gap in the door. He couldn't imagine why anyone would use flame therapy on a trauma patient. But those screams were clearly the fallout from the 2 slaps Head given Ning Yuan earlier. If Qin Churin barged in, her mother finding out that Head traded blows with Ning Yuan would be the lesser problem. If she discovered he still hadn't gotten back together with Li Qingqing, Head be in real trouble. The patient's fine. I just heard the doctors say they're using a special treatment. Yibai rattled off his explanation. Is that so? All right then. Qin Churin finally relaxed. The boulder on Yibei's chest rolled away. Hot so hot, I'm gonna be cooked alive. From deep inside the ward, Ning Yuan screamed hysterically. Who had the nerve to pull a fast one and freeze me solid while I was out? Do they not know I'm the #1 genius at number 3 high? Sure enough, the moment Yibai had left, a layer of ice several centimeters thick had sealed Ning Yuan in place. Panicking, Chen Fu had nurses build a fire, and a crowd had spent ages roasting the bed before Ning Yuan finally pushed his head through the ice. Chen Fu, you know who did this, don't you? Tell me, or I swear I'll make that bastard pay. Ning Yuan's bloodshot eyes blazed as he whipped his head toward Chen Fu. Chen Fu's shoulders hunched on reflex. The scene was still vivid. A poker-faced girl radiating a keep-away chill had appeared out of nowhere. She never spoke, yet felt like an avalanche waiting to happen. In under a second, Head spilled everything that had happened outside the ward, stressing that Ning Yuan had been bragging she belonged only to him. The girl's icy gaze pinned Ning Yuan, and Shen Fu had scurried as far as he could, hence Ning Yuan's current ice block condition. If he told the truth now, Ning Yuan would kill him first. Shen Fu, are you deaf or what? Ning Yuan roared. Shen Fu's expression contorted. At last he gritted his teeth. It was Yibai. Yibai, don't blame me. How did you rocket from dead last to latest stage grade 1 overnight? How can you keep humiliating Ning Yuan, slap him twice, and walk away unscathed? I have more talent than you, but only 20 vitality points, and I still have to play lapdog to Ning Yuan. Sizing Ning Yuan up, Shen Fu thought. Yibai may be strong, but you're even stronger, and the Ning family of Jiangcheng has your back. You'll crush him right back to the bottom of the rankings. Shen Fu, you think I'm an idiot? Yibei's just a loser with 11 vitality points. Ning Yuan still blamed his earlier slip-up on carelessness. Bro Yuan, you don't really believe that nonsense about him having only 11 points, do you? If he was still just a trainee, how could 2 slaps have knocked you out? Shen Fu practically shouted, cutting Ning Yuan off. As he spoke, he spun a story, yet wore an air of absolute certainty. Yibai keeps his strength hidden better than anyone. He's already stepped into the ranked realm, and even mastered a combat technique. Think about if this morning you bumped into him at the Warrior Association. What normal trainee goes there? He had to be picking up an exit permit. Shen Fu pointed at the ward. Besides, I've been with you the whole time. We're in a hospital, who else, but Yibai could have frozen you solid? Ning Yuan had been half skeptical, but Shen Fu's rapid-fire analysis shook him. On reflection, Shen Fu had no reason to lie. If Yibai was a ranked fighter with an ice-type art, that explained the confidence he showed when he rejected charity this morning, and why he dared to tangle with Li Qingqing again. He was no longer the bloodkey cripple of old. Why hide his power, though? He couldn't even get into Martial University. Now Ning Yuan couldn't figure it out. Shen Fu's eyes gleamed as he pressed on. What if he's only hiding it from you? His talent mutated after the college exam, same as mine. Damn that Yibai. Doubt vanished. Years of frustration, plus this morning's humiliation, erupted. Hatred burned in Ning Yuan's eyes. Yuan, what do we do? Call the Ning family patriarch? Shen Fu was secretly thrilled. Soon Yibai would be back in the mud where he belonged. No need, Ning Yuan said with a wave. Shen Fu tensed, worried Ning Yuan meant to duel Yibai himself. A late first grade Yibai wasn't easy prey. Crippling him would take at least a peak first grade, maybe a second grade expert. Shen Fu, have I ever mentioned my own aptitude? Ning Yuan suddenly smiled, pride lighting his face. With the talent I have, even if Yibei's shed the trash label, he's still unqualified to fight me for Li Qingqing. Shen Fu was stunned. Talent like that was heaven's favoritism. If Ning Yuan just kept training, he'd soon grind Yibai into the dirt unless Yibai reached second grade within a month. But jumping from first to second grade took 2,000 blood key points. Almost impossible. 3:58 a.m. A dim 3-bedroom flat in an old neighborhood. Yibai sat cross-legged on the bed, with D-Wake, eyes shining with excitement. He cradled his battered copy of Blood-Burst Battle Technique. The oily page corners were damp with sweat. Name, Yibai. Blood Chi, 4,831 late second grade. Lifespan, 200 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. The stats hovered across his retina. Barely half a day ago had exploited a bug to push his blood key to 2,000, breaking into second grade. Now it had rocketed to 4,831, more than double. He needed 5,000 to reach third grade, just 170 short. Yibai clenched his fists, heart pounding. Redeemed 200 years of lifespan. Yibai was just 170 points short of the 5,000 vitality mark. With only minutes left before his talent reset cooled down, he could practically see himself becoming a genuine third-rank fighter. According to everything he had read, the third rank was a watershed. Crossing it boosted one's combat power as dramatically as mastering a martial skill for the first time. That leap of faith was exactly why he had dared to brag earlier about leaving the safe zone and hunting in the wilderness. Redeemed 200 years of lifespan. He hit the confirm button without hesitation. In the next instant, a torrent of vitality surged through his meridians, hammering furiously at that 5,000 point threshold. Then the surge stopped dead. Yibei's brow twitched. Instinct told him something was wrong. Name, Yibai. Vitality, 4,999 second rank peak. Lifespan, 31Y2D16H. His vitality was stuck at 4,999, and only a sliver of lifespan had been deducted. The full 200 years were nowhere to be found. What? He froze, realizing the problem wasn't a system glitched, missed a crucial step. Reset. The moment the cooldown ended, he triggered the talent reset again and whipped out his phone, logging into the Martial Association app. Beyond task submissions, the app housed both national and local forums. Had learned about the North Street intel from the Jiangxing section earlier. In the search bar he typed, how does a second-rank fighter advance to third rank? Enter no results. With Jiangxing turning up nothing, he switched to the national forum. One single post appeared. Yibai opened it, skimmed the content and comments, and his expression grew complicated. The answer was clear. To push vitality any higher, he first had to temper his body day after day with his existing vitality. Only when his physique was utterly refined and every hidden reserve awakened could 1 point of vitality explode into a force of 15 kilograms. That was why strength skyrocketed after reaching the third rank on par with learning a new martial skill. Yet had never even heard of this basic knowledge. A comment explained the information gap. The requirement for entering the third rank was standard material taught to every freshman at national martial universities. Normal fighters spent their idle time in the second rank tempering their bodies, so once they hit the peak, breaking through was easy. A freak who rocketed from entry level to the brink of third rank in under 2 days obviously hadn't sat through that lecture. Who gets to third rank in less than 48 hours? Ibai laughed at himself. Being first rank at enrollment was already elite. Early second rank was prodigious. No one had thought to give him remedial lessons. Having figured it out, he could only complete the tempering first, and then keep bugging the system for more vitality. Fortunately, peak second rank strength was enough to stay safe inside the city, and even without venturing into the wild tomorrow, he could still earn the rest of Aunt Cheen's medical fees. Still, slamming the brakes right at the edge of a breakthrough left a bittersweet taste. He closed the post on his phone and got to work studying the bloodburst technique while tempering his body exactly as the thread described. With the reset ability at his disposal, he could return to peak condition every hour. His body tempering progressed quickly, yet it would still take at least a month to finish. Yibai had just completed another tedious round of physical training. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked reflexively at the panel. A cool white screen appeared in silence. Name: Yibai. Vitality: 4,999 late second grade. Combat technique: Bloodburst battle art. Novice: 1100. Lifespan: 200 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours remaining. Huh. Yibai narrowed his eyes, his heart suddenly pounding. Before I started refining, I'm pretty sure there wasn't a combat technique field. The realization hit him. After half a heartbeat, he clenched his fist. Did I just reach the novice stage of the Bloodburst battle art? The high-grade yellow rank manual he had picked up for next to nothing one he only skimmed in his spare time had somehow skipped the toughest barrier and entered the novice stage on its own. The regret that had weighed on him for days, born of his failure to advance to third grade, vanished in an instant. But another question followed. I only just grasped the Bloodburst battle art, so why is there already a proficiency bar? For a martial artist, moving from merely studying a technique to using it in combat is only the beginning, barely 10% of its full power. True strength grows with proficiency. Novice, skilled, minor mastery, full mastery. Each step brings an explosive leap. What if I could raise proficiency the way you exploit a game glitch? The thought set Yibei's blood on fire. Until now, the panel had quantified only two things: lifespan and vitality. Lifespan was the currency he traded with the system. Vitality could be increased by spending it. Now a combat technique had appeared, another shortcut. Open the shop. He ordered silently. The screen flashed and a list popped up. 1. Vitality. 2. Technique proficiency. For every 1 year of lifespan, 1 point of proficiency can be bought. It really added a new option. Yibei's breath caught, his knuckles cracking as he clenched his fist. This wasn't just a pleasant surprise, it was a heaven-sent chance. Normally, merely reaching the novice stage of a technique was enough for a second-grade warrior to edge into third. Pushing proficiency from novice to skilled could double the power again. Ning Yuan, hailed as the top prodigy of their generation, was famous only for bringing 2 techniques to the novice stage at once. Spend 200 years of lifespan. Yibai glanced at the clock. 4:50 a.m., less than 10 minutes to the next reset. The timing was perfect. He confirmed without hesitation. His lifespan counter plunged. Technique: Bloodburst battle art. Skilled: 100600. Memories and insights flooded his mind as if he had trained for years. Movements that had felt awkward, the meridian pathways, the searing explosive force, all became instinct in an instant. Reset. The screen flashed, and the 200 years of lifespan were completely restored. Boom. Vitality surged. Standing in the cramped training room, Yibai drew a deep breath and activated the Bloodburst battle art. In an instant his eyes turned crimson, his skin shone with an eerie scarlet light, and power that felt ready to shatter bones surged from spine to limbs. At the novice level, the art already granted a 50% boost to all attributes plus combat instincts, outclassing others of its rank. At skilled level, the boost jumped to 100%. I'm still at the peak of second grade with 4,999 vitality, but with one punch my theoretical limit is already close to 200,000 gene. At the novice level, the Bloodburst technique devours blood so quickly that one can hold out for at most half an hour before collapsing. Once it reaches the proficient tier, however, the duration instantly doubles, allowing a full hour of use. For Yibai, who possesses the reset talent that all but erases the technique side effects, he had just savored that surging power, and the shock in his chest kept swelling, his breathing unconsciously accelerating. After a few deep breaths, he finally forced himself to calm down. Invincible, that was the only word that came to mind. Because he lacked basic knowledge, he had expected no more explosive growth for a while, yet the tables had turned. In a single night, his overall combat strength had doubled. Now a casual punch could unleash 200,000 gene of force. If the world hadn't entered the high martial era, if Blue Star's mass hadn't doubled when the dimensional gates expanded 100-fold, really might have shattered mountains with one blow. Even so, if he met that peak trainee succubus from 2 days ago, a mere flick of his finger would reduce her to ash. Better still, the bloodburst technique was only at the second tier, proficient. Above it lay minor mastery and grand mastery, and each advancement would transform the art once more. Combat technique. Bloodburst technique proficient 300600. At 6 in the morning, he glitched the system again, pushing proficiency to 300. After waiting another half hour, he prepared to leave the city. Because the gates opened at 7, he decided to reach them early and perform today's second glitch on the spot. After getting up, he threw together a simple breakfast for Qin, then hurried straight for the gate. Today, he would officially venture into the wilderness. At exactly 7, he exchanged another 200 proficiency points and joined the long line. He still hadn't reached 3rd grade, but with the bloodburst boost, the gap was covered. So he chose to leave the 1st grade safe zone and head straight to the hunting grounds frequented by 2nd grade warriors. Morning, little brother. Heading out again? Stay safe. While queuing, he spotted the soldier from yesterday. Dark circles ringed the man's eyes, and he was so drained he could barely stay upright on his spear, let alone perform inspections. Brother, what happened? Did something happen in the city last night? Yibai asked with concern. There was something. Ran into a few nasty fairies, the soldier rasped. Succubi above 2nd grade slipped into Jiangxing. Yibai was stunned. The gate guards were at least 2nd grade themselves. For one of them to be this exhausted and calling them fairies must mean a swarm of high-level succubi had surfaced, a dire sign for ordinary citizens. Kid, don't listen to him. A burly middle-aged man strode over and exposed the lie. Fairies, my foot. He's just lousy yet addicted to play. Burned through several girls in under half an hour. What do you mean lousy and addicted? You lost rock, paper, scissors and gave me first pick. Who turned green with envy last night? The soldier stamped his foot, spirits returning, then leaned toward Yibai and wagged his eyebrows. Bro, if you ever visit heaven on earth, check out number 88, number 128, and number 314 Abso. I'll pass. Yibai replied awkwardly. He finally understood why the soldiers from the military were so listless. Come on, I like you. Let me treat you sometime, all right? The soldier called after him, unwilling to give up. Fortunately, it was Yibai's turn at the checkpoint. He rushed through the paperwork and practically fled, leaving the soldier and a burly middle-aged man roaring with laughter behind him. Ah, to be young, that's wonderful, the older man sighed first. And to be rich now, that's wonderful, the soldier added, and the two laughed even harder. Meanwhile, 15 kilometers outside Jiangcheng's gates, 2 teenagers stood silently beside a deep burrow. Thin, frail, and wearing glasses, Chen Fu looked every bit the bookworm, while Ning Yuan, his chest wrapped in layers of bandages, radiated a razor-sharp aura he could not conceal. They had left the city earlier than Yibai only because he spent time hunting for a sweet spot to exploit and then got stuck in the long line at the gate. At dawn in the hospital, the wounds that should have kept Ning Yuan bedridden for at least 10 days suddenly seemed trivial compared with the exquisite wooden box that had been delivered. When the lid was lifted, Chen Fu's eyes went wide. Inside lay an herb he had seen only in ancient illustrations, its fragrance so thick it seemed to turn into mist. Legend said the plant could close external wounds within hours and even boost one's vital energy by several points. By Chen Fu's rough estimate, it would cost no less than 200,000 Great Xia coins. Ning Yuan had simply said, I hadn't planned to dip into the family's resources, but your information is too valuable. Thinking back on those words, Chen Fu still felt Ning Yuan was showing off. One day, when I'm rich, he'll act the same way, he muttered to himself. Yesterday, while browsing a forum, he had stumbled upon a post made just before dawn. Several early-stage first-rank martial artists had passed by this cave, disturbed a colony of man-eating ants, and only one of them had made it back alive. Brother Yuan, I told you the post went up only this morning. No one could have arrived before us, Chen Fu reiterated. Ning Yuan nodded. All right, if that's the case, we stick to the plan. He exhaled slowly, shoulders taut, both of his beginner-level martial techniques ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Chen Fu didn't dare slack off. He produced the pouch of powder he had bought that morning and shook it toward the mouth of the burrow. The fine dust hissed softly the instant it met the air. It was a beast lure formulated specifically for man-eating ants, short-lived, but enough to coax one or two out. Within moments, a faint rustling drifted from the darkness. The first ant emerged, antennae swaying 1 meter long, its body blood-red, tusks glinting coldly in the sunlight. It was an early-stage, first-rank man-eating ant. Die! Ning Yuan kicked off the ground, his figure flashing forward. Chen Fu's pupils contracted. What a monstrous talent! It was the first time Chen Fu had seen Ning Yuan's gift in action. Soon he would be leaving the safe zone. Refocusing on Yi Bai, his destination lay in the true wilderness. It wasn't his first time leaving the city, and last night's cultivation had boosted his power dramatically, letting him travel several times faster than the day before. In mere minutes, he had already covered 15 kilometers of the buffer zone. Only 5 more kilometers separated him from the wilds. If Blue Star hadn't mysteriously expanded after the arrival of the Gate of Dimensions, he could have boasted that he'd crossed cities on his own at this speed. SSSHH. Intent on waiting until he reached the wilderness before hunting, Yibai suddenly spotted a strange beast beside a bottomless pit, digging furiously. It was a first-rank man-eating ant. His eyes lit purely birds catch the worm. Just like yesterday, the first prey came so easily. Though weak, the ant's tiny eyes were worth a fortune. Together they would fetch 6,000 great Xia credits, practically money for nothing. Boom. Eager to test the power of his bloodburst combat art, he triggered the technique. In an instant his eyes turned scarlet, his skin flushed, and he flashed in front of the ant. What would have taken several minutes yesterday ended before the creature could react, its torso blown apart by a single punch. No wonder ordinary warriors refused to leave the city without a combat art. The gap was that huge. Bloodburst not only boosted all his attributes, it also loaded multiple combat skills into his mind. Just now had used its closing technique to stick to the target and drive a punch straight through its chest. Crack. As usual, he recorded the kill, then drew the dissection knife head bought from Treasure Pavilion, carved out the spoils in a few swift cuts, and dropped them into a special backpack that barely bulged. If he could find a few more of these ants, the profit would outstrip that from a second-rank beast. Reason, though, reminded him that this was still the safe zone. Ant colonies rarely survived here more than 3 days, so the odds of another encounter were low. This one was probably a straggler from a destroyed nest, forced to dig alone. SSSHH. Barely 100 meters on, his sharp ears caught fresh movement behind him. Another man-eating ant crawled from the earth. Delighted, Yibai doubled back and finished it with one punch. Now he understood. An intact colony had to be hidden under that pit. But he lacked beast lure powder, the usual way hunters drew ants out for systematic extermination. SSSHH. While weighing whether to return to the city for powder or dive straight in, a third ant poked up. Boom. It died before it even saw daylight. After pocketing the loot, Yibai finally decided he would go down. The ants were emerging one after another, clear proof the colony was preparing to migrate. Migration was normal behavior for social monsters, and he was about to exploit it. There's no point in going back for beast lure powder now. Waiting outside and hoping something wanders by is just as wasteful. Filming, dissecting, and logging the data would take 5 or 6 minutes at best, and any passing fighter could steal the prey. With late second-rank power, he might as well dive straight underground. He did exactly that. Thud. Like a cannonball, Yibai plunged into the pitch-black shaft. After free-falling several dozen meters, he hit solid earth, swept his headlamp around, and felt his heart race. He had landed in a sizable man-eating ant nest, roughly 20 ants, each early first rank, and in the center a bloated, oily queen at mid-first rank. In Grand Xia credits, that was worth 100,000, enough to cover Qincharen's treatment in one go. Boom. Boom. Yibai charged into the swarm without hesitation, fists detonating the air. One punch 6,000. Again 12,000. Fists fell like rain. Every strike came with snapping bones and splattering gore, shaking dirt from the walls. The entire colony stirred, but instinct told the queen this human was untouchable. She shrieked and drove the workers to retreat. Yibai had already mapped the nest. Only 2 tunnels, front and back, both blocked. It was a one-sided slaughter. 145 blood key points. At the opposite exit, a flashlight bobbed. A teen with bandages across his chest wiped his blade clean. A freshly killed ant lay at his feet. Pride shone on his face. Ning Yuan. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. His gift let him grow stronger with every kill. 5 blood key points for each first-rank beast. Beside him, Chen Fu watched Ning Yuan's aura climb and could barely contain his envy. The more Ning Yuan killed, the stronger he became. That was his confidence. Yesterday Ning Yuan had told Chen Fu flat out, if leaving the city didn't require being at least first rank, he would simply swallow a blood chi pill and push straight into second rank. Hunting succubi inside the walls was too inefficient. If only that talent were mine. Chen Fu swallowed his jealousy. The person he really envied was Yibai. He could accept that Ning Yuan, with the Ning family behind him, was stronger and more gifted. But Yibai? Why him? Just wait. Yibai, once Ning Yuan steps in, backed by Ning family resources and my support, he'll gain at least 50 blood key points a day. In less than a month he'll crush you. Imagining the day Yibai was reduced to trash while he still stood above him, Chen Fu could hardly wait. Boom. Boom. Deeper in the tunnel the rumbling intensified. The air felt as if pounded by a giant hammer. AA beast tied. Ning Yuan's face went deathly pale. Boom. Boom. A sudden rumble burst from the pit in front of Ning Yuan and his companion. More man-eating ants? Not sensing the danger, Ning Yuan took a few steps toward the opening. Beside him, Chen Fu was crouched on the ground, prying apart the shell of the ant Ning Yuan had just killed. Why are there so many? Two dark shapes broke through first carnivorous ants clawing madly at the soil, widening the hole by force. Behind them, a powerful ant hoisted a bloated, ghost-white queen. The queen's bulk blocked the view, but Ning Yuan guessed at least 5 or 6 more ants were following. Counting the ones in sight, there had to be 8. That was already a small-scale beast tide. His heart sank. His talent let him grow stronger with every kill, yet taking on this many ants plus a queen was far beyond him. Rustling echoed as the front pair scraped their shells against the earth. Run, he bellowed. A beast tide? How can there be a beast tide? Chen Fu finally realized what was happening. His hand shook, and his new dissecting knife and custom pack clattered to the ground. Despair flooded him. I only used 1 packet of lure powder. How did it stir up the whole nest? They bolted. Chen Fu glanced back. A solid wave of black, more than 10 ants poured out. Confusion, terror, and bitter anger clogged his chest. 10 of them. If we'd lured them out one by one, Ning Yuan could have gained 70 points of vital energy in 2 hours. The growth would have been monstrous. Now they were fleeing, unsure they'd see 10 more beasts the rest of the day. A shrill screech split the air. Once the ants were clear of the tunnel, the queen saw the devil inside hadn't followed. Rage shifted to the 2 humans. Humans again, damned humans. She couldn't handle the one underground, but surely these 2 runts could die. With a hiss, the swarm fanned out and charged. Don't chase me. Chen Fu's cultivation was lower and he was slower. He was the first to be caught. Terror wiped out every other emotion. Conceal. At the last second, he spotted a sand mound and triggered his talent. Within moments, he burrowed in and vanished, leaving only cascading grains. Chen Fu, help me. Ning Yuan's scream cut across the sand. The queen's fury deep in one target had slipped away. The swarm surged and caught Ning Yuan within seconds. Crack, crack. Several pincers hammered his chest. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was flung headfirst into a thicket. Inside the sand, Chen Fu held his breath, sweat pouring down his face. His concealment had only moments left. A sand pile was no abandoned building. Once his time was up, he'd be exposed to the queen. Boom. Another dull explosion rolled from the tunnel. Almost let you get away, a young voice said. A teenager burst out of the pit. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the nearest man-eating ant and brought his foot down, smashing its head to pulp. Blood spattered, hot and steaming. The queen ant, still savoring her victory over Ning Yuan, suddenly shuddered, rolls of fat trembling. She let out a shrill screech and forced 10 drones to stay behind and cover her retreat. Within 3 minutes, the youth had crushed every one of their carapaces to mush. Terrified, the queen spun around, abandoned her trophies, and fled deeper into the tunnel. The boy chased her relentlessly. Every few dozen meters, another twisted carcass littered the sand, and the black-green ichor they bled formed a winding trail. Elsewhere, Chen Fu crouched in a heap of sand. His gifted ability had long expired, yet fear and confusion kept him frozen. He and Ning Yuan had slipped out the moment the city gates opened. So how had Yi Bai reached the nest before them? He could not fathom it. The real answer would never cross his mind. The colony had dug a second exit only a few dozen meters away. When he scattered beast luring powder at the first entrance, it happened to draw out 2 ants. The tunnel was narrow, and the queen allowed only one to retreat. The other fled through the auxiliary exit and ran straight into the passing Yi Bai. A chain of coincidences had twisted everything into the present chaos. Help me, Ning Yuan's blood-choked plea yanked Chen Fu back to reality. He scrambled out of the sand and found Ning Yuan in the bushes. The wounds were not as horrific as yesterday's, but the bandages on his chest were shredded, blood seeped from every orifice, and his breathing was ragged. A thought flashed through Chen Fu's mind. If he carried the badly injured Ning Yuan back to the city, he would earn another reward. Besides, Ning Yuan had killed 5 ants worth 25 chi blood points. Catching up to Yi Bai within a month was now impossible, but 2 months would do. Surely Yi Bai would not reach rank 2 in that short time. Brother Yuan, it's me. I'm the one saving you again. Chen Fu bent over him, his voice dripping with false sincerity. The familiar tone reached Ning Yuan's ears, yet he vaguely recalled hearing Yi Bai shout during their escape. Something whispered that Chen Fu was lying and not for the first time. Chen Fu dared not linger. He hoisted Ning Yuan onto his back and set off. As he stood, a pendant slipped from Ning Yuan's chest and vanished into the sand. More than 10 minutes later, Yi Bai returned, dragging a string of ant corpses lashed together with vines. During the fight, he had noticed Ning Yuan and Chen Fu hiding in the shrubbery, and after Chen Fu's ability faded, the man had left an obvious trail. He was heading back to the city anyway. Escorting them part of the way would be no trouble. A faint pink residue lay on the sand beast luring powder. Yi Bai nodded to himself. They had indeed discovered this nest as well. His gaze swept the ground and settled on an ornate pendant. Its silvery sheen turned crimson by the setting sun, clearly valuable. Only then did he realize it belonged to Ning Yuan. Yi Bai spotted the pendant Ning Yuan had dropped, along with a scalpel lying on the ground. The pendant looked expensive, so he made a mental note to hand it over to the Martial Artists Association when he got back to Jiangxing. At least that would make up for Ning Yuan's mistake. Once a warrior leaves the city, everyone's on their own. If Ning Yuan never returns, no one can fault him for it. Then came loot counting time. Outside, the nest head killed 13 man-eating ants, including the queen, and another 10 Incida 2012 early-stage Grade 1 beasts, plus 1 mid-stage queen. At the association's rates, that was a base bounty of 94,000 daxia coins. Add the eyes, 2,000 per pair for ordinary ants and 2,500 for the queen, another 48,700 altogether. Grand total 142,700 daxia coins. It wasn't even 8 in the morning, yet this haul was nearly 50% higher than what had made in half a year of grinding succubi inside the city. Power really was a terrifying money printer. Grinning from ear to ear, he dragged corpse after corpse from the caved-in tunnel, too happy to care about the grime. He finally had enough for Qin Charn's medical fees. He would head straight back, arrange her treatment, and let Aunt Qin return to a normal life. On the road, he still had one more bug to exploit. Before 8 o'clock, find a secluded cave and trade in 200 years of lifespan. Boom, transaction complete. A flood of memories and insights crashed over him. For an instant, he felt like a monk who'd spent decades honing the bloodburst technique. The glowing panel blinked. Bloodburst technique, minor mastery, 100-2000. Yi Bai triggered the art on instinct thump. Thump. The roar of his own heart echoed like drums. His skin flushed crimson, muscles swelled, and a faint blood mist curled around him. Strength, speed, everything doubled. Rough estimate. One punch now packed 300,000 gene of force, his vitality up by a full third, far surpassing a direct jump to 3rd rank. Incredible, he muttered again. Using the bug to boost a technique's proficiency was blatant cheating. Normally, it would take half a month just to learn a yellow grade skill, 3 months to master it, and at least a year to reach minor mastery. He needed only a few hours once head entered the door. Sadly, this trick couldn't harden his body itself, and every skill had its ceiling. To keep improving, he'd need a new art or another path, and in the short term his growth might stall. Unless, of course, the store carried upgrades for body tempering too. A sudden jolt ran through him. He realized that his system was frighteningly minimal when he had exchanged something as momentous as martial skill proficiency. The interface had offered no hint at all. He must have met a hidden prerequisite before the second item appeared, which meant the life exchange shop was probably concealing a 3rd, 4th, or even more items, perhaps including the crucial body tempering progress. The idea flashed by, but he decided to investigate later. Right now he had to get back to the city. The money for medicine was already in hand, yet the prospect of his power plateauing still left him uneasy. Far ahead, the city gate came into view, and a burly middle-aged man was the first to spot Yi Bai. Kid, you're back already? Why are you such a mess? You didn't run into a late-grade Tier 1 beast, did you? Are you hurt? I've got bandages. Forget the bandages, the military guard cut in. Call the medic. Treat the man first, questions later. They hurried over and eyed the dirt-streaked Yi Bai with open concern. Really, gentlemen, I'm fine. Thank you, Yi Bai said with a lopsided smile. Fine. You look like a refugee who just survived a siege. The burly man frowned. Is it the money? Military medics charge the same as the city hospital. You call us brothers, we'll get you patched up for free. They figured he was pinching pennies or had family expenses. Ordinary men understood such things. Yi Bai gave a rueful laugh. Honestly, I'm unhurt. I smeared this soot on myself. I found a man-eating ant nest today. I rushed in, scared off the queen, and the tunnel collapsed, half blocking the exit. After killing them, I couldn't bear to waste the dozen or so corpses, so I crawled back in and dug them out. That's why I look like this. Seeing their genuine concern, he recounted everything: how he found the nest, how he chased the ants, how he dug out the tunnel, and hauled the body step by step. Even if you don't want to owe us a favor, you don't have to invent something this wild, the burly man joked, but when he finished he traded a glance with the guard, their expressions turning odd. They knew Yi Bai was gifted yesterday. He had single-handedly slain 2 mid-grade Tier 1 wind wolves, marking him as at least a mid-grade Tier 1 fighter. But a man-eating ant nest was another matter. Without beast luring powder, a lone ant was as dangerous as a black panther or wind wolf. 5 could kill a mid-grade Tier 1 fighter, and a dozen would doom even a late-grade Tier 1 expert. Why not just admit you're a late-grade Tier 1 fighter who's mastered several techniques? The burly man quipped, winking at the guard. Look at me, cracking jokes. Yi Bai shook his head, face solemn. I'm not late-grade Tier 1, because I'm already Tier 2. I've practiced only one technique, but I have mastered it, he said earnestly. Puffed. Faced with Yi Bai's straight-faced confession, the two men burst into simultaneous laughter. Kid, I'll admit you've got a better sense of humor than I do. The burly middle-aged man slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Before their laughter died away, Yi Bai swung the custom backpack off his shoulders and dropped it to the ground. With a sharp zip, the bag came open. See for yourselves, brothers. They glanced inside casually, then froze. Silence swallowed the street. The pack was lined with nothing but man-eating ant eyes, 20 pairs in all, laid out in neat rows that caught the light with a cold, white gleam. He's really a second-rank martial artist? De Huang's throat went dry. In 6 months, Yi Bai had jumped from a strength score of 10 to 2,000, already outrageous. More shocking still, it was barely past 8 in the morning, which meant he had taken down more than 20 man-eating ants in an hour. The only possible explanation was that he hadn't lied. He truly was second rank. And he really has mastered his combat techniques? The other man swallowed hard. Remembering that Yi Bai had awakened his martial talent only half a year ago, they traded a single bewildered look. Had this kid been training since the womb? I've only pushed 2 yellow-grade skills to mastery, and I've been at this for years. De Huang, when I compare myself to him, I feel useless. What am I supposed to do? The burly man muttered with a wry smile. Once the inspection was done, Yi Bai slung the empty backpack over his shoulder and walked off. The 2 men watched until he disappeared at the far end of the city street. Only then did the middle-aged man speak, dazed. I thought he was cracking a joke, but reality turned out stranger than the punchline. No novelist would dare write something like this. Tell me about it. De Huang sighed, then he stiffened. Hold on. Chun, did you just call me De Huang again? How many times do I have to tell you I've got a real name? His indignant shout echoed off the storefronts. A genius like that coming out of Jiangcheng is a blessing for all of us, Old Chen said suddenly, his grin fading into seriousness. The talent camp opens soon, and they say this year's session will be unlike any before. The city council's already losing sleep. Maybe that kid will give everyone a surprise. Can't argue with that, De Huang muttered, deep in thought. When he looked up, Old Chun had vanished, leaving only the wind. Chun, get back here if you value your life. De Huang roared, sprinting after him only to discover he'd been tricked yet again. So you're Yi Bai, my son's classmate? At the northern edge of the city, the plaque of the treasure pavilion glinted in the morning sun. Yi Bai had just finished uploading all the videos of his ant hunt. The sheer number meant the review was taking longer than usual. Since hauling a backpack to the hospital would be a hassle, he decided to cash in his spoils first and to thank Wang Xiaopeng for lining up the doctor in advance. Pushing the door open, Yi Bai didn't see Wang Xiaopeng hunched behind the counter as usual. Instead, a pot-bellied middle-aged man dripping with gold and diamonds strode forward to greet him. A brief exchange told him this was Wang Xiaopeng's father, Wang Fugui. Yes, sir, Yi Bai answered politely. I've heard of you, Wang Fugui said, looking him up and down with unabashed curiosity. Had long known the name of the only person ever to possess a side-effect talent. Yesterday, when his son called a doctor at First Hospital, it was through Wang Fugui's private connections, and the favor hadn't been cheap. As he sized up Yi Bai, Wang Fugui pondered silently. What exactly makes my boy value this classmate so highly? Still, had never been shy about investing, better to put in too much than too little, in his experience. Investing is a game of wins and losses, and taking a small hit for an old classmate is no big deal. With a teacup in hand, Wang Fugui was still replaying yesterday's call from his son. Wang Xiaopeng's rascal had sworn that Yi Bai was definitely worth a personal favor. Smiling at the visitor, Wang asked, You're here for Xiaopeng, right? He's tied up negotiating a project, so you might have to wait a bit. There's no rush in investing. No one expects a payout the day after they put money in. Wang took a leisurely sip of tea, only to have Yi Bai lift a hand to stop him. Uncle, no need to call Xiaopeng. You're the one I'm looking for. I'm here to sell exotic beast meat. Exotic beast meat? Wang's eyebrows rose in surprise. The youth standing before him was full of vitality, clearly a ranked fighter, and carried the quiet confidence of someone who had mastered combat techniques. So that's the source of Xiaopeng's confidence? A jolt ran through Wang's chest, quickly replaced by pride. Like father, like son, his boy had chosen well. He slapped the table. Xiaobai, show me what you've got. First time doing business with your uncle? Whatever you're selling, I'll add 20% to the price. Uncle, that really isn't necessary. Yi Bai hesitated. Both father and son loved to overpay, and their reasons were getting crazier. What's a few hundred coins between us? Think of it as dinner on me. Wang laughed heartily, and before he finished, Yi Bai had handed over his backpack. The zipper opened, releasing a faintly sweet, metallic scent. 1 pair, 2 pairs, more than 20 pairs of man-eating ant eyes lay neatly inside. Wang's hand froze midair, his face twitching. That extra 20% had just cost him 10,000 great xia coins. Yi Bai lowered his voice. Uncle, why don't we stick to the regular price? No chance. Wang gritted his teeth. A promise is a promise, and an elder keeps his word. Outwardly stubborn, he was roiling inside. Over 20 man-eating ants weren't back-alley pests. By his estimate, Yi Bai was either a grade 2 fighter or a latest-stage grade 1 who had mastered several techniques. No way could anyone else raid an ant nest and be back before 8 in the morning. A useless weakling? Hardly. In Wang's eyes, Yi Bai was the true prodigy of the 3 academies. Once his strength came to light, a spot in this year's genius camp was guaranteed. And those university recruiters had passed on him? Blind as bats. That thought set Wang's blood on fire. What's 10,000? If he could invest in a rising star, he'd gladly throw in 10 blood essence pills and even a yellow tier battle weapon. 10 pills retail for 100 grand. A single yellow tier weapon runs 20 to 30,000. The steep price of arms was exactly why Yi Bei weaponless until now had never even considered buying one. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up. In addition to paying 20% over the asking price, he was ready to throw in 10 vitality pills and a yellow-grade battle weapon. The gesture would cost more than 400,000, but he had done the math. Securing the goodwill of a gifted, self-restrained prodigy with an impeccable temperament was worth every coin. Uncle, that's really not necessary, just pay the regular price. Xiaopeng helped me yesterday, and I still haven't figured out how to thank him. I can't take any more of your money. Yi Bei waved the offer away, his tone firm. After holding the boy's gaze for a long moment, Wang Fugui recognized the stubborn pride in those eyes. No matter how generous the gift, Yi Bei would refuse. In comparison, Xiaopeng's simple offer to cover the tax was a favor the teenager simply couldn't turn down. All right, Xiaobai. Stop by whenever you have time. With a smile, Wang Fugui relented, completed the deal at the standard rate, promised to pay the tax, and watched the young man leave, thinking that the future truly belonged to the next generation. Ping 94,000 yuan received via Weibo. Balance, 288,164 yuan. On his way back to the apartment, the Martial Artists Association approved every video had submitted. With the transfer from Jubao Pavilion, his account now held more than 280,000 yuan. Even after paying Qin Sharon's entire medical bill, he would still have nearly 90,000 left. Aunt Qin, relax and focus on getting better. Your nephew's got money now. Once you're out of the hospital, we'll rent a nicer place, and he'll treat you to all the food you can eat. Yi Bei burst through the door, so excited he almost revealed every plan had made. Xiaobai, learning that he had truly scraped together the money, Qin Sharon felt both surprised and pained. For 6 months, she had endured constant agony while forcing a gentle smile, and she could see the boy had done the same. His parents were gone, his talent was deemed the worst in history, he had no chance at Martial University, and now the only person close to him was gravely ill. There's no need to move. I like this place. Even though you're an entry-level martial artist now and earning faster than before, your expenses will only grow. Vitality pills, specialized weapons, everything costs a fortune. Her soft nagging felt more motherly than ever. That won't do, Yi Bei blurted out. The 3-bedroom they rented was twice Qin Sharon's age. Rats scurried through its dim corridors, and chunks of plaster were peeling from the walls. If you don't agree, I won't accept treatment. One stern look from Qin Sharon left him no choice but to nod for now. Deep inside, he vowed to move her out of that rundown neighborhood the moment she recovered. They soon arrived at the hospital, where they were greeted by the same refined physician with gold-rimmed glasses they had met the previous night. Mr. Yi, Ms. Qin's cancer will be completely cured in less than half an hour. To Yi Bei's surprise, the doctor merely walked Qin Sharon to the entrance of the oncology department and let her go in on her own. Thank you, doctor. He'll pay the bill right away, he said, supporting his mother's arm while automatically reaching for the bank card in his pocket. In his mind, treatment couldn't truly begin until the fees were settled. Pay? Pay for what? The doctor adjusted his glasses, looking puzzled. Ms. Qin's cancer treatment was paid in full yesterday. I haven't even finalized the new treatment plan yet. Yi Bei froze. Had Wang Xiaopeng paid behind his back? That would explain why last night the doctor only mentioned scheduling treatment once today's results came in and never said a word about money. But a new treatment plan? What did that mean? He had no time to ask. The doctor's next words made his heart sink. Yes, Mr. Yi, just as you suspected, Ms. Qin's cancer can be cured soon, the doctor said in a lowered voice. But the samples we sent to other departments yesterday show that Ms. Qin has been ingesting a substance containing the venom of the 100-venom spider over a long period. The 100-venom spider is an elite beast, at least 3rd rank, and its poison can kill in an instant. Yi Bei turned as white as a sheet. An ordinary person exposed to that toxin wouldn't survive 3 days, most wouldn't last a single day. For years his mother had scrimped to support his studies, eating almost exclusively at home and buying the cheapest produce from the neighborhood market. How could she possibly have encountered something like this? Mr. Yi, allow me to introduce myself, the doctor added suddenly. My name is Jiang Rini. My father is Jiang Guoshuo. Jiang Guoshuo was the most celebrated physician in River City, a man who had once pulled a martial grandmaster back from the brink of death and was revered throughout Jiangnan Prefecture. Jiang Rini, the star of First Hospital, had been featured in the River City Daily. People eager for his help could encircle the building 3 times. By revealing his pedigree, he made it clear that he had personally overseen every one of Qin Sharon's tests. Other physicians might have assisted, but the results were beyond question. Dr. Jiang, please go on, Yi Bei said, his throat dry as his fists slowly tightened. There's no need to panic, Mr. Yi, Jiang Rini replied steadily. The dose of 100-venom spider toxin she ingested was extremely small. It hasn't reached an irreversible stage, so we can proceed with today's cancer treatment as planned. I'm telling you this for 2 reasons. First, the family has a right to know. Second, I need you to think back. Did anyone become enemies with Ms. Qin 3 years ago? That's when the toxin exposure began, and it suddenly stopped 6 months ago. Moments ago, he had mentioned only poisoning, subtly treating Yi Bai as a suspect. Now he was certain Yi Bai was innocent. Hearing this, Yi Bai felt half the weight on his chest lift, yet his knuckles stayed white. Poison introduced 3 years ago and halted 6 months ago. Someone had orchestrated it. Whoever was behind it had only one goal: Qin Churen's life. Someone wanted Qin Churen dead. Yi Bai watched Jiang Rini leave the exam room, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails nearly broke the skin, scarlet threads of blood spreading between his pale fingers. His eyes darkened, murderous intent rolling inside him. Qin Churen was his only family, the most important person in his life. Anyone who laid a hand on her would be buried with her. Under the cold lights of the hospital corridor, Yi Bai reached for his phone, ready to call Wang Xiaoping. To be honest, he owed Wang Xiaoping more favors than he could count. Without Wang's mediation, Jiang Rini would never have made time to treat Qin Churen's cancer. Without Jiang's intervention, Yi Bai might never have known about the grade 3 venomous spider toxin hidden in Aunt Qin's body until it killed her. Yi Bai hated being in debt to anyone. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure out who had poisoned her. Anyone able to get hold of a grade 3 toxin was no small fry. The only person he could still turn to was Wang Xiaoping. His footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. As he walked past a familiar room, the argument inside made him slow for a moment. It was room 404, where Ning Yuan had stayed the day before. Chen Fu dropped the act. Ning Yuan's voice was icy. You think I was so out of it I didn't know what was happening? You're not the one who saved me. Fine, let's lay it out. Chen Fu's tone turned mocking. I left the token outside. Whoever can produce it is my real savior. Inside the room, Ning Yuan's wounds had mostly healed, and he now faced Chen Fu with a blank expression. The moment he felt better, he tore the facade away. Brother Yuan, I was wrong. Really? Chen Fu stammered, his face drained of color. Get out and give me back my money. Ning Yuan roared. He prided himself on being the top talent at Third High, and taking Chen Fu hunting outside the city had been charity enough. He would not tolerate being lied to again and again. Yi Bai had no idea Ning Yuan had ended up in room 404 by pure coincidence, nor did he care about the farce unfolding inside. He kept walking. Bang, the door flew open. Chen Fu stormed out and almost ran straight into Yi Bai. Yi Bai, you again. Why are you haunting me? His eyes bulged with fury, hatred twisting his features. If not for Yi Bai, he wouldn't have lied to Ning Yuan out of jealousy. If Yi Bai hadn't joined today's man-eating ant hunt, Ning Yuan wouldn't be injured again, and his own deception wouldn't have been exposed. Now he'd lose not only the bounty for returning to the city, but also the 100,000 head just pocketed yesterday. 2 days of toil for less than 1,000 plus head forever lost the chance to ride Ning Yuan's coattails. Yi Bai glanced at him indifferently, thinking the former classmate must be seriously ill, and kept walking. Yi Bai. Rage exploded in Chen Fu's chest. If Ning Yuan treated him like dirt, why should Yi Bai ignore him too? In a fit of anger, he spun back toward the room and shouted, Ning Yuan, looking for your savior? He'll tell you both times it was Yi Bai. This so-called useless weakling. He's not early stage 1, at Al's late stage 1. He knew Ning Yuan hated Yi Bai, and Yi Bai couldn't stand Ning Yuan either. Now had let them taste the awkwardness of being saved by someone they despised. Chen Fu. Ning Yuan walked out of the room, sneering, if you've got a grudge, at least come up with a story that makes sense. He looked Yi Bai up and down, scorn written all over his face. Him, my savior? Impossible. Even if his talent had mutated long ago, the best he could manage would be early first Runka level no one in the city had ever reached. Speaking as though he were issuing a verdict, Ning Yuan declared, the person who saved me has to be late first rank at the very least. Chen Fu's just trying to settle a score with me. Chen Fu gave a chilly laugh. I'm only stating the facts. Ning Yuan jabbed a finger at Yi Bai. Facts, right? If Yi Bai is really late first rank, he'll wash my hair upside down on livestream. Come on, show us your current vitality. Short on cash? He'll give you 500. He had it all planned. Use some money to probe Yi Bai's limits, grow stronger on his own talent later, then come back and take revenge on Yi Bai and Li Qing. Get lost. Yi Bai's voice was icy. He had no interest in humoring him. All he could think about was Qin Churen's condition. Ning Yuan's face darkened. Yi Bai, don't be ungrateful. I know you've been running to the hospital because that woman who raised you Qin Churen has stomach cancer, right? Cooperate and you'll get paid. Otherwise I can't guarantee what might happen. Yi Bai's gaze turned glacial. With a boom, he stepped forward and smashed a fist into Ning Yuan's chest. Ah! Ning Yuan flew backward, crashed through 3 tables, and hit the floor, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. Threaten me? Yi Bai closed in, grabbed Ning Yuan by the collar, and slapped him hard. Smack! 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 Blow after blow landed. Ning Yuan screamed, teeth scattering across the floor, his breathing shallow. As an early first rank, he couldn't withstand even 70% of Yi Bai's strength. Mr. Yi, calm down. Killing someone inside the city will bring the military down on us. Jiang Rini, who had just left, hurried back at the commotion. The authorities have made it clear no killing inside city limits. That's the red line. Yi Bai stopped, hauled the half-conscious Ning Yuan up with one hand, pressed his forehead to the man's, and spoke each word distinctly. You should be grateful the law still exists. Do this again, and whether I live or die, you will be dead. As he finished, a surge of blood qi roared through his body, and the pressure of an early second-rank warrior burst forth unchecked. Thud! He dropped Ning Yuan to the ground. Ning Yuan's eyes were glassy. As second rank. He couldn't accept it. With the top tier grow stronger by killing talent, he was still only early first rank, yet Yi Bai was already second rank. Chen Fu was even more stunned. He had only wanted to see the conflict escalate. Had never imagined Yi Bai was hiding this kind of power. Yi Bai turned his gaze on him. Chen Fu, right? Chen Fu's voice quivered. What do you want? We're inside the city. I'm just a trainee warrior, any ranked fighter who attacks me breaks the rules. He thought of Yi Bai's 2,000 points of vitality versus his own 20, and his whole body went cold. At 20 points, one slap from Yi Bai would turn him into paper. There's a standing rule in the association. Ranked fighters must never strike the unranked. Yi Bai's eyes grew cold. Hearing that, Chen Fu's tense shoulders relaxed a notch. Excuse me, Yi Bai said, turning his head. His voice was calm, but left no room for refusal. Would you mind slapping this man a few times? 500 great xia coins per slap. He'll take full responsibility for the consequences. Before the words had faded, Jiang Rinny rushed into the ward, and a group of nurses followed the noise. The most striking was a burly nurse whose arms were as thick as Yi Bai's thighs. Most nurses at First Hospital weren't ranked fighters, so while Yi Bai couldn't hit Chen Fu himself, finding a stand-in was easy. Handsome, he'll make sure you're satisfied, the nurse said, eyes wide in excitement, rubbing her hands. She agreed instantly. 500 per slap. Her monthly salary was only 2,500. This side gig not only meant extra cash, it was a chance to impress a young second-ranker like Yi Bai. Smack. She lunged forward. A crisp slap snapped Chen Fu's head aside before he could react, leaving his cheek on fire. You dare hit me? They'll report you. Chen Fu screeched, eyes blazing with shock and fury. Report? My foot. She shouted, landing a second slap. Looking down on nurses, are you? A third slap cracked across his face, her arm muscles bulging. Smack, smack, smack. She swung her arm in wide arcs, drumming on his face. His cheeks ballooned, skin splitting as beads of blood seeped out. I'm wrong. I'm wrong, his voice went hoarse. He turned to Yi Bai, pleading, Yi Bai, we were classmates. For old time's sake, let me off. Yi Bai let out a chilly laugh. Only now you feel pain? He despised Chen Fu even more than Ning Yuan. At least Ning Yuan challenged him openly, while Chen Fu was a backstabber. Had Chen Fu not dragged Qin Charan into this, Yi Bai wouldn't have gone this far. The nurse finally stopped when Chen Fu's eyes rolled back, and he blacked out. 9 slaps, exactly 4,500 coins. Yi Bai pulled out his phone and paid on the spot. Thanks for the work. 4,500 as quoted. Habitually frugal, the number still made his heart twitch, but this much money couldn't even buy an ordinary spirit beast. More importantly, it felt great. Dr. Jiang, one favor, no matter how much he complains when he wakes up, don't fire this nurse. If there's trouble, come to me, Yi Bai reminded him. Understood, Jiang Rinny replied. He knew the balance of power, an unranked Chen Fu versus a second-rank Yi Bai. As long as no one died, the hospital would look the other way. Yi Bai left the hospital and called Wang Xiaopeng as planned. Find out who's been targeting Annie Qin from the shadows. Consider it done. Wang Xiaopeng thumped his chest, sounding far more serious than usual. I hate lowlifes who play dirty. We're brothers, no need for thanks. Just buy me a meal when it's over. Yi Bai hung up, silently adding the favor to his mental ledger. Half an hour passed in a flash. Qin Charan's cancer treatment was complete. During that time, Yi Bai once again exploited a timing glitch to boost his combat skill proficiency. Martial skill, Bloodburst combat technique, minor mastery 300-2000. Yet even while he waited outside the consulting room, Yi Bai kept his fists clenched. His strength was still far from enough. Qin Charan's body had to be purged of the 100 venom spiders toxin as soon as possible. Jiang Rinny hadn't said it outright, but Yi Bai understood. The sooner the treatment began, the better. Ideally, Jiang would finish the new protocol and administer it immediately. But every minute of work cost money. The 100 venom spider was a grade 3 beast, its toxin vicious, and removing it cost several times, sometimes 10 times more than curing cancer. Yi Bai still had to repay Wang Xiaopeng for Aunt Qin's cancer treatment. So I need money, lots of it, and fast. Had once been content with his current strength, thinking he could max out the bloodburst combat technique and take a break. Now he knew how foolish that was. If he were strong enough, he could walk into the wilderness and hunt at will. A few million in medical bills would be pocket change. Yet he still needed 7 hours before the technique could advance from minor to major mastery. There wasn't even a loophole he could exploit. Maybe he should start with the Martial Artists Association, take Qin Charan home, swing by to see whether a second-grade certification came with any subsidies. If not, he would buy a low-tier yellow-rank manual himself. Sharpening the axe never delays the chopping. Then he could head straight out of the city. There was still time today to hunt. Creaked consulting room, door swung open. Xiaobai, are you here? Qin Charan stepped out, pulling Yi Bai back to reality. In this era, cancer could be cured in half an hour, and the patient's body would even be restored to peak condition. Auntie, I'm right here. Yi Bai jumped to his feet, shoved his worries aside, and flashed a bright smile. Then he produced a bouquet from behind his back and placed it in her arms. Tada, guess what this is? Flowers? Xiao Bai, you shouldn't waste money like this. Qin Chuan frowned. How is it a waste? You're healthy again today, and from now on you'll be the most beautiful woman in the world. What's wrong with giving flowers to the most beautiful woman? Yi Bai pushed the bouquet into her hands. But I told you, I don't like flowers. I said they're for the most beautiful woman in the world. Even if you don't like them, that won't change, and besides, they're non-refundable. Qin Chuan could only surrender with a nod. All right, but don't do this again. Still, when she lowered her head to look at the bouquet, the delight in her eyes was unmistakable. Yi Bai knew she had never actually disliked flowers. She simply thought it wasteful to spend money on something that would wither in days, money that could buy groceries for several meals. Had seen the envy in her eyes whenever someone else received a bouquet, but back then Head had no money. Through 3 years of tireless study at the Martial Academy, Head clawed his way to the top, so the best Aunt Qin in the world would never have to envy anyone again. Auntie, you're going to be fine. I promised I'd get you a new place to live and treat you to all kinds of good food. After dropping Qin Chuan off at home, Yi Bai excused himself with a promise to treat Wang Xiaoping to lunch and catch up, then left the apartment and headed straight for the Warrior Association. The hall was as noisy as ever, with 2 long lines snaking toward the counters. The receptionist on duty happened to be the same short-haired woman from yesterday. Yi Bai, you're back, she exclaimed, springing to her feet and raising her voice over the din. You left so fast yesterday that I never got your contact info, but I knew you'd be back. See, I was right. Come on, let's go to the technique vault. They'll swap that manual for you right now. With that, she waved the people behind Yi Bai into the other line, earning a chorus of complaints. Clearly, she was still brooding over the fact that he had paid in full and left a discount voucher yesterday. Was he afraid she'd take the money and deny everything later? She automatically assumed he wanted to return Bloodburst battle art. No need to swap techniques, sis, Yi Bai said gently, though his gaze was firm. To be honest, I've already mastered it. I came to ask whether a fresh high school graduate who certifies as a second-grade warrior is eligible for any support. Since they knew each other, he came straight to the point. What? You've mastered that technique already? You must be joking. The receptionist stared at him in disbelief. Bloodburst battle art was notoriously difficult. She had warned him just yesterday that once you got past the basics, the technique drained blood essence as it coursed through specific meridians. An ordinary warrior could practice for an hour or two, and then need a full day of rest. Still processing his claim, she suddenly caught the key point. Hold on, what did you come here for? I want to know if fresh graduates who certify as second grade receive any subsidies, Yi Bai repeated. You've advanced to second grade. Her mind went blank. Yesterday, this kid had certified as first grade. His latest stage first grade blood energy had already astonished her, and now, barely a day later, he was claiming to be second grade? The people behind Yi Bai scattered at her outburst, while the other counters remained packed. A broad-shouldered middle-aged man nearby glanced over and said calmly, Miss, what are you thinking? He's just asking. Obviously, he hopes to break through before starting at Martial University. The commotion drew a crowd, and whispers rippled through the hall. How many years has it been since Jiangqing produced a monster who reached second grade right after high school? Hitting second grade means 2,000 blood energy points, not 200. Voices overlapped as people shook their heads, convinced the receptionist was overreacting. The burly man patted Yi Bai on the shoulder and said kindly, Kid, ambition is great, and you've got our support. But there's only a month until Martial University starts. Even for a prodigy who's just entered the warrior ranks, reaching second grade in that time is almost impossible. Prepare yourself for failure so it doesn't shake your faith in the path. Some well-intentioned bystanders even offered heartfelt advice to Yi Bai. Right? Yi Bai was probably here just to ask a few questions. The receptionist drew a deep breath, finally steadying her nerves and admitting everyone had a point. She knew Yi Bai was at the late stage of first grade, still more than 800 blood energy points short of second grade, so he would almost certainly miss the cutoff before entering Martial University. Yi Bai, let me answer your question first. The association does offer a reward for anyone who reaches second grade before starting at Martial University, and it's far richer than you can imagine. We'll talk about that later. For now, let's focus on the combat techniques. Don't feel embarrassed about switching. The Bloodburst battle technique has outrageous side effects. The association has been planning to pull it from the shelves for ages. No one will blame you for exchanging it. Her tone softened, though she still didn't believe Yi Bai had really mastered the technique. What? Kid, you actually bought the Bloodburst battle technique? Are you out of your mind? That thing isn't meant for humans. When I first heard you'd taken a manual home and could still exchange it, I felt a little annoyed. But if you really trained the Bloodburst battle technique, you're a hero. You can swap it, and you're still hesitating? What are you waiting for? Just say yes. The moment the words Bloodburst battle technique left her lips, the 2 lines of martial artists on either side erupted. Most of them were low-rank first or second-grade fighters and knew this poison art all too well. A few had even been burned by it personally. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Yi Bai knew explanations were useless. He grabbed a certification form, turned on his heel, and slipped away. Sis, I'm taking a certification form. He'll be right back. Hey, certification for what? I can take you straight to swap techniques. The receptionist hadn't yet processed the situation and thought Yi Bai was overcomplicating things. 5 minutes later, Yi Bai returned and handed over the completed certification form, just as before. 2,053 blood energy points? The receptionist stared at the number, her whole body tingling as if she'd stuck her hand under the covers after trimming her nails and let it throb all night. Brother, can I call you brother? Tell me, am I dreaming? Maybe slap me so we'll know if it hurts? Her voice drifted, and her heart pounded wildly. Yi Bai cleared his throat. Sis, you're definitely not dreaming actually. I already hit second grade before yesterday. I was just hiding my strength. He silently congratulated himself for leaving a bit of wiggle room. Otherwise she might have fainted on the spot before he could even make up an excuse. I see, no wonder, no wonder. The receptionist nodded again and again, finally finding her psychological footing. There's no such monster who can gain more than 800 points of blood energy in a single day. Hearing he had merely concealed his strength, she could almost believe it. So that means you really can claim the second-tier reward today, and I can collect my second bonus. At that thought, her blood surged once more. Yesterday she had earned the first bonus of her career and proudly bragged about it to her grandfather, only to be mocked. You've been working this long, and only now made your first sale? And you're proud? Now she could finally slap Grandpa's face with the proof. And the prize winner was a young second-grade fighter. Grandpa would certainly chase her for details. Whose subordinate is this kid? So formidable. Yi Bai, because so few people ever qualify for this reward, will have to file a request. Unlike a first-grade certification, this one required her to upload the documents and pick up the reward in person. With head held high and chest out, Lu Yiner marched straight toward her grandfather's office. Chairman's office. Grandpa. Lu Yiner marched up to the president's office, chest out and head held high. Planting her fists on her hips, she pounded on the door. The panels shook so hard they buzzed, and inside, Lu Qingtian felt his temples throb. He yanked the door open, hauled his reckless granddaughter inside, and shut it behind them, blocking the startled looks in the hallway. Good grief, my little firebrand, what are you up to this time? Lu Qingtian rubbed his brow while patting a stack of documents to show how swamped he was. Grandpa's working. I really don't have time to play. Where do you want to go? He'll take you after him off, all right? Most days a little coaxing did the trick, but today Lu Yiner kept her chin high and her hands on her waist. Grandpa, I'm here on serious business. Serious business? Lu Qingshan's heart skipped. He forced a smile. Ask your uncle or your third uncleth you're free. Let me guess, someone's lost cat, and you want to post a quest? Association rules say no. Or maybe a warrior thinks his wife's cheating, and you want to help him catch the culprit. Her habit of meddling always left him both proud and exasperated. Lu Yiner's eyes widened. Grandpa, what kind of look is that? This time it really is serious. All right. I'm listening. She didn't keep him waiting. Among this year's graduates from Jiangqing's martial high schools, someone has already advanced to second grade. What? Lu Qingtian shot upright. His first thought was a leak, maybe first high, or the association had slipped. But the girl disliked the Shao family's boy. If it were him, she wouldn't be here. The other two prodigies were under lock and key, so rumors couldn't have escaped. Could Jiangqing have a fourth new second-grade warrior? His pupils shrank. Is it Ning Feng from first high? Someone from second high, or Li Qingxing from third high? Seeing her grandfather finally tense, Lu Yiner swung her ponytail with satisfaction. Now you believe me, right? Lu Qingtian flashed a fawning grin. My precious darling, tell Grandpa who this genius is. Arms folded, Lu Yiner stayed silent. Yiner, I shouldn't have teased you yesterday. You're the best, okay? Fine. The guy's in the Warriors Association right now. Name's Yi Bai. He's applying for the second grade before university reward. I need your seal, or I can't approve it. Wait, Yi Bai. Lu Qingtian froze. Only one Yi Bai appeared on the rolls of Jiangqing's 3 martial highs. If it wasn't a namesake, then had that kid really reached second grade? Or was it someone from another city with the same name? Thoughts raced, but he still handed over the great seal. Go, gotta delay official business. Paperwork finished, Lu Yiner bounced back. Yi Bai, your application's approved. Head to the Martial Arts Archive. Simeon's waiting for you. Thank you, sister, Yi Bai said, clasping his hands in salute. Leaving the front desk, he strode toward the archive. No matter how calm he tried to stay, excitement bubbled inside. The reward not only required formal approval, it even came with a personal escort, clearly no small honor. Stepping into the long hall of weapons and manuals, he saw an energetic elder standing with his hands behind his back. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Bai greeted him politely. Sir, are you Elder Lu? The moment Yi Bai stepped into the martial skills vault and saw the kindly, white-haired elder inside, he froze. Why him? 6 months ago, Yi Bai had resigned himself to being a bloodkey cripple, believing he would be stuck at 10 points of vital energy for life. That despair came after an unofficial talent assessment conducted by this very man Lu Qingtian, then a senior official who introduced himself as a department head of the Dragon Guard, the Imperial Security Force. Who would have thought the distinguished minister would appear at the Martial Artists Association, and most likely just to hand Yi by his second-rank rewards? Surprised, little friend Yi? I am as well, Lu Qingtian said with a smile, though his shock far exceeded Yi Bei's. I've grown old and been reassigned here. When I heard a student named Yi Bei had certified as second rank, I assumed it was someone else with the same name. I never expected it to be you. Half a year, HM? It seems I misjudged you. Not only can you raise your blood key, you do it at an incredible pace. As he spoke, he studied Yi Bei with meaningful eyes. Senior Lu, actually your original judgment wasn't wrong. It's just that my talent mutated, Yi Bei said, scratching his head in embarrassment, repeating the explanation he had prepared. I see relief showed on Lu Qingshan's face, but inwardly waves were crashing. He alone knew how extraordinary Yi Bei's original gift was. As long as his blood key met the threshold, his combat power would not decline even when that energy was spent almost a perpetual motion fighter. Yet the brutal requirement for raising blood key had blocked Yi Bei's path. For 6 months Lu regretted that the Empire couldn't find a breakthrough for this youth. And now, this talent already at least a grade with no side effects had actually mutated? If successful, it would be great. All martial talents were graded by the authorities, though the results were never public. At this moment Lu realized that Lu Yin'er's discovery was a major contribution, not merely a second bounty. Yi Bei wasn't on this year's Genius Camp roster, nor admitted to any martial university, so by procedure he shouldn't have received even the first-rank reward. Without her report, Lu would never have known Yi Bei had reached second rank, much less that his talent had changed. The only puzzle was why. If the mutation happened earlier, Yi Bei still showed only 10 points of blood key in the college entrance exam. Could he have mutated afterward and vaulted from 10 points to second rank within a month? Impossible. Though puzzled, Lu chose not to press him, deciding instead to investigate later. Clearing his throat, he adopted an official tone. Little friend Yi, let me explain the rewards you'll receive this time. First, pills same quantity as for first rank, but this time they're chi condensation pills, 5 in total. Second, martial skills you may select any lower grade profound level technique in the vault and take it for your own training. Finally, you can choose one top tier yellow grade weapon. The list of rewards Lu Qingtian recited could only be described as astonishing. The prizes Lu Qingtian announced made Yi Bei's pupils contract sharply. First was a condensing chi pill, an upgraded version of the vitality pill, offering 12 hours of effect, but instantly adding 10 points of blood key. A single pill cost 150,000 great xia credits, far beyond what an ordinary fighter could afford. Next came a lower tier profound grade combat technique. Techniques were ranked heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with profound standing one step above yellow. A single lower profound manual might not cost dozens of times more than its lower yellow counterpart, yet it still fetched around 200,000 credits. Most staggering of all was a top-quality, yellow-grade war weapon. Many assumed weapons mirrored techniques in both rank and price, but that could not be further from the truth. The dissecting knife Yi Bei had bought at Treasure Pavilion yesterday to handle the beast carcass had been forged from the offcuts left over after making weapons, and those offcuts were from lower yellow rejects. A genuine war weapon could pierce a beast's hide with ease, bridging the gap between a human fighter's body and a monster's. Thanks to its special smelting process, even a bloodkey cultivator could wield it to pose a deadly threat to the Xieling, one of the 3 great alien races. A lower yellow weapon cost more than 200,000, whereas a top-tier yellow piece ran between 700,000 and 800,000. All told, Lu Qingtian had just promised rewards worth well over 1.5 million credits in a few brief sentences. Lu Yin'er had warned him that certification for a second-rank fighter came with extremely generous perks, but who could have imagined generosity on this scale? Had he known, he would have come straight to the association instead of risking his life hunting aliens outside the city. So, little friend Yi, shall we issue the rewards now? Lu Qingtian prompted with a smile. Everything you receive today is yours to handle as you see fit. Thank you, Elder Lu. Yi Bei snapped out of his daze and bowed his thanks. No need to thank me. The Warrior Association is footing the bill. But you were the one who secured it for me, Yi Bei replied earnestly, gratitude shining in his eyes. With these resources, the pressure of purging the 100 venom spider toxin from Qin Charn's body eased at once, and because the rewards were his to dispose of, the weight on his mind finally lifted. He planned to keep the technique for himself. His bloodburst battle art would reach perfection in another 7 hours, and the condensing chi pill, plus 1 top-tier yellow weapon, could be liquidated at a critical moment for 1.5 million credits in cash. This child Lu Qingtian shook his head with a soft chuckle. Hey, race the list, pick whatever you like. Combat techniques. 9 extreme sword art, lower profound, price 199,999. Mountain collapse fist, lower profound, price 199,999. Stacked wave blade style, lower profound, price 199,999. War weapons. Refined iron sword, top tier yellow, price 799,999. Bloodthirst knuckle, top tier yellow, price 799,999. Yi Bai took the sheet, scanned line after line, and found himself in a dilemma. Every item was a treasure. He first dismissed the sword and blade techniques not because the path of the sword immortal or blade sage failed to tempt him, but because those arts demanded matching weapons. Although he intended to test the weapon himself once he had it, Jiang Renai's treatment plan was still pending, and he might have to sell the weapon at any moment. He quickly remembered that swords and sabers were off the table, so he struck them from his shortlist without hesitation. Without the right techniques, even the finest weapon is just dead weight, and he had no intention of wasting potential firepower in a fight. The top shelf held only a few dozen weapons, far fewer than the martial manuals below, so the Chamber of Commerce had provided a detailed card for each one. Yi Bai let his gaze drift over rows of cold, gleaming steel until he stopped in front of a single weapon. 100 Battle Spear, top grade, yellow tier weapon. Price, 799,999 Federation credits. Length, 2.4 meters. Material, dimensional mithril. Weight, 2,224 gene. Engraving, full shaft, blood chi conversion array. Special feature, detachable spearhead for field dressing trophies. The spear is the king of weapons. The longer the reach, the greater the advantage. Even without formal spear techniques, a simple thrust or flick can carve through alien flesh. Yi Bai had already proven the weapon's terrifying penetration power on the training grounds. Elder Liu, they'll take the 100 Battle Spear, he said crisply. With the weapon chosen, it was time to pick a martial art. Yi Bai planned to focus on fists or palms for 3 reasons. First, his existing Bloodburst tactic already covered movement skills. Second, fist and palm arts could stack with Bloodburst for maximum damage. Third, if he ever sold the weapon, unarmed techniques would still let him keep his core output. If only there were a Xian-tier version of Bloodburst, he thought, preferably one that didn't clash with the yellow tier form. That way he could fight barehanded at full strength, yet still explode in power when armed. His eyes drifted to the bottom of the list and landed on an entry that jumped off the page. Blood Ignition's Secret Art, top grade Xian-tier. Price, 199,999 Federation credits. At first glance it looked a lot like Bloodburst, yet it was higher tier and far cheaper. Elder Liu, can you tell me about this one? Yi Bai asked. Lu Qingtian paused, then a spark lit his aged eyes. Blood Ignition, It's complicated, but in your hands, the problem might disappear. Both Blood Ignition and Bloodburst had been created by the same legendary Grandmaster masterpieces that boosted every aspect of combat. Unfortunately, for 99% of cultivators, they were bottomless pits. Almost no one but the Grandmaster himself had ever mastered them. Today might produce an exception. Lu Qingtian knew better than anyone that Yi Bai's mutated ability not only amplified his blood chi directly, but had an unusually short cooldown. How often can you trigger your talent now? Once a day? Every other day? The old man asked in a low voice. When Yi Bai nodded, Lu made up his mind. As long as you pace yourself, this art won't give you any side effects. Before the words had fully left his mouth, his figure blurred. When he reappeared, he held a treasure in each hand, a spear and a manual, cold steel and fresh ink mingling in the air. Yi Bai, here is your 100 Battle Spear and the Blood Ignition Secret Art. Lu Qingtian handed both the 100 Battle Spear and the Blood Ignition Manual to Yi Bai without hesitation. Little friend Yi, the Blood Ignition Manual costs the same as any other low-grade profound technique, he said. Just take this one. Reading the question in Yi Bai's eyes, he gave the answer before it was asked. Thank you, Senior Lu. Yi Bai's gratitude deepened. No outsider would have given up a technique like this so readily. Enough. The reward comes from the association. Am only the courier. Lu Qingtian waved the thanks away. They chatted for a few more minutes. When the timing looked right to work the bug, Yi Bai rose to take his leave. Combat Technique. Bloodburst Battle Art Minor Mastery 500-2000. The system notification flickered through his mind, but he ignored it. After stepping out of the restroom, he remembered the pendant he had picked up in the wilderness. He passed it to Lu Yenner, then left the Martial Artists Association. Grandpa, why is Yi Bai carrying a battle weapon? And it's the top-tier yellow-grade 100 Battle Spear. The gleam of cold steel had barely caught Lu Yenner's eye before she rushed to her grandfather. According to the Jiangxing Association's rules, any student who reached second rank before entering Martial University would receive 5 chi condensing pills and 1 low-grade profound technique. Nowhere in that package was a battle weapon, let alone a top-tier, yellow-grade one. Grandpa, don't tell me you mixed up the gifts because you're getting old. She clung to his arm and whispered. Off with you, Lu Qingtian snorted. You're allowed to help that boy, but I can't. Don't think I don't know he never received a Martial University admission. Yet you handed him the enrollment reward anyway. 2 senses laid bare the fact that Lu Yenner had known Yi Bai wasn't eligible. She stuck out her tongue. Yi Bai already advanced in rank. Getting into Martial University is only a matter of time, she exhaled in relief, though her cheeks reddened. Lu Qingtian let it slide and patted her head. All right, little ancestor, go fetch your uncle. I need him to look into something. A flash of cold light flickered deep in his aging eyes. First hospital, Ning Yuan opened his eyes once more. Yi Bai, damn him. Damn him. His roar wrinkled the bedsheets in his fists. Sir, your injuries are serious. Please try to stay calm. The attending physician treated him for the third time, wearing an expression that was becoming increasingly odd. 5 emergency visits in 2 days, 3 of them ending in unconsciousness and every single one tied to Yi Bai. Rage squeezed Ning Yuan's chest. If not for Yi Bai, he would still be the only suitor Li Qingqing acknowledged. If not for Yi Bai, the doctors wouldn't look at him as if he were a curiosity. If not for Yi Bai, he would still be the one man worthy of Li Qingqing. Chen Fu even claimed Yi Bai had saved him twice. If they really met outside the city, Yi Bai would either strike from the shadows or watch his suffering with indifference. No, I absolutely can't lose to Yi Bai again. I've already trailed him for 3 years, and with my talent for killing I refuse to fall behind any longer. The moment the doctor left the ward, Ning Yuan yanked out his phone. That number had been buried in his contacts for years. Even after awakening to the martial path, had never dared to dial it. The screen glowed faintly, yet he pressed the call button anyway. Hello, Dad? At the checkpoint by the city gate, Old Huang and Old Chun nearly lost their composure when they saw the young man in front of them. Kid, back so soon? Old Huang's eyes narrowed into slits as he grinned. Well, look at that yellow-grade battle gear. Swapping a pop gun for artillery, huh? No wonder you insisted on heading out. With a weapon like that, I do want to stretch my legs too, Old Chun chimed in. Both veterans stared at the 100 battle spear in Yi Bai's hand, equal parts shocked and proud. The first time Head left the city, the custom pack on his back was stuffed with odds and ends Head scavenged outside. Now, after only a few days, he could afford a lower yellow-grade weapon. His rapid progress made the 2 soldiers feel a parent-like sense of accomplishment. Registration finished, Yi Bai stepped through the massive alloy gates this time, into the true wilderness. His destination lay 20 kilometers from the city, deep in untamed territory. The safe zone no longer satisfied his hunting needs. Though the Warrior Association's bounties had solved his immediate problems, the person he had to save was Qin Shuren. There could be no room for error. To protect her, he needed money, and fast. With that in mind, he triggered the blood-burst combat technique at minor mastery. Blood thundered through his veins, his heartbeat pounded like a drum, and the ground blurred beneath him. He covered the 20-kilometer stretch in less than 10 minutes, kicking up a trail of dust in his wake. Yesterday had noticed that the barren flatland beyond the safe zone was only a facade cleared by the military. The real wilderness, knee-high weeds and towering ancient trees waited like a fanged beast ready to swallow intruders. The army regularly burned back the brush to keep the buffer clear, but once you crossed that invisible line, the world changed instantly. According to his map, a subway exit built a century ago sat 10 kilometers inside the wilds. Hunters favored it as an ambush point. Second-rank alien beasts were common, yet with the maze-like tunnels below, a human could still escape intact. 100 years ago, Blue Star's dimensional gates had expanded 100-fold. While records of the suburbs remained, vast tracts of newly emerged land were still uncharted. Rumor held that rifts peppered the area, and the 3 great alien races could appear at any moment. Even humanity's finest would be gambling with their lives out there, but that was another story. For now, money came first. Pushing through the weeds, Yi Bai soon located the station. Exposed concrete walls were pitted and cracked, thick vines snaking across them. Without the entrance, one might never guess it was once a terminal. Luck, however, seemed to have deserted him. The entire platform was empty, no alien beasts in sight. He followed the tracks for a full hour, pushing past noon. Twice the bloodburst technique nearly jammed his meridians from strain, but he fought through it, raising his proficiency to 900 out of 2,000. Still, not a single alien appeared. Should I keep looking? He muttered, his resolve wavering. By rights he should have run into at least one by now. He slumped against a platform wall, pulled out rations and water, and made quick work of lunch. Just as he swallowed the last bite and started to rise. Tap, tap. Footsteps echoed nearby. Tap, tap. Yi Bai didn't hear so much as a sound until after he had finished lunch. The instant footsteps reached his ears, he instinctively crouched and slipped into the shadow cast by a half-collapsed wall. The wilderness was nothing like the safe zone. Besides the countless unranked creatures, first and second-grade aliens could appear at any moment, and with truly bad luck, even a third or the rarely seen 4th grade might pounce. Caution was the first rule of survival. Tap, tap. The footsteps echoed from the far end of the empty subway tunnel, drawing steadily closer. Ning Xiao, are we heading back already? It's only noon. There's still half a day before the city gates close, a middle-aged man called, his voice reverberating with their steps. If you're not going to use those ears, they'll cut them off and feed them to a dog. The reply was laced with arrogance and impatience. They'll say this one last time. I'm paying Gale Squad, so mine is the only voice allowed in this team. I'm on the verge of hitting 2nd grade, and I'm not in a hurry, so why are you nobody's hole never reached 3rd grade so nervous? As the words fell, 7 figures rounded the corner into Yi Bei's line of sight. 6 fighters with graying hair, but steady blood surged around a blonde teenager at the center. The boy looked about Yi Bei's age, clearly a fresh graduate of martial high. Judging by the badge, probably first or second high rather than third. 6 guarding won the mark of a seasoned freelance squad that specialized in hunting aliens beyond the walls. Yi Bei felt a flicker of envy. With a team like that, hunting aliens would be as easy as sticking a hand into a sack. On his first trip outside the city, he hadn't even known the basic rule of striking first when you saw a winged wolf. Head chased 2 of them halfway down a street, before finally bringing them down. The 7 drifted farther and farther away until their footsteps were swallowed by the wind. Only then did Yi Bei spring from hiding back onto the tracks and continue along the subway lane. No wonder he hadn't run into any aliens. That crew had probably cleared the way. Sure enough, 2 stations later he spotted a nearly naked schoolgirl on the crumbling platform. She lay slumped among rubble and dry grass, shaking faintly, her face ghost white. "Mister, please help me," she looked up, eyes lighting with desperate hope. "I'm a warrior from Jiangxing. I came out hunting with my parents, but we ran into a grade 3 beast. My parents died saving me, and I'm hurt. Could you take me back to Jiangxing? I'll do anything you ask. I even have a sister who just turned 18. She tried to rise, but weakness made her stumble, and what little remained of her clothing slipped to the ground. Anyone witnessing this scene would likely imagine all sorts of indecent scenarios. Yi Bei was no exception. The corner of his mouth curled into a lecherous grin. "Then can I use my big baby on you and your sister?" he asked, quickening his pace. "Just don't be too rough," the girl murmured, cheeks flushed, as though she had resigned herself to the worst. "Relax. It'll be over in a flash." Uft. The 100 battle spear shot from Yi Bei's palm, without hesitation, and drove straight into the girl's chest. "You?" Her pupils contracted violently, eyes filled with disbelief and agony. "Drop the act." "Gotcha." Yi Bei ripped his long spear free, then thrust again. This wasteland isn't a TV drama. If someone really needs help, they flash a city pass, a map, or a phone, anything but stand there shouting, "Save me." Screech. The girl's scream hit like a cued sound effect. Her school uniform exploded, replaced by a bikini of black light that covered only the essentials. Her eyes blazed like headlights, and a jet black tail snapped out behind her slim waist. Latest stage grade 2 succubus. Yi Bei's pupils narrowed. One of these alone carried a 30,000 credit bounty. No wonder she survived 2 hits. "Human, you deserve to die?" The succubus shrieked, shocked that her easy mark had turned to steel. Bloodburst battle art. Yi Bei triggered the technique without hesitation. Blood surged, muscles bulged, and dark crimson mist veins crawled across his skin. His spear flashed like lightning, the third strike piercing straight through the succubus' brow. One thrust. Dead. He glanced at his watch. Barely half the morning worth it. With a wet pop, he yanked the spear free and dashed deeper into the wilds. The afternoon vanished. As dusk settled and the city gates prepared to close, Yi Bei returned in the fading light. Old Huang, the gate inspector, spotted his empty pack and hurried to smooth things over. "Nothing this time, kid. Don't sweat it. Hunting's luck, coming back empty happens to everyone." He still remembered the last 2 trips when Yi Bei had come back loaded and had wondered if the boy were a perpetual motion machine. Seeing him apparently skunked tonight actually reassured him. Yi Bei almost chuckled. The old fellow had the wrong idea. No point scaring him with the truth, so he merely nodded and walked into the city. Inside Jiang City, he pulled out his phone and uploaded the 7 edited clips. After the 7-man squad left that afternoon, Head walked straight into a succubus nest and met 7 of them in one go. 1 latest stage grade 2, worth 30,000. 2 mid-stage grade 2, worth 40,000 total. For early stage grade 2, worth 60,000 combined. A clean profit of 130,000. Including the one from this morning, today's haul topped 250,000 Great Xia credits. Qin Sharon's cancer treatment was fully covered, leaving 418,000 in the account, the largest some Head ever held. And that wasn't even the best part. Today's harvest held more yet. Yi Bei, before Annie was diagnosed with cancer, she'd been working at Wanjia Home Services, right? My dad's friend found out that 3 years ago someone placed an order with Annie's cleaning company, asking for a cleaner to go to Villa 004 in the Peach Blossom Island community every day for half a day. The person they assigned had the surname Qin, but I'm not sure it was Annie. Over the phone, Wang Xiaoping sped through the latest clues. If they could confirm that Qin Sharon had done the cleaning during those 2.5 years, the owner of Villa 004 would be suspect number 1. Yi Bei didn't even need to question her, suddenly remembered that before Qin Sharon was diagnosed, she had taken leave several times and, whenever he called, always said she was at the Peach Blossom Island villas and would be home later. The reason Yi Bei hadn't believed Jiang Renai's diagnosis was that Qin Sharon seemed to live entirely at home and work at different locations. Now had learned she had been going to Villa 004 every day for 2.5 years and only working half a day. That pointed straight to one conclusion. The person living in Villa 004 was very likely the one who poisoned Heronly. A confession was missing. His plan was simple. Find the right moment, sneak in, and strike. Screech. He had been waiting in the shadows for about half an hour when a car suddenly braked hard in front of the villa. Damn it, what a lousy day. We'd barely left the city for half a day before young Master Ning threw a fit and dragged the squad back. Now he says we might head out again at any moment and forbids us to hunt on our own. If he claims every alien beast we kill, how are we supposed to make money? Swearing, a middle-aged man slammed the car door and stepped into the yard. Him? Yi Bai recognized the newcomer and felt a flicker of surprise. It was one of the six-man squad escorting the blonde youth in the subway tunnel earlier, probably their captain. A well-dressed woman and a teenage girl emerged from the villa, clearly his wife and daughter. Looks like I don't have to risk acting in the city, Yi Bai thought. He suppressed the blood-igniting secret art and slipped away. He was sure the blonde would go hunting again tomorrow. All he had to do was wait at the gate and shadow the squad. Once they were in the wilderness, beyond Great Xia's laws, that would be the perfect moment to eliminate them. That night, at the Grand Prosperity Hotel, Yi Bai met Wang Xiaopeng there again. Auntie's asleep, so I'll have to ask her tomorrow? Wang scratched his head. No worries, those people might not be the real culprits anyway. He'll keep digging. Yi Bai filled him in on what he had uncovered during the past half hour. Xiaopeng, hey, race to you, thanks for helping with the investigation and for bringing Dr. Jiang over. Yi Bai raised his glass and let the earlier topic drop. I've earned a bit the past 2 days. He'll repay the medical fees you covered and give you the money for Auntie's treatment too. Send me your payment code. He took out his phone. Dr. Jiang? The doctor I arranged for Auntie was named Lu. Besides, didn't you say you'd have the treatment money today? I never fronted any cash. Wang Xiaopeng froze. It wasn't you who booked the appointment with Dr. Jiang Rini, and someone even paid the medical fees up front? Yi Bai was baffled. Jiang Rini? The son of Master Physician Jiang? He's one of the best doctors in Jiangcheng. Me dad can't even get a word with him. Wang Xiaopeng nodded, then shook his head. They stared at each other, both at a loss. If Wang Xiaopeng hadn't done it, who had arranged for Jiang Rini to see Yi Bai and even paid 200,000 in advance? In the western district of Jiangcheng, inside an aging complex built decades ago, steam billowed out as the bathroom door swung open. Li Qingqing was toweling her damp hair, a single bath towel draped loosely around her body. The towel barely hid her generous curves. Her long, shapely legs glistened under the light, droplets sliding all the way to her ankles. Any man who saw her would probably gasp, legs for days. Yet the famously colossus campus beauty was now puffing her cheeks in frustration. That big idiot still hasn't added me. I understood when he disappeared after Aunt Chin was diagnosed with stomach cancer. But she's already recovered. Why hasn't he come back? She recalled the private promise they made in high school. Either I'm on top, or you are. She'd been talking about class rankings, ice in her voice, but Yi Bai had nodded earnestly. The memory made her bite her lip. Ring, ring. The shrill phone cut through the silence. She glanced up. Dr. Jiang, not Yi Bai. Her expression froze back into its perfect, icy mask. Dr. Jiang, I heard Aunt Chin's cancer is in remission. Thank you. The voice on the other end turned urgent. What? You've found traces of Baidu spider toxin in her body. The room dropped 10 degrees. Li Qingqing's stare was colder than deep winter. Frost spread over the glass on the nightstand with a faint crack. Dr. Jiang, do we know who did it? Jiang Rini regretfully said no. That's fine. Focus on treating Aunt Chin, leave everything else to me. She hung up, sat at her computer, and pulled up the Baidu spider file. Rank 3 exotic beast, venom rare and vicious. Every alien creature deserves to die. The Baidu spider least of all should live. Her fingertips drummed a crisp, decisive rhythm on the desk. Give me 1 week to reach rank 3. He'll wipe out those spiders and trade the materials for Aunt Chin's follow-up care. A little after 6 the next morning, Yi Bai fixed breakfast for Qin Sharon as usual, then headed alone for the city gate. Unlike most days, he didn't slip out at 7 sharp to exploit the daily reset. Instead, he veered into the nearest breakfast stall beside the gate. Several steaming bowls of beef noodles, a few baskets of fresh soup dumplings, and a tall cup of soy milk covered the table. He ate in huge mouthfuls while studying the manual blood ignition technique. The stronger a martial artist grows, the more he eats, so the other patrons barely spared him a glance. Until now, Yi Bai had relied on the reset skill to suppress hunger, keeping up the facade of 3 meals a day. Over a single night, Yi Bai's bloodburst battle arts had climbed to 2,900 points within the great achievement tier, out of a possible 10,000. Dawn was just breaking. When he stretched, his joints crackled like popping beans, and a faint crimson light flickered across his skin. Even so, he had managed to temper only one hand to its limit. The veins on its back writhed like coiled dragons, and the bones gleamed with a translucent red sheen. A translucent panel hovered quietly before him. Martial skills. Bloodburst Battle Arts, Great Achievement 2, 9001000. Blood Ignition Secret Art Novice 0200. At a breakfast stall, he waited beside the rolling shutter for a full hour, but the man who was supposed to meet him never showed. Stomach growling, Yi Bai finally turned away and ducked into a secluded restroom in the mall, ready to exploit the glitch again. The moment he looked up, his pupils contracted. The martial skills column, which had been blank a moment ago, now displayed a new line of pale gold text, Blood Ignition's secret art. I've already learned it. His heart hammered. Everyone knew that even the lowest yellow-grade technique required a typical fighter to seclude himself for half a month just to brush the threshold. He had thought himself lucky for picking up Bloodburst so quickly, but the Blood Ignition secret art was a profound grade skill, several times harder than a yellow-grade one. Most people needed months of bitter practice just to get started. He had assumed that even after pushing Bloodburst beyond great achievement, he might still fail to grasp Blood Ignition, and he had braced for multiple resets. Yet the entire process had taken barely a dozen hours. Am I a born prodigy? Or is it because the two skills share the same origin and Bloodburst is already at great achievement? Yi Bei's expression turned odd as he settled on the latter. After all, what genius could fully comprehend a profound grade technique in 10-odd hours? Whatever the reason, it was a windfall. Given one more day, Bloodburst would breach great achievement, and the novice level of Blood Ignition already solved his immediate problem. Boom. Yi Bei activated the Blood Ignition secret art. Blood energy roared across his skin like rising flames. He dumped all the mastery points he had saved via the glitch into the new technique. Blood Ignition's secret art novice 200-200 proficient 01000. Power surged through him like a tide. His muscles expanded as though being torn and rebuilt. Even at the novice level, the technique offered a 70% all-round boost higher than Bloodburst had at the same stage. At Proficient, the amplification locked in at 150%. The surprise didn't end there. The two techniques could run in parallel. Bloodburst at Great Achievement granted a 400% boost. Blood Ignition at Proficient added another 150%. Combined, his overall amplification reached 550%. Yi Bei shook his arms. Every breath triggered a faint crackle in his bones. Rough calculations told him that a casual punch now carried roughly 650,000 gene of force, enough to cleave mountains on his birth world, and still fearsome in this high martial realm whose landmass was 100 times larger and whose matter was twice as dense. An ordinary third-rank fighter would struggle to block even one blow, and in Jiang City, a third rank already belonged to the upper-middle echelon. The good news kept coming. They'll say it one last time. When we leave the city today, each of you will kill at least 20 alien beasts. My useless brother found his fighting spirit again because of that laughingstock Yi Bei from years ago now. He dares dream of challenging me for the heir's seat? He'll stay under my heel forever. The arrogant voice outside the breakfast shop slammed into Yi Bei's ears like a hammer. He was about to order more food to steady himself when he recognized it. Looking up, he saw 7 figures file through the doorway, the same squad he had met last night. At their head stood the middle-aged man from Villa 004. The blonde youth they had run into on the subway line. Yesterday, the one with the 6-man squad had appeared again. Whoosh. Yi Bei couldn't hear what the blonde boy was shouting. He simply snapped his head up and fixed a razor-sharp gaze on the middle-aged man, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Shui sensed something and abruptly looked back. Captain, what is it? A teammate whispered. Nothing, probably my imagination. Shui shook his head, chalking the fleeting killing intent up to nerves. Behind them was only a breakfast stall, and the strongest fighter passing through was first rank at best. At the moment, Gale Squad was working for the Ning family. The Nings were Jiang City's most prominent clan, and the current patriarch was a bona fide mid-third rank martial artist. With that kind of backing, even the squad's old rivals would never dream of causing trouble. Now why else would Shui and his brothers be accompanying Ning Feng on this hunt? Their only headache was the requirement to bag 20 alien beasts in a single day. Damn, the Ning family's young master is impossible to please, Shui muttered. The team soon left the city. Since Ning Feng was only a first-rank fighter, they circled back to the subway line they had cleared the night before. Luck was on their side. The moment they stepped onto the platform, they ran into 2 early second-rank beasts that had spent the night there. Die. Shui struck first. The other 5 followed, and in a whirlwind of blades the 2 creatures were hacked into bloody ruin, barely clinging to life. Young Master Ning, finish them. Shui sheathed his blade and stepped back, leaving the prey to Ning Feng. This was their usual routine with Ning Feng. If the beast was first rank, he fought alone while the 6 covered him from afar. If it was second rank, they crippled it first, then let him go in for the kill. Boom boom. After 2 dull thuds, the mangled beasts collapsed. Ning Feng flicked his spear, scattering still warm drops of blood. Foolish little brother, I've slain more than 10 second-rank beasts myself. You're barely a novice. Even with the family's help, once you deal with that useless Yi Bei, you'd better learn your place. Ning Feng sneered inwardly. Shui stifled his admiration and reflected. Ning Feng was so arrogant he treated people like dirt, yet his talent was truly unmatched in Jiang City. He had awakened only 6 months ago and was already late first rank. Even though the beasts he had just killed were wounded, they were still genuine second-rank prey. Among the 3 martial high schools, students who had reached late first rank could be counted on one hand, let alone those capable of taking down a second-rank beast. Step, step. Ill-timed footsteps echoed across the empty platform. While everyone tensed, Yi Bai, cloaked in black, halted 100 meters away from the seven of them. Who are you? Shui called out, voice low. Out in the wild there were no laws. A chance encounter could turn hostile in an instant. The one who's looking for you. Yi Bei's voice was youthful, his eyes under the hood locked onto Shui. Hearing how young the newcomer sounded, Shui relaxed a little. Probably a recent martial school graduate who had seen them escort young Master Ning out of the city last night and followed, hoping to join the squad. The rest of Gale's squad lowered their guard as well. They assumed the reason he hid under a cloak and kept his face covered was that he knew Ning Feng, most likely a first-high graduate who didn't want to lose face in front of an acquaintance. Still, if he thinks we'll let him join us, he's dreaming. The members of Gale's squad traded a knowing look, sneers curling at their lips. The price to hire us isn't something a regular student can afford. Besides, do you really think young Master Ning would approve? Their gazes turned mocking. Everyone knew that wealthy heirs always had private hunting escorts. Ning Feng was one of them. At that thought, one of the squad waved a hand, voice ice cold. Kill him. Ning Feng, crouched a short distance away, couldn't be bothered to spare Yi by a glance. He was busy filming the entire process of harvesting and finishing off 2 exotic beasts with his smart brain. I get it. Someone in Gale's squad slapped his forehead in realization. If he can leave the city alone, he's already a ranked martial artist. He's Ning's potential rival. All 5 broke into flippant grins. Kid, of all the mistakes you could make, you picked today to leave the city. Next life, choose a better family. Led by Shui, the 6 men advanced, faces twisted in savagery. Killing was routine for them, and their target was merely a fresh graduate from Martial High. Yi Bai stayed silent. Out here, humans were no more trustworthy than alien species. Head prepared for treachery, but hadn't expected them to skip the pleasantries and go straight for the kill. Swish. He exploded into motion, gravel shattering under his toes. Instead of retreating, he charged at the 6. Pointless Shui wasn't worried when Yi Bai attacked first. Among new graduates, Ning Feng was already top tier, yet only late first grade, while everyone in Gale's squad was second grade. Confidence was a given. Boom. A thunderous crack cut him off. Shui's vision blurred. Yi Bai had been dozens of meters away, and now a fist was inches from his face. Uffed. Blood mist blossomed as a second-grade fighter's head burst like fruit. Impossible. It was Yi Bei's first kill. He doubled over, retching dryly, standing there for several breaths. He's using a secret art with massive side effects. Shui shuddered, convinced he'd seen through it. How could a graduate wield such power otherwise? If he were truly that strong, why join them? Move. Avenge old Yun. Kill him. Boom. Yi Bai looked up, eyes bloodshot. Before the 5 could surround him, he vanished, reappearing beside another fighter. Look out. Shui screamed. Another deafening blast. The second-grade warrior died instantly. Wave cutter blade. The woman darted behind Yi Bai, her blade crashing down like a wave. Shryape faint red mist rose around him. Bloodburst technique. Burning blood, art activate. A 550% overall boost. 550,000 gene of force unleashed, speed now past human sight. Boom. Boom. In under 30 seconds, the fight was over. Gale's squad was reduced to Shui alone, staggering. Don't kill me. His saber lay forgotten on the ground. Yi Bei's crimson eyes drained the color from his face. Second grade peak? Third grade. To Shui, Yi Bai looked less like a teen graduate and more like an ancient monster in a youthful shell. Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. Shui begged, voice trembling. No. Yi Bai stepped closer, voice low. All you know is you're about to die. Shui begged for mercy. He was truly terrified. His chest rose and fell violently, cold sweat sliding down his temples while his whole body trembled as though he had been tossed into an ice house. Yi Bai stood across from him, face impassive. The first kill is never pleasant, Yi Bai said flatly, his gaze as sharp as frost. But remember, it was your crew that decided to kill first. Thinking Shui was likely the mastermind who had poisoned Qin Churen, anger surged through Yi Bai, sweeping away any uneasiness about taking a life. In desperation, Shui looked up. Senior, our Gale squad is working for the Ning family. For their sake. So what? Yi Bai cut him off. Do you really think the Ning family can shield you? An impatient shout echoed from deeper in the station. You useless trash. How long does it take to kill one man? Ning Feng, eldest young master of the Ning family, had just finished recording a video. Believing Shui's team was still torturing Yi Bai, he turned around with visible disdain. The next instant the air split. Squelch. Yi Bai flashed in front of him and threw a punch without a word. Bone cracked and a mist of blood erupted. Ning Feng's head exploded, and his body toppled to the floor. He actually dared. Shui's pupils shrank. Warmth spread in his pants as he realized they had provoked a madman. Yi Bai flicked the blood from his fist and glared coldly. They'll ask, you answer. Qin Churen, you know her? So he still needs me. Shui eased slightly, thinking he might bargain. Yet at the name Qin Churen, his face drained of color, pupils contracting. No wonder you're not afraid of the Ning family. I should never have slipped that 100 venom spider toxin into her water, he muttered hoarsely. Yi Bai frowned. What are you talking about? Shui looked up, a bitter smile mixed with resolve. Senior, I admit defeat. The poisoning was my idea alone. They'll pay for it. Just spare my family mid-sentence. He suddenly forced his cultivation. Puff. A jet of blood burst from his mouth, staining his chest. Yi Bai grabbed his wrist, but was too late. The heart meridian had been severed. Within moments, Shui collapsed dead. The revenge was done, yet the trail had gone cold. Staring at the corpse, Yi Bai felt the matter was far from simple. Could it be like a novel had once read? Aunt Qin was the hidden heiress of some secluded clan, fleeing to Jiangqing while old enemies hunted her? He shook his head and dismissed the thought. Whatever came, he would face it. The dead could reveal nothing more. Yi Bai turned away, not even bothering to collect Ning Feng's belongings. Unnoticed by Yi Bai, behind the ruins near the station entrance, a teenage boy staggered off toward Jiangqing, panic etched on his face. How dare he kill me? In the rightful heir of the Ning family, the third-rank prodigy of Yi, does he have a death wish? He shouted, eyes blood red. It was Ning Feng, revived through a secret life-saving art after his head had been blown apart. Hours later, the wilderness lay under a howling night wind, but Ning Feng was running in the opposite direction from the subway station, where Yi Bai remained. A teenage boy stood beneath a vine-covered structure that looked like an enormous upside-down pair of shorts. The inverted U-shaped mass of reinforced concrete seemed forgotten by time. Thick vines poked through every crack and coiled around each beam and pillar. Through a half-collapsed arch, lights inside flickered on and off. Every so often, one or more second-rank fighters staggered out, dragging the lifeless bodies of exotic beasts or succubi. The corpses trailed along the ground, limbs limp like dead dogs. With a flick of his wrist, the teenager sent blade-sharp energy slicing through every alien life in his path. Each time blood splashed, the bloodkey around him roiled, growing visibly denser, like a furnace fed with fresh fuel. The system panel in front of his eyes flashed rapidly. One second-rank alien provided a full 10 points of bloodkey, twice as much as a first rank. To make up for the resources I missed these past few years, the clan sent 2 squads of fighters to farm bloodkey for me, he calculated. After Mother heard about my talent, she added another squad. In other words, he could kill dozens of second-rank aliens in a single day, racking up hundreds of bloodkey points. The boy's name was Ning Yuan, and right now he was drunk on the thrill of his exploding power. Yi Bai, you're only early second rank, what can you do to me? In less than 3 days, I'll leave you behind. His eyes blazed as Li Qingqing's image flashed through his mind. Li Qingqing is mine, only mine. Yet the moment he thought of Ning Feng, who had shown up without warning the previous day, his smile faded. Ning Yuan was convinced his talent far outstripped Ning Feng's, but the shadow of that arrogant boy clung to him like a leech. Just remembering him made Ning Yuan tremble. Early second rank is nowhere near enough. I need late second rank, or better yet, a single leap into third rank. He clenched his fist until the knuckles turned white. My gift for slaughter won't let anyone catch up. Am I really this close to third rank? Elsewhere, Yi Bai had just wrapped up the day's routine hunt. Since Shui's death, he had resumed his planned schedule of alien hunts. That afternoon he took down another beast, and after dealing with the spoils he was about to return to his quiet bug farming grind when a translucent panel appeared before him. One tiny change made his heart skip a beat. Name: Yi Bai. Vitality: 4,999, late second rank. Tempering progress: 1. Martial skills: Bloodburst combat technique mastered 2. 90010 Blood ignition secret art minor achievement 4004 000. Lifespan: 200 years 2 months 3 days 16 hours. 8 hours had passed since he wiped out that 7-man squad. In that time, Yi Bai had forced the blood ignition secret art to minor achievement. A profound tier technique lived up to its reputation. Even at minor achievement, it granted a 300 overall boost. But the real surprise was the new line tempering progress that had appeared right after vitality. The system shop has updated. Yi Bai grinned. His old hunch was right. If the shop could trade for vitality and skill proficiency, it had to offer body tempering as well. It just needed the right trigger. He silently ordered, open shop, and 3 options appeared. 1. Vitality. 2. Martial skill proficiency. 3. Flesh tempering progress 1 for every 20 years of lifespan. Without hesitation, he wagered his entire lifespan on the third option. The instant the trade completed, Yi Bai felt his entire left hand from skin and muscle to meridians and marrow wrapped in boiling bloodkey, as if soaking in a scalding medicinal bath. Tempering progress: 11. In less than 3 seconds the sting and ecstasy snapped off. Yi Bai slowly made a fist, his joints crackling while surging vitality raced through his veins. He chuckled. What terrifying power! 1 point of vitality now releases at least 15 kilograms of force. My left hand is fully tempered. The numbers on the panel were brutally clear, 10% an hour. In just 10 hours, he would be a genuine third-rank fighter. Yi Bai did the math in his head. 9 more bug exploits, and he would ascend to third rank. Compared with completing the flesh and blood tempering by the book, this shortcut was dozens of times faster. By then, whether he struck with fist, elbow, or fingertip, Every strand of blood ki he roused could release 15 kilograms of peak force. Relying on blood ki alone, his overall combat ability would climb by half. If he layered a perfected blood-bursting style over a master-level blood ignition art and fired both arms at once, he could produce a staggering outburst of 1.2 million gene. When the full-body tempering was finally finished, his physique would undergo another qualitative leap. He lifted his left hand and tapped his knuckles together. Bone rasped on bone with a metallic ring. This arm had been completely tempered, its hardness almost matching refined iron. It still fell short of even the lowest yellow-grade weapon, let alone a top-tier yellow-grade 100-battle spear, but an ordinary steel blade would scarcely leave a mark. Advanced to 3rd rank first. Yi Bai made the call on the spot and resolved to keep spending bug points for tempering progress. Reaching 3rd rank would not only lengthen his lifespan, it would make each bug exploit even more absurdly profitable. He pondered what actually triggered the system store to refresh. This update had arrived without warning, and he needed to know why. By standard martial doctrine, a 2nd rank fighter must finish full-body tempering before moving up to 3rd rank. Logically, the leap from 3rd to 4th rank should demand an even harsher prerequisite. An iron saying circulated among cultivators: as long as you stay alive, you'll reach 3rd rank someday. Hence, everyone below 4th rank was lumped together as the lower 3 ranks. Gaining a rank brought no official reward. The real benefits lay in greater status and earning power. Most practitioners registered with the association only once, before their first hunt outside the city, and rarely bothered with certification after that. Breaking into 4th rank, however, sent people straight to the Martial Association for a middle 3-rank certification. The title automatically put them on the payroll of the Dragon Guard or the association itself. 200,000 dasha coins a month, a yearly allotment of chi-condensing pills, and, after enough years of service, free training in Earth grade, or even Heaven grade techniques. Day-to-day duties were minimal. They were mobilized only during major crises, and when they sold edible parts of exotic beasts, the income tax was a token 1%. Yi Bai still didn't know the hard threshold for advancing from 3rd to 4th rank, but he was sure it would be far tougher than simply tempering flesh and blood. If he was right, the system store held matching items, letting him vault to 4th rank just as quickly by abusing bugs. The first time the store refreshed, Head assumed it was because Head learned the blood-bursting style. This time, however, the new goods all concerned tempering progress, and had begun the process the night before, so the trigger plainly lay elsewhere. While combing the ruins for alien raiders, he kept reviewing every possibility. The refresh wasn't caused by merely needing something, nor by learning the blood ignition art, nor by hitting a certain proficiency in it. After all, he had started the art only 8 hours ago and brought it to minor completion an hour earlier. Could the updates be tied to how much of my lifespan I've spent in the shop? The thought flashed through Yi Bai's mind, and he started crunching the numbers. The first update had locked his vitality at 4,999 points, meaning it had cost him exactly 4,989 years of life. The second was easier to tally, roughly 7,200 years, with a little change left over. Hold on, have I spent a total of 12,000 years already? His heart gave a jolt as a new insight took shape. 1. He had to spend lifespan in the shop until he crossed a specific threshold. 2. He also needed a clear desire for whatever item was about to refresh. If unlocking martial skill proficiency required 2,000 years of lifespan plus 1 basic technique, and activating tempering progress demanded another 10,000 years on top of that, as well as the power to temper flesh, then everything lined up perfectly. Blood thundered in Yi Bai's veins, almost bursting from his throat. If the deduction was right, as long as he didn't miss another bug, his path in the martial world would be smooth as silk. Mid-3rd rank, Master Realm, upper 3rd rank, those would be fruits ready for the picking. It was still just a theory, and time would have to confirm it. Luckily 3rd rank was already in sight, so he wasn't in a rush. The job now was simple. Keep hunting aliens, and keep making money. Dusk, west gate of River City. The sun hadn't fully set. With 30 minutes left before the gates closed, Yi Bai had already joined the entry line, much earlier than usual. Old Huang lounged at the foot of the wall, still drained from last night's romp at Heaven on Earth. The moment he spotted Yi Bai, his drowsiness vanished and the muscles in his back tensed. Old Chen glanced up as well, both men wearing uneasy looks. They guessed Yi Bai had returned empty-handed again. For most warriors that was normal. There were too many first ranks in the safe zone for alien encounters to be certain. But Yi Bai was a rare prodigy, likely already 2nd rank, and repeated failure could shake his resolve. Veterans like Old Huang and Old Chun had seen plenty of gifted youngsters ruined by a few setbacks. Yi Bai's early return tonight looked just like the first step down that road. Over the past 3 days had cut it close to curfew twice, and even ventured out a second time yesterday. The first trip had bagged several alien beasts, the second had earned over 100,000 dasha coins, yet the 3rd and 4th outings had yielded nothing. Evening, little brother. Once the warrior ahead of him cleared inspection, Yi Bai stepped forward and greeted the pair with a smile. Evening. Old Huang studied his calm face and swallowed the words of comfort Head prepared. Heading out again tomorrow? Old Huang forced a hearty grin. Your brother Chun and I haven't killed aliens in a while. Our hands are itching. Since you call us brothers, we should look after you. Why not hit the real wilderness together? You barely see aliens in the safe zone. Out there, you'll find 10 times as many. His plan was simple. Yi Bei's empty runs were because Head stayed in the safe zone. He was probably second rank, but lacked the right techniques, so he didn't dare brave the outer wilds alone. If that was true, they'd risk their lives to escort him and keep this genius from losing heart. Thanks, brothers, but that won't be necessary. Yi Bei's expression grew a bit awkward. Guys, really, there's no need. The moment Yi Bei heard their proposal, an odd look crossed his face, and he shook his head. Old Huang laughed, waving a hand. Come on, kid, don't be shy. Old Chun and I just feel like stretching our legs, and you look like good company. We'll take you along and give you a hand. Afraid Yi Bei might dislike owing favors, Old Chun added. If you really want to thank us, just buy us dinner tomorrow night. Dinner's no problem. I can set it up later today, Yi Bei replied readily, though his expression grew more conflicted. But you really don't have to take me hunting tomorrow. Honestly, I just got back from the wild. He had already guessed that the two veterans, stationed in River City, wanted to help because Head returned empty-handed the night before. The garrison regularly purges beasts inside the safe Zanino way. Would these two stay idle for long? Kid, weren't you straight with us yesterday? How come one night later you're talking nonsense? Old Huang frowned. 18 years old, and trying to fool two old soldiers? Just came back from the wild? Why not say you bagged half a dozen tier 2 beasts while you were at it? Old Chin cackled and nodded. Yi Bei realized the misunderstanding was only growing. Look, why don't you see for yourselves? He dropped the custom backpack to the floor and unzipped it. The pack was stuffed to bursting 10 portions of tier 2 beast meat crammed together. 6 early stage, 3 mid stage, and 1 late stage. Even the upgraded model Head paid a fortune for. Had seems ready to pop. To make it all fit, he had already dumped 2 more early stage cuts and several tier 1 cuts before heading back. Tier 2 meat was now worth at least 4,000 credits per portion. Tossing those cuts had hurt, but after weighing the options he decided to return first, grab a larger pack, and then try his luck again. That, not discouragement, was why Head quit early. What the? Old Huang and Old Chun stared at the bulging pack, utterly stunned. Wasn't Yi Bei a brand new tier 2 had slunk home empty-handed last night? Too scared to step into the wild? Yi Bei cleared his throat. Actually, yesterday afternoon I wasn't empty-handed either. I stumbled onto a succubus nest and wiped it out, so my pack looked empty. Huang, you tried to comfort me last night. I kept quiet because I didn't want you to feel awkward. Old Huang's face twitched. Would it kill you to say that all at once? Now I just feel like a fool. Sorry won't happen again. Yi Bei apologized. Don't be sorry. Kid, you're incredible. I'm thrilled. Old Huang straightened up and grinned. We thought you'd lost your nerve, and we were ready to stick our necks out to babysit you. But that dinner tonight, non-negotiable. Yi Bei knew they truly meant well and felt even more embarrassed. He nodded again and again. They set the time for 6 o'clock after the two finished their shift at an inexpensive restaurant near Treasure Pavilion. Yi Bei finally left the city gates and, after getting hung up by a glitch on the road, returned to the Treasure Pavilion. Good grief, Yi Bei. 10 portions of grade 2 exotic beast meat, and one of them's late grade 2? Tell me I'm not dreaming. Today the clerk behind the counter was Wang Xiaoping. The moment the bloody chunks hit the counter, his eyes locked onto them, every bit as shocked as Lao Huang and Lao Chun had been yesterday. Last night had already marveled that Yi Bei had jumped to late grade 1 in no time. Now, in the blink of an eye, the guy could hunt late grade 2 beasts? Yi Bei, be honest, are you already late grade 2? Wang blurted. Unlike Lao Huang and Lao Chen's misunderstanding, those two thought he was late grade 2 because Head mentioned killing a late grade 2 succubus. Wang Xiaoping remembered perfectly. On day 1 Yi Bei still claimed to be late grade 1. 2 days. Even a web novel wouldn't dare write that. No, I'm only mid grade 2, Yi Bei replied unhurriedly. That late grade 2 beast was already badly wounded. He always left himself some room. The day before yesterday, while already late grade 2, Head reported late grade 1. Now, with body tempering above 30%, the bloodburst combat art perfected, and the bloodburn secret technique mastered, calling himself mid-grade 2 felt reasonable. Mid-grade 2. Wang's mouth twitched. What happened to that half-month plan to reach grade 2? 2 days, and your vitality jumps from 1,000 to over 3,000? Yi Bei, I don't care, you're buying dinner tonight. Do you know how hard it is to keep your freakish progress under wraps when I'm gaming with my classmates every night? He really wanted to rub Yi Bei's miracles in the faces of everyone who'd ever looked down on the junior, but even when Li Qingqing asked, Head stuck to the cover story of mutated talent. I've got to treat 2 guys from the military department tonight, Yi Bei said. They're good people. Want to come? Military department? No, treat me tomorrow. Wang waved him off, clearly wanting no entanglement with the military. They moved on to settlement. 10 lots of spoils. Grade 2, early stage beast meat. Unit price 4,100. Grade 2, mid stage. Unit price 4,500. Grade 2, late stage. Unit price 4,900. After tax, Yi Bai pocketed 41,710 Great Xia coins. The combat video Head uploaded at the gate had just cleared review. Beep 266,000 yuan credited to his Weepri account, raising the balance to 725,874. Bounties for kills outside the city were higher. 8 early Grade 2 beasts, reward 144,000. 3 mid-Grade 2 beasts, reward 69,000. 1 late Grade 2 beast, reward 35,000. Plus several Grade 1 beasts. Yi Bai's balance had now broken through 720,000 Great Xia coins. Yi Bai raked in 300,000 Great Xia credits in a single day. That's the kind of income only a true wilderness fighter with real power can pull in. As Old Huang and Old Chin always said, if you hide in the safe zone, where are you going to find aliens to kill? And the day's profits weren't even tallied yet. Yi Bai took out the qi condensing pills had been awarded by the Fighters Association and handed them to Wang Xiaoping. Add these to the total. Head planned to sell them last night, but Shui never showed up at Treasure Pavilion, and Yi Bai kept puzzling over who had secretly helped him, so the sale was delayed until now. What the heck? Why Yi Bai? Where did you get so many qi condensing pills? Fatty Wang froze at the sight of 5 pills. A qi condensing pill was a step up from a blood qi pill. Its official price was 150,000. But on the street you couldn't find one for less than 170,000 or 180,000. Even Treasure Pavilion, one of the top 3 shops on North Avenue, rarely saw them. Yi Bai answered casually, I got certified as a Grade 2 fighter and am a fresh graduate of the Martial Academy. The association's reward was generous, and the pills were part of it. Well, that's an eye-opener, Fatty muttered, tongue clicking in envy. As a mere trainee fighter, he was genuinely jealous. Then it dawned on him. You're selling all of them to me? Are you nuts? Don't you need them to level up? It's for Aunt Chin's poisoning, isn't it? Don't sell if you need cash. They'll front it. Same interest. Sure, he wanted the 5 pills. Even at the official 150,000 each head clear a quick 100 grand. But he was certain Yi Bai needed them more. I don't need them, Yi Bai said, waving him down. Honestly, I've got 5 more. Another 5. Fatty drew a long breath, then nodded. All right, he'll take them. But I'm not putting them on the shelf. You can reclaim them anytime. Deal done. Ding Wei Pei credited 750,000, bringing his balance to 1,475,874. With his savings now above 1.47 million, Yi Bai spent another 50,000 on an oversized custom backpack. Fatty recommended something even 99% of Grade 3 fighters wouldn't splurge on. He figured Old Huang and the others would arrive soon, so he said goodbye to Fatty and stepped out of Treasure Pavilion. Head barely walked a few meters when a triumphant laugh rang out from the entrance of North Avenue. Haha, one day and I'm already mid-Grade 1. Who can beat that? Isn't Yi Bai supposed to be hot stuff? Too bad, he's not here, otherwise I'd show him who's really boss. 300 blood chi points in a single day. Think he could do that? Yi Bai looked up to see a familiar figure swaggering toward him. Ning Yuan. Speak of the devil, he snorted to himself. They had bumped into each other twice at the hospital. Now the fool had shown up on North Avenue as well. The next instant, Ning Yuan spotted Yi Bai too. Unlike Yi Bai, Ning Yuan's eyes erupted with a fierce light. He had spent the entire day out on the wastes, cutting down alien tribesmen and boosting his vitality by more than 300 points. Now he was riding high, itching to rub Yi Bai's nose in it. The moment he saw him, he practically bounced over, voice booming like thunder. Yi Bai, I'm challenging you. 3 days no, 7. 7 days from now at 3rd Martial High, a real man-to-man showdown. He shadowboxed the air and declared, it'll prove to everyone that I, Ning Yuan, am the true #1 prodigy of the 3 schools. Yi Bai merely stepped aside and said drily, not interested. Without another word, he tried to walk past. Ning Yuan froze, then roared, you're scared, aren't you? Heard I can raise my vitality by hundreds in a single day and lost your nerve? Scared? Yi Bai glanced at him sideways. How much you gain is your business. I just don't care. Are you even a man? Ning Yuan closed in. If you need proof, ask your mom instead of running your mouth. Yi Bai shot back. You. Ning Yuan's face turned crimson, chi and blood surging, but he still blocked Yi Bai's path. Yi Bai was already annoyed. He'd rather hurry to his appointment and kill a few more aliens than play along with Ning Yuan's drama. They deadlocked, Ning Yuan stamping in frustration until an ill-timed voice cut in. Worthless little brother, did I hear that right? The second young master of the Ning family challenges a gutter rat and even grants him a whole 7 days? A blonde youth sauntered over, arms folded, eyes dripping arrogance. It was Ning Feng, the family's eldest son. Sunlight winked off his pale gold hair as he looked down on both boys, a sneer tugging at his mouth. So the rat is the once famed Cayenne blood cripple Yi Bai? Brother, you really are devolving. He mocked, word by word, making Ning Yuan's face go sheet white. Brother, all of Ning Yuan's bravado collapsed, replaced by instinctive fear. Yi Bai, who had planned to slip away in the confusion, stopped short, not cowed by Ning Feng's presence, but shocked. How is this guy still alive? This morning Head killed Ning Feng with a single punch. Clearly the bastard had used some bizarre life-saving trick and crawled back in less than a day. Ning Feng carried poison of his own. The terror of that near-death morning still gnawed at him, but he had found no trace of the black-robed madman who'd done it, so his fury needed another outlet. Had spent the day blowing off steam at heaven on earth, yet his anger simmered. When he heard Ning Yuan was back in town, he showed up for fun and to settle accounts with Yi Bai. Right on cue. He sneered, they really are trash. The moment I appear they fall apart. Ning Yuan's my brother, so I can't break him too badly, but Yi Bai? You blocked my path and dared to kill me. His stare pinned Yi Bai, naked murder in his eyes. Useless little brother, he said, patting Ning Yuan's shoulder, lazy tone masking command. No need to wait 7 days. Right now, they'll finish off this so-called cripple for you. Sound good? Ning Feng had spent the entire day at heaven on earth wielding a whip, yet the rage in his chest still refused to subside, so he came looking for trouble with Ning Yuan. Every time he remembered that if his useless little brother hadn't forced his way back into the Ning clan's inner circle, he wouldn't have spent 2 days hunting outside the city and run into that lunatic in a black cloak. The fire in his chest blazed hotter. Yi Bai, a troublemaker who had thrust Ning Yuan into the power struggle naturally, became his favorite target. If you hadn't been jumping around like a clown, would the Ning clan be in such chaos? Ning Feng narrowed his eyes at Ning Yuan, his tone icy. Beg for mercy. Admit you're a complete waste who needs his big brother to take charge, and he'll grind that blood-cripple Yi Bai into dust. Ning Yuan lowered his head under that cruel stare. Brother, don't trouble yourself. Yi Bai is not the powerless weakling he used to be. His talent mutated, he's stronger now. I don't want you to get hurt. His voice trembled, his eyes avoiding Ning Feng's. Heh. Ning Feng sneered, cracking his knuckles. My brother gets bullied, and I don't step in? Absurd. A bit of strength? A small mutation? Relax, won't touch a single hair on me. Good news. I've just broken through to early 2nd grade. Beneath the scorn in his words lay a hint of smugness. After narrowly escaping the man in black, Head returned to the city, splurged on a dozen courtesans at heaven on earth, and somehow his cultivation had leapt forward. He had never felt so confident. Brother, really there's no need. Ning Yuan went even paler. He knew Ning Feng's background, elite combat classes from childhood, expert in every martial skill. Though he matched Yi Bai's realm, he was far more seasoned. If he took action, Yi Bai could end up crippled again. Ning Feng's face darkened, his voice cutting like steel on steel. What? You're ungrateful? Need me to remind you that a big brother is like a father? Swish. Ning Yuan shuddered, brushing against an old fear buried deep within. He no longer dared disagree. Brother, I'm a total waste. I need you to step in. He nearly ground his teeth to powder, swallowing the humiliation. That's my good little brother. Ning Feng's lips curved in satisfaction. He saw every trace of resentment in Ning Yuan's eyes, and it only made him want to stamp him deeper into the mud. Turning to Yi Bai, his voice turned glacial. Yi Bai, right? I don't want to bully you. You have 3 minutes to get ready. As he spoke, his blood and chi surged, the pressure from his early 2nd grade cultivation making the air feel heavy. To him, Yi Bai was an ant. He could toy with him however he pleased. The brothers' exchange lasted a little over a minute. Yi Bai had already recovered from his shock that Ning Feng was still alive and now watched their quarrel with mild interest. Idiot. The single word slipped from Yi Bai's lips. He flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Yi Bai, what did you say? Say it again. Ning Feng's face flushed crimson, his fury boiling over. I said you're an idiot just like Ning Yuan. Yi Bai didn't even look back, and his stride never broke. He had no intention of accepting Ning Yuan's challenge, and as for Ning Feng, had already killed him once. Ning Feng looked as if he were doing Yi Bai a favor, giving him 3 minutes to prepare. Could he be any more idiotic? Contempt filled Ning Feng's eyes. Before he could savor Yi Bai's reaction, his own voice echoed down the street. Ah? How dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm Ning Feng, eldest son of the Ning family. His roar shredded the night air. Veins bulged as he snarled. They'll kill you right here and now. Yi Bai ignored him. He figured Huang Weigua and Chun Jinyao were almost here and didn't want to waste time. Blood pounding, Ning Feng lunged forward, his shoes screeching across the flagstones. A deep, authoritative shout cut through Ning Feng's bellow. Ning Feng, eldest son of the Ning family, stand down immediately. Based on what you just said, we suspect you're attempting to murder a great Siam martial artist in public. The moment the words landed, a middle-aged man and a young man in their mid-20s sprinted in from the north end of the street. The younger one held up his phone, camera pointed at the scene, the red recording light blinking. Ning Feng froze, a shiver running through him. Humiliated, he tried to regain face and charged again, snarling. Who are you? You think you can interfere with Ning Feng? Get lost now. The 2 men didn't budge. Im Huang Weigua, 3rd Squad, 6th Regiment, Jiangxing Garrison, Great Siam Military. Im Chun Jinyao, 3rd Squad, 6th Regiment, Jiangxing Garrison, Great Siam Military. Their voices were crisp and firm. The military Great Sia's frontline force against alien races and the authority that guards every major city holds priority law enforcement powers. Because Ning Feng had just threatened to kill Yi Bai, Huang Weigua and Chun Jinyao could subdue him on the spot. Even crippling or killing him would carry no legal consequences. Ning Feng's face went paper white. He stopped dead, cursing himself. I should have just blocked Yi Bai without saying a word. If it were only a scuffle, it would still count as friendly sparring. Yi Bai finally looked up, saw his friends, and flashed an apologetic smile. He strode over. Brothers, what are you doing here? I told you to wait at the restaurant. Huang Weiguo laughed and pocketed his phone. We got to the door and didn't see you. Heard something was happening here, so we came to check. You okay? Not hurt, right? I'm fine. You know he couldn't have done anything even if you hadn't shown up, Yi Bai said lightly. Chen Jinyao clapped Yi Bai's shoulder. True enough. If we'd known it was you, we wouldn't have sprinted. Since everything's settled, let's eat. Fair warning, we have bottomless stomachs, and we're determined to bankrupt you tonight. He'll take that challenge. Yi Bai laughed, walking off with them. The three figures receded, their footsteps swallowed by the night wind. Silence pressed in. Ning Feng stood rooted to the spot, his face so dark it seemed to drip ink. The air felt frozen by his rage. So there together he ground out, voice like metal on stone. He said even without the military he could handle me. He never took me seriously, Yi Bai. You've got some damn nerve. At that snarl, Ning Yuan's face went as Shen knew his brother was truly furious, and Ning Feng's fury always meant trouble. Ning Yuan, do something for me. Ning Feng stepped closer, eyes like honed blades. Log on to the Third High Forum and post this. I, Ning Feng, hereby issue a formal challenge to Yi Bai. A life and death duel. I want that bastard dead and gone. Ning Feng was about to issue a formal challenge to Yi Bai. After he pushed back the pressure from their father's side, Ning Feng couldn't even be bothered with appearances. In a commanding tone, he told Ning Yuan, post the challenge on the Sangao forum. I want everyone to know I'm calling out Yi Bai. His logic was simple. Yi Bai had dodged several challenges, clearly stalling for time. If Ning Yuan used his reputation to pin the thread to the top, Yi Bai would have only two choices: keep avoiding the fight and be mocked as a coward, or sign a life and death waiver and settle it on the platform. Street fights were illegal in the city, but the authorities did allow warriors to resolve irreconcilable grudges. Both opponents merely had to file the paperwork, sign the waiver, and then take to the life and death stage. Victory and survival were entirely their own responsibility. Ning Yuan had no desire to stir up trouble, but defying his brother was even scarier. After a brief hesitation, he pulled out his phone, logged into the Sangao forum, and anonymously posted with his Ningjing Ziyuan account. The headline was striking, but he left out any real names. The Sangao forum was a student-only replica of the Martial High Exchange Board inside the Warriors Association app. With no endless civilian chatter, most posts were freshman questions and senior tips, making it a favorite among martial arts students. Chen Fu practically lived on that forum. Whenever a senior with high vitality shared breakthrough notes, he dissected them word by word. In posts where younger students sought advice, he played the seasoned veteran. After all, his own talent was only a shade better than Yi Bai's back in the day, and on the main association app nobody cared about a 20-point vitality loser. After falling out with Ning Yuan and getting kicked out of the ward, he doubled down on the forum. At least there, no one treated him like garbage. That ID, a new thread popped up, and the author was Ningjing Ziyuan. Chen Fu's chest tightened, the memory of Ning Yuan coldly tossing him out flashing across his mind. Resentment surged, yet his deepest hatred still belonged to Yi by the root of all his humiliation. He opened the post. The blunt title read, Ning Feng formally challenges Yi Bai, willing to sign a life or death contract. The body of the thread was unequivocal. Ning Feng would publicly issue the challenge before the weekend, venue to be determined. If Yi Bai refused, he had to admit cowardice on the spot. If he accepted, both combatants would register with the Warriors Association, sign the waiver, and face off on the platform. First Chen Fu was puzzled, then excitement flooded his veins. He thought of Ning Feng, Ning Yuan's elder brother, the eldest son of the Ning family in Jiangcheng, the undisputed prodigy of number 1 high, rumored to be late first grade, and perhaps already on the brink of second grade before entering Martial University. So Ning Yuan can't see himself catching up to Yi Bai anytime soon. So he's calling in his brother? Chen Fu's mind raced. Maybe Ning Feng has already stepped into second grade. Yi Bai was finished. A grin spread across Chen Fu's face. Once touted as a rising star, Yi Bai was about to become a laughingstock. He immediately took a screenshot of the post and opened a new thread. Shock. Guess what I just saw on the forum? Tada. This challenge. Ning Feng from number 1 high wants to sign a life or death pact with Yi Bai. After hitting send, he refreshed the page. Only one view his own. The thread hadn't caught fire yet. Chen Fu could hardly wait. He jumped into grade 12 class 1's group chat and shared Ning Yuan's post. Seriously? Yi Gao's Ning Feng is challenging Yi Bai? The moment the message appeared, Chen Fu practically exploded. You mean that Ning Feng, the top prodigy even by Yi Gao standards? He stared at his screen as if he could scratch the words off it. Are you kidding? Ning Feng wants to challenge Yi Bai, that walking corpse with blocked chi and blood? They aren't even in the same universe. He glanced again at the poster's ID Ningjing Ziyuan. That was Ning Yuan's regular account. Chen Fu's heart skipped a beat. A star from Gao actually coming after the useless guy from his own school, his own class? When did those two ever cross paths? Unreal. As soon as Chen Fu dropped the link, the lurkers in the group chat smelled blood like sharks. Messages flooded the screen in a waterfall. He saw classmates opening the original post, some already mocking it, and smiled. Better than had hoped. Left on its own, Ning Yuan's post would take ages to gain traction. Mention Ning Feng, toss in a little fuel, and the whole thing blew up instantly. Honestly, I know some inside info, Chen Fu typed. Yi Bai vanished for half a year because his family needed money from medical bills. His qi and blood are stuck. No way to raise his cultivation. So he tried making fast cash. And you know fast cash means trouble. He rolled his eyes and twisted the knife. Plus, every time Yi Bai gets caught hustling, he claims he's from number 3 high to fish for sympathy. So Ning Feng isn't just mad at Yi Bai, he's mad at every one of us from number 3 high. 2 seconds of silence, then the chat detonated. Yi Bai steals, gets caught, and claims he's from number 3 high? He already dragged us down in the mock exam. We never flamed him. Now this. By Yi Bai, go apologize to Ning Feng right now. Thanks to you, anyone from number 3 high leaving the city could end up on his hit list. Someone piled on. Apologize? Like that'll fix it. Bai, accept Ning Feng's challenge. Get in the arena and publicly declare your mess has nothing to do with number 3 high or anyone else. The group boiled over. Out of 14 classmates, at least 20 leaped in to attack. Yi Bai's WeChat handle was just Bai, and mentions of him top 99 within minutes. I say put Yi Bai and Ning Feng on a life and death stage. I don't despise Yi Bai's crippled vitality or suck up to Ning Feng. The guy's just staining number 3 high's name. Support 1. Yi Bai, if you're still a man, get out here and take the challenge. You started this, you finish it. Outside onlookers watched the comment count rocket and finally realized how serious it was. Every floor's built by Yi Bai's own classmates. Did our school raise a thief? Meanwhile, comments under Ning Yuan's original post were blowing up too. The thread shot onto the trending board, drawing students from other classes and grades into the frenzy. Thanks to Chen Fu's handiwork, Ning Feng's challenge went viral. Virtually everyone was tearing into Yi Bai, demanding he accept the fight. How could this happen? The post has gone viral. In the training camp backstage, Ning Yuan looked up as a torrent of notifications hammered his screen like rainfall. In that instant, he realized the anonymous challenge he had just sent out had backfired. Had never signed his name, counting on the freshman to miss his ID and let the thread sink into the feed. Even if someone dredged it up, he figured Yi Bai would simply ignore the fight, get mocked once more, and nothing would stop Ning Yuan from returning in glory, defeating Yi Bai himself, and winning back Li Qingqing. But the post's popularity was skyrocketing. Comment after comment screamed, does Yi Bai dare to accept? Everyone demanding that Yi Bai show up immediately. My foolish little brother, what's wrong? Ning Feng noticed the shift in Ning Yuan's expression. He was helping him deal with the spoils, dozens of exotic beast carcasses stacked outside the trading hall, the stench of blood making them both frown. The post blew up, Ning Yuan said, drawing a slow breath. Now the whole of Third High knows I called out Yi Bai by name. Good. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. Huh. I'd love to see whether that coward with the surname Yi still dares to hide. Across town, the Glory Game interface lit up with red alerts. Wang Xiaopeng's private chat window was jammed with hundreds of messages, forcing him to log out. Yi Bai had muted the class group and had few friends, so no one could reach him. Remembering that Wang Xiaopeng had mentioned seeing Yi Bai 2 days earlier, everyone flocked to him for leads. Ning Feng issued a duel to the death. Chen Fu says Yi Bai stole something. One explosive message after another filled the chat, and the condemnation of Yi Bai snowballed. Wang Xiaopeng scrolled through the backlog until he pieced the story together, then erupted like a powder keg. Yi Bai's family may be short of money, but with his level and skill, why would he need to steal? He immediately tagged Chen Fu. Chen Fu, what proof do you have that Yi Bai stole anything? Chen Fu shot back with a mocking tone. Wang Xiaopeng, don't worry about my sources, are solid. Or are you trying to cover for Yi Bai? Surely you're not his accomplice, right? I'm not covering for him. I just know Yi Bai isn't that kind of person. Oh really? You're not Yi Bai, how can you be so sure? Faces are easy to read, hearts aren't. Chubby Wang Xiaopeng, stop wasting time. We need you to find that loser for us. Wang Xiaopeng's fingers shook with anger, yet he couldn't reveal Yi Bai's real power. Yi Bai's talent had mutated long ago, and he alone knew it. If he spoke, it would be a betrayal. Not only did Chen Fu keep sneering, other classmates started to resent him as well. Furious, Wang Xiaopeng left the group chat, still refusing to contact Yi Bai. What Yi Bai needs most right now is money. Instead of wasting time on some death match, he'd be better off hunting a few more exotic beasts. He knew full well others might not, but he did that. Ning Feng, that so-called young master of the Ning family and prodigy of First High, wasn't even qualified to carry Yi Bai's shoes. If a fight broke out, Yi Bai could knock Ning Feng back into an embryo with one casual slap. Ning Feng, Chen Fu, huh? He drew a deep breath, lifted his gaze to the evening sky, and his eyes turned dark. And Wang Xiaopeng wasn't the only one who had learned that Yi Bai had been challenged. On the west side of the city, in an aging housing block. Li Qingqing was out on the balcony in a camisole, most of her pale shoulders exposed to the night air. The bowl of instant noodles on the table had barely finished steeping, yet the broth was already crusted with slivers of ice. She had set Yi Bai as a keyword alert on her social apps. The moment those two characters appeared in any group chat, a chime went off. "Better pray I don't find out where you are," she muttered with a cold laugh, tapping the tabletop with slow, rhythmic fingers. Back to Yi Bai. He knew nothing about the ruckus in the High 3 forum or the class group chat. He was busy trading toasts with Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao in a small diner. After more than 2 hours, the three of them were flushed crimson, and Yi Bai had started calling them Brother Huang and Brother Chun. Between two bathroom runs, his way of working the bug, his refinement progress, had quietly climbed to 51%. With only 5 hours until the shop refreshed, his limbs and head were fully tempered. He hadn't officially stepped into 3rd grade yet, but he could feel power surging inside him, several times what it used to be. "Hick little Yi, sure you don't want to see what heaven on earth is like? You covered dinner. We'll pick up the tab there." Outside the restaurant, Huang Weiguo was still coaxing him, reeking of alcohol. No, I'm good." Yi Bai waved him off. Tonight's meal was cheap dishes and ordinary liquor, only a few hundred dasha credits. A single trip to heaven on earth would burn through thousands. If he really wanted to indulge, wouldn't a succubus with a reset be better? Thankfully, Huang Weiguo dropped the matter. After seeing the two men into their car, Yi Bai packed up the leftovers and hurried back to his worn-out 3-bedroom apartment. Before the dinner, Head messaged Qin Churin, promising to bring home supper, which was why he cut the outing short. "Aunt Qin, listen, the guys I ate with tonight are 2 brothers from the military department I met at the city gate the other day." Qin Churin ate quietly while Yi Bai chattered beside her. "Friends in the military?" She looked up with a smile. "Then, Xiao Bai, learn from them whenever you can. Their wilderness survival skills are worth hundreds, maybe thousands, of yours." Because of her, her nephew had once had no friends at all. Now he was back in touch with Wang Xiaoping and had met 2 big brothers from the military. Qin Churin was genuinely happy for him. "I will," Yi Bai nodded earnestly, though his real concern remained the 100 poison spider venom in her body. Once he overcame that, the money he earned could truly improve her life. Tonight he was set on pushing straight through to 3rd grade. At his age, who could sleep? 2100 hours, refinement progress, 61% neck completed. 2200 hours, 71% chest completed. 1 o'clock, 91%, 100% every fiber of flesh fully tempered. Boom. It was like war drums pounding inside him. True energy roared through his veins, and the aura around him visibly swelled. He had crossed the boundary from 2nd to 3rd grade, officially becoming a 3rd grade martial artist. Yi Bai officially advanced to 3rd grade warrior. Personal panel. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 5000. Realm, early 3rd grade. Martial skills, Bloodburst Battle Technique Mastery 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Art Basic, 4004-000. Lifespan, 110 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. He looked up, the panel glowing clearly before his eyes. The breakthrough's first effect was an automatic rise in vitality to 5000. Yet what thrilled him even more was the massive headroom now visible under lifespan. 3rd grade warriors live 300 years. Yi Bai quickly realized that by exploiting the bug, he could keep converting lifespan into vitality or skill proficiency 300 points each time. Do it for 1 full day, and head net a cool 7,200 points. He acted at once. Personal panel. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 5110. Realm, early 3rd grade. Martial skills, Bloodburst Battle Technique Mastery 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Art Basic, 4004-000. Lifespan, 300 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. He rapidly traded the surplus lifespan for vitality and reset the cooldown. With 5110 vitality surging through him, Yi Bai clenched his fist and could almost hear his blood roaring. The rush was incredible. For now, vitality remained his priority. His 2 martial skills could be leveled further, but until they reached the next threshold, their boost was minimal. Every extra point of vitality, though, was raw power. Vitality was the bedrock of everything and grew no slower than his skills. By his estimates, 10,000 vitality mid-3rd grade, 15,000 vitality late 3rd grade. At his present pace, he could hit mid-3rd grade in under a day, reach late 3rd grade 2 days after that, and push the skills later. As for the hard requirement to step from 3rd to 4th grade, he didn't know yet, but the marketplace would surely stock the needed item. Once unlocked, he could break into 4th grade in short order. Dawn, at the city gate. Yi Bai arrived right on cue. Personal panel. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 6910. Realm, early 3rd grade. Martial skills, Bloodburst Battle Technique Mastery 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Art Basic, 4004-000. Lifespan, 300 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. Only 6 hours after advancing, his vitality had already soared to 6,910. Pure vitality alone let him punch with 200,000 gene, stack bloodburst and blood ignition, and the force behind a single swing would rocket to 1,655,000 gene. His power was multiplying daily. The Tuthasanjan 100 battle spear in his hands now felt light as a feather. Today there was no need to patrol the subway line again. Yesterday, still at second grade, had hunted along the tracks, dared not go deep, yet still pocketed 300,000 Xia dollars. With third grade strength, he set himself a modest goal, 400,000, easily within reach. After exchanging pleasantries with gate guards Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao, he lifted his spear. His figure blurred into an afterimage and flashed beyond the gate. What Yibai didn't know was that, while he was reveling in last night's surge of power, hundreds of students at third high were ready to explode over Yibai's stubborn silence. Where's that scumbag Yibai? He had the nerve to steal and the guts to provoke Ningfeng, but now he's too scared to face him? We've waited all night. There's no way he hasn't heard. Yibai, you spineless turtle, get out here. You started this, so own up to it. Third high won't pay the price for you. Early morning, third high's forum. The challenge post Ning Yuan pinned last night still dominated the top spot, while fresh threads piled up below, every headline aimed at the same target Yibai. Accusations, demands, and curses packed the board to overflowing. One thread, petition of 10,000 in blood, shot straight to number 1. The author wrote, Yibai's classmates don't even have his contact info, so I propose a petition signed in blood, urging the teachers and administrators to hunt Yibai down and order him to accept Ning Feng's challenge. Yuan Hua, Class 2, Grade 12. Below, a long list of signatures followed. Zhang Sanyi, Class 5, Grade 12, asking the teachers. Li Si, Class 4, Grade 12. Wang Wu, Class 7, Grade 11. The comment section carried one message only: force Yibai to fight. Since not everyone had been online overnight, a new wave of users flooded in at daybreak. A few spectators, after learning what had happened, asked, why does Yibai have to take a life or death match? Someone could actually die. These posts were mass reported and vanished within minutes. What remained was even nastier. Is Yibai your dad? Why defend him? Whether he dies or not is none of your business. Did you get paid to shill? Get lost, bot. Told you's just playing dead. Chen Fu stayed glued to the forum all night, not sleeping a wink. He had paid posters to push Ning Yuan's challenge to the top, and now he repeated the trick with the petition of 10,000 in blood. All that blazing hatred only fed his smug delight. Yibai, you don't deserve that bit of martial talent. You're a joke, a useless sack of blood and chi. You dared hit me? Treat me like air? This is your payback. Still, Chen Fu felt the flames weren't hot enough. He planned to add more fuel and force the school leadership to step in. The plan formed quickly. Have someone post that the administration, worried about third high's reputation in Jiangcheng and next month's new student enrollment, was letting Yibai hide maybe even on his homeroom teacher's orders. Once that rumor spread, the forum would explode. But bang, bang. He hadn't acted yet when someone hammered on the door. Who is it? Chen Fu asked, frowning as he walked over. Water meter inspection. Outside, a cold, emotionless female voice replied. Back to Yibai? As he had suspected last night, the reason he hadn't encountered any second-rank or higher outsiders was not just because he stayed within a 20-kilometer radius of the wilderness. The real reason was that true third-rank creatures never hide underground at night. He had been away from the city for more than an hour. After triggering another bug on the way, he was now even deeper in the wild, close to the 20-kilometer limit. Ahead lay an abandoned courtyard, half-collapsed and tangled in vines. Chunky stone walls lay toppled, dust swirling among scattered tiles. In the courtyard's center, two early third-rank beasts were engaged in a standoff. One, rock-devouring crocodile, nearly 10 meters long, its body a stony gray-black. Every sweep of its massive tail sent shards of brick flying. 2. Sun-chasing hound, barely a third the crocodile's size, resembling a huge wolf dog, the fur along its spine bristling, bloody froth still clinging to its fangs. Between them, an iron-hide bull lay dying in the rubble, its metallic gray hide split open in several places, shattered bone spikes protruding from gaping wounds. All three were early third rank, one grievously wounded, two circling like predators in open struggle over fresh meat. Low-rank beasts devour each other anyway, Yibai calculated. Once they're done, they'll clean up the mess and claim 3 sets of loot. The Hunters Guild paid 40,000 Daxiao credits for each early third-rank kill, and the edible parts could bring in another 6,000. One beast meant nearly 46,000. 3 would net around 140,000, more than Head made yesterday wiping out the man-eating ant nest. The risk-toward ratio felt right if he pushed himself. Today's quota would be easy. Yibai remained hidden. Minutes later, the larger rock-devouring crocodile had its throat ripped out by the sun-chasing hound and crashed to the ground. The hound, battered and bleeding, raised its head warily even as blood dripped from its jaws. In the next instant, a sharp gleam flashed from the edge of the ruins. Yibai struck. Attempting his first third-rank hunt, he pushed his fighting spirit to 120%. Blood-burning combat technique and blood ignition secret art ignited at once. His blood roared like fire. He stamped the ground tiles exploded and, mid-dash, hurled the 100-battle spear. Thud! The spear ripped through the air like thunder and, in a heartbeat, pinned the sun-chasing hound between the eyes. Whine the hound managed only a low cry before its strength vanished. It crumpled with a dull thud, dead on the spot. That was too easy. Yibai froze. Normally, beasts of the same rank possess bodies so tough that a warrior must rely on advanced techniques to harm them. Last night, even at full power, he needed several thrusts to kill a peak second-rank beast. Yet this early third-rank hound still holding roughly 7,000 vitality points and strong enough to kill the crocodile had fallen to a single spear. Staring at the blood slowly dripping from the spear tip, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, could it be that only when a warrior reaches third rank does his strength undergo a true metamorphosis? The moment Yibai appeared, he unleashed his ultimate technique, convinced that breaking into third rank would boost a warrior's power by at least 50% and that the same should apply to the beasts. Only now did he realize his mistake. Everyone had warned that third rank is the first true hurdle for a warrior, but no one had told him it was just as critical for the beasts. The creatures he had fought before were the lowest rung of their species, mindless grunts that even cannibalized their own kind for food. If those things could also shed their skins with each rank, how could humanity hope to stand against their higher-tier royal bloodlines? Factor in the ever-lurking succubi and wraith clans, and the future looked grim. For the first time, Yibai grasped the true wonder of martial cultivation. Even a mere third rank could let the physically frail human race narrow the gap with the beasts through sheer force of will and technique. Once he stepped into that realm and added a mastery-level bloodburst combat art and a proficient blood ignition secret skill, his overall strength now dwarfed that of an ordinary early-stage third-rank beast. For 100,000 a day, too cautious. 600,000 is totally within reach. The thought made his blood surge, and he charged straight into the wilds without another word. Luck was on his side. Barely a kilometer in, he ran into an early-stage third-rank beast. With every enhancer active, one thrust, two thrusts, the spear tore through the air with a rank odor of blood, and the beast fell in just 2 blows, faster than he had dealt with peak second-rank beasts yesterday. Time flew. By dusk, he slipped through the city gate in the very last minute before it shut, narrowly avoiding a night outside the walls. Yet Yibai couldn't hide his grin. Strapped to his back was the luxury storage pack he had bought at Jubal Pavilion for a hefty summon item most third-rank warriors considered far too large to ever fill. Now it bulged to the brink of splitting its seams. I wonder if Aunt Chin's new treatment plan has been finalized. With today's payout, I should be able to cover it, he thought, standing a little straighter, confident he could foot Jiang Renai's medical bill once more. Tally of the day's hunt. 1. Third-rank beasts, 15. 2. Second-rank beasts, 12. 3. Second-rank succubi, 3. Altogether, the haul would fetch at least 1 million great xia creditsa single-day profit in the 7 figures. Nearly double what he had projected after confirming he could crush most early third-rank beasts. His speed was outrageous. Whether facing early third-rank or second-rank foes, he finished each fight within seconds. Regular third-rank warriors still had to drag out protracted battles and then recover afterward, but Yibai had the reset safeguard, spending almost no energy at all. By the latter half of the hunt, he simply kept bloodburst and blood ignition running non-stop to traverse the terrain faster, skyrocketing his efficiency. The layers of advantages stacked together forged today's frightening results. At the gate, a familiar voice called out with a laugh. Brother Yi, how'd the haul go today? Because the city gates were about to close, there were barely any people in line, and Yibai reached the front almost at once. Both guards looked up at the same time. The moment Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao spotted Yibai, they dropped their lazy posture, strode over, took the duty clipboard from a colleague, and slapped the word inspection on themselves. Brother Yi, how'd the hunt go today? Huang Weiguo lowered his voice, but his eyes clung to Yi Bei's custom pack, so swollen it looked like a small mountain. Same as the last few days bet, there's at least 1 peak rank grade 2 beast in there, maybe 2? Old Huang, why don't you record that nonsense and play it for the whole line? Chen Jinyao scoffed while craning his neck to peer into the pack. 2 peak rank 2s in one day. You think they grow like cabbage? His words were disdainful, but the expectation in his eyes matched Huang Weiguo's, practically burning. Yibai had barely stopped before they boxed him in. Before he could speak, Huang Weiguo blurted out their wager. We figured you'd be back about now, so we made a bet. We say you're carrying at least 2 peak rank grade 2 trophies. For every extra head, old Chen here will treat me to a night at heaven on earth. Chen Jinyao snorted. I'm not buying it. To bag 2 peak 2s you'd have to go 20 kilometers beyond the wall and skip every safe zone. Grade 3 beasts show up out there whenever they feel like it. Even a fresh grade 3 warrior wouldn't roam around, let alone you, a peak 2. So I'm betting at most 1 and maybe none at all. They bickered as if Yi Bai and the rest of the queue didn't exist. Brother Yi, open the pack already. 2 P-crank, tus no way you couldn't kill them. Keep dreaming, Huang. Look at that pack, you're losing this one. Yi Bai rubbed his forehead. The past few days had taught him that these two veterans were resistant to the idea of his surefire haul, but clearly not resistant enough. If he emptied the pack here, Chen Jinyao would end up paying dearly. The gate's countdown began. If he didn't submit to inspection now, he'd be locked out. He set the pack on the inspection table. Guys, be quick. I need to get inside and settle my points. Huang Weigui yanked the zipper open. The mountain-like pack split, releasing a raw, bloody scent. Let's see, a full sack of edible parts from a P-crank grade 2 killer bia. And this is meat from a P-crank grade 2 black boar king. Huang Weiguo's eyes shone. He slapped Chen Xinyo's shoulder. Open your eyes, old Chen. Didn't I say, brother, you wouldn't let me down? The inspection continued. Each item Huang Weiguo pulled out was like a prize coupon, and his grin only widened. Chen Xinyo's face shifted from green to white, but he kept staring into the depths of the pack, desperate to find proof he hadn't lost that badly. Huang Weiguo's voice quivered with excitement, as though he could already see the top-class girls at Heaven on Earth lining up to thank Yi Bai for tonight. Wait a second, that's early stage tier 3 beast meat as sun-chasing hound. And that's early stage tier 3 as well an ironhide bull. Huang Weiguo fell silent. He stood rooted at the city gate, throat dry, the light in his eyes slowly fading. Hey, Huang, what are you doing? Chen Jinyao glanced into the pack, and his temper flared. I know you lost, and it'll pay up, but we haven't finished the inspection. Why are you just standing there? Trying to keep Brother Yi from getting inside? He shoved Huang aside. Move. He'll handle it. The zipper was yanked open, and Chen Xinyo's voice died mid-sentence. Wait, where did all this tier 3 beast meat come from? His eyes went wide, Adam's apple bobbing. And there's so much of it. Both men replayed the past in their minds. First trip outside the walls. Yi Bai's file clearly read, new tier 1 warrior. They'd worried he wouldn't make it back. Second trip, he returned as tier 2. Third trip, Yi Bai said, no real gains, and they believed him. Fourth trip, they learned he'd come back loaded. Already peak tier had only gone hunting because he was broke. Sounded reasonable. So today they braced themselves for another decent haul. They never imagined they'd unzip the pack and find tier 3 beast meat plural. Brother Yi, what happened out there? You must have been tier 3 for ages, right? Huang Weiguo finally found his voice, though it trembled. Yi Bai rubbed his nose and blinked. Ahem, brothers, what if I told you I really was still peak tier 2 when I left? I just happened to finish full body tempering during the hunt and broke through to tier 3. I won't advance again for quite a while. Would you buy that? Really? Really? Their confirmation lit a tiny spark in Huang Weiguo and Chen Xinyo's eyes. So today's huge haul makes sense then. The hell it does. Both men thought. Whoever heard of a brand new tier 3 warrior dropping more than a dozen tier 3 beasts in one day? At least they didn't know Yi Bai's actual numbers. They chalked it up to solid technique. As long as Huang stayed off the topic of Heaven on Earth, the mood could still be salvaged. Inspection complete. Yi Bai stepped into Jiangqing. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 10,210 mid-tier 3. Martial Arts. Bloodburst Battle Art Proficient, 2,910,000. Bloodburn Secret Technique Basic, 404,000. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. He glanced up from the panel. Warmth blooming in his chest. Vitality had broken 10,000. His claim that he wouldn't level up for a long time only meant he couldn't hit tier 4 immediately. How long was long? Even he didn't know. Head jumped from 10 points of vitality to more than 10,000 in under 4 days and pushed 2 martial arts to high proficiency along the way. Tier 4. Half a month? A month? Who could say? First, let's cash in. Yi Bai shook out his hands, energized. All combat footage uploaded in one batch. 15 early tier 3 Beasts Association bounty, 600,000. 12 tier 2 Beasts bounty, 314,000. 3 tier 2 succubi bounty, 65,000. Even the association's verified total came to 979,000. While the audit ran, Yi Bai headed straight for Jubao Pavilion to unload the rest of the beast meat. To his surprise, the man at the counter wasn't Wang Xiaoping, but Wang Fuguwei. Xiao, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Or is that tier 3 beast meat? Wang Fuguwei steadied himself with a discreet tap under the counter. Final offer, 6,100 credits per portion of early tier 3 beast meat. After taxes and fees, the transfer chime sounded. Beep. Micropay received 141,911 credits. Current balance, 2,546,785 credits. In a single day, Yi Bai had pocketed 1.12 million. His account balance had smashed through 2.5 million. Yi Bai's account balance had just broken the 2.5 million mark. When the final payment hit and the digits danced across the holoscreen, he could hardly believe he wasn't dreaming. 4 days ago had been scrambling to scrape together Qin Sharon's 200,000 treatment fee. Now, in less than a week, had earned more than most low-tier martial artists see in a lifetime. The elation didn't last. A new headache surfaced. His backpack was almost full again. Yesterday had splurged on this custom pack, confident it would tide him over for a while, Yet one hunting trip later, it was already bulging. At most it could fit a single additional haul. Xiao Bai, treasured pavilion doesn't carry anything larger, Wang Fuguei said with a helpless shrug. Once you're above mid-grade 3, who still stuffs exotic beast meat in a backpack? We only sell gear for lower grades. Yi Bai considered reselling the pack like he had the day before, but Wang quickly explained that this was the biggest model the shop offered. Mid-grade 3 warriors and up use something else entirely, storage pouches. Palm-sized, able to swallow several times the contents of his backpack, and priced accordingly. Even the smallest cost tens of thousands of great Xia credits. Got it. Yi Bai forced a wry smile and waved off Wang's offer to find a supplier. The 2.5 million head just made would barely cover one more treatment for Qin Chuan. There was no room in the budget for fancy storage gear. First his aunt's recovery, then a decent apartment. Only after that would he think about upgrading equipment. For now this custom backpack would do. If it overflowed, head buy another. One on his back and one strapped across his chest. Uncle Wang, I'm heading out. After a quick goodbye, he started back toward their 3-room apartment. On the way he pulled out his communicator to ask Qin Chuan what she wanted for dinner. He couldn't afford a storage pouch and he wouldn't touch the medical money, but at least he could improve their meals. Yi Bai, where are you? Get to first hospital, Aunt Qin's in trouble. The call connected at once, and Wang Xiaopeng's anxious voice blasted through. Aunt Qin, first hospital, emergency. Yi Bei's face went paper white. A crimson mist erupted from his skin. Blood-burst battle art. Blood-burning secret technique. Since reaching the peak of grade 2, he hadn't cut loose inside the city. Grade 2 speed was terrifying enough. Never mind mid-grade 3 with 2 martial skills under his belt. But right now nothing else mattered. A blood-red afterimage streaked through the intersection, far too fast for pedestrians to register. Xiaopeng, is her toxin flaring up? Is Dr. Jiang Rennie there? Whatever the cost, cover it for me. The wind shredded his voice, so he switched to text, thumbs flying. Air screamed past his ears. He couldn't hear a word of the reply. His shoulder clipped a wall crack, and the entire section collapsed in a shower of bricks. Pain flared, but he never slowed. Moments later a message popped up. Dr. Jiang is in the ER, but it's not a toxin flare-up. Aunt Qin was attacked. Yi Bei's eyes went blood-red. A killing intent unlike anything had ever felt surged through his veins. Qin Chuan was his only relative, the person he cared about most. Boom. In just a few minutes, Yi Bai had reached the city's first hospital not by walking in, but by smashing through the front glass doors like a human cannonball, setting off a storm of screams and flying shards. During the mad dash his clothes were torn to rags by the corners of walls and iron railings, and even his third-rank warrior's tough body was crisscrossed with blood. To shorten the route, he plowed through several empty alleys, punching holes in walls, fuse boxes, and even iron gates. Where's the emergency room? Ignoring the chaos and the security guard's shouts, he grabbed the nearest duty nurse. Emergency, it's not on the same floor as oncology. 6th floor. The nurse's voice shook at the sight of his blood-soaked state. Sorry, they'll pay for the door later. Before the words had faded, he had vanished into the elevator. 6th floor, outside the emergency room. Yi Bai, how'd you get here so fast? And what happened to you? Wang Xiaopeng had been pacing the corridor and jumped when Yi Bai appeared. I'm fine. How's Aunt Qin? Yi Bai panted, fighting down his panic. I only got here a bit before you. Dr. Jiang's been inside for a while. Wang Xiaopeng shook his phone. I was just about to call you when Li Ziahua's number came through first. Yi Bai blinked, then caught on. Wait, why do you have Aunt Qin's phone? You didn't bring her in? It was Li Qingqing. She had someone call me and personally brought Aunt Qin here, Wang Xiaopeng explained. She said she happened to be passing by. But how do you have her contact info? Yi Bai pressed. Oh, the first time you went to Treasure Pavilion I mentioned you in the class group chat. So she added me and asked where you were. Don't worry, I never said a word about your awakened talent. Yi Bai quietly linked the clues. 6 months ago had blocked Li Qingqing. Since then, the money for Qin Chuan's cancer treatment and the appearance of Jiang Rennie, everything suddenly lined up. That day in the hospital, when Li Qingqing seemed distant, she had only feared he would refuse her help. The doctor Wang Xiaopeng had found was surnamed Liu, yet Jiang Rennie had taken his place. Tonight, here again, Jiang Rennie was still the surgeon, every step arranged by Li Qingqing. She's done so much, Yi Bai muttered, pulling out his phone to call her back. Click. The emergency room doors opened. Jiang Rennie stepped out, his white coat flecked with blood. Dr. Jiang. Yi Bai advanced instinctively. Mr. Yi, I'm glad you're here. Jiang Rennie nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, Miss Qin was brought in quickly. She's out of immediate danger. Thank goodness. The knot in Yi Bei's chest loosened a little. But the injury is severe. The blade nearly pierced her left ventricle, so she'll need to stay under observation for a few days. The new treatment plan we were to confirm tonight will have to wait. At that, the murderous light in Yi Bei's eyes flared again, a cold gleam flashing. Very soon, he would see Qin Chuan. Murderous rage flared in Yi Bei's chest when he learned that Qin Chuan had nearly been killed and that her treatment had to be postponed. He pushed open the ICU door and saw Qin Chuan immediately. She lay motionless in the center of the bed, her face bloodless, as if every drop had been drained away. The ventilator hissed in a steady rhythm, slim oxygen tubes rested against her nostrils, and a jagged green line rose and fell on the heart monitor. For needles crowded her slender arm, and a ghastly depression marked her chest where the blade had almost pierced her left ventricle. A forged steel dagger, straight thrust to the heart, less than a centimeter off, Jiang Rini said in a low voice. One more fraction of an inch, and she would have died on the spot. Yi Bei's fists clenched so hard his knuckles blanched. He was ready to storm Peach Blossom Island's villa district and spill blood. The image of the attacker was already clear in his mind. Yi's relatives. Shui had been dead for 2 days. His family couldn't be unaware. They had probably taken part in the poisoning 3 years ago as well. These people had every reason to strike. Yi Bei had planned to wait for the perfect moment before making them disappear forever. Xiaopeng, did Li Qingqing say where she was going? He asked Wang Xiaopeng casually while searching for an excuse to slip away to Peach Blossom Island. She did. She went after the person who attacked Aunt Qin. The words made Yi Bei's pupils contract. Yi Bei, it's complicated, Wang Xiaopeng added with a sigh. Check the Sangao forum. You'll know who the culprit is. What could an assault on Qin Sharon have to do with the school forum? Puzzled, Yi Bei opened the campus board. The moment the screen lit up, countless posts flooded his eyes, all targeting one name: Yi Bei. Yi Bei, you worthless rat. Get out here and accept the challenge. Since morning, the 10,000 signatures for Blood Thread had sat at the top of the hot list, yet no teacher had forced Yi Bei to respond. Yi Bei, stop playing dead. I, Yuan Hua, have already found your home address. You have 1 hour to face young Master Ningfeng's challenge, or he'll come knocking. If things turn ugly, don't say I didn't warn you. The further he scrolled, the more insults and threats appeared. Yi Bei's gaze froze on a signature. Class 2, Grade 12, Yuan Hua. He knew Yuan Hua well. Before the martial awakening ceremony, Yuan Hua had consistently ranked in the top 10 and waited outside Class 1 almost daily, seeking guidance from the star student. Out of courtesy, Yi Bei had added him as a friend, only to be bombarded with messages, invites to eat, to chat, anything. When Yi Bei discovered Yuan Hua bullying weaker students, he blocked him. Yet Yuan Hua still lurked outside the classroom every few days until the ceremony ended. Yuan Hua, you've done well, Yi Bei muttered, fury surging within. Qin Sharon was his only family, the one scale no one could touch. He forced the rage down and opened the thread. So Ningfeng had issued a duel to the death. That explained everything. Huh, Ningfeng, prodigy of number 1 high. How impressive. Yi Bei's laugh was ice cold, his fury coiling tighter as the pieces fell into place. Now he was certain. The one who stabbed Qin Sharon was Yuan Hua. But Yuan Hua hadn't acted alone. Ningfeng, Ning Yuan's elder brother, the blonde kid who once died by his hand, and the one directly responsible for Qin Sharon's ambush. If he hadn't challenged me in public on the pretext of catching a thief, today's media storm would never have started. Xiaopeng, lend me your phone. I need to call Li Qingqing. Wang Xiaopeng passed the phone over, and Yi Bei dialed at once. The ringtone droned for 10 seconds, each buzz pressing heavier on his chest. At last a cool female voice came through. Wang Xiaopeng, did Aunt Qin pull through? The question was calm, almost emotionless. Li Qingqing, it's me. Yi Bei wet his lips, thoughts churning. Half a year ago had deleted her contact, and they hadn't spoken since. Had guessed she was scraping together money for Qin Sharon's treatment, but he never knew how to face her. 2 seconds of silence. Yi Bei? As expected. He sighed inwardly, but there were bigger problems. Where are you now? He asked, steadying his voice. West District, outside Yuan Hua's place. Waiting for him. She replied, flat as ever. Relief washed over him, and he blurted, forget. Her tone chilled in an instant. I mean, thanks for helping. Go home for now, and leave the rest to me, he rushed to add. They'll accept Ningfeng's challenge publicly. They'll make them pay myself. Even if Li Qingqing cornered Yuan Hua and Jiangqing, she wouldn't really strike him. What he needed was both Yuan Hua and Ningfeng in the life and death arena. That was where everything would end. As for his sudden confidence, he'd claim a surprise talent mutation. Okay. She gave the single word, then hung up. Yi Bei stared at the phone. Was she angry? Xiaopeng hadn't told her about his newfound strength. She probably still thought he was that blood-spent wreck. Had rejected her 6 months ago, and now told her to stay out of it. Maybe she didn't even care if he lived or died. He wanted to explain, but had no idea how. 2 lifetimes in, and his experience with women was pathetic, even learned the term spot from a succubus. The night wind in the West District was cool. Arms folded beneath a street lamp, Li Qingqing gazed at Yuan Hua's tightly closed gate. Yi Bei's already mid-second grade. Maybe even peak 2nd grade. She murmured. She was annoyed, though not because he meant to handle things alone. Stupid Yi Bei, damned Yi Bei, mid-2nd grade, and you still haven't greeted me as a friend, and you had to borrow Wang Xiaopeng's phone to call? Yi Bei had no idea what the girl was really thinking, but at least he had stopped Li Qingqing from taking a swing at Yuan Hua. Right now, what mattered most was answering Ningfeng's challenge in public. He looked up at the gloomy sky, took a deep breath, logged back into the forum, and typed a few short lines on the front page. Hi Ningfeng. Serenity. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., He'll bring the life or death contract and wait for you in Sanhai's dojo. We'll decide both rank and fate. The clock was set for 9 o'clock tomorrow. He didn't intend to drag this out another minute. He didn't mention Yuan Hua once, and the reason was obvious. First, Yuan Hua had stirred up the 10th San signature blood petition, then had shown up at Yi Bei's house, because Yi Bai hadn't responded fast enough. Now he was surely dying to latch onto Ning Feng the same way he had tried to flatter Yi Bai before, clinging to the eldest young master of the Ning family for dear life. The dojo would definitely see Yuan Hua's eager face, probably an hour early. Setting the duel for 9 o'clock was Yi Bei's way of giving Yuan Hua a full hour to put on his show. With a final click on post, he quit the forum, opened the class group chat, found the homeroom teacher's contact head deleted 6 months earlier, added him back, and sent one line. Sir, could you come to the school dojo at 8 tomorrow morning? A life or death duel wasn't the same as a street brawl. The contract had to be collected from the Warrior Association, stamped with both signatures before it took effect, and as long as both parties were still students, a teacher or school leader had to oversee the match. Yi Bai needed his homeroom teacher as a witness. At the same time, a student who had just logged onto the forum was startled by the sticky post on the homepage. Whoa, guess what I just saw? Yi Bai posted. He accepted Ning Feng's challenge tomorrow at 9 sharp. What? Yi Bei's done hiding in his shell? Ha ha ha. That scumbag's finally going to face the music. Although Yi Bai was offline, his real name blazing in that post lit the campus network on fire. Word of mouth spread in minutes. Everyone following the drama knew about it before 10 minutes had passed. The thread's popularity skyrocketed, the comment section scrolling nonstop. Front row. See you at the dojo tomorrow morning. Yi Bai, at least you know you have to answer for your own mess. He dares to say decide life or death. Did he forget he's a bloodkey cripple? If he hadn't provoked Ning Feng, with his talent head never even have a chance to talk to Ning Feng. Who cares? At least he didn't drag our whole school down. I thought head played dead forever. Ning Feng is recognized as a top prodigy even at High. If he really gets mad, who from Sanhai would still dare to hunt outside the city? In just 10 minutes the replies passed 200, every single one predicting Yi Bei's defeat. No one believed he would walk away alive from tomorrow's duel. Tight Spirit Senior, Yi Bai only agreed because of you, right? Did you go to his house and warn him? Someone suddenly remembered something. When Yi Bai, long written off as a frail nobody, suddenly volunteered to shoulder the blame, no one believed it was out of remorse. On the forum, an account named Tide Seafolk burst into view Yuan Hua's ID. That's right. He replied beneath the post, every word dripping with mockery. Then he spilled the beans without the slightest hesitation. 1. The moment the post went up, he headed straight for Yi Bei's house. 2. Yi Bai was out. The only one home was a crazed woman. 3. She came at him with a knife, and the two of them nearly caused a bloodbath. 4. The ending? He walked away without a scratch. Yuan Hua brushed off the fact that he had almost killed Qin Shuren, waving it aside as something he didn't even take seriously. What? Senior, you were almost attacked? The account Yuan Hua's student cried out. No wonder Yi Bai tarnishes Third High's reputation. Look at that family background. Senior, are you alright? Yuan Hua hammered out a righteous reply on his keyboard. Even if I hadn't luckily broken into first rank today, a madwoman still couldn't hurt me. If I did get hurt, it would be for the honor of every student at Third High. I'd consider that a privilege. His stirring words ignited the comments. Senior Yuan Hua is noble. If all of Third High were like him, would never be misunderstood. Can we get a photo with you at the gym tomorrow? One school, two extremes, Yi Bai and Yuan Hua. Though Yuan Hua arrived almost half an hour after the initial post, his long comment was quickly pinned as a featured highlight, racking up more likes than Ning Yuan's original challenge. He ended with a bombshell. Tomorrow at the martial arts arena, he'll be there. Not just there, he'll tell Ning Feng to his face that every student from Third High, except Yi Bai, is clean. No one needs tinted glasses. The Third High student chat exploded. Yi Bai, are you really showing up at the arena tomorrow? Ning Feng's peak first rank, maybe even second rank. It's a life or death ring, you'll get killed. Right now, Yi Bai was at the gates of the Warrior Association. Dawn had barely broken, and the digital clock outside read 6:55 a.m. The office opened at 7. He wanted the life or death waiver in hand before heading to the arena by 8, so he came early to avoid any surprises. He had already reached third rank. There had been a reward when he certified as second rank. By rights, third rank should bring one too. But with the daily grind of hunting outside the city, time had been tight. This morning he chose to handle the paperwork first and push hunting back. His phone buzzed. An incoming call flashed. Shi Mingyue, homeroom teacher of Class 1. Steam still filled her bathroom. She had just stepped out of the shower when she saw Yi Bei's friend request, and, not even bothering to dress, called at once. Teacher Shi, do you trust me? Yi Bai suppressed his urgency and spoke as calmly as he could. Is this really the time to ask a pointless question? Her voice came through, tinged with steam and anxiety. Yi Bai, there's only one thing you have to don't forget about going to the arena tomorrow, right now, immediately. Before he could explain, she went on. He'll be straight with you. I knew about the forum. I've already spoken to the principal. We've decided to act like we never saw it. I know you had your reasons for taking that stuff. Let the other students kick up a fuss if they want. In a month they'll be off to Marshall University, and no one will keep harping on it. Yibai, you're a good kid, and I know you have your reasons. Speaking rapidly over the phone, Shi Mingyue tried to comfort him. Ignore Ningfeng. No matter how angry he is, he can't go after every student from number 3 high. Just promise me you'll walk the right path, and he'll carry the rest of the burden for you. Ms. Shi on the other end. Yibai fell silent for a few seconds. Warmth welled up in his chest when almost everyone at school saw him as a thief and a delinquent. Shi Mingyue still trusted and helped him unconditionally. She had looked after him throughout 3 years at martial arts high, and she was still doing it now. He took a breath and spoke plainly. Miss Shi, I have to go to the martial arts hall tomorrow, and I have to fight the life and death match. Qin Churen is still in the hospital. A line from his previous life surfaced in his mind. Strike hard once so you don't have to block 100 blows later. He had meant to keep his surge and vital energy quiet, saving a few trump cards, but too much had happened lately to keep anything hidden. Yibai, Yushi Minjiu's voice jumped in pitch. He quickly explained, first, I didn't steal anything from Ningfeng. I am short of cash, but I earn my own money. Second, you know Aunt Qin. She got hurt today because I was hunting outside the city and no one was there to look after her. What? Shi Mingyue froze, instantly understanding why Yibai insisted on going to the hall had been framed, and his only family, Qin Churen, had been dragged into it. Yibai continued, you don't need to worry about my safety. The ones who should worry are Ningfeng and Yuan He whether they can leave the hall alive tomorrow. I told you I was out hunting because my talent mutated recently. My vital energy doesn't just grow, it skyrockets. He inhaled deeply and laid it all out. If you're wondering how fast yesterday, I was only at the peak of rank 2. Shi Mingyue and Li Qingqing, listening beside her, blurted out together, Yibai, don't joke with your teacher. A month ago, during the college entrance exam, Head had only 10 points of vital energy. Even if his talent mutated, it would have happened after the exam. Jumping from 0 to the peak of rank 2 in a single month sounded impossible. Yet Shi Mingyue knew Yibai was never reckless. If he was willing to face his opponent's Hedon, he had to be sure. Half her worry eased as she recalculated without the shackle of a limited talent. Reaching the peak of rank 1 might really be feasible. All right, tomorrow morning at the hall he'll be there. Shi Mingyue gritted her teeth and decided. If Yibai truly couldn't handle Ningfeng, she would save him even if it cost her teaching job. At the counter, Lu Yenner was counting stock when she looked up and saw Yibai. She froze. Yibai, are you trying to overturn heaven itself? She seized his wrist and felt the searing surge of vital energy. Her pupils quaked. Rank 3, you actually made it to rank 3. Lu Yenner's mind buzzed, going completely blank all over again. So you really have a life and death match tomorrow, right? That challenger is a Wu Gao graduate too? Which genius thought jumping off a roof wasn't dramatic enough and decided to come after you instead? Yibai ended the call and pushed open the door of the Martial Artists Association. Bright lights filled the lobby, and the moment he stepped inside, he spotted a familiar face. Lu Yenner. I'm here for a life or death contract, he said bluntly. Lu Yenner froze, then refused on the spot. Absolutely not. I'm not giving you the contract, no matter what. He's from our class, Yibai added. Makes no difference, she said, shaking her head. Yibai didn't argue. He tapped the counter. Then give me another personal strength certification form. Snap. He filled it out and slid it back. 5,000 vitality points. 3rd rank, early stage. Lu Yenner's vision darkened. The next instant blood rushed to her head, and she felt as if she'd been partying for 3 days straight. Yibai, how did you do that? Stars practically lit up her eyes. She'd seen prodigies reach 3rd rank before entering Marshall University, but their parents were at least 5th rank or they'd been in elite programs drowning in resources, blood vitality pills, chi condensing pills, everything on tap. Yibai, though, came from an ordinary family. In just 4 days she'd watched him go from 1st rank to 2nd and now 3rd. Forget it. You don't have to explain, Lu Yenner said, slapping her cheeks. Everyone has secrets, and she never liked prying. All she needed to know was that her 3rd performance bonus was on the way. Tap tap tap. She darted off, not even bothering to hang the closed sign. Yibai, wait here, I'm filing for your reward. The president's office door flew open. Girl, what did you say? Yibai actually hit 3rd rank? You're here to apply for the reward? Before he could set down his teacup, Lu Qingtian sprayed hot tea all over his reading glasses. Grandpa, would I joke about something like that? Lu Yenner stood with her hands on her hips, looking proud. Proud of what? Lu Qingtian sighed inwardly. If it weren't for their family ties, with her 15 vitality points and trainee status no university wanted, she wouldn't even be inside the association. Then it hit him. Yibei's situation was far more complicated than his investigation suggested. Grandpa, do you already know why Yibei's vitality is climbing so fast? Lu Yenner pressed. Haven't I told you not to dig into other people's secrets unless they've betrayed humanity? She echoed his own warning. Lu Qingtian couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. My little ancestor, when did I say I was investigating him? If Jiangxing really has a youngster who reaches 3rd rank in 4 days, I'd be worshipping him, not annoying him. So you mean Lu Yiner's confusion deepened? The case isn't settled yet, Lu Qingtian said with a sigh. I can only tell you this. Yi Bai probably didn't reach third rank in 4 days. He's been hiding his true strength. These past few days, only under pressure, has he peeled back a corner of that disguise. He looked through the window toward the lobby, where the teenager was waiting quietly. If I'm right, early third rank still isn't his full power. Lu Qingtian learned that Yi Bai had come to earn third-grade certification and immediately decided the young man had been hiding his true strength all along. Early third grade probably wasn't even his real limit. A prodigy Yi Bai really is a prodigy, he murmured in admiration. Then another thought crossed his mind, and he sighed. Forget it. We'll take it one step at a time. First, get the reward to that kid. His staff were still digging into Yi Bai's background and had found only a few scraps. So Lu Qingtian chose not to appear in person and once again asked Lu Yiner to deliver the third-grade prize. Yi Bai, this reward is going to blow your mind. I've worked here for years and never seen anything like it. Lu Yiner jogged back to Yi Bai, her face shining with excitement. Her expression instantly piqued Yi Bai's curiosity. The second-grade prize had already been generous. What kind of unconventional reward could top that? She hadn't exaggerated. Lu Yiner led Yi Bai out of the mission hall into a private vault. Once the door closed and the lights came on, she produced a tablet and pulled up 2 lists. The first list displayed a dozen items. 1 high ring, earth rank lower tier, price 9,999,999. Qianshan ring, earth rank lower tier, price 9,999,999. Wanhua ring, earth rank lower tier, price 9,999,999. Every entry was a ring, every one earth rank lower tier, each tagged at 10 million. At first Yi Bai thought they were weapons, but a closer look revealed they were all storage rings. Wang Fuguei had just told him that mid-third grade fighters no longer carried special backpacks, switching instead to more convenient, higher capacity storage pouches. Storage rings were the next step up. 10 million apiece. No ordinary mid-third grade fighter could afford one, Yi Bai thought, heart racing. Passing the third grade test meant he could choose any one of these rings. Then Lu Yiner switched to the second list. Xian High Sword Technique, earth rank lower tier, price 1,999,999. Sui Xing Fist Technique, earth rank lower tier, price 1,999,999. Jiu Blade Technique, earth rank lower tier, price 1,999,999. Jiu Ji Spear Technique, earth rank lower tier, price 1,999,999. Again, all earth rank lower tier, but this time they were combat arts and he could pick one of them, too. A surge of heat filled Yi Bai's chest. Only 4 words echoed in his mind. Rewards beyond belief. The Martial Artists Association was truly extravagant. No wonder the handover had to happen behind closed doors. So, Yi Bai, which one do you want? Lu Yiner asked, blinking expectantly. She herself hadn't imagined Lu Qingtian would offer something this extravagant. Fortunately, her grandfather was wealthy. With ample funds at hand, Yi Bai had her undergo multiple fertilizations, a series of costly gene enhancement injections. Even he was secretly stunned by how fast the vials piled up, yet he still felt it was money well spent. They'll take this 1,000 Peaks ring as my storage ring. He barely hesitated. The only difference between storage rings was their appearance. Each held a space the size of a basketball court. With one of these, he would never again worry about an overstuffed backpack. Yi Bai chose the heavy design that best suited his taste. As for martial skills, do you have an earth rank bloodburn secret art? An earth rank technique had always been his goal. It would pair perfectly with the 2 volumes he already possessed. Burn blood for a moment, feel good for a moment. Keep burning blood, feel good forever. Unfortunately, Lu Yiner told him the Grandmaster had never licensed the higher version of the bloodburn art to the Jiangxing Technique Vault. Then he'll take the 9 Extremes Spear Technique. His disappointment vanished at once. To unleash the full power of the 100 Battle Spear, he needed a proper spear art, not just simple thrusts and flicks. He had once considered selling the weapon for cash, which was why he had never practiced a dedicated technique. Now the opportunity was right in front of him, and he was more than willing to seize it. Done. Both rewards were delivered in no time. So this is a storage ring. Yi Bai slipped the ring onto his finger and, following Lu Yiner's instructions, drew his vital energy to the tip. In an instant a sealed space appeared in his mind. A basketball court-sized room with snow-white walls, every corner sharply defined. With a single thought he could store an item, with another, retrieve it. It's outrageously expensive, but it really is worth every coin. If Qin Charan hadn't been hurt, today would have deserved a major celebration. At the thought, he drew a long breath, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He hurried back to the hospital, sat at Qin Charan's bedside, and studied the 9 Extremes Spear Technique in earnest. He had to get stronger. On tomorrow's life and death arena, he would make those who hurt Qin Charan pay, and only by sharpening his strength could he keep such tragedies from happening again. Early the next morning, Jiangxing Third Martial High, the largest of the city's 3 martial high schools, looked especially vast in the dawn light. Since the advent of the martial era, humanity had rebooted its technology tree, and the campus boasted every advanced facility imaginable: gravity chambers, exotic beast simulators, and countless others. The martial arena was the heart of student combat training, outfitted with teleporters that could yank fighters off the stage in an emergency and a force field tough enough to withstand the full assault of a fourth-grade warrior. A century ago, the arrival of the dimensional gates had rendered 99% of human technology useless. Over time, mankind developed new science, but megaweapons akin to nuclear arms were still forcibly neutralized. Today, the arena was unusually lively. It was only 7:30, yet a surging crowd had already gathered outside. Quit shoving. There's room for everyone. The moment the students arrived, they clogged the entrance completely. Why squeeze in for a one-sided match? Does anyone here really think that loser Yi Bai can stand up to young Master Ningfeng? Could you stop elbowing me while you run your mouth? They were all here for the life-and-death duel between Yi Bai and Ningfeng. Evidently, Yuan Hua wasn't the only one who planned to arrive early. Senior Yuan Hua is here. Yuan Hua showed up moments later. Yuan Hua arrived soon after. His black training suit clung to his lean frame, and the steel saber at his waist flashed with a cold light as he strode toward the dojo entrance, head held high. The packed crowd parted for him as though cut open by his blade. Almost every student recognized the young man who had upheld justice the day before, their eyes full of respect and admiration. Without Yuan Hua's intervention, they were sure Yi Bai, the shameless coward who ducks responsibility, would never have accepted Ningfeng's challenge. I heard Senior Yuan reached grade 1 yesterday and became Third High's third-ranked fighter. He could be outside the city hunting other folk right now, but he rushed here to clear our school's name in front of Ningfeng. The whispers spread, and everyone became even more certain that Yuan Hua had come not for a prime seat, but to shoulder the honor of number 3 high. At 5 minutes to 8, the dojo doors opened. Standing at the front, Yuan Hua stepped in first and sat squarely in the middle of the front row. Fellow students, he called, sweeping his gaze around the room. I'm taking this seat so it's easier to speak with young Master Ning later. Any objections? None. We can all see your selflessness, senior. Their loud approval only enlarged Yuan Hua's image in their minds, a stark contrast to Yi Bai, the turtle who hides when trouble comes. A trace of smuggness flickered in Yuan Hua's eyes. Once I latch onto Ningfeng, why would I bother with this rabble? But just as he was about to sit, a cold laugh rang out. Yuan Hua, you're as fake as ever. Tap tap. A figure entered under countless stares, a spear in hand, and 2 wooden cases strapped to his back. Yi Bai. It was indeed Yi Bai. Yuan Hua froze. Their duel was set for 9 o'clock. How had Yi Bai beaten him here? The students recognized their former campus idol, and ridicule erupted. Maybe he's here to get used to the kiddie arena first. He says he's going to fight Ningfeng to the death. Does he really mean it? Laughter rolled through the crowd. One was First High's top prodigy, the other a so-called blood-efficient weakling. A life-and-death duel sounded like a global joke to them. Composure regained, Yuan Hua sneered. Yi Bai, just find a seat. Young Master Ning won't arrive for another hour. Before he finished, Yi Bai stepped forward, raised his 100-war spear, and pointed the tip at Yuan Hua. Forget sitting. Yuan, come down here. The ring now. He had no patience for more words. He had stopped Li Qingqing yesterday precisely so he could settle every score himself today. Inside Jiangxing, even if Li Qingqing avenged Qin Chuan, the best she could do was cripple Yuan Hua. He wants Yuan Hua dead. He expects me to get in the ring? Yuan Hua was stunned. He had never imagined Yi Bai would make a move like this. The chill that flashed from the 100 battle spear's tip pierced the heart like an ice needle, and Yuan Hua shivered instinctively. Are you kidding me? The entire martial arts hall fell silent. Hundreds of students stared at one another, the air seemingly frozen. A heartbeat later, a soft laugh broke the stillness. Yuan Hua couldn't help it, threw his head back and laughed until a bubble of snot quivered at his nose. Ha ha. The hall erupted in laughter, and the students joined in. Someone whispered, now I get why Yi Bai showed up so early, wants to challenge senior Yuan Hua. If Yuan Hua puts him in the infirmary, he'll have the perfect reason to back out of Ningfeng's life-and-death duel. Bending over, wiping his nose, Yuan Hua sneered. Yi Bai, you're smarter than I thought, coming up with this. Got your excuse ready? Blaming that crazy woman from yesterday? He drew a long breath and put on an apologetic smile. Look, they'll say sorry, all right? Don't challenge me. I never meant to hurt that crazy woman. She tried to ambush me. I just reacted. His words sounded regretful, but his eyes gleamed with mockery. He knew exactly what had happened last. Neither had planned the knife strike long before. After kicking open the dorm door and demanding Yi Bai, he found Qin Chuan hiding in the bathroom calling the dragon guard. He kicked that door too, forced her to hang up, and Shed drenched him with the showerhead in humiliation. He was a dignified rank 1 martial artist, on the verge of stepping on Yi Bai and clinging to Ningfeng's favor. How could a mere civilian humiliate him? So he drew his blade and stabbed her, twisting the hilt to ensure Shed end up a vegetable. Unless Yi Bai spent a fortune on a healing warrior, Shed be bettered for life. With the victim silenced, who would suspect the promising Yuan Hua of breaking association rules and attacking a non-ranked fighter? Afterward, Head still had time to visit heaven on earth, order 2 schoolgirls, and party until dawn. What if I say, do you want to sign a life and death contract? Yi Bei's voice was as cold as iron cracking on ice. A murderous glint flashed across Yuan Hua's eyes. He had courted Ningfeng for 2.5 years. He knew that to climb higher someone had to clear the way. If he killed Yi Bei under a sanctioned contract, he would ascend easily. Ningfeng's hands would stay clean. You're sure? He rose, joints popping. Swish. Yi Bei slid open a wooden latch. Inside lay 2 Martial Artist Association life and death contracts, both already bearing Yi Bei's signature. Excellent. Yuan Hua's voice rasped. Excitement tingled through him. Yi Bei, you've ignored me for 2.5 years at Wuka. I've held quite a grudge. Turns out I was wrong about you. Thanks. Afraid Yi Bei might change his mind, he leapt from the stands, pins slashing like a blade. Yuan Hua appeared on both contracts in a single breath. Before the stunned students could react, the paperwork was sealed. Yi Bei versus Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua's name was scrawled at the bottom of the life and death contract. What was going on? Yi Bei had actually asked senior Yuan Hua to sign, and Yuan Hua had agreed. The crowd erupted, and only then did the students realize something was seriously wrong. Honestly, everyone, I have no idea why Yi Bei wants this match, Yuan Hua said, standing beside the platform with a practiced smile. Maybe he thinks a ranked martial artist like me shouldn't fight back when a regular student attacks. He had to silence their doubts first, so he added, but that's beside the point. This is great news. He'll handle Yi Bei myself and clean house for third high. When young Master Ningfeng shows up, he'll see there's no need to lift a finger. Yi Bei will have already paid the price. Ningfeng won't blame us. He'll appreciate us. With that single claim of acting with just cause, Yuan Hua steadied the crowd's mood. Someone from the class immediately shouted, that makes sense. Senior Yuan Hua is selfless. Yeah, what's wrong with defending yourself? The regulations don't say a ranked fighter can't strike back. In just a few lines, many students' gazes toward Yi Bei turned ugly. Yi Bei, however, ignored the chatter. All that mattered was Yuan Hua's consent to the duel. A cold intent flickered in his eyes, quickly forced down. Oblivious to danger, Yuan Hua flexed his fists in satisfaction. Yi Bei, beg me now, and I might let you breathe a little longer. He recalled those 2.5 humiliating years groveling for Yi Bei's approval, rewarded only by Yi Bei's indifference. Ever since the awakening ceremony, had been nursing that resentment. Now, having earned his rank, he could finally teach Yi Bei himself, and the thought thrilled him. Minutes later, crisp, high-heeled steps approached. Shi Mingyue had arrived. Known for her black-rimmed glasses and pencil skirt, the Class 1 advisor's curves were a constant topic among the boys. Today, as the appointed referee, she wore a fitted white training uniform that cinched at the waist and added a touch of vigor. Spotting the table before the platform and the contract atop it, she walked straight to Yi Bei. Yi Bei, are you sure about your life and death match with Ningfeng later? Relax, teacher. I'm at second grade peak. What could go wrong? Yi Bei answered softly. All right then. I trust you, Shi Mingyue replied, pushing up her glasses with a faint smile. Yuan Hua's heart plummeted. What? The advisor wasn't even acknowledging his fight with Yi Bei? Second grade peak? Only Yuan Hua heard their exchange, and alarms blared in his mind. Impossible, Yi Bei couldn't have reached second grade peak. They must be conspiring to scare me. On the platform, Yi Bei stepped forward and settled calmly at the center. Shi Mingyue raised a hand. Yuan Hua, please take your place. Clean house for us, senior Yuan Hua. Finish that loser in one strike. Let Ningfeng see third high can handle its own. The shouts rose in waves, palms sweating with excitement. Yuan Hua climbed onto the platform, telling himself Yi Bei could never be second grade peak. This was all smoke and mirrors. Yuan Hua's scare tactics had backfired. Yi Bei won without raising a finger, and if Ningfeng showed up now, he would probably believe Yi Bei had already reached the peak of the second rank. That fear of stepping into the ring was exactly why Yi Bei had rushed to the dojo at dawn and forced Yuan Hua to sign a life or death contract. Yuan Hua strung these clues together in an instant, a chill racing down his spine. He stepped onto the platform, eyes locked on Yi Bei. Murderous intent flashed across Yi Bei's face, wordlessly declaring that he had seen through every trick. Gritting his teeth, Yuan Hua decided to finish it with one all-out strike. If he unleashed everything, a single blade would be enough to kill Yi Bei. A dull crack split the air. Shi Mingyue had barely announced, begin, and the barrier was still rising when Yi Bei shot forward like a specter. His spear whistled through the air and punched straight through Yuan Hua's chest. Whatever Yuan Hua had planned no longer mattered. Yi Bei wanted only one thing: Yuan Hua's death. How can this be? Yuan Hua screamed in agony, feeling the surge of Yi Bei's vital energy. That aura, a second-rank warrior, definitely second rank. The spectators gasped as one. To save strength for his later match with Ningfeng, Yi Bei had only drawn on 2,000 points of vital energy, the low end of second rank, yet it was already beyond anything they had imagined. Wasn't Yi Bei supposed to be a talentless cripple? I heard he was too poor to train properly. He's really second rank. Even Shi Minghua froze. She had thought Yi Bai was exaggerating to comfort her. Now she realized the gulf between the peak of first rank and the beginning of second. Yi Bai pressed his spear against Yuan Hua's chest, his voice ice cold. Yesterday, is this how you treated Aunt Qin? One thrust could have ended Yuan Hua's life, but Yi Bai left him breathing, determined to make him taste yesterday's pain. I was wrong, I admit it. Yuan Hua's face was ashen. Let me go, Yi Bai. It'll reveal the truth about yesterday. They'll clear your aunt's name, I swear. With the student teleporters shut down for a life-or-death match, the only way to live was to leave the platform. Yuan Hua thought he had found his escape. It doesn't matter anymore. Yi Bai spoke flatly. The spear slid free, its tip flashing once more. Yuan Hua died on the spot. From the opening call to the moment his body hit the floor, the first life-or-death match lasted barely a minute. Silence. The arena was so quiet one could hear a heartbeat. Eyes darted between Yuan Hua's corpse and the blood spattering Yi Bai's clothes. Someone had really died. At last, the screams erupted. Yi Bai ignored the chaos. He had come only to flex his muscles. Retracting his spear, he walked straight toward Shi Minghua. Yi Bai's truly second rank. Yuan Hua was peak first rank and couldn't block a single strike. The forums said he was a thief. With strength like that, hunting outside the city would earn him more than stealing ever could. After the shock wore off, the students' chatter grew louder. Something else is off. Yuan Hua kept saying he was ambushed yesterday, but he just promised to confess the real story to save his life. If Yi Bai is second rank, he had no reason to fear Ningfeng's challenge. He was probably hunting outside the city yesterday. That means it was Yuan Hua who broke association rules and attacked first. The clearer thinkers pieced it together in an instant. Yi Bai remained indifferent because, as long as he was strong enough, no one would dare slander Qin Chuan. The truth itself was almost irrelevant. There would always be scholars ready to argue his case. Yuan Hua has no shame. Inside the dojo, the people who had been sympathizing with Yuan Hua only moments ago abruptly changed their tune. No wonder Senior Yi Bai called him a phony the second he walked in. If I'd known, I never would have called him senior. Yuan Hua's reputation crumbled at once, and waves of ridicule and contempt crashed over him. The crowd was both shocked and awestruck. They had labeled Yi Bai a blood-weak loser, a reject from the famed Three Highs, yet he was actually the true prodigy of the group. Every passing second brought more students hurrying into the hall. Someone recounted the entire match on the platform, and the truth about Yi Bai's strength spread like wildfire. Smack. A student in the front row slapped himself hard. I deserve that. Yesterday, I was flaming Senior Yi Bai on the forum. The commotion was so loud that Yi Bai finally turned and noticed the uproar in the stands, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had known most of them were simply following the online narrative, but he hadn't expected them to unravel like this. The thought made his gaze turn cold. After today's life-and-death duel, he still planned to block the gate of number 3 high. Ningfeng and Yuan Hua were the prime instigators, but the keyboard warriors who had piled on were hardly innocent. Their crimes didn't merit death, yet mercy was out of the question. Yi Bai, are you even listening to me? Shi Minjiu's voice pulled him back. Oh, homeroom teacher, am listening. Yi Bai gave her a genuine smile. In this entire arena, she was the one person he truly respected. Since Head stepped off the stage, she had stayed at his side, checking on Qin Chuan's injuries, promising to visit later, and reminding him of the coming duel. You definitely weren't listening. He'll say it again. Lowering her voice, Shi Minghua summarized the intel on Ningfeng. Ningfeng might already be second grade. He's trained in the Ning family's arts bone-shattering claw and poison dragon step. Don't underestimate him. Yi Bai's expression stayed calm, but he tucked the information away gratefully. Ningfeng had already died once at his hands, yet solid intelligence was always useful. While they were talking, Wang Xiaopeng charged into the dojo, waving and laughing. Yi Bai, that was brilliant. I couldn't stand that punk Yuan Hua back at Martial High. Be careful out the retake, down Ningfeng, and lunch is on me. Right behind him, the latest batch of Martial High graduates filed in, including Class 1. Yi Bai, why so early? Can't wait to reincarnate. They mocked him instinctively, ignoring Shi Minghua standing nearby. She was just a former homeroom teacher after all. But when they learned that Yi Bai had already survived one life-and-death fight, that Yuan Hua had died on the spot, and that Yi Bai was now early second grade, the classmates who had spent 3 years with him almost turned to stone. Their mental collapse rivaled Yuan Hua's public disgrace a moment earlier. To them, Yi Bai had always been the person most beneath their notice. Sharing a class with him for 3 years had even felt like a badge of shame. They were the ones who first commented on Ningfeng's challenge post, accusing Yi Bai of theft. No one had expected that Yi Bai's talent had mutated long ago. Wang Xiaopeng leaned against the railing with his legs crossed. A grin almost splitting his face. Had been waiting to see these people's colorful expressions when they learned the truth about Yi Bai's strength. So what if he was only at the early second rank? So what if his talent had mutated? Yi Bai's classmates, however, felt nothing but resentment. The bitterness churned in their chests. If Yi Bai hadn't kept everything under wraps, would we have treated him like dead weight time and again? Had we known his talent had mutated, would we still have insisted that he stole Ning Feng's belongings and forced him to take the blame? Besides, there was no guarantee Yi Bai would walk away unscathed today. In their eyes, even if Yi Bai had reached the early second rank, his dominance extended only within third high. Ning Feng, on the other hand, was one of first high's finest prodigies, armed with a clan-inherited martial art. He could probably defeat Yi Bai even at peak first rank, and many believed Ning Feng himself was already a second-rank fighter. Yi Bai's classmates and most onlookers were convinced he was no match for Ning Feng. Time slipped away, and the Ninio clock duel was almost upon them. Ning Feng could turn up at any moment. Can Senior Yi Bai really defeat Ning Feng? In the stands, a student who had witnessed Yuan Hua's death shivered as he snapped out of his shock. Hard to say. The student beside him thought for a moment and replied, Senior Yi Bai is strong. No doubt at second rank, he deserves to be third high's top prodigy. But after his talent mutated, he's probably focused on boosting his vitality, with no time to learn new techniques. Ning Feng, however, was already stronger than others at the same level, and he might also be second rank. Then what happens if Senior Yi Bai loses? It's a life and death arena. Someone could die. But everyone knows by now that Senior Yi Bai was framed. He never stole from Ning Feng. He accepted the challenge only to clear his name. The chatter gradually died down, and more students fell silent. Most of them put the odds at 73-70 for Ning Feng, 30 for Yi Bai. The importance of martial techniques to a fighter needed no explanation. No matter how gifted Yi Bai was, he had had no time to learn new skills, and that weakness all but sealed the outcome. Yet there was something they did not know. Just before 9 o'clock, Yi Bai slipped into a restroom stall under the pretext of using the toilet. Redeemed 300 years of lifespan. He nailed the timing once again, expertly triggering the system glitch. Name: Yi Bai. Vitality: 14,710 second rank, mid-third rank. Martial skills: Bloodburst Combat Method Mastery 2, 90010000. Bloodburn Secret Art Minor Attainment, 4004, 000. 9 Extreme Spear Technique Novice 0500. Lifespan: 300 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. When he looked up at the panel again, his vitality had jumped to 14,710. Since returning to the city last night, he hadn't missed a single chance to exploit the glitch. In just half a day, he had almost reached late third rank, only 290 points short. He glanced at the skill column and saw a new entry: 9 Extreme Spear Technique Novice. Earlier that morning, around 7 o'clock before leaving the hospital, he had discovered during another exploit that he had already grasped the basics of this spear art. Only then did Yi Bai realize that his quick mastery of the Bloodburst combat method and the Bloodburn secret art wasn't merely due to resetting side effects and grinding blindly. The real reason was simple. While he might be lousy at raising vitality, he was a bona fide genius when it came to martial techniques. Yi Bai suddenly realized he was a bona fide genius in martial techniques. Still, he sighed to himself. If raw vitality could not keep pace with skill, he would remain a cripple in everyone's eyes. Luckily, he could hack the system. He could force his blood energy upward while piling on proficiency at lightning speed. The Earth Rank 9 Extreme Spear Art proved it yet again. After tracing the circulation diagram for a single night without even touching a real spear, had already mastered the basics. The rule that a fighter below first grade had no right to train in combat arts no longer bound him. So long as he was willing, he would never miss another exploit, and his strength would skyrocket at an alarming rate. Inside the martial hall, the cheering never stopped. Voices rolled like a tidal wave, making the air itself sear. Yi Bai stepped out of the restroom, fresh from abusing another exploit, and immediately heard the raucous laughter of his classmates and other students from third high. On the platform in the center, Ning Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a sneer tugging at the corner of his mouth as he looked down on the crowd. Shi Mingyue waited at the edge of the platform, her cheeks burning with anger. Yi Bai had been gone only minutes when Ning Feng swaggered in. The moment he learned Yi Bai had reached second grade, Ning Feng showed a brief flash of surprise before unleashing his own surging blood energy second grade as well. Several of Yi Bai's classmates cheered so loudly they nearly blew the roof off. Shi Mingyue felt both disappointed and furious. These people shared a class with Yi Bai, yet they defected to Ning Feng without hesitation, and she could do nothing to stop it. Yi Bai had just crossed the threshold when that group caught sight of him. Yi Bai, you finally came back. We thought you'd run away in fear. Surprised? Young Master Ning is second grade too. Don't think you can measure up just because you made second grade. You're not even in the same league. Mockery crashed over him like waves, as if they could already see his impending defeat. Pushing aside her anger, Shi Mingyue hurried over and whispered urgently, Yi Bai, maybe you should drop it. The worst has happened. Ning Feng is second grade too, and he's learned several Ning family arts. If you step onto the life and death stage, you'll really be killed. The stands were packed with students from third high. Wherever Yi Bai looked, he found only pity and regret in their eyes. Anyone who had still harbored a shred of hope for him, let it die the instant Ning Feng revealed his second grade blood energy. In one corner sat Ning Yuan. Compared with yesterday's swagger, he now looked like a withered plant, devoid of spirit. I wanted to beat you myself, Yibai, he muttered, lowering his head with a bitter smile. But after a whole day outside the city, I only pushed my blood energy to late first grade. Am no match for Ningfeng at all. You're going to die. As an overlooked young master of the Ning family, Ning Yuan understood better than anyone how terrifying Ningfeng truly was. It wasn't just the unlimited training resources. Vitality pills and chi-gathering pills were treated like snacks. The Ning clan possessed more inherited techniques than anyone could count, all taught by dedicated instructors with virtually no entry barrier. Rumor had it that Ningfeng had already mastered 6 full yellow-grade skills. The classroom buzzed with gossip, yet a few students still believed in Yibai. Wang Xiaopeng, arms folded against the doorframe, had just mocked several Class 1 students in the dojo. Now he said nothing, his eyes full of scorn. These people had no idea what it meant to take down a dozen third-rank beasts in a day, or to pull in 1,000,000 before sunset. Had warned Yibai to stay alert, but not because Ningfeng was strong. Yibai paid no attention to the stares around him. Teacher, believe me, I'm peak rank 2 and on the verge of rank 3. He looked up and offered Xi Mingyue a calm smile. Don't be angry for their sake. They'll handle it. He ignored the hushed whispers behind him, thinking they should be glad the arena was inside the city. Anyone wanting a life-and-death fight had to sign the proper waiver. Xi Mingyue answered softly, though worry still lined her face. She didn't trust Yibai's self-evaluation. Yibai set a second wooden case on the desk, pulled out 2 fresh life-and-death contracts, and flicked them toward Ningfeng. The sheets sliced through the air like blades. Ningfeng signed without hesitation, sneering, Yibai, onto the platform. Insect, I thought you'd regret this. He waited to speak until Yibai stepped onto the stage. Afraid any early taunt might scare off the prey, head finally cornered. Last night's humiliation from a mysterious black-robed man demanded an outlet, and his brother Ning Yuan's sudden resurgence needed suppressing. Yibai was the perfect plaything. Learning Yibai was rank 2 surprised him and explained Ning Yuan's praise. But the Ning family heir never regarded playthings as human. We may begin. Xi Mingyue had barely finished the sentence. A few Class 1 students watched with eager eyes. Ning Yuan clenched his teeth and shut his own. Many others looked away. None wished to see yesterday's top prodigy die under Ningfeng's hand. A sharp crack tore through the air. Yibai moved. He scanned the stands, failed to find a familiar face, and a trace of disappointment flickered in his gaze. Then he exploded forward, repeating the exact maneuver head used against Yuan Hua the day before. One strike. All 4,999 points of vitality erupted. The spear screamed and slammed Ningfeng to the center of the platform. Silence gripped the hall. Yibai didn't stop. Ningfeng never even had time to beg. The spear drew back, thrust again. Its second blow punched clean through him. How dare you, wretch! A thunderous roar exploded from below the stage. As Xi Mingyue declared the start of the match, Yibai lunged forward, driving his battle-scarred spear straight through Ningfeng and nailing him to the platform. The spearhead tore flesh and muscle, and before the blood could spill, Yibai ripped the weapon free, the tip whistling through the air as he raised it again, aiming directly at Ningfeng's chest. He had sworn that whoever injured Qin Sharon would pay with their life, and the strength he had held back while killing Yuan Hua was saved for this exact moment. Facing a defeated opponent, he had no intention of wasting another second. Ningfeng was about to die. Around the arena, not a sound could be heard. Students and judges alike stared in shock, their faces echoing a single truth. Yibai really was at the peak of second grade. Even Xi Mingyue felt her scalp tingle, her mind going blank. Suddenly, a thunderous shout split the silence. How dare you, boy? A white-haired elder appeared like a blade slicing into the scene. One moment at the dojo's entrance, the next standing between Yibai and his target. A surge of formidable blood energy slammed into the spectators' chests like an iron hammer. Lower your weapon right now. This duel ends here. Frightening. Unstoppable. Those 2 words flashed through nearly every mind. They recalled the rumors. Prodigies from great clans were always shadowed by guardians at least 2 grades stronger than their charge. Was this man Ningfeng's protector? 3rd grade peak, perhaps? Or even the legendary 4th grade? In Jiangcheng, a city of only a few million, the mayor and the head of the martial association were the sole warriors at the peak of 5th grade. 3rd grade experts were already rarities. Yibai will stand down, won't he? Many students wondered. Yet only seconds had passed since the elder's arrival. Yibai had noticed him the instant he raised his spear and had felt that crushing aura, but his gaze held no ripple of fear. He merely adjusted the spear's angle and thrust at Ningfeng's heart. You dare! The elder roared, both shocked and furious. Boom! The spearhead slammed into a golden barrier, bursting into blinding ripples. The pendant at Ningfeng's throat flared with prismatic light. The elder recognized it at once. A glass jade talisman, an emergency, life-saving weapon bestowed by the clan head after Ningfeng's brush with death in the wilderness a few days earlier. First surprise, then relief flickered in his eyes. Fixing his gaze on Yibai, he spoke with icy menace. So you are Yibai? Very good, very good. I said this duel was over, yet you still try to kill the young master right in front of me? Indeed, he was Ningfeng's guardian. Like the glass jade talisman, he had been assigned only because of Ningfeng's recent ordeal. 2 days on the job, and without leaving the city, the young master had almost died again. He had nearly died right in front of him. The elder made a snap decision. The clash between Yi Bai and Ningfeng ended here, and afterward he would make this arrogant brat pay for his recklessness. Yet, boom. The 100-battle spear was raised a third time and smashed down again, a scorching gale whipping up dust. Pebbles flew when the spearhead struck the floor, and the deafening impact made the elder's pupils contract. Shock robbed him of speech. 2 questions echoed in his mind. Who gave Yi Bai the nerve? How dare this wet-behind Thiers Jr.? Hiss. Only now did the students in the martial hall realize that Yi Bai didn't care about the elder at all. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Is Yi Bai crazy? Someone whispered in disbelief, staring at Yi Bai's impassive profile, their heart filled with confusion and shock. The elder was probably a 4th-grade powerhouse, not to mention the Ning family behind Ningfeng. Especially now. Uncle Huang, help me. Help me. Ningfeng finally shook off the agony from the first spear strike and screamed hysterically. Get in here and save me. I'm the eldest young master of the Ning family. I can't die here. I want Yi Bai dead. How dare that mangy ant try to kill me? His screams left his throat raw, bordering on a roar. The students felt their hearts sink. Yi Bai seemed to have gone too far. When Ningfeng's guardian shouted the first time, he should have stopped. There was no way he could shatter that life-saving artifact, so why push it this far? Inside Jiang City, the elder might not dare kill him, but crippling Yi Bai would be effortless. Heh, Yi Bai brought this on himself, deserves whatever's coming. Someone gloated, and several students from Class 1 even snickered aloud. Moments ago, Yi Bai's spear had pinned Ningfeng to the ground and filled them with fear. Now that the elder had shown up, the dark clouds seemed to lift. So what if his talent mutated and he stumbled his way to 2nd-grade peak? They thought darkly. He's obviously gone to his head, looking down on Ningfeng's guardian and even the whole Ning family. A guy like that deserves to stay a cripple forever. Yet just as hope began to light in their eyes. Swish. Yi Bai retracted the 100-battle spear and gave a faint smile. A life-saving artifact? Heh. The next instant, his blood and chi surged like a tide. The torrential aura rolled out, forcing the surrounding air to crackle and booms even 1,000 points of blood essence. Early 3rd grade. Sometimes you still have to put on a show, Yi Bai muttered to himself. He knew that flaunting power without backing spelled disaster, yet his expression remained calm. 3rd grade, early stage, how is that possible? Ningfeng was the first to sense the overwhelming aura. His surging hatred stalled, and his face turned ashen. Still, he gritted his teeth and screamed, Yi Bai, it's useless. Even if you've reached early 3rd grade, my glazed jade can withstand more than a dozen strikes, and Uncle Huang can break in at any moment. Remembering the glazed jade's protection, Ningfeng's heart settled back into his chest, and his features twisted once more with malice. Whoosh! A crimson mist roiled out as Yi Bai activated, mastered exploding blood battle technique. Adept burning blood secret art. Even while using less than half his blood essence, his raw strength soared past 2 million gene. His fists were iron hammers, his spear a raging dragon, and the oppressive might squeeze the breath from everyone present. This who are you? Deep inside Ningfeng's mind, a terrifying memory suddenly surfaced, taking full shape in his consciousness. Shrouded in a blood-red haze, Yi Bai looked like a demon newly born into the world. In Ningfeng's mind, that silhouette merged with the black-robed reaper who had once killed him with a single shot. After clawing his way back from death's door, Ningfeng had cornered himself on this life-and-death platform, insisting on the duel. Now, as the truth dawned, an icy dread seized him. Even his soul seemed to quiver. Yi Bai, I was wrong. Don't kill me. Ningfeng's voice shook as he raised his hands in supplication. In the Ning clan's eldest son, I have money, endless cultivation resources, take them all. Just spare my life. The spectators exchanged bewildered looks, unable to read Ningfeng's sudden capitulation. Ning Yuan alone caught the crucial detail. Yi Bai's life force was surging, proof that he had stepped into the early 3rd rank. Ning Yuan's eyelid twitched. Ever since their first meeting at the Warrior Association, Yi Bai had leapt forward each time he appeared. Compared with this youth, Ning Yuan's prized talent for killing seemed dull and ordinary. While people were still guessing why Ningfeng was begging for mercy, Yi Bai drew his Spear 9 Extreme Spear Art, first form, Shattered Stone. A thunderclap split the air, the spear's radiance cutting straight through the sky. Bloodburst battle technique, stacked with the Burning Blood secret art, plus the 9 Extreme Spear Art 3 martial skills erupted at once. 2 were honed to terrifying proficiency, and though the spear art was only at entry level, it was a genuine Earth-grade technique. Violent energy shredded the air. Ningfeng's life-saving war armament became a gleaming shield, yet the moment the spear tip touched it, the shield snapped apart. Boom! Before the fragments of light struck the ground, the second thrust arrived, its edge drilled clean through Ningfeng's chest. Splurt! Blood sprayed. Disbelief and unwillingness filled Ning Feng's widening pupils. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Even with a guardian and a priceless defensive weapon, Ning Feng still fell? The boy no one had favored, Yi Bai, had settled it in a single blow. Someone yelled in delight, "Yeah? Nice one, Yi Bai. That so-called young master Ning isn't even fit to carry your shoes." Wang Xiaopeng had expected this outcome, his round face flushed with excitement. Most of the audience was still stunned when Yi Bai swept his gaze over the arena, as though searching for something. Suddenly, the elderly guardian roared, "Brat, he'll kill you." With that hoarse bellow, the old man lunged at Xi Mingyue, a withered hand clamping around the girl's neck. Open the arena barrier in 3 seconds now. He didn't dare break the barrier by force. All his hope lay in taking Xi Mingyue hostage. Ning Feng was dead, and this guardian, appointed only 2 days ago, had utterly failed. The Ning clan had no shortage of mid-third rank fighters. Should the clan vent its anger, his entire family would suffer fates worse than death. All because of Yi Bai? Senior, Yi Bai and Ning Feng signed a life-and-death pact. Xi Mingyue began haltingly, clearly resisting the old man's order. They'll say it once more, drop the shield. The elder's face darkened as his grip tightened. Xi Mingyo's wrist went white. She staggered back a step, her cheeks flushing scarlet. Senior, it's forbidden to kill inside the city, she tried to explain, her voice trembling. She knew Yi Bai had killed Ning Feng on the platform, but the duel had been to the death at Ning Feng's own request. If Yi Bai had lost, she probably couldn't have saved him either, so why blame him now? In her eyes, he had done nothing wrong. Let her go, you old dog. Yi Bai finally saw what was happening outside the arena. Forgetting his search, he shouted at the elder. Instructor Shi, drop the shield. My fight with Ning Feng is over. He called, but Xi Mingyue still shook her head. No, I can't. Then you can die. The elder's eyes flared blood red. Killing intent poured out of him. His fingers dug into Xi Mingyu's slender neck, and a brittle crack sounded. Damn it. Yi Bai's eyes also turned crimson. Boom. Boom. He launched a furious assault on the barrier. Nearly 15,000 points of vital energy surged outward. Each punch thundered like a bomb, spraying stone chips in every direction, yet the shield didn't ripple. The arena's protective field could withstand the full force of a 4th-rank fighter. Without Xi Mingyu's remote, Yi Bai had no way out. For the first time, Yi Bai felt regret. He wasn't afraid of the elder's revenge. He expected to surpass 4th rank in a few days, but he hadn't foreseen that the old man would kill someone in public, and Xi Mingyue was refusing to help. Just as Xi Mingyue was about to draw her last breath, swish, a graceful figure appeared at her side. With a flick of her fingers, she snatched the remote, then flashed to the edge of the arena. Yi Bai, are you sure you want to come out? The woman's face was icy, her voice as cool as spring water. It was Li Qingqing, missing for so long. Yes, Yi Bai answered without hesitation. He had waited for this moment a long time. Good. Li Qingqing nodded. Don't die. Remember to come back for the gift I left you. With that, she pressed the button. Swish. The instant the barrier vanished, Yi Bai sprang into action. However, he didn't lunge at the old man directly. You mangy cur, didn't you want to kill me? Catch me if you can. Yi Bai shouted, his figure flashing like a blood-soaked dragon breaking free. Crimson mist billowed as he burst through the doorway and raced out of the dojo. Xi Mingyue was still pinned by the elder. With only early 3rd-rank strength, she could hold on for a moment, but not much longer. If Yi Bai forced a rescue now, he'd likely fail. The only option was to throw himself outside and draw the elder away. Boy, where do you think you're going? The old man fell for it. His face twisted darker than the night as he tossed Xi Mingyue aside like a rag doll, stamped the ground, and shot after Yi Bai. Cough cough, Yi Bai, don't go. Xi Mingyue collapsed, still gasping. Qingqing, call the dragon guard right now. Tell them someone's killing in the city. She ignored the fact she'd just escaped death, grabbed Li Qingqing's arm, and spoke with a tremor. No other teachers are here during break. Yi Bai will be killed. Yi Bai was no longer the hollow wreck he once was. Had reclaimed his talent and pulled off miracles. But he was still only 3rd rank. Xi Mingyue knew how terrifying the elder was. Over 20,000 points of vital energy. Technically mid-3rd rank, yet wielding true 4th rank power. A 3rd rank challenging a 4th? Nearly impossible. She wasn't alone in her fear. In the stands, students stared at one another, unable to believe Yi Bai could live. What do we do? Wang Xiaopeng, usually confident in Yi Bai, was ghost white, palms slick with sweat. Yi Bai's going to die, isn't he? Some Class 1 students could only pray. Even if Li Qingqing reached the Dragon Guard, reinforcements would never arrive in time. Their prayers seemed answered yet in the eeriest way. Call the Dragon Guard? Useless. A voice rang out from a corner. It was loud enough, yet no one turned. Ow! Who stepped on me? Watch it. The student glared around, seeing no culprit. A shadowy figure rose slowly, lips curling in a cold grin, then stomped on another student's shoe. The victim vented on nearby classmates, still unable to spot the offender. Sneering, the figure kicked the student over. The brief commotion drew no attention to him. He casually pulled out a phone. Hello, pass my order. Tell the Dragon Guard, and find out whether Yi Bai has other relatives. He killed Ning Feng, right? Wiping out his entire clan is only fair. Kid, I told you today you die? Back to Yibai. Seconds after bursting out of the dojo, Head cleared the campus wall behind him. He sprinted but avoided the crowded snack street just beyond Third High's gate. The old man was a mad beast. If they fought in a busy market, Yi Bei's speed would be hamstrung. Instead, he darted through deserted back alleys with tangled layouts, doubling back and changing direction to shake off the wolf on his heels. Yet no matter how he twisted and turned, the pressure behind him clung like a shadow. After all, the elder was a bona fide fourth-rank powerhouse. The moment Li Qingqing shut down the protective shield, Yi Bai bolted out of the martial arts hall. By the time the old man realized what had happened and gave chase, more than a kilometer already separated them. Yet as soon as Yi Bai left Third High, that gap shrank to roughly 500 meters. He sprinted for nearly half an hour, so disoriented he no longer knew where he was. But the elder still clung to his trail. Worse, another frail figure radiating murderous intent and an overwhelming life force now stood directly in Yi Bei's path. Boy, you're a genius better than even young master, the gray-haired pursuer rasped. But you made the gravest mistake of all. You killed him after I showed myself. Yi Bai had been caught. The dragon guard had not arrived in time. Rest easy, the old man sneered. You want to die quickly. Because of you, they'll be executed, and so will my family. I'm going to carve you to pieces before you breathe your last. To the elder, Yi Bai was nothing more than a lamb waiting for slaughter. A talent left to wither is no talent at all. In his mind, he sifted through countless ways to inflict pain, determined to let the youth die in absolute agony. Silent, are you? No matter. You'll be begging soon enough. Yi Bai still said nothing. Assuming fear had stolen the boy's voice, the elder thrust out a skeletal yet explosive hand. Ground-grade technique cloud snaring claw. Even a lion uses its full strength against a rabbit. He would allow no mishaps in this revenge. Let's wish. His hand froze in midair, eyes widening. Before him, Yi Bei's face aged at an alarming rate, his jet-black hair turning snow-white in seconds. The elder had never seen anything like it. A secret art with side effects? Even if it's heaven-grade, it can't save you today. Forcing down his uncertainty, he struck again. Yet swish. Yi Bai moved. At the last instant, he slipped past the cloud-snaring claw. Still no dragon guard. Yi Bai remarked flatly. Perfect. Parlor tricks. The elder growled, convinced the youth was only stalling for time, and attacked once more. From a vantage the elder could never access, invisible information flashed. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 15,010. Third grade, peak. Techniques, Bloodburst Battle Art, Mastery 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Technique, Adept 4004, 000. 9 Extreme Spear, Novice 0500. Lifespan, 0 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. Yi Bai had reached the peak of third grade. He had indeed been stalling all along. From killing Ming Feng to striking the shield to luring the elder outside, he had burned through vast reserves of vitality, leaving him just 300 short of the breakthrough. Now, as the clock struck 10, the counter reset. Reset. Yi Bai activated his innate gift without hesitation. In the next instant, the vitality he had just burned rushed back into his body. His skin tightened, the white at his temples vanished, and he looked decades younger. Boom! The war-worn spear shot forward and collided head-on with the old man's vicious palm. The tip was knocked offline, but the thrust still blocked the strike. Peak third grade. Impossible. The old man was shaken. Throughout the chase, he had sensed that Yi Bai carried only about 7,000 points of blood, purely third grade at most. Swish! Yi Bai thrust again, blood key swirling around him in a crimson mist. Bang! The spear shaft slammed against the old man's palm once more, and this time Yi Bai did not give an inch. He drew the weapon back, sidestepped, and slipped past the elder's flank. The follow-up strike was so fast the old man could scarcely see it. During the pursuit, Yi Bai had gone all out only when he attacked the arena's barrier. Afterward, he shelved both the Bloodburst Battle Art and the Burning Blood Secret, relying on the terrain. It looked like a desperate escape, but he simply didn't want to scare the old man off, nor did he want the Dragon Guard to arrive while his talent was on cooldown. As I guessed, he thought, this old dog is only a fledgling 4th grade strong, but not overwhelmingly so. With 3 techniques stacked on top of a peak 3rd grade body, I might actually have a shot at killing him. Murderous intent flared in both men. Shi Mingyue had nearly died at this elder's hands, and almost unforgivable regret. If the man escaped unscathed, the Dragon Guard would never convict him for a few threats. Therefore, the old man had to die today. Shattered stone. Yi Bai growled. The first form of the 9 extreme spear art burst forth in a chain of thrusts, enhanced by a perfected Bloodburst Battle Art and an apprentice-level Burning Blood Secret. Each strike carried more than 4.5 million gene of brutal force. Boom, boom. The old man parried several blows, but wherever the spear tip grazed the walls, bricks collapsed into powder. Blocking again and again, the elder was alarmed. Absurd. He was a dignified 4th grade, his flesh and bones thoroughly tempered, yet a mere 3rd grade was making his palm go numb. Every unit of his blood key could unleash 20 kilograms of force, and even so he had to rely on his expert-level cloud-seizing hand to redirect Yi Bei's savagery. But third grade is still third grade. I can't lose, he muttered. His fourth grade foundation remained intact, and he was certain Yi Bei would be the one to fall. The elder sensed that Yi Bei's techniques, though powerful, were few in number, whereas his own repertoire was vast. Earth-rank technique mount, tie smash. He changed tactics, took a spear thrust Hedon, then vaulted into the air and unleashed the earth-rank art he had just begun to learn. Yi Bei twisted aside, pulled the spear back, and stabbed again with the same shattered stone, limited as always to its first form. Mystic rank technique raging thunder hand. The old man caught the 100 battle spear with his free hand, using its conductivity to send a surge of lightning through the shaft and into Yi Bei's body. The current raced along the weapon like a mad serpent. Blood welled at the corner of Yi Bei's lips, yet he forced down the agony, yanked the spear back, spun around, and lashed out, driving the old man several steps away. Back and forth they fought for nearly half an hour. They had long since left the alley's entrance and carved their way into what no longer resembled a street at all. The walls on both sides had been ground to dust by clashing force, the blue bricks underfoot shattered, and the ground itself had sunk several inches, littered with rubble and smeared with blood, a scene from hell made real. Throughout this stretch the old man held the advantage, his vast reservoir of martial skills allowing him to change forms endlessly. Yi Bei had only just stepped into the 9 extreme spear art and could barely use its first form, shatter stone, leaving him hard-pressed to keep up. Wounds covered him, his shirt hung in tatters, and blood streamed from his 7 orifices. Yet the old man fared little better. His chest was riddled with holes, one hand stripped to glowing bone. Under the stacked power of Yi Bei's master-level bloodburst battle art and adept-level blood-burning secret art, his strength and speed were terrifying. Every 10 blows the old man landed did less damage than a single counter from Shatterstone. Though the pace was his, their conditions were a dead heat. It ends now. After another rushing thunder hand struck Yi Bei, the old man spoke in a low growl. He tightened his grip on the 100 battle spear, his knuckles whitened, joints popping as he snapped the spearhead clean off. A yellow grade, top-quality war weapon was meant for lower third-rank combat. A rank 3 fighter could scarcely draw out its full power. That was why he had fought barehanded all along. Had he not guided the force away with subtle skill, the spear would have shattered long ago. The break came as no surprise. Expressionless, Yi Bei flicked away the broken shaft. Weaponless, the old man unleashed a flurry of more than 20 strikes, each landing on Yi Bei before Yi Bei found one narrow opening to hit the old man's chest, far weaker than when the spear had been in his hands. Yi Bei, give up. The old man tore a great chunk of flesh from Yi Bei's left arm, his tone ferocious yet tinged with respect. To fight me, a rank 4, with rank 3 strength, is worthy of the underworld's praise. Submit now, and it'll grant you a swift end. Yi Bei's blood-red eyes said nothing. His answer was to slam his palm into the old man's chest the instant he opened his mouth. With a sigh, the old man's assault quickened. 10 more minutes passed, and he felt Yi Bei's punches start to flag. Abandoning evasion, he chose to trade wounds for speed and finish it. What he failed to notice was the absence of despair in Yi Bei's eyes. After every brutal blow, they only burned brighter. Nearly an hour into the duel, Yi Bei was a walking bloodstain. His chest was caved in, and dried gore all but sealed his eyelids. Sensing an opening, the old man launched his final move, cloud-seizing hand aimed straight at Yi Bei's crown. Yi Bei dot! A shrill cry rang out beyond the ruins. Shi Mingyue, clad in a white training suit, and the ice-cold Li Qingqing burst into view. Li Qingqing had already alerted the Long Wei. For safety's sake, Shi Mingyue had escorted her here. The shattered walls and the carnage before them shredded their composure. Indeed, it should end, the old man whispered. At that very instant, Yi Bei bared his teeth in a chilling grin. Mountain splitting. A wet crack followed. The haft of the 100 battle spear, long buried beneath the rubble, was suddenly in Yi Bei's hand. Even without a spearhead, it could still take a life. Yi Bei had claimed he knew only the first form, shattering stone, yet a novice of the 9 extreme spear style could wield 2 forms, shattering stone and splitting mountain. Ning Feng was unworthy of seeing the second, and so was the old man. The wooden shaft whistled through the air like thunder through flesh. Shattering stone tore his body open, and the haft punched out through his back. How is this possible? The old man lowered his head, staring blankly at the rough shaft impaling his heart. When the spear had been whole keen, yet bladeless, it could only gouge bloody holes in him. Now, in ruin, it had pierced him clean through. So that's how it is. Dying by your hand is no injustice. Understanding dawned. He gave a wry smile. His strength ebbed away, and he died on the spot. That day, with 3rd grade cultivation, Yi Bei met a 4th grade Hedon and won. Shi Mingyue watched, rooted to the ground. One step separated 3rd grade from 4th, but that step was a gulf. Yi Bei had leapt it by force. Though he stood soaked in blood and breathing raggedly, a tale like this would shake all of River City and cement him as its foremost prodigy. Stupid Yi Bei, damn Yi Bei! Li Qingqing was no less shaken, yet she kept up her cool facade while sprinting toward him. She had thought he would use the chaos to flee to the Dragon Guard or the Martial Association. Instead, the fool had fought the old man to the death. She could tell he was at his limit and might die any second. Cough, cough, I'm fine. I can still stand, Yi Bai said weakly. Li Qingqing reached him and froze. He was spattered with blood, yet the wounds beneath had already closed. His eyes were clear, nothing like a man at death's door. Am I seeing things? Her shock peak defying a fourth-grade opponent was one thing, but he looked almost unhurt. My gift is reset, Yi Bai blurted. Li Qingqing, are you crying? He looked up and saw her reddened eyes, stunned. I am not. Stop talking nonsense. There's just too much dust some got in my eyes. Flustered, she forced her expression back to icy calm. Yi Bai suspected nothing. The Li Qingqing in his memory had never been rattled by anyone. Why would she shed tears? What he still couldn't fathom was why she would help him, help Aunt Qin, and even avenge him against Yuanhua. Half a year apart hadn't estranged them, yet she hadn't shown up at the life and death arena until the very end. Perhaps she had acted only out of 2.5 years' acquaintance, unwilling to watch a familiar face die. The supposed gift might have been nothing more than a casual gesture. The thoughts flashed by. Yi Bai took a deep breath and let it go. Come out. Come out. Who? Shi Mengyue and Li Qingqing asked in unison, baffled. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke out. Well, you must be Yi Bai, right? Impressivia Tier 3 prodigy, who can bring down a Tier 4 opponent, and you still noticed us. Outside the ruins, several figures stepped from a half-collapsed bungalow. Their Dragon Guard uniforms snapped in the wind, and the tall youth at the front wore a crooked smile, his eyes full of amusement. The Dragon Guard has been here the whole time. Shi Mingio's heart lurched. A dreadful thought flashed through her. These people had watched from start to finish and never stepped in. The youth took a step forward, his smile fading, his voice icy. Yi Bai, come with us. You're suspected of killing inside the city. Return for questioning. No, Shi Minghua blurted. Sir, Yi Bai did kill, but it was self-defense. The old man struck Furza meant to kill him. In Great Xia, killing within city limits was strictly forbidden. If Yi Bai were taken away and the charge stuck, the outcome might be no better than dying in the elder's hands. What evidence do you have? The youth asked coolly. He clearly knew Yi Bai had been forced to fight back, yet had no intention of seeing justice done. Clack. Yi Bai tightened his grip on the 100 battle spear. Bone and metal groaned together. Yi Bai, don't bother resisting, the youth sneered. You managed to cut down a mid-tier 3, and you still look fine, but killing Mei a tier 4 on the rest of these tier 3s? That's beyond you. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Shi Mengyue and Li Qingqing, the threat plane. Shi Mingyu's fist trembled. Li Qingqing's expression turned frigid. Her disguise was gone. She looked at Yi Bai. Her eyes said one thing. We can fight together. This is so unfair. It's because of the Ning clan's influence, isn't it? You were here long ago, but you didn't help Yi Bai, and now you're arresting him for murder. Shi Minghua bit out. Yi Bai drew a deep breath, then suddenly relaxed his hand and let the spears but drop to the ground. He'll go with you. He leaned close and whispered, Teacher Shi, Li Qingqing don't do anything rash. If you fight, you'll be taken too. Stay outside. He couldn't watch anything happen to them. Smart choice, Yi Bai, the youth snorted. He motioned for his men to take the boy and turned to leave. Shi Mengyue watched Yi Bai's back, awash in guilt and self-reproach. As a teacher, she had failed him time and again. Now she could only watch her innocent student taken away. Still, Yi Bai was right. If they stayed free, they might yet clear his name, though no one had a plan. Li Qingqing stayed silent, fingertips trembling. She hated her lack of strength. Even with her prodigious talent and special admission, she was powerless now. Where's Yi Bai? Another voice rang out at that moment. Ms. Shi, Li Qingqing, have you found Yi Bai yet? In front of the shattered dojo, the urgent shout shattered the brief silence. Gasping for breath, Wang Xiaopeng sprinted over, trailed by a large group of students from Third High. Even the normally composed Ning Yuan was in the crowd. Shi Mengyue and Li Qingqing had just stepped outside when they were immediately surrounded. We have, Shi Mengyue answered on reflex. Where is he? Did the Dragon Guard show up and arrest that old dog? Wang Xiaopeng's eyes lit up, as if he could already see Yi Bai standing safe and sound. The fourth-grade cultivator is dead, Li Qingqing replied, her voice as cold as a blade. Dead? Yi Bai killed him. Wang Xiaopeng practically leapt into the air. He stared at the rubble. If the Dragon Guard had handled it, the place wouldn't look like this. His mind went blank. He knew Yi Bai was strong, but a third grade taking down a fourth grade? That was insane. Around them, the students of Third High were equally stunned. One could almost hear a row of jaws hitting the floor. They'd assumed Yi Bai was doomed without timely backup, yet he had slain the old man single-handed. Most of them hadn't even reached a grade, while Yi Bai was performing at this level. Run. The students from Class 1 who'd mocked Yi Bai exchanged glances, terrified. They'd wanted to see him die under the old man's palm. Now that the tables had turned, how could they stick around? They dreaded Yi Bai appearing, soaked in blood, to settle the score. It wasn't just Class 1. Every student who'd doubted Yi Bai slipped away. Ning Yuan, face clouded, left with them. Li Qingqing, we're just going to let them walk off. Wang Xiaopeng clenched his fists, had been waiting for Yi Bai to come back and slap those people in the face. Li Qingqing raised a hand to stop him. They're not the priority right now. With that, she quickly explained what had happened. Yi Bai had killed the mid-third grade fighter, but Dragon Guard had taken him away on the charge of killing inside the city. What? Wang Xiaopeng's face turned pale. He was defending himself. If I'm right, it's because Ning Feng is dead. He was the Ning family's eldest son, and they already know the truth, Li Qingqing said, each word landing like a hammer. She swept her gaze over the crowd, cold yet resolute. Everyone here knows what really happened. I need you to post on the Third High Forum, on the Warrior Association app, clear Yi Bei's name, and do it now. The normally tight-lipped girl had never spoken so long. Only Yi Bei's life could have driven her to it. Surveillance around the ruins was scarce, and the few cameras had been destroyed. With Yi Bai in custody, that young Dragon Guard could easily beat a confession out of him. That was what had left Shi Mingyue and Li Qingqing at a loss. Now that Wang Xiaopeng and the others had arrived, Li Qingqing finally had a plan. 2 days ago, a post on the number 3 high school forum branded Yi Bai a thief, and the evidence looked ironclad. 2 days later, Li Qingqing slapped her desk in the classroom. If a post can ruin someone, it can clear their name, too. Well, make the whole school know, the entire Jiangqing see that Yi Bai is innocent, and well back it with proof. Damn it, the Ning family thinks they can bully us? Post it right now. Wang Xiaopeng's eyes were already red. Almost no one hesitated. The students who had stayed gathered around computers and phones, fingers flying across keyboards. The Class 1 students who had fled after witnessing Yi Bei's stunning performance along with anyone nursing a guilty conscience were long gone. Those still here, some of whom had once blamed Yi Bai while others had sensed something was off, were now seething. Yi Bai is number 3 high's top prodigy. Ning Feng couldn't beat him, why should he be framed? Post after post flooded the school forum, and then synced to the Warriors Association app. Shocking. Jiangqing's elite Ning family stoops this low. Inside the feud between a number 1 high prodigy and a number 3 high student. Dragon Guard covering for a killer? What matters more, background or talent? Why is our number 3 high prodigy treated unfairly? Remember Yi Bai? The headlines grabbed attention, and the articles dug deeper. Ning Feng had forced Yi Bai to sign a life-and-death contract, lost the duel, and was shot dead. The Ning family then pulled strings behind the scenes, even bribing corrupt Dragon Guards. Photos, recordings, and the original contract were attached, every step spelled out. Li Qingqing's plan worked. The Yi Bai versus Ning Feng incident went viral, no longer confined to a campus forum, but sweeping across Jiangqing in minutes. My God, number 3 high turned out a 3rd rank who beat a 4th rank. Yi Bai? Didn't the papers say half a year ago that his talent had side effects, and he became a cripple? The posts say it mutated, and now he's 3rd rank. Others focused on a different point. Ning Feng forced a life-and-death contract, lost, then called in the Ning family. If that sets a precedent, what's the arena even for? Someone hurried to number 3 high. Guys, I asked around on Snack Street, they really saw a teenager being chased by a mid-3rd rank fighter. Soon after, someone else photographed the contract left at the dojo and uploaded it along with on-site audio. With evidence laid bare, countless martial artists were fired up. Let Yi Bai go. He acted in self-defense. Dragon Guard should reward him, not punish him. The Ning family has gone too far. On the Warriors Association app, the official Dragon Guard account was flooded with comments, every one of them backing Yi Bai. Yi Bei's name once again spread through Jiangqing. But this time he wasn't the joke with the faulty talent, he was the prodigy who, as a 3rd rank, had fell to 4th rank. Kid, you're famous now, you know that? Yet at the very same moment, in an unseen room, Lu Qingtian wore a strange look as he studied the young man cradling a teacup in front of him. Jiangqing's Dragon Guard headquarters stood in the heart of the city, housed in a tower just 1 floor shorter than the Martial Artists Association. In the top floor office, sunlight streamed through a wall of glass and spilled across a dark sandalwood desk. Lu Qingtian raised a hand to his mouth, coughed sharply, then fixed his eyes on the teenager cradling a teacup on the sofa, his expression oddly amused. You're famous now. Yi Bai, did you know that? The old man rasped, the teasing unmistakable. Yi Bai looked up, watching the tea ripple in his cup. Haven't I been famous for a while already? He arched a brow. Don't tell me the news that I killed Ning Feng, and that old mud is out? The moment he spoke, he sensed the mistake and instantly understood. Grandpa Lu, that means the Ning family can't touch me anymore. I won't be shipped off to that place, right? His tone was light, yet the fingers around the cup tightened, nothing like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Rewind to the moment the Dragon Guard took Yi Bai away. A black Dragon Guard SUV idled at the curb. The door slammed shut and 4 officers in tactical uniforms crowded Yi Bai into the back. The air conditioning blasted cold, but the atmosphere was taut as a wire. A young man in his 20s slid in beside him, a cold smile playing at his lips. Yi Bai, I'm sure you know what to say once we reach Dragon Guard. Brushing dust from his cuff, he added, if you don't, I'll make it simple. Confess, and only you die. Refuse, he drew a finger across his throat. The gloom in Yi Bei's eyes vanished. He clasped his fists toward the man. Thanks. The young officer squinted, surprised by the gratitude. Leaning back, Yibai lowered his voice. We can drop the act now. You're here to get me out. You're not mid-third grade at Al, you're holding back, so that person thinks you're on the Ning family's side. His calm made it sound as though he had seen everything coming. Ever since he unleashed the bloodburst battle art on the battlefield, his perception had soared far beyond an ordinary third grade. The unseen aura pressing on him was stronger than the old man's, proof enough the Ning family wanted him dead. That was why he dragged the fight out until reset was nearly off cooldown. He knew the butt of the spear could kill, yet he abandoned it early because he had already discovered the key to breaking through from third to fourth grade, striking the same vital spot again and again. With each blow to the old man's chest, he forced open the path to overturn a higher realm. The young officer and his team only reached him after Shi Mengyue and Li Qingqing appeared. Whispering in awe, he said, interesting. No wonder the old man sent me, even knowing how dangerous this was. In other words, their mission was to rescue Yibai. The elevator carried them straight to the top floor. When the metal door slid apart, Yibai and the others stepped into a broad corridor and stopped before a black and gold plaque that read Director's Office. Inside waited the old man the youth had mentioned, Lu Qingtian. Their first meeting, he had called himself a minor department head in Dragon Guard. The second, he claimed to have taken a leisurely post at the Martial Artists Association. No one would have guessed this kindly elder was one of Jiangqing's two guardians, a peak fifth-grade master rivaling the city lord, half a step from the Grandmaster realm. Setting aside his paperwork, Lu Qingtian rose with a smile. We meet again, Yibai. Let me introduce myself properly. Lu Qingtian, chairman of the Martial Artists Association and director of Jiangqing Dragon Guard. There was no longer any point in hiding. Yibai froze for an instant, then bowed with cupped fists, shock flickering in his heart. The rest of the conversation was concise. Lifting his tea, Lu Qingtian spoke earnestly. Yibai, you were reckless this time. Ning Feng was the Ning family's treasure and their chosen heir. Although many elders in the Ning clan back someone other than Ning Fengsum, have even thrown their support behind Ning Yuan in the past 2 days, the clan will never let the man who killed their heir live. Lu Qingtian set his teacup on the low table, his voice calm, yet uncompromising. Don't assume this old man can shield you forever. The Dragon Guard isn't the regular army. Mid-tier third-grade fighters are scarce. Forget asking the Ning elders to act this time. Not one mid-third grade under the Dragon Guard had a moment to save you. The Ning clan simply underestimated you. They never dreamed you could cut down a fourth-grade cultivator, so they sent only one protector. If it happens again, my useless grandson might not dare stick his neck out for you. The old man's tone softened, his eyes filled with appreciation. Still, I like you, Yibai. I can't just stand by and watch Jiangqing's brightest talent fall to the Ning clan. He tapped the tabletop, and a holographic roster appeared. The Jiangqing Elite Training Camp starts soon. If you agree, the Nings won't dare touch you, and you'll attend Wuda like any other student. The Elite Training Camp, better known as the Genius Camp, is compiled by the Dragon Guard and run entirely by the military, gathering the top students of the year. Once enrolled, you have both the Dragon Guard and the military at your back. The Ning clan won't dare, and legally can't, strike. Aunt Qin will be safe as well. Yibai was tempted but asked first, Elder Lu, is Ning Feng really dead? He suspected otherwise had killed the man once before. Even after putting a bullet through Feng's heart minutes ago, he had searched the area, still uneasy. Lu Qingtian gave a definitive nod. Dead. You're thinking about that life-saving trinket, aren't you? The Ning clan traded for it through the Warrior Association. There was only one. I don't know when he used it, but he's dead for good this time. Yibai pressed on. If I join the camp, besides avoiding revenge and attending Wuda, what else do I gain? Martial techniques, elixirs, every shortcut to power, Lu Qingtian replied. But they're restricted to use inside the camp. Nothing leaves with you. Yibai fell silent. Resources others would kill for felt hollow to him. His strength skyrocketed by exploiting bugs, and aside from techniques, he needed almost no supplies. He never planned to study at Wuda. His only wish was to cure Qin Charan and give her a good life. Rather than waste months in camp or on campus, he'd rather stay in Jiangqing, hunt the wilds for cash, improve their living conditions, and spend the rest on techniques, living freely. Still, the Ning clan's threat was real. The life-and-death contract was signed, and after the enraged elders stormed off, trouble kept piling up. Even if he could rewind time, he would shoot Ning Feng again, but that didn't mean he could ignore the backlash. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Qingtian slid a cup of tea toward him. No rush. Think it through before you answer. Just then, word reached Lu Qingtian that a Dragon Guard internal account had been hacked. The good news. This year's students were motivated and clever. The bad. The Dragon Guard's reputation was about to tank. And the hardest fish had been trying to hook. Yibai looked ready to slip the line. Lu Qingshan's expression turned odd. He realized that Yibai was ready to bolt. Yibai was right. His duel to the death with Ning Feng had already been exposed, so while he was in the Genius Camp, the Ning clan would not dare act rashly, and even Yibei's relatives would be safe. The Ning clan was a vast family with many experts and just as many opinions. Yibai, my young friend, that's exactly how it is. Lu Qingtian pondered for a moment, then decided to answer honestly. He did have his own agenda in bringing Yi Bai into the genius camp and believed it would benefit the boy, but the final choice should belong to Yi Bai himself. Elder Lu, what are the requirements for joining the genius camp at the last minute? If you choose not to join, you're still one of Jiangqing's prodigies. Whenever you need help, come to me. What? Lu Qingtian froze. He had assumed Yi Bai would refuse. Headlong noticed the youngster's lack of enthusiasm for the camp. Yet the seemingly playful words carried a serious look. Lu Qingtian burst out laughing, suddenly feeling he hadn't done enough for him. Yi Bai had clearly figured it out. The second and third grade certification rewards hadn't come from the association, but from Liu's own pocket, and Yi Bai had caught that fleeting hesitation, knew the old man hoped to achieve something through this recruitment. Yi Bai, because you weren't accepted by any martial university and are entering late, you'll have to hunt 10 succubi inside the city or 30 beasts outside the walls to qualify. Lu Qingtian laid it all out in one breath. Initially had only wanted Yi Bai to clear out a few succubi. Then, Elder Lu, should I start the task right away? Yi Bai rose to his feet. No rush, the camp opens the day after tomorrow. Lu Qingshan's smile deepened, confirming his suspicions. Wait a bit. He'll issue a statement clearing your name, and you'll soon be released from the Dragon Guard. Then we can discuss the reward for killing that mid-third grade criminal for us. Elder Lu, there's no need for a reward. Yi Bai was startled. Relax. This time the payment won't come from me, the Dragon Guard, or the Martial Association. Lu Qingtian narrowed his eyes with a smile. The public uproar now gave him a legitimate excuse to demand compensation from the Ning clan. The attacker had been Ning Feng's protector, and although he was dead, the responsibility still lay with the clan. The announcement was swiftly released. In the name of Jiangqing's Dragon Guard commander, Lu Qingtian set the record straight and added that Yi Bai would soon join the city's genius camp. Finally, it was time to talk payment. Yi Bai, my young friend, how about 100 merit points plus a top-grade Earth rank spear? Yi Bai was stunned again. He didn't quite grasp the value of merit points, but an Earth rank weapon top grade at that. His current 100 battle spear was merely top-grade yellow rank, suitable for lower third-grade martial artists, yet it cost 800,000 great xia coins. A low-grade profound rank weapon went for 1 million, a top-grade profound rank piece for 3 million. As for Earth rank, judging by the price of his storage ring, even a low-grade one would fetch 6 or 7 million, if not 10. Top quality like this easily surpasses the worth of a storage ring. The starting bid alone would be 12 million credits. Yi Bai sat on the sofa opposite Lu Qingtian, rubbing the smooth, warm ring between his fingers, a burning light in his eyes. Lu Qingtian beamed at him. Elder Lu, I'll do whatever you say, Yi Bai finally confessed, unable to hide his excitement. The 100 battle spear was broken, and to anyone beyond third grade, a yellow-grade weapon no longer meant much. Seizing the opening, Lu Qingtian continued, then let's throw in something else. You're short on a movement technique, right? We'll have the Ning family supply a peak Earth-grade footwork and throw in 20 condensed chi pills. He tapped the coffee table as he named the price. Top Earth-grade art, 5 million. 20 condensed chi pills, 6 million. With just a few words, the package had ballooned to nearly 20 million daxia credits. Yi Bai drew a sharp breath. Elder Lu, will the Ning family really agree to that? They'll jump at the chance, Lu Qingtian replied, sipping his tea with absolute confidence. Yi Bai suddenly recalled something Lu Yenner had mentioned. Then could we swap the footwork for an advanced version of the Bloodburn secret art? As Jiangqing's leading clan, the Ning family might be able to fetch one. Compared with a movement art, Yi Bai wanted an Earth-grade Bloodburn technique far more. Lu Qingshan's smile froze. What? Brother Yi Bai, you've already mastered Bloodburn? His brow knit. Wait, don't tell me you've also grasped the 9 extreme spear art. Is that how you cut down a 4th-grade opponent? His gaze was so sharp it seemed to bore straight through Yi Bai. Until now, had assumed Yi Bai relied on a reset-type talent to refresh his state. Yet when the young man arrived at Dragon Guard, he hadn't had a scratch on him. Yes, Yi Bai admitted at last. Blood mist boiled off his skin, a crimson heat surging around him. Lu Qingshan's eyelids twitched. Those two arts minor mastery. Major mastery? He prided himself on calm, yet Yi Bai's bombshells nearly made him shout. First the youth had agreed to join the genius camp. Now he commanded Bloodburn and the 9 extreme spear art, most likely at major mastery. Discovering Yi Bai's high proficiency in both blood explosion and Bloodburn, Lu Qingshan's mind flooded with question marks. The kid had held those manuals for only a few days. Even his grandson's favorite rebirth novels wouldn't dare write this extreme. Yi Bai scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I'm a bit gifted when it comes to martial arts. Lu Qingtian burst out laughing. Good. Talent is exactly what we need. Bringing Yi Bai into the genius camp had started as insurance, but now he sensed real hope of achieving his goal. Relax, he promised solemnly. We'll get you an advanced Bloodburn art and a peak Earth-grade movement technique. Inwardly he sneered. The Ning family had nearly killed not just San Gao's top prodigy, but the hope of Jiangqing itself. Paying a few more million was nothing. When the discussion ended, Yi Bai rose to leave. Lu Qingtian personally walked him to the door. Everything will arrive at your home soon. Yi Bai departed, full of anticipation. The door had barely shut when the office opened again. A tall young man strode in. Grandfather, is all this really necessary? Just tell Yi Bai the truth. Head never refused the genius camp once he learns how much he cares about Aunt Qin. If he knows why she suddenly developed cancer. A complicated look crossed Lu Qingshan's face. He raised a hand to interrupt. It's not time yet. Yi Bai is still too weak. If he knew, he would die. Back when Lu Qingtian and Yi Bai were weighing what compensation to demand from the Ning family, Yi Bai's name had already hit the headlines. Lu Qingshan's brief official statement, barely 100 characters, fell into the Martial Artists Association app like a spark into hot oil, setting the forum ablaze. The front page was spammed with threads, every one of them centered on Yi Bai. Unbelievable. Director Lu posted personally? Our campaign for Yi Bai actually reached him? You must not have read the announcement. Director Lu said it was all a misunderstanding, was the one who took Yi Bai away, and he plans to invite him into the genius camp himself. I nearly fell out of bed. I thought the Ning family was crushing a poor prodigy, but it was all a giant mix-up? Only because Yi Bai is insane. Half a year ago rumors called him a cripple. Now he's third grade and has defeated a fourth grade warrior? Director Liu's been watching him all along. That's not even the craziest part. The genius camp roster is usually locked right after the college entrance exam. Yi Bai is the first ever mid-season recruit. Insider tip. This year's Jiangqing Genius Camp is special. They might invite talents from other cities. So Yi Bai is Jiangqing's ace? If he can take down a fourth grade opponent, he must be at least peak third grade. Who else could it be? I've got nothing, but Yi Bai is awesome. Yi Bai rules 1. Yi Bai rules 10,086. I want to have his babies. The threads multiplied, 99%, sporting Yi Bai's name. The focus flipped from taken by Dragon Guard to third grade in 6 months, defeating a fourth grade, and the only mid-season genius camp entrant. A self-styled mysterious insider poured on more fuel, and the Yi Bai is awesome replies became uncountable. Just as the buzz peaked, Yi Bai collected his belongings from the Dragon Guard office and walked out the main door. A dense crowd waited, reporters with cameras, bystanders with phones, every neck craned toward the entrance. Are you Yi Bai? Yi Bai's out. The first to spot him was a girl in a skimpy outfit. She squealed, cheeks flushed, and rushed over with a marker. Yi Bai, can you sign your name? Right here on my chest. She thrust that patch of snowy skin forward, eyes shining with worship. Another boldly dressed woman, even more generously endowed, protested at once. Yi Bai, ignore her. What's there to sign on something that flat? Sign mine, there's more room. One figure after another surged up, blocking the entire staircase. Yi Bai, autograph, please. Yi Bai, how do you feel about joining the genius camp? Do you know you're the only person ever admitted mid-season? Yi Bai, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies. Our kid would be a martial genius like you. Yi Bai, kiss me. Questions, screams, camera flashes, and outstretched arms rained down on him. It went on for more than 10 minutes. A narrow alley stood just beyond Longwei's front gates. Yi Bai lurched into view, hair in a hopeless tangle and lipstick smeared across his face, looking like a man who had fled a battlefield. Barely half a minute earlier he had broken free of the crush outside Longwei, and the panic still rattled his nerves. Lu Qingtian had warned him he was trending. Li Qingqing and Shi Minjiu's rescue attempt had blown the story wide open. He never imagined the uproar would dwarf his Jiangqing Daily headline from 6 months ago. Now his name filled the entire city. How do you feel? A cool, clear voice sliced through the alley. Yi Bai's first instinct was to bolt, the hands grabbing for him. The lips lunging at him were terrifying. Half a year of dealing with succubi had never been this wild. He turned and saw Li Qingqing at the mouth of the alley, arms folded, leaning against the wall. Her eyes paused on the lipstick marks, annoyance plain on her face. Li Qingqing, don't get the wrong idea. I didn't ask for this, they just kept kissing me whenever I wasn't looking. He cut himself off, startled by how frantic he sounded. They were only casual friends, and after half a year of distance the air between them was still awkward. Li Qingqing suddenly laughed, a quick, soft sound that vanished almost instantly, yet it stunned Yi Bai. It was the first time he had ever seen her smile. The chill around her brightened for a heartbeat. Dummy, you're forgiven, she murmured. What did you say? He had zoned out and missed it. Come with me. Teacher Shi and the others are waiting on the far side. Everyone was looking for you, but there were too many people at the gate. Her smile faded, voice calm again. Everyone. A lot of people. Okay, give me a minute, I need to change and wash my face. Only then did Yi Bai realize more than just Li Qingqing and Shi Mingyue had stepped in. No wonder the mess had exploded. At the alley entrance, he pulled out his phone and called the Dingxing Hotel. Hi, I need a private room at noon for a few dozen people, and plenty of grade 1 exotic beast meat. He meant to repay them properly. The mob might have been the media's fault, but their help was genuine. A debt was a debt. In the past, he would have hesitated to spend this much. Yet he was now late. Third rank on trip beyond the walls paid the tab. Add in the compensation Lu Qingtian had wrung from the Ning family, and he felt flush with confidence. Qin Charin's lingering spider venom would have to wait. Reservation settled. Yi Bai circled the block and soon spotted Shi Mingyue and their classmates from third high. Yi Bai's here. A third rank taking down a fourth rank and strolling away. Good grief. I still think I'm dreaming. Seeing him unhurt, the crowd erupted. Yi Bai, you're incredible. You even know a big shot like Director Liu. Wang Xiaopeng was the most excited, genuinely happy for him. Shi Mingyue finally exhaled. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Yi Bai clasped his fists. Thank you. Teacher Shi, thank you, Xiaopeng, and thank you, everyone. You helped me, and I have nothing worthy to repay you with. So I booked a little restaurant for lunch. Will you honor me by coming? Good grief, the Dingxing Hotel. Yi Bai, that's what you call a little restaurant? It's the best place in Jiangxing. With this many of us, it has to be at least 100,000, right? You're thinking too small, more like 1,000,000. Everyone was stunned. Everyone was stunned when Yi Bai suggested that little restaurant. Yi Bai, maybe we should pick somewhere else, Wang Xiaopeng said, eyes wide and voice shaking. Yi Bai, Xiaopeng's right, let's go somewhere cheaper, Shi Mingyue urged. Dingsheng is way too expensive. For the same money, we could eat several times. They both knew Qin Sharon was still in the hospital and that her medical bills wouldn't be small. They wanted to help Yi Bai shoulder the cost, but even if they managed to scrape the money together, wasting it at Dingsheng seemed crazy. The exotic beast meat is already ordered and non-refundable, Yi Bai said with a smile, waving away their concerns. Besides, I'm probably not short on cash any more. The Ning family owes me compensation. Shi Mingyue and Wang Xiaopeng were about to press him when Yi Bai dropped the bomb. I killed Ning Feng and his guardian. The Nings have to pay up. What did you just say? Shi Mingyue froze. Yi Bai, if you're going to brag, at least make it believable, Wang Xiaopeng scoffed. You're lucky they're not coming after you. And you think they'll pay you? The top clan in Jiangxing just giving you money? Before he finished, a figure appeared without a sound. The newcomer wore a crisp butler's uniform and a polite smile that never reached his eyes. Power rolled off him in waves. Shi Mingyue's pupils contracted mid-third tier, even stronger than the old man from before. Are you Mr. Yi Bai? He bowed slightly. That's me. Yi Bai's eyes brightened. He had already guessed the reason for the visit. On the patriarch's orders, I bring an apology and compensation. The butler raised his hand. Several iron cases appeared from a storage ring and thudded onto the ground. With that, he disappeared, leaving no time for anyone to react. Only then did Shi Mingyue notice the crest. Her eyes went wide. The Ning clan sent by the patriarch himself. Everything Yi Bai said was true. She couldn't help thinking. Did Lu Qingtian force them to pay? Could Yi Bai really be just an ordinary guy? Maybe he's Lu Qingshan's hidden grandson? Click. Yi Bai opened the first case, and golden light spilled out. 20 condensing chi pills. At 150,000 each, hats 6 million. The students gasped. The second case opened. A cold gleam flashed. An earth rank weapon, lower or mid-grade. Either way, it's worth at least 6 million. The third case held a jade scroll. 7-star Tiangang step. A top-grade earth rank movement art. Fourth case. Fifth case. Yi Bai checked them all. He wasn't worried the Ning clan would shortchange him. He simply wanted to confirm the quality. After inspecting everything, he stored it all in his ring, smiled, and said, so, can we go eat now? Sure. Shi Mingyue had nothing left to say. The storage ring left Wang Xiaopeng even more astonished. We're going to eat until you're broke, you filthy rich man. He bellowed, teeth gritted, yet brimming with bravado. When it came time to order, however, he still gauged everyone's appetite and didn't waste a single grain of rice. He kept the dishes modest, but case after case of beer purchased from the convenience store at the hotel entrance was stacked into a small mountain. At first, Yi Bai was puzzled. What are we doing with all this beer? He asked. The answer revealed itself halfway through the meal. Yi Bai, I'll punish myself with 3 drinks and apologize. Face flushed, Wang Xiaopeng rose and downed 3 bottles in a row. One classmate after another gripped the table edge and stood up. I cursed you on the forum yesterday. I was an idiot. I helped post smear threads too. I feel awful. I never thought you'd still treat us to dinner at the Dingxing Hotel, no less. I never imagined I'd set foot in a place like this. Yi Bai, I used to call you a bloodkey weakling because I was blind. You're the pride of class 1 and of number 3 high. In the noisy private room, bottles clinked crisply while every student faced Yi Bai and bowed with a drink in hand. Yi Bai could only smile wryly and drink with each of them in turn. The feast ran from 11 in the morning to well past 1 in the afternoon, leaving the table a complete mess. Most of the students staggered out, draped over each other for support. Worried for their safety, Yi Bai offered to help, but Wang Xiaopeng thumped his chest. Relax, they'll get every brother home in one piece. Once the crowd dispersed, the room fell quiet again. Yi Bai had no intention of going home. He circulated his blood key, and a faint mist steamed from his pores, expelling every trace of alcohol in an instant. Time to head beyond the city. He glanced out the window. The day after tomorrow was the opening of the Jiang City Genius Camp, and he still needed the quota of 30 exotic beasts. More importantly, he was eager to test the Earth-grade supreme battle weapon he had just received. Dragon scale spear 2 meters 6 long, forged entirely from tinta sandier black iron, weighing 18,000 jing. During forging, The smiths had blended in 5th grade earth dragon blood and scales. With blood key infusion, it could unleash dragon's might and dragon's roar. That was the summary the Ning family's steward handed over with the spear. Yi Bai had expected the Ning family to pawn off a defective weapon, yet what he got was a genuine killing tool. He couldn't help but praise Ning family heir Lu Qingtian for being more reliable than rumored. People say the Ning family nearly ruined Jiang City's hope, and you dare fob me off with trash? The moment the dragon scale spear touched his hand, one word dominated his mind: ferocity. Compared with his old 100-battle spear, the two weren't even on the same scale. Back when had first received the 100-battle spear, he hadn't been this desperate to sprint outside the city gates. Yi Bai pushed the door open. Steph had taken only 2 strides into the corridor when light footsteps sounded at the far end. A young woman blocked his way. Li Qingqing. Classmate, aren't you going home? Her cool voice carried a hint of inebriation. A rosy flush warmed her cheeks, softening her usual ice queen aura. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. She was stunning, every bit as breathtaking as that fleeting smile shed once shone. Dummy. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes at him. You talking to me? Yi Bai froze. The ice-cold school beauty using that tone at him? She must be drunk. Clack. Li Qingqing's hand closed around Yi Bai's. Li Qingqing grabbed Yi Bai's hand, soft, smooth. That was the first thought flashing through his mind. The teenager's heart skipped a beat. What was she up to? Was she really drunk? Or had deleting her contacts 6 months ago not driven a wedge between them after all? Could they still talk as freely as they used to? Come with me, she murmured, her voice gentle yet resolute. I told you I had a gift for you when you got back. So there really is a present. Yi Bai froze, a faint disappointment flickering inside him. She was probably just keeping her promise. Half a year was more than enough to dull any feelings. Before he could think further, Li Qingqing pulled him straight toward the city gate. Out of town, what kind of gift required leaving the walls? It was late. The gate area was nearly deserted, no queue at all. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao were lounging against the thick alloy rampart, as usual. Spotting Yi Bai from afar, they called out, Brother Yi, there you are. Running late today, something hold you up? They still hadn't heard about the stir Yi Bai had caused earlier that day. Then they noticed the 2 hands clasped tightly together. Well, who's this, the missus? Huang Weiguo laughed, eyebrow raised. Nicely done, Brother Yi. So that's how it is. Chun Jinyao joined in, waggling his brows. No wonder Yi Bai refused every trip to heaven on earth. With such a pretty girlfriend waiting, their attempts to broaden his horizons had been pointless. Huang Weiguo stepped forward first. Sister-in-law, Huang Weiguo. Didn't prepare anything special, so hey, race a little gift. Chun Jinyao followed up. Sister-in-law, Chun Jinyao. Just call me Brother Chun like Yi Bai does. I've got a token for you too. Both small gifts were enthusiastically stuffed into Li Qingqing's hands. Yi Bai almost blurted out an explanation, and Li Qingqing were nothing more than old classmates, but sister-in-law kept firing out of the soldiers' mouths, and he dreaded what would happen if he corrected them. The Ice Queen reputation wasn't built on her cool looks alone. Thank you, Brother Huang, Brother Chun. I love them, Li Qingqing said with easy grace, her eyes curving in a soft smile. When we get the chance, Yi Bai and I will treat you to dinner. Yi Bai stared, dumbfounded. Was this really the Li Qingqing he knew? Could she be a succubus in disguise? Had never heard of one sneaking out of the city instead of in. Haha, sounds great. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao agreed readily, then looked back at Yi Bai. What were you about to say, Brother Yi? Nothing, Yi Bai came to, still replaying that dazzling smile in his mind. Take it easy once you're outside, they reminded him earnestly. You're a genius, sure, but the sister-in-law's just a regular combat school grad. Yi Bai nodded absent-mindedly, his confusion deepening. The pair passed through the checkpoint in order and walked out of the city. Yi Bai, this is your present. Li Qingqing stopped in front of a thick stand of shrubs inside the safe zone. She parted the branches. At last Yi Bai saw the so-called gift. An ice sculpture. Inside the ice stood a man frozen in terror, an old acquaintance named Chen Fu. Yi Bai's eyes narrowed. Yi Bai, I was wrong, I really was. Chen Fu babbled. I never should have told everyone you were a thief or pushed Ning Feng to challenge you. I knew you were a second-tier fighter. For the sake of our old friendship, let me go, please. I almost got eaten by a beast out here. The ice hadn't fully cracked, yet his words spilled like gunfire. Li Qingqing flicked her wrist, the frost retreated, and shards hit the ground with a series of sharp cracks. The instant he was free, Chun Fu dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead into the dirt as he begged for mercy. Yesterday's scene of the girl showing up at his door still played in his mind. Only now did he grasp how badly had messed Yupan not just him, but the whole class. The truth was sharper than any of them had imagined. Yi Bai suddenly realized how much running Li Qingqing had done these last 2 days. The real culprits weren't just Yuan Hua and Ning Feng. You were dumped out here today? He asked quietly. Yes. Yi Bai, please let me go back. Chen Fu's voice shook. Those few words were enough for Yi Bai to connect every clue. At dawn, Li Qingqing had reached the dojo much later than usual, not because she didn't care about his duel, but because she knew he wouldn't spare anyone who'd hurt Qin Chuan. So she'd risked everything to smuggle Chen Fu out of the city. with Huang Weigua and a squad of soldiers guarding the gate, who knew what she had endured. Thank you, Yi Bai said to Li Qingqing, his voice low and sincere. She had already convinced Jiang Rini to treat Annie Qin and even covered the medical bills, and had never properly thanked her. Now she had taken on even more for his sake. Idiot, I don't need your thanks. Li Qingqing rolled her eyes, half scolding, half smiling. Yi Bai stood there, mind stuffed with cotton. One thought rang crystal clearly. Qingqing looked especially adorable today. Hold me, she muttered, teeth clenched. Deep down she was terrified that Yi Bai's feelings might not match her own. Half a year had passed, she didn't know if had changed. She only knew she never wanted to miss another chance, and she couldn't survive another day without him. Huh. Yi Bai stared at her. If you don't want to, forget it, her courage crumbling. I do. Yi Bai pulled her straight into his arms, no hesitation. Did he like Li Qingqing? Until this moment had never been sure, had never been in love. But the second she said hold me, his heart nearly burst. He finally understood the source of all those nameless aches. Had fallen for her long ago. And really, how could any man spend every day with a stunning girl who shared his interests and not fall? Feeling her soft warmth and breathing her familiar scent, Yi Bai realized he was completely intoxicated by her presence. Yi Bai, congratulations on winning the lattice heart. If there's nothing else, he'll just be on my way now, alright? The ill-timed voice dropped like a pebble into a still pond, shattering the sugary air that seemed to solidify in the room. Chen Fu stood in the doorway, shrinking back, equal parts awkward and terrified. Li Qingqing sobered up instantly. Looking down, she realized she was nestled in Yi Bai's arms. Her cheeks flamed, even the tips of her ears burning, and she hurried to push him away. Bang! The gunshot was crisp and final. Yi Bai lifted his hand, fired, and Chen Fu's chest burst open in a shower of blood. He died on the spot. The body hit the wooden floor with a dull thud, yet neither of them spared it another glance. Silence settled again, broken only by 2 rapid heartbeats. Li Qingqing's mind screamed. What have I done? She wanted to vanish into Yi Bai's embrace. Yi Bai, meanwhile, was admitting his feelings for her for the first time, but had no clue what couples were supposed to do next. Urgent help needed, please. Li Qingqing finally broke the quiet. How's Aunt Qin? Last night, she had tricked Chen Fu out of the city, only to stumble into the old assassin's strike on Yi Bai when she came back. All she knew was that with Jiang Rini around, Qin Churan should have been safe. Aunt Qin's awake, Yi Bai said, then laid everything out. With Jiang Rini's skill, Qin Churan had regained consciousness before dawn, and a new treatment plan would be finalized today. The price was terrifying 10 or 20 times normal cancer therapy, but Yi Bai had cash now. Even if it wasn't enough, he could post a deposit and wouldn't have to sell off any more combat gear. That was why he could embrace this relationship without hesitation. 6 months ago, he never would have made it this far. A thought struck him. By the way, how do you even know Dr. Jiang? Much less get him to treat Aunt Qin. I know your family's situation, it's about like mine. When Wang Xiaopeng first told him, had nearly dropped his jaw. Jiang Rinyi, the hottest physician in Jiangqing. Only son of the legendary Jiang Guoshi, wasn't someone you could hire for a mere 200,000. Li Qingqing blinked. You really want to know? I do. Then don't feel pressured, okay? Yi Bai chuckled. With his qi and blood now at late 3rd grade, he could rake in over $1 million a day if he tried. Once Qin Churan was cured, his life would turn a whole new page. Finally, Li Qingqing explained. I got a special admission to Modu Martial University. My advisor contacted Dr. Jiang. As long as we cover the standard fees, he's willing to take the case. Yi Bai sucked in a breath. Modu Martial University? The Modu Martial University. In this world, martial prowess rules. On the surface, a Wuda looks like any other university, but the difference is night and day. In his past life, college was just one road to success. Bad grades weren't a death sentence. Here, though, everyone agrees. If you want to become a true powerhouse, you need a Wuda to forge you. Wuda offers more than superior training resources, techniques, and battle gear. It also provides the critical knowledge a warrior needs after crossing each threshold. That's why Lu Qingtian is adamant, Yi Bai must join the genius camp. Nothing but good can come of it. Modu Wudao ranks among the top 2 martial universities in Daxia, tied with Shangjing Wuda for first place. Put simply, anyone with even a single point of Kiblutho can present an admission letter from Modu Wuda, instantly gains social standing comparable to, or beyond, a 4th grade fighter. Of course, someone with 1 point of Kiblud would never be accepted, but the message is clear, Modu Wuda is untouchable. Before mastering his bug carting trick, Yi Bai had dreamed countless times of becoming a Modu Wuda student and easily finding ways to pay Qin Churan's medical bills. There's only one Modu Wuda in all of Daxia, right? Then how did you? Li Qingqing nodded, deepening Yi Bai's confusion. On exam day had learned she had only 80 to 90 Kiblud, still below 1st grade. He didn't know Modu Wuda's exact cutoff, but he was sure that score was nowhere near it. In the past decade, no one in Jiang City had met the standard. I told you I was a special recruit, she explained patiently. During the martial aptitude awakening ceremony, Li Qingqing had also been approached privately. An official evaluation revealed her incredible talent. The more techniques she mastered, the faster her Ki blood rose and the stronger she became. Only after she entered first grade could this talent truly shine. So what level are you now? Not as fast as you, I've just reached third grade. Impressive. Yibai was stunned. In less than a month, perhaps only a dozen days, Li Qingqing had climbed from the cusp of first grade to third. His own ascent relied on relentless bug carding, while hers happened while she was still earning Qin Sharin's treatment money. Yibai publicly claimed his talent mutated after the exam, and in Li Qingqing's view it took him a full month to reach 15,000 Ki blood. She now faced systematic training in the genius camp, and once she entered Moda Wuda, she would gain even more resources, accelerating her growth. The so-called top prodigy of the three high schools, Yibai felt unworthy. The real prodigy was clearly Li Qingqing. As for the Moda Wuda professor who specially recruited Li Qingqing and connected her with Jiang Reni, he hadn't simply paid the medical bill, perhaps to show them they lived in entirely different worlds. Well, feeling the pressure? Li Qingqing looked up, bright eyes locking onto Yibai as she arched a brow. I could be on top of you anytime. Yibai froze. What a brazen line. He dropped his gaze and swallowed hard. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Do you realize you're breaking all the rules? Honestly, there's no pressure at all. I'm just happy for you. Yibai drew several deep breaths to steady the turmoil in his chest before answering Li Qingqing. And this time, every word came straight from the heart. From the very start, he has relied on nothing but persistence and hard work. Even with his knack for exploiting glitches, his growth hasn't necessarily been faster than Li Qingqing's. Each time a martial artist rises one rank, his lifespan makes a qualitative leap, which means every breakthrough multiplies the payoff of each bug he triggers. Right now, he can only add 7,200 vitality points a day, but once he reaches the 4th or 5th rank, he could very well achieve the seemingly crazy rate of 1 point per second. If Li Qingqing's talent were any more ordinary, he would actually worry that advancing too fast might put undue pressure on her. He lifted his eyes to the translucent status panel that even snuck into the restroom during dinner to farm more glitches. Name, Yibai. Vitality, 16,510 peak, 3rd rank. Martial skills. 1. Bloodburst Battle Art Mastered 2, 910,000. 2. Burning Blood Secret Technique Proficient, 404,000. 3. 9 Extreme Spear Technique Initiate 0, 500. Lifespan, 300 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. 16,510 vitality, only 12 glitches short of the 3rd rank cap, at 19,999, and at this pace he should hit it before dawn. Li Qingqing will undoubtedly soar in the future, but for now his own progress is even faster. Okay. Li Qingqing smiled again, sweeter than before. Thinking back on how boldly she had acted, her ears flushed red, yet she felt lucky it ended well. No more fear of missing her chance with Yibai. Yibai stared, entranced, a single thought echoing inside him. So good. Qin Sharin's illness is about to be cured. The regrets of the past 6 months are being mended, and Li Qingqing is now his girlfriend. Ever since the system's misidentification, everything has been racing toward the best possible outcome. Chen Fu so? Almost the moment Yibai ended Chen Fu with a single thrust, elsewhere in River City. Inside a moss-covered courtyard house, a dim bulb swayed overhead. A bearded man kept half his face in shadow, showing only his chin as he spoke into a phone in a low, gravelly voice. Sir, Shui Yi is dead. The killer is still unknown. But Yi Beihe's made a name for himself. He took down a 4th ranker while still 3rd rank, so I suspect Shui Yi died by his hand as well. Yes, sir. Understood. He hung up immediately. Whatever had been said on the other end remained a mystery, and in the blink of an eye he vanished. The yard held no trace of him, only a cold, lingering murderous aura echoing among the old bricks. Smack. At the same time, across River City, candle flames trembled inside the ancestral hall of a sprawling private estate. The young man Ning Qi was sent sprawling by a resounding slap, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Ning Qi, do you understand your mistake? The reprimand boomed like thunder. Ning Qi's features resembled those of Ning Feng and Ning Yuan, save for his ever-tilted phoenix eyes that gleamed with a reckless arrogance just like that notorious wastrel playboy. It's not my fault. The young man slowly raised his head and stared at the dozen figures seated before him. Every one of them radiated a pressure as heavy as a mountain, yet the slanted eyes in his handsome face were still full of defiance. If not for Lu Bufan, Yibai would have died long ago. Smack. A sharp slap was the only reply. The elder in the ash-gray robe lifted his hand. Boiling vital energy formed a palm that landed hard across Ning Qi's cheek. Even now you refuse to admit your mistake? His voice was as cold as forged steel. Your guardian fought Lu Qingshan's grandson. That gave Lu Qingtian the excuse he needed to squeeze the Ning family. 200 merit points paid to the very man who killed our young master. And on top of that we have to guard the next dimensional gate that might appear in Jiangxing. They've turned the Ning family into a joke. Yibai had misjudged one thing: the second mid-3rd rank warrior who came to kill him had not held back because of the Martial Association's rules, but because Lu Bufan had secretly threatened him. Lu Bufan might not have reached 3rd rank, yet he possessed the terrifying strength to challenge 4th rank. The punishment 300 cane strikes for Ning Qi. The Grand Elders made their decision. Ning Qi was dragged to his knees outside the ancestral hall. The heavy staff rose and fell. Blood soaked his sleeves in an instant. When the 300 strokes were done, he staggered out of the shrine, his face so dark it looked as if it would drip ink. Yibai, what a fine Yibai, he rasped. I had planned to kill you quickly for avenging me on Ning Feng. Jiangqing Genius Camp, is it? Just you wait. He was the mysterious youth who had watched Ning Feng die in the dojo that morning and mockingly vowed to wipe out Yi Bei's 9 generations. Jiangqing Genius Camp suddenly added a temporary member, Yibai. Trial Zone, Jiangqing No. 1 High School. The door of the gravity chamber slid open, and a bronze-skinned, muscle-bound youth strode out. The dense iron flooring left clear footprints under his steps, and the phone he casually pulled out was made entirely of reinforced alloy. Yibai, a 3rd rank who killed a 4th rank, hailed as this year's ace? He browsed the file and raised an eyebrow. Interesting. He had thought he only needed to deal with 2 rivals to prove to Sister Yin that he was strong enough. He had not expected a new contender to appear out of nowhere. A faint smile curled his lips, but his eyes shone with unshakable confidence. An aging, blood-weakened mid-3rd rank? He could kill that, and do it more easily than Yibai, even though he had just stepped in a 3rd rank himself. The Dragon Guard evaluated every student's talent at the awakening ceremony. His name was Xiao Huohua, and his rating was class. A bumpkin from the bottom rung who only sped up his blood energy growth by a hair, and he thinks that qualifies him to join Genius Camp at the last minute? Xiao Huohua was not the only one who noticed Yibai. Other students on the roster soon spotted the trending post on the Martial Association's app. The list had been finalized, and with only 2 days left before training began, everyone was in closed-door preparation. No one had noticed until now. Suddenly the discussion exploded. So he cuts in line, fine, but peak 3rd rank? How many chi-condensing pills did he swallow? How shaky is that foundation? He only killed an old man with failing vitality. Maybe he cheated. Maybe the Dragon Guard pulled some strings. With that background, how many combat techniques can he even learn? His mastery must be pathetic. More than half the students shared similar views. Only a handful quietly held some respect. Maybe Yibai really was someone worth siding with. They all believed that if they ignored their foundation and gulped down enough pills, they too could hit peak 3rd rank in half a year. Challenging 4th rank. Maybe just luck. On the other side of the training grounds, the million-credit combat technique chamber opened. A red-haired teenager stepped out, a long spear strapped to his back, his eyes burning like flames, each stride ringing against the floor. He ran a hand over the spear, gaze piercing the corridor as if he could already see the opponent who was coming. Yibai, huh? Let's see if you can withstand the first strike of my wavebreaker spear at minor mastery. Early the next morning, soft sunlight slipped through the curtains of a ward in First Hospital, blending the faint smell of disinfectant with the rich aroma of chicken soup. Li Qingqing poured the soup from a thermos into a bowl, cradled it in both hands, and smiled sweetly. Aunt Qing, I made this to help you recover. Don't get youpy, you need to rest. They'll feed you. Careful, Qingqing, it's hot. Qin Charan reminded her, leaning against the pillow with eyes full of affection. She turned to Yibai, half teasing and half doting. Xiaobai, did you see that? I told you Qingqing's a wonderful girl. She only pretended not to notice me because she was upset with you. From now on, don't you dare make her angry. She's so lovely, I'm tempted to adopt her as my goddaughter. With that, she shot Yibai a pointed, warning glance. Yibai, holding a plate of fruit, had been smiling contentedly until her words made his lips twitch. Adopt her as a goddaughter? Then I'd have to call Li Qingqing's sister. No way. When Head come back last night, Aunt Qin was already asleep, so he hadn't had the chance to tell her he and Li Qingqing were officially together, though Head suspected she was trying to pair them up. Footsteps kept passing the doorway. Yesterday's events had shaken all of Jiangsheng, and during their rounds the nurses had told Qin Charan about Yi Bei's overnight fame. Doctors in the corridor whispered, Sister Qin, your nephew, could he teach us? How did you raise such a remarkable young man? Qin Charan answered modestly, it's all Xiaobai's own hard work, I hardly did anything, though inside she was both shocked and thrilled. Others didn't know it, but 5 days ago Yi Bei had still been a trainee warrior. She had even cried and begged him not to go when he left to hunt the aliens. She also knew nothing about Li Qingqing's talent in martial arts and thought the girl had only just begun training. So she had wanted Yi Bei to look after this considerate young woman. Seeing Yi Bei's awkward expression, Qin Charan glared at him again. What? You don't like the idea? Aunt Qin, Yi Bei really isn't Li Qingqing, sensed the tension and hurried to speak. Xiao Xiaobai, do you need Dr. Jiang to check on you? Qin Charan asked instinctively, suddenly worried. Aunt Qin, what I mean is we're already together. Li Qingqing giggled, finally telling the truth. What? Qin Charan stared for 2 seconds, then broke into a radiant smile. Good, wonderful. I've always liked Qingqing. If Xiaobai managed to win you over, that's the luck of 8 lifetimes. She slipped a wooden bracelet off her wrist and pressed it into Li Qingqing's hands. Ching, you know Xiaobai's mother passed away early, and I've treated him like my own son. My mother left this bracelet for her future daughter-in-law. I'm giving it to you now. It's only wood, not worth much, but please don't mind. Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with surprise. She accepted it with both hands. Thank you, Aunt Qin. I love it. After handing over the bracelet, Qin Charan turned back to Yi Bai with a stern look. Xiaobai, let me be clear. Even though I haven't made Qingqing my goddaughter, you absolutely cannot bully her. If you do, don't bother coming home. Yi Bai had never expected things to unfold like this. So love really can disappear, can it? Yi Bai's smile widened until it almost reached his eyes. He knew that Li Qingqing's preference for Qin Charan was, in fact, the greatest kindness she could show him. All the examinations were finished, and the treatment plan was finally set. It would begin tomorrow. The cost had ballooned to 8 million, 4 times the original estimate, simply because Yi Bai insisted on the safest option, one guaranteed to leave no lasting side effects. Where would the money come from? He had it figured out. There was already more than 1 million in his account. The condensing chi pills could be sold for 6 million. Yesterday afternoon he and Li Qingqing had hunted a batch of mutant beasts in the wild, and once the materials sold today, they would have the full amount. Life was steadily moving in the right direction. Night deepened. Wanting Qin Charan to rest, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing left the ward close to 8 o'clock, leaving Jiang Reni to keep watch. Outside the hospital, neon lights stretched their shadows across the pavement. Yi Bai, they'll walk you to the city gate, Li Qingqing said, drawing her gaze from the ward window. I start at the genius camp tomorrow, and I still haven't mastered one of my martial techniques. I need to practice tonight. Her voice was gentle but resolute. After hunting side by side with him, she truly understood how Yi Bai could challenge 4th-rank warriors. Every slash and step looked as if he had drilled it 1,000 times. His mastery was astonishing. Out in the wilderness, Yi Bai had even offered, since you want to take payment for the treatment, let me teach you some techniques. Li Qingqing had nearly blurted out, who's the one with the innate martial talent here? Many of her techniques were private gifts from her mentors, meant for her use alone, so she had to drop the matter. Still, stubborn as she was, she had already made a silent vow. After 3 years of school being overshadowed by Yi Bai, she was done letting him stay on top. Yi Bai understood her training style differed from his, and readily agreed to split up for the night. They headed toward the gate, streetlights turning the road almost as bright as day. Suddenly, Yi Bai stopped, pulled out his phone, and dialed Wang Xiaopeng. Hey, Xiaopeng, you awake? Huh, Yi Bai? Bro, it's late. Yi Bai laughed, and got straight to the point. I want to take you hunting outside the city tomorrow, as thanks for all your help. On the other end, Wang Xiaopeng nearly sprang out of bed but held back, afraid to wake Wang Fugui in the next room. Hunting? Come on. They'll call you big brother, okay? I just want to chill. I haven't even hit the Star Glory rank this season. Yi Bai knew he was talking about his beloved competitive game. Xiaopeng rattled on. We're friends, right? No need for gratitude. If you really want to repay me, give me 10 merit points when you've got some, and we'll call it even. He smirked to himself. Merit points weren't something Yi Bai could get anytime soon. By his calculations, even with Yi Bai's rapid rise to peak 3rd rank in half a year, earning 10 points would take years. No, at least 1 point a year, tops. Merit points? Yi Bai's expression turned strangely complicated. He clearly remembered that the compensation list Lu Qingtian had demanded from the Ning family yesterday included 100 merit points. When the Ning family's steward delivered the goods, he only mentioned the martial arts manuals and the chi condensing pills. There was no word about merit points. Yet last night, after Yi Bai uploaded his hunting footage to the Warrior Association app, he opened the My page and saw a new entry. Merit point statement. His balance had suddenly jumped by 100. To Yi Bai, merit points were like the military merits of his previous life, largely symbolic unless you amassed a huge amount, so he hadn't taken them seriously. But just moments ago, on the phone, Wang Xiaopeng had asked for 10 merit points and then hung up in a rush, saying he had to go farm points. That made Yi Bai sense something was off. Qingqing, do you know what merit points are actually used for? He asked Li Qingqing. I do, she replied with a nod. Are they expensive? He pressed. Probably very expensive. A faintly odd look flickered in her eyes. At the very least, I've never heard of anyone pricing them in cash or trading them for money. If you really had to convert them, maybe 1 to 2 million daxia coins per point? Yi Bai drew in a sharp breath. 1 point was worth 1 million. Even at the lowest estimate, his 100 points equaled a full small fortune. Only now did he realize that Lu Qingxin's request for merit points was the real prize. The extra martial arts manuals and 20 chi condensing pills were mere afterthoughts. Li Qingxing looked puzzled. Yi Bai, why are you asking all this? She hadn't heard his call with Wang Xiaopeng. She knew about merit points only because, when her mentor recruited her, had promised her 50 points after enrollment, a remarkably generous offer. With Yi Bai's peak 3rd grade strength, he shouldn't be able to earn even 1. Yi Bai repeated the phone conversation. Oh, Xiaopeng. Li Qingxing relaxed. That explains if those points are extremely useful to him. Then she laid out the system behind merit points in more detail. Although Treasure Pavilion ranks among the top 3 shops on Warrior Street, It's currently licensed to sell only supplies for lower third-grade warriors and to purchase materials from beasts of the same tier. Last time Wang Fuguwei told Yi Bai that he'd have to smuggle in a storage pouch if Yi Bai wanted one, it wasn't because he didn't want the sale, it was because the rules forbid it. Those rules are set by the Human Alliance's merit point system. Only 4th grade and higher warriors are eligible to earn merit points, and even then, a 4th grade warrior must be exceptionally strong to accumulate any. A store without a resident 4th grade expert or the right connections doesn't dare handle mid-3rd grade or above merchandise offend a hot-headed mid-3rd grade warrior, and your shop could be smashed to pieces. In the Jianghu, especially in business, you need serious backing to survive. 10 merit points happen to be the minimum threshold for Treasure Pavilion to receive authorization to trade in supplies for 4th grade warriors. So Xiaopeng is serious, Yi Bai murmured. Giving him 10 merit points might help him even more than helping him break through right now? Yi Bai asked one last question. If the Treasure Pavilion really can call on several newly advanced 4th rank fighters at any time? Li Qingqing nodded firmly. Yes, they can. Good. A plan was already taking shape in Yi Bai's mind. He immediately rang Wang Xiaopeng. Fatty Wang. Ask Uncle Wang whether he has any 4th rank friends. I want to hire a few on a long-term basis. After hanging up, he called back at once, this time just to test the waters. If he could confirm the Treasure Pavilion's strength, he would share some contribution points with Wang Xiaopeng. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring. Yi Bai had never forgotten Wang's goodwill, and now he finally had a chance to repay it. To him, even 10 contribution points worth tens of millions of great xia coins were nothing compared with the hand a friend offered when he was down. The line connected. Yi Bai, what happened? Is the Ning family playing dirty again? Did they go after Aunt Qin? Damn it. I should have known those power-hungry scum were up to no good. Listen, my dad has a few mid-3rd rank friends who just broke into 4th rank. They're more than enough to protect Aunt Qin inside the city. The Ning family won't dare make a scene. Wang Xiaopeng practically jumped to his feet, taking responsibility for Qin Charen's safety. Yi Bai smiled. This friend was worth it. Relax, fatty. The Ning family isn't up to anything. Aunt Qin is fine, and I don't really need to hire 4th rank fighters. Seriously? You almost gave me a heart attack. Take a deep breath and follow my lead. Then what? Then get ready to receive the contribution points you wanted. Just one sentence. Whoosh, silence on the other end of the line. It was as if someone had grabbed Wang Xiaopeng by the throat. No sound came out. Beside Yi Bai, Li Qingqing snapped her head around, her bright eyes gleaming. Contribution points? A full 10? How could a teenager who hadn't even reached 4th rank produce that? Was he hiding his strength, already at the peak of 4th rank? Li Qingqing's imagination ran wild, suspecting Yi Bai's power had skyrocketed again. Yi Bai, I can't take them. Wang Xiaopeng finally spoke, his voice low yet earnest. Maybe you don't know a single contribution point is worth millions of great xia coins and can't be bought on the open market. Once you hit 4th rank, money want buy certain things, heaven-grade weapons and techniques above Earth grade, for example. They can only be exchanged with contribution points. You got them before reaching 4th rank. That's your own stroke of luck. Keep them, you'll need them after you advance. Yi Bai said calmly. I have 100 contribution points. The Ning family paid them as compensation. With that, Yi Bai added one more sentence. Cambridge is silent tonight. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaopeng was turning alternately pale and livid, on the verge of a meltdown. Wang Fuguwei had spent years cultivating connections and still hadn't earned a single merit point, while Yi Bai was quietly sitting on a full 100 of them. Even so, Wang Xiaopeng swallowed his frustration, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out. Qingqing, how do I transfer merit points? Yi Bai tossed the question straight to Li Qingqing. Like this step here, then confirm, Li Qingqing said crisply. In her eyes there was nothing wrong with Yi Bai giving Wang Xiaopeng some points. After all, the man she liked was simply that kind. If not for what had happened back then, Yi Bai would never have risked everything to protect her. A few seconds later, the transfer was complete. Yi Bai, Wang Xiaopeng stared at the 10 new merit points on his warrior app and found himself at a loss for words. I don't want to keep living off the sale of exotic beast meat, Yi Bai said with a small laugh. Fine. Come to Treasure Pavilion tonight, and I'll wire you the cash. Wang Xiaopeng finally relented, but Yi Bai hung up without another word. See you tonight, Qingqing. The city gate was already in sight. Using the excuse of needing the restroom, Yi Bai ducked away to exploit the bug once more, then said goodbye to Li Qingqing. Today's goal, gather the entire cost of treatment while making enough to buy a fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment and change his life for good. Merit points were valuable, but Wang Xiaopeng had just hinted at their true purpose, and Yi Bai wasn't about to cash them out like a fool. Personal panel. Name, Yi Bai. Vitality, 19,999 peak, true 3rd grade. Combat Arts. Bloodburst Battle Technique Mastered 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Adept 4004-000. 9 Extreme Spear Art Expert 1, 4113-000. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. After triggering the bug, the panel refreshed. His vitality sat at 19,999, only 1 point short of mid-third grade, which would qualify him for an official stipend. The hard requirements for 4th grade were still unknown, but once he spent enough, the shop would surely list the needed items. He poured all additional lifespan into the 9 extreme spear art, pushing the skill to expert and unlocking 2 new moves, Sever the Sea and Break the Sky, both markedly stronger than Shatterstone and Split the Mountain. The only regret was that the 2 top-tier Earth rank manuals the Ning family had paid out last night were so demanding that he was still stuck at novice level. He was about to join the line when Li Qingqing suddenly tugged his sleeve. "What's wrong?" "Close your eyes." The girl's voice was so soft, it was almost carried off by the wind. Yi Bai hesitated, then obediently shut his eyes. Smack. A warm, moist touch, laced with a faint fragrance, landed on his cheek. Had been kissed? And by campus beauty Li Qingqing at that? Yesterday she had become his girlfriend. Today she stole a kiss. The surprise hit so quickly he barely had time to savor it. When he opened his eyes, Li Qingqing was already jogging away, her ears crimson, leaving a single sentence drifting back on the breeze. "Come back, Safino. Don't take any risks. When you return, I'll kiss you again." Her shy sweetness hadn't changed at all. To the young woman, the wilderness was practically a synonym for danger. So when Yi Bai decided to hunt beyond the walls alone, she simply wanted to give him a little encouragement. "Deal." Yi Bai laughed in reply. At the city gate the crowd was loud and restless. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao had been waiting there for some time, the long wall casting a shadow while wind whipped at their uniforms. The moment they spotted him, they started to tease. Well, brother Yi, impressive. We always thought you were a rookie. Never figured you were such a ladies' man." "Ahem. Come on, guys." Nothing like that." Yi Bai's face turned bright red the instant he remembered the brief tenderness he had just shared with Li Qingqing. Clearly these two had seen it from a distance. Huang Weiguo clapped him on the shoulder. "Relax, we're only joking. Hurry up and get moving. And remember what your girl told you, no unnecessary risks." They had wanted to say this for a long time. Every time Yi Bai returned, he brought back astonishing spoils, but the danger was just as great. Joy aside, worry always outweighed everything. Yet because Yi Bai never spoke about it, they had held their tongues. After passing the military checkpoint, Yi Bai left the city. On the far side of the wall, a soldier suddenly frowned. "Hey, that was Yi Bai, the guy who graduated from number 3 high, right?" "Yeah, why?" Huang Weiguo answered absently. The soldier clicked his tongue. "Why? Do you realize how lucky you two are? You're on a first-name basis with Yi Bai." Huang Weiguo scowled. "Enough. Zip it. If you have questions, check the Warrior Association app. If you want leave, ask the captain. Everyone loves watching us embarrass ourselves." The soldier snorted and walked off. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao glanced at each other, then actually went to request temporary leave. A few minutes later they stood in front of a holographic screen in a nearby guard tower, inhaling sharply. Holy, Yi Bai caused that much of a stir yesterday? 3rd rank strength, and he took down a 4th rank opponent. No wonder he said we were meddling. With power like that, unless he's unlucky enough to meet a 4th rank beast, a succubus, or an evil spirit, nothing out there can touch him. Yet most of the trophies he brings back are early 3rd rank, or even 2nd rank. That means he's ridiculously cautious. So what grade is his talent, anyway? Could it really be class? The more they read, the more shocked they became. Finally, they started blaming each other. "This is all your fault. If you hadn't chased after that girl yesterday, we wouldn't be the last ones to find out." Deep in the wilderness, Yi Bai strode over cracked earth, a trail of blood stretching behind him, his spear soaked in beast gore. By rough calculation, he was more than 100 kilometers from the city. A spear strike split the air like thunder. A mid-3rd rank beast fell with a skull-piercing thrust, its massive body carving a crater in the ground. Yi Bai withdrew the spear, excitement flashing in his eyes. Since mastering the 9 extreme spear art, the new moves Sea Splitter and Skybreaker had doubled in power. A pure burst of blood energy let him unleash 600,000 gene of force. Great achievement, Exploding Blood Technique, plus minor achievement, Burning Blood Secret Art, 4,800,000 gene. Sea Splitter 6 million gene. Skybreaker nearly 7 million gene. With an Earth-grade war spear in hand, the tip sliced flesh like wet paper. Each thrust carried a faint dragon's roar, both intimidating enemies and magnifying the damage. At this level I can face Elder Wang Heat in the moment I leave the dojo, no more stalling. A peak 3rd rank opponent is effortless. If I meet a 4th rank, maybe it's worth a try. If not for Li Qingqing's repeated warnings, he would have been eager to provoke a 4th rank beast. His power was rising too quickly, and he craved stronger prey. A deep, resonant roar rolled through the valley. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. A big one. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the Warrior Association, inside Lu Qingshan's office. "President, we've got a problem." A shout burst in, cutting off Lu Qingshan's work. "I just got word there was a riot at Gate 3 of the Dimensional Zone. The uprising has been quelled, but a peak 2nd rank spirit escaped and has already slipped into the Jiangqing wilderness." An association duty officer shoved the office door open and stumbled inside. The room went dead quiet. A chill shot across Lu Qingshan's face. Gate 3. The Xie and Lu families draw huge quotas of soul crystals. Every year have they been taking them for free. He sprang to his feet, overturning the teacup on the desk. Scalding tea splashed everywhere, yet no one dared utter a sound. Get the military on the Linino warrior leaves the city. Pull every available unit from gates 1 and 2. We have to hunt that spirit down. Seal the city gates and conduct a sweep. Leave no stone unturned. The orders came sharp and cold. Lu Qingtian was not overreacting. Everyone on Blue Star knows the 3 alien races that invade humanity each have their own edge. 1. Succubi excel at disguise and seduction. 2. Behemoths rely solely on their terrifying bodies. 3. Spirits are the strange formless, immune to physical attacks, and they strike at the soul, not the flesh. Check any modern martial academy history syllabus, and you'll see it plainly. Since the age of universal martial arts began, humans have pushed succubi and behemoths down a tier, yet spirits remain the greatest menace. In every siege, more warriors fall to spirits than to any other foe. There's one simple reason. You can hurt a spirit only with a war weapon. The higher the weapon's grade, the better it converts blood energy, and the harder it hits. That property drives war weapon prices sky high. Even a weapon isn't enough. You need battle armor and years of specialized training before you can spar with a spirit of equal rank. If not for the royal bloodlines within the succubi and behemoths that keep their power in check, spirits could easily dominate all 3 races with their eerie abilities, especially since they are the rarest of the lot. Lu Qingshan's voice rang out again. Last thing, find out which warriors left the city this morning. Be ready to contact their families to claim the bodies. A peak 2nd rank spirit on the loose spells disaster not for Jiangcheng itself, but for the warriors roaming the wilderness and the families counting on them. Even if dragon guards and the military react at lightning speed, tracking a bodiless spirit in that vast expanse is like looking for a needle in the ocean. On his way to command post at the city gate, Lu Qingshan's expression grew darker, could already see the storm this spirit was about to unleash. Whoa, did you hear? The gates just slammed shut, no warriors allowed out. I saw a swarm of dragon guards sprint over, plus a bunch of soldiers. What's going on? Lu Qingshan's fears were justified. The show of force was so huge that a warrior blocked at the gate quickly posted on the association app. I need answers too. I was about to head out and earn money for my kids' formula, and now they won't let us through. Does anyone know what's happening? I'm online and really need an answer. Hey up there, I know you're anxious, but take a breath first. I've got some inside information, someone typed in a rush. You'll be glad you didn't make it out of the city. A malevolent spirit has shown up in the wilderness, and it's at peak 2nd tier. Holy crap, did I just dodge death? What? A peak 2nd tier spirit? No wonder the authorities are moving this fast. The last time a spirit showed up near Jiangcheng was 10 years ago, right? Quit the chatter. Does anyone know if their friends already left the city? The military has sealed the gates. We're safe inside, but the warriors who just went out are in real trouble. Peak 2nd tier, people. Forget novices and regular 2nd tier. Even peak 3rd tier or freshly advanced middle 3rd tier fighters are almost certainly doomed without specialized training. These replies were only the tip of the iceberg. Within minutes, the post's popularity exploded, knocking eBay's thread out of the top spot. Soon every forum board was flooded with wilderness spirit posts. What do I do? My dad left the city at dawn. He even promised to bring back vitality pills. I'm terrified. Urgent. What's the Dragon Guard and the military status? Both my parents are out there. My partner just hit 2nd tier yesterday and ran off to hunt at sunrise. Are they done for? Does anyone know if cohabiting for 3 months counts for legal inheritance? Panic spread like a virus among family members. Most ranked warriors hunt in the wilderness every day, and they nearly all head out the moment the gates open at dawn. The gates were now shut, but the wilderness continued to prey on everyone's nerves. 10 minutes after the post went viral, Qi Mingyue got the news. She was staying at 3rd High today because Li Qingqing had asked to rent the school's martial arts training room. On the phone, Wang Xiaopeng's voice came through in a rush. Xiaopeng, you're sure Yi Bai went outside today? Class rep, I'm sure. Wang Xiaopeng sounded shaky. He asked me to go with him this morning. I said no. I tried calling later, but he didn't pick up. Qi Mingyue's heart sank. Wang Xiaopeng grew more panicked. Yi Bai may be peak 3rd tier and has even defeated a 4th tier, but he's no match for that spirit. I don't know either. Qi Mingyue felt helpless, but she forced herself to stay calm. Xiaopeng, don't panic. The wilderness is huge, and there's only one spirit. The odds of him running into it are tiny. She looked toward the training room. Behind the glass wall, Li Qingqing was seated cross-legged, eyes closed, meditating on a combat technique. Her breathing was steady. She sensed nothing outside. Qi Mingyue clenched her teeth. The top priority was to keep the news quiet. Yi Bei's aunt and Qingqing must not find out, especially his aunt. She was about to start a new round of treatment and couldn't afford any emotional shocks. You're right. He'll handle it right away. Wang Xiaopeng agreed and hung up. Qi Mingyue double-checked the training room's soundproofing. Li Qingqing was still immersed in cultivation, a few strands of hair swaying with her breath, showing no sign of unease. Please, sage of literature, protect Yi Bai, she whispered. She hurried back to her office and lit 3 sticks of incense at the shrine, the smoke curling upward. But just after Qi Mingla left, click, inside the training room, the girl's fists tightened until her knuckles cracked. Yi Bai had just found a new non-human target. From 2 rows of shrubs away, he spotted Hera's succubus in nothing but a bikini, splashing in the lake, 3rd rank strength. The moment his footsteps rustled in the grass, the succubus turned with a playful smile. "Hey, big brother, come play?" she called, curling her finger in a come-hither gesture as she slipped off her bikini with practiced ease, her bare skin nearly blinding. Yi Bai couldn't help but scoff to himself. The succubi outside the city really couldn't compare to the professionals inside. These money-grabbing tricks were getting sloppier by the day. Before he could decide whether to respond, a strange beast's roar shattered the quiet roar. The succubus went sheet white and bolted without a second thought. Anything that could frighten a 3rd-rank succubus like that had to be a 4th-rank beast. A fierce light flashed in Yi Bai's eyes. In all his time trekking over 100 kilometers of wilderness, had only come across 3rd-rank creatures. Never a single 4th-rank. This was his lucky break. Ignoring the bikini in the lake, he dashed toward the sound, running calculations in his mind. If it was a mid or late 4th rank, head Runli Qingqing was still waiting for him back in the city. But if it was only an early 4th rank, he'd have to test its strength. After a dozen quick bounds, he saw the source of the roar, a massive tiger-like beast with a golden mark on its forehead, standing 2 stories tall at the Shadera Gale tiger. His mind raced through the data, a strong bloodline, but not top tier. Worth a shot. That thought had barely formed when his eyes narrowed. The Gale tiger wasn't roaring at a powerful enemy, it was facing something foul. A shapeless, ever-shifting yellow-brown shadow. Even at a distance, Yi Bai felt the hair on his neck resin evil spirit. In that instant, head stumbled into not only the rare 4th-rank beast of the Jiangxing wilds, but a member of the evil spirit clan something had only ever heard about in official reports. A warning from his wilderness survival teacher flashed through his mind. You can challenge higher-ranked succubi and fight beasts of your own rank, but if you ever run into an evil spirit, run as far as you can get back to the city and call the military immediately. What was the evil spirit clan doing in the Jiangxing wilds? Yi Bai's heart raced as he turned to retreat, but had barely gotten a few hundred meters away when there was a loud splash. Behind him, the Gale tiger was already dead. The evil spirit had taken down a 4th-rank beast in the blink of an eye. Then, with a sharp whoosh, the yellow-brown shadow lunged straight for Yi Bai. There was no time to think. Yi Bai unleashed his full power. Blood-burst combat technique and blood-burn secret art activated in an instant, blood mist swirling around him. He raised his spear high and launched his strongest move, Heaven Breaker. Bang! His spear, forged for elite soldiers, slammed into the evil spirit, something that should have been immune to physical attacks, and sent it flying. Yi Bai barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief and prepare to escape when the evil spirit reappeared at his side with a piercing shriek. It struck without warning, dizziness, a flash of pain. Yi Bai's breath stalled, his body dropping toward the ground as though the wraith had killed him outright. Only one fact offered the slightest relief. The creature was merely peak 2nd rank. Had it been 3rd rank, that single blow would have scrambled his brain and ended the fight then and there. Screech! The wraith shrieked, fighting through the agony tearing at his mind. Yi Bai forced himself back to focus before it lunged again. He swept out with the sea cleaver form of his spear art, driving the wraith half a step back. The instant his feet found purchase, he understood. Turning to run was impossible. Wraiths ignored terrain and laughed at physical attacks. His earlier retreat had only exposed a weakness. If he wanted to live, he had to kill it. The shriek rose again, darkness surging toward him. Yi Bai struck first Skybreaker punched into the wraith's chest, followed immediately by another sea cleaver. Even with the Earth-grade dragon scale spear, converting his blood force into soul damage was inefficient. By his estimate, that furious combo had shaved off barely 3,000 points of the wraith's vitality, already the limit of his burst. Wraithkind's fearsome reputation was well-deserved. A sharper spike of pain knifed through his brain. He gritted his teeth. Skybreaker and Sea Cleaver hit hard, but required a charge, leaving him wide open. Time for something faster. Stone Shatter and Mountain Splitter dealt less per strike, yet came out in an instant. In a heartbeat, he shifted his entire rhythm to Mountain Splitter. If his timing was perfect, the spear would land the moment the wraith closed in. Minutes later, the 3rd Mountain Splitter pierced the wraith's core. Black mist erupted, the creature died on the spot. Ha! Yi Bai leaned on his spear, lungs heaving, the back of his shirt drenched in cold sweat. Without the dragon scale spear and his mastery of the 9 extreme spear arts, even peak 3rd rank vitality, plus his bloodburst stance and blood-burning technique, wouldn't have saved him from this peak 2nd rank wraith. Jackpot, he murmured. Catching his breath, he knelt where the mist dispersed and picked up a thumb-sized crystal, finally cracking a grin. Yi Bai disliked gambling with his life, yet the iron law remained. High risk, high reward. Rankless wraith, 100,000 Daxia coins. 1st rank wraith, 150, 000, 200, 000. 2nd rank wraith, 300, 000500000. And once slain, a wraith dropped a crystal that strengthened a warrior's soul. A second-rank soul crystal alone sold for a flat 500,000. Nearby, the Gale Tiger the wraith had killed was also his prize, a first-stage 4th-rank beast worth an 80,000 bounty, and its meat could fetch another 20,000, bringing the total to 100,000 dasha coins. This single encounter had netted him roughly 1.1 million, equal to an entire busy day's earnings. When he got back, he could buy a 3-bedroom apartment and even a new car for Chincharn. HSSMY had the clash's after effects hit hard. Pain mixed with elation as he gathered the loot. Finished, he tossed everything into his storage ring and sped away, looking for a safe place to rest while his body recovered. Yi Bai never noticed that the moment he left. How did he pull that off? A bearded man appeared, eyes dark as he watched Yi Bai's silhouette vanish. Yi Bai's head felt as if it were about to split open. For safety, he crawled into a man-eating ant nest and waited out the 30-minute reset. Deep in the damp, clammy tunnel, he clenched his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the pounding in his skull while his eyes stayed locked on the timer 30 minutes until the skill refreshed. Rustling came from above the entrance as a foreman squad from the military sped past. Big Huang, any sign of that damned fiend? The leader murmured. None. The scout called Big Huang Weigo replied, shaking his head. Gifted in sensing auras, he had been stationed at the gate, and the current situation made him just as anxious. I can't feel Brother Yes' presence either. Chen Jinyao, marching beside him, flashed a worried look. We were the ones who escorted Yi Bai out of the city. If that peak 2nd-rank fiend runs into him. Huang Weiguo's voice sank. We have already searched a lot of ground. Every fighter from Jiang City we sent home, yet we still haven't found Yi Bai. Relax, Chen Jinyao forced a grin. Brother Yi has luck on his side. He's a peak 3rd-rank prodigy bound to bring honor to Jiang City. He won't die so easily. The squad steadied their emotions and moved on, deliberately skirting the areas thick with beasts. Time crawled inside the ant hole. Minutes dripped away. At last the cooldown ended. Yi Bai straightened, feeling his strength surge back after abusing the glitch. He climbed out of the tunnel, took a quick bearing, picked a direction at random, and began the day's hunt for alien creatures. The storage ring on his finger held more than enough space, so he had no need to worry about loot. The sun was still high. If he pushed hard enough, he might earn enough to buy Chincharn a nice car tonight. By coincidence, the direction he chose happened to be a zone the military teams had already declared absolutely free of fiends. Dusk settled over the main gate of Jiang City. Silence and grim tension pressed down on the high wall. Standing atop it, Lu Qingtian glared at the wasteland with an expression dark enough to wring water. So that 2nd-rank fiend is still missing? With all these people, all these warriors, we scoured the entire wilderness around Jiang City and came back empty-handed? The old man, usually gentle, now radiated the pressure of a collapsing mountain, his blood key surging. The nobles exchanged uneasy looks. He was half a step from Grandmaster. A Dragon Guard officer stepped forward with difficulty. Sir, we suspect the fiend sensed the commotion and fled into the wilds near the neighboring cities. In other words, Lu Qingshan's voice grew colder. It threatens not only Jiang City but the neighboring cities as well. Boom. Bloodkey condensed into the image of an embroidered spring blade that formed in his palm. He swung, sending a slash roaring into the distant wilderness. No one could see what it struck. From the horizon came an angry shout. Lu Qingtian, you've gone too far. Lu Qingshan's white hair whipped in the wind. He shouted back, Old ghost, this is nothing yet. From today on, for every human your whelp kills, they'll butcher 10 of your kind. Did you really think that because I honored the pact and stayed inside the city all these years, I can no longer lift my blade? Silence stretched from the other side before a single sentence drifted over. Human show laughable. Lu Qingtian assumed the old tortoise had simply flown into a rage, calmed himself, and ordered, give me today's casualty report for Jiangcheng's fighters, then alert the neighboring cities. We begin a joint search at dawn. His aide flipped through the ledger, voice shaking and still tinged with the smell of blood. Sir, the confirmed casualties are 2. Lu Qingshan's brow shot up, and the fire in his chest stalled. He had expected that with every fighter in the city pouring out this morning, at least 100 would have fallen. On routine patrols they lost more than 2. Never mind against the notoriously brutal fiend clan. Sir, the numbers are accurate, the aide said, shuffling the papers again. One died to a beast's claws, the other was drained to death by a succubus. Lu Qingshan's weathered face froze. Had a fiend suddenly found religion? That full force slash head just delivered might as well have cut air. Right then, fresh intel arrived. Without breaking stride, another aide called out, Sir, update. 99% of the fighters who left the city this morning have returned, but one person is still missing. I knew it. Lu Qingshan's suppressed fury boiled over. With fiends on the loose, missing could only mean dead. Who is it? Have the family been notified? The aide checked the roster, suddenly hesitant. His name is Yi Bai. Silence sliced through the room. In a city of millions, there were many with that name, but only one could make an aide stammer. All the signs Liu had been secretly tracking clicked into place. The fiend's escape hadn't been random. It had come specifically to kill Yi Bai. Liu Qingshan's back slowly hunched. Head thought shuffling Yi Bai into the genius camp would keep the kids safe. Now that old fiend's taunt humans are laughable didn't seem so baseless. Inform Yi Bai's family, he said hoarsely. Issue a public notice the fiend threat is over. State that Yi Bai perished with the fiend, and let the boy rest with honor. The announcement went up quickly. Shocking news. The fiend menace has been neutralized, and the entire incident has only one victim. Yi Bai? Which Yi Bai? Who else? The one from Third High. The notice spells it out. Only one Yi Bai in Jiangsheng could take a fiend down with him. The comment section exploded. So tragic. He awakened his gift only 6 months ago, and was already peak 3rd tier. He thought had reached Director Liu's level. Maybe even become a Grandmaster. If not for Yi Bai, countless people would have died this time. Rest in peace, hero. Safe journey, hero. 99. The top comments refreshed nonstop. Yi Bai was already a household name in Jiangsheng, and the grief was genuine. Inside the genius camp, the young prodigy's hood resented Yi Bai for hogging the spotlight, had planned to expose him once training began. Now they fell silent. Yi Bai, who had slain a 4th-tier foe, could have escaped, but chose to pin down the fiend to save the city. A fool, yes, but a genuine hero. He deserves the ace slot, I'm convinced. Post after post echoed, rest in peace, hero. Elsewhere, Shi Mingyue had spent the entire day at Third High, watching over Li Qingqing and praying to the Sage of Letters. The moment the notice popped up, she felt the sky collapse. He was such a good kid. The wilderness is vast. Why did he have to cross paths with the fiend clan? Bang. The one who lost control was Li Qingqing in the training room. Her slender figure burst through the doors. The moment news of Yi Bai's death broke, Li Qingqing was the first to lose control. Boom frost burst from her body, coating the training room floor in an instant as she slammed her shoulder through the alloy door. 3rd rank. Shi Mingyue's heart lurched. Qingqing, don't do anything rash. She realized at once that Li Qingqing had guessed something was wrong that morning and was now determined to leave the city to find him. Shi Mingyue gave chase but was outpaced, catching up again only at the city gate. In the night's cold wind, soldiers stood with rifles crossed, blocking Li Qingqing's path. Qingqing, stop. Yi Bai is gone. Shi Mingyue pleaded, panting. There's nothing out there but danger. Yao, just lose your own life. Yi Bai is not dead. Li Qingqing's voice was icy and even, utterly emotionless. She had stayed put during the day because the gates were sealed and no search parties were dispatched. Now she refused to wait any longer. Yi Bai had made her a promise. There was still a kiss he owed her. She had to confirm his fate herself. Campus Belly, calm down, shouted Wang Xiaoping, who was on gate duty. If Yi Bai's spirit could see you, had never want you to take this risk. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao hurried over. Sister-in-law, the gate closes for good at 6. If you leave now, you can't come back. We'll look for his body tomorrow. Li Qingqing remained unmoved. I told you, Yi Bai isn't dead. He won't die. If he's really gone, what was the point of everything I've done all these years? Tap, tap. Another set of footsteps broke the tense silence. Qingqing, they'll go with you. Ning Yuan appeared, his blonde hair in disarray, the arrogance he once wore nowhere to be seen. No one knew how he had suffered these past few days. He had hunted aliens obsessively. His sister Ning Feng's death should have satisfied him. Yet Yi Bai's ability to slay 4th-rank foes left him no hope of winning. The moment he heard Yi Bai was dead, he thought his chance had finally come. Surely, he was now the only genius who matched Li Qingqing. Given time, and with his slaughter 4-strength talent, he was certain he would become Jiangsheng's top prodigy. Get lost. Li Qingqing's gaze grew even colder. Ning Yuan backed off, yet persisted. You'll be searching forever on your own. Yi Bai's body is nowhere to be found. He calculated silently. The more Li Qingqing's emotions collapsed, the better his odds. After all, the best way to forget someone is to embrace someone new. It was now 2 minutes to 6. Look over there. Someone's coming back. A soldier atop the wall suddenly shouted. All missions are over. No one should be out there. His comrade began, but when he peered into the darkness he froze. Holy, there really is someone. One by one, more soldiers and the martial artists gathered at the gate turned their eyes to the pitch-black wilderness. Li Qingqing's body trembled. She stared, hardly daring to believe the lone figure growing clearer with every step. Wang Xiaoping, Shi Mingyue, Huang Weiguo, and Chun Jinyao all held their breath at the exact same moment. Even Liu Qingshan's eyes betrayed a flicker of unease. High on the gatehouse, a lone figure drew nearer in the sunset. A casual jacket swayed, wind-tossed hair fell across his forehead, and the silver ring on his left hand caught a cold gleam in the dying light. Huh, why are there so many people? The boy looked up, saw the armed guards and the crowd, and hesitated. Are you human or ghost? A soldier growled, still on edge. Pretty sure I'm human. The boy shrugged. Liu Qingtian froze, then burst out laughing. The gloom on his chest vanished in an instant. Good, good, good. Yi Bai, the ace of this year's talent camp, never disappoints. The newcomer was indeed Yi Bai, once again slipping through the gate in the final minute before it closed. The adjutant whispered, Sir, shouldn't we ask what actually happened? What's the hurry? The kid can't fly, can he? Lu Qingtian waved him off with a laugh, though doubt flashed in his eyes. How had Yi Bai survived when that evil spirit was clearly after him? For now, the stage belonged to the youngsters beneath the gate and to everyone who cared about Yi Bai. It's really Yi Bai, not a ghost, not a succubus in disguise. Look at that Holland saying. A soul crystal too. He really did kill the evil spirit. Good grief. And he dragged back a grade 4 beast. Unreal. At the inspection table, the soldiers gasped over every item they unpacked. Yi Bai, clueless, simply cooperated while they confirmed his identity and logged the trophies. The moment the clerk wrote confirmed, Hunter Yi Bai of this city, the spectators erupted. They had believed they'd seen prodigies before. Only now did they grasp what a true monster looked like. Defeating a grade 4 fighter as a grade 3 was absurd enough. Yet Yi Bai had also slain an evil spirit and hauled in a genuine grade 4 beast. I just want to know, can anyone top that? Someone shouted. Scratching the back of his head, Yi Bai asked. Could somebody please explain what's going on? We sure can. Yi Bai, you blew everybody's mind today. Wang Xiaopeng shoved through the crowd, threw his arms wide, and crushed Yi Bai in a bear hug. Man, I never dreamed you'd spring a surprise this big. Welcome back, Yi Bai. Shi Mingyue followed, tear tracks still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yi Bai looked even more lost. So you're still not telling me what happened? He guessed they'd learned about the evil spirit, but otherwise his hunt had felt routine. He had no idea how word had reached River City. Wang Xiaopeng waved him off. No time to explain. First, you'd better figure out how to soothe our campus beauty. Then he tactfully stepped aside. The crowd opened a path. At its end stood a girl. The moment she saw Yi Bai, the chill in her gaze melted like spring snow, leaving only tenderness. For the first time in public, the aloof flower showed no hint of distance. I am not dreaming, am I? Li Qingqing's voice was so light it might break, mist filling her eyes. Qingqing, I'm sorry I made you worry. Yi Bai's heart tightened. He hurried forward, every shred of fatigue and confusion replaced by guilt and concern. To everyone's surprise, Li Qingqing rose onto her tiptoes. So sweet, so soft. Yi Bai suddenly felt something warm and wet on his cheek, and he froze in place. Li Qingqing, she had actually kissed him. Was this really the aloof campus belle that everyone could only admire from afar? This is what I promised you, she whispered, her face so red it looked ready to drip blood. Qingqing, Yi Bai's heart melted. She was still the same girl, but now she was desperate to reveal the passion she had long hidden beneath her icy exterior. She was terrified of missing this chance, afraid that Yi Bai's return might only be a dream. Kiss her, kiss her, someone suddenly shouted. It was Wang Xiaopeng. Li Qingqing was his goddess too, but he mostly admired beauty for Bowtie's sake. Besides, the story of an ice-cold school beauty and a washed-up genius who never abandoned each other was just too sweet. Just kiss. Kiss. More voices joined the chant. No, Li Qingqing grew even shyer. Shi Mingyue, watching from the side, found herself grinning like an indulgent ant. Yi Bai, of course, ignored the crowd. How could he bear to embarrass such a lovely girl? It's all right. I'm here, he murmured, seeing her discomfort. Instead of kissing her, he stepped forward and held her gently. Yet those few minutes were enough to shatter someone's composure. Qingqing, how could she? Ning Yuan was stunned and heartbroken. 2 days to remember how to leave the city gate. When he saw Yi Bai return alive, his mind had already gone blank. Then Li Qingqing kissed Yi Bai, and Yi Bai hugged her lightning on a clear day. Ning Yuan had suspected their relationship was unusual, but he thought it had begun only recently. How could the ice-cold Li Qingqing act like this in front of Yi Bai? And why was Yi Bai, whom even Lu Qingtian had written off, and for whom a citywide notice had been posted, still alive? Brother Yi is back, thank goodness. He and his girl are so sweet. I'm shipping this couple for life. Someone laughed. Before long the crowd dispersed. The military, seeing the excitement fade, sent soldiers to remind everyone that the gate was closed and to leave in an orderly fashion. Huang Weiguo and Chun Jinyao remained with the military unit. Huang suddenly chuckled. Still calling him little brother Yi? Chun Jinyao rolled his eyes. Just Yi Bai, all right? Huang laughed awkwardly and corrected himself. Both men were thrilled to see Yi Bai return, yet they stayed in formation. They hadn't joined the inspection this time. Other soldiers handled it. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, they simply felt unworthy now. At first they'd thought Yi Bai was just a rookie martial arts graduate. When he failed to return, they'd felt sorry for him. Then they realized he was gifted and admired this talented young man from an ordinary background, even planning to take him hunting outside the city. Later they learned he was already a third-grade warrior. That was fine. The gap wasn't huge, and they still felt confident befriending him. Today, however, they discovered Yi Bai had fought up a grade, defeated a fourth-grade opponent, slain an evil spirit, and even killed a fourth-grade beastall with third-grade strength. Of course they were genuinely happy. With all the prodigies of Jiancheng gathered, Chun Jinyao and Huang Weiguo felt both proud and uneasy as they watched Yi Bai burst onto the scene like thunder. This was their little brother Yi. Wasn't he extraordinary? Whether Yi Bai had been hiding his strength or had simply erupted, his talent was far beyond anything they had imagined. Yet in a world where martial prowess rules, friendship is often built on parity. Once one side rises too high, the bond can no longer stay the same. To save face and to avoid weighing Yi Bai down, they quietly resolved that from this moment on they would keep their distance. From now on they would only acknowledge the prodigy of Jiangcheng, Yi Bai, and never again the drinking companion they used to call little brother Yi. All right, we're off duty. Want to grab a drink somewhere? Drink? Absolutely. Let's celebrate the fact that we're still alive for one more day. Their words sounded carefree, yet their hearts were a jumble of emotions. Though they had known each other for less than 5 days, it felt as if a long time had passed. As soon as they stepped into Jiangcheng, a familiar voice came from a quiet alleyway. Hey, you two old brothers, that's not very nice of you. I had great luck today, survived a disaster, and you're going to celebrate without me? A young man leaned against the wall with a lazy grin. It was Yi Bai. Are you here? The two of them asked, frowning in unison. Waiting for you, of course, Yi Bai answered, spreading his hands as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He ignored Ning Yuan, who stood not far away looking lost. That man was irrelevant right now. What mattered was that these two older brothers had been nowhere in sight when they should have appeared. When the army ordered a phased withdrawal, Yi Bai had stayed right where he was, scanning every soldier's face, looking for them. Aren't you supposed to be with your little girlfriend? Huang Weigua asked, avoiding Yi Bai's eyes and stumbling over his words. At that moment Li Qingqing stepped forward and stood behind Yi Bai. Brother Huang, Brother Chen, thank you. You spent the whole day searching for Yi Bai. Could we add 2 more seats at the table later? She already knew that Huang Weigua and Chun Jinyao had led their squad through the wilderness, exhausting themselves to find him. Their team had been the hardest working of them all. We didn't. Huang Weigua tried to deny it out of habit. In truth, the two of them feared that one day their lack of strength would burden Yi Bai, yet they could not cut the old ties. Yi Bai raised a hand to stop him. Fine, then you didn't. Whatever. Brothers, how about we head to Dingxing restaurant? My treat. My aunt heard that I know you too and has been urging me to ask you for wilderness survival tips. Huang Weigua was about to refuse when Chun Jinyao slapped a hand onto his shoulder. Little brother Yi has spoken. If we refuse again, we'll be out of line. His hearty laugh settled the matter. Chun Jinyao also understood that Yi Bai was giving them reassurance their friendship would not change. The only thing that puzzled him was how Yi Bai had known they had searched all day. Rewind to the moment when everyone had just dispersed. Young friend Yi, you have 2 very good friends. Yi Bai had quietly left the crowd and appeared in front of Minister of War Lu Qingtian. It was Lu Qingtian who told him about Huang Weigua and Chun Zinyo's efforts in the wilderness, and only then did Yi Bai realize how much the 2 older brothers cared. But the next topic made Yi Bai's expression change dramatically. Young friend Yi, shall we talk about what happened today? Let's discuss that evil spirit. Why was it so intent on killing you? Lu Qingtian didn't ask Yi Bai about his day. The old man sat straight in his chair, snow-white brows slightly raised. Had already suspected that the evil spirit's true target was Yi Bai. When Yi Bai placed the soul crystal, glowing with a ghostly light, on the table, that suspicion was confirmed. Yi Bai's face turned ghostly pale. He had thought he was only an accidental victim, but the tiny crystal shattered that fantasy without mercy. In just a few heartbeats, shock, confusion, and self-reproach flashed through his eyes. Aunt Qin was poisoned not because of her hidden identity, but because of me? The thought crashed over him, and he clenched his fists hard. Both yes and no, Lu Qingtian said, his gaze deep. All of you were targets, but you hid yourself too well until now. A heavy pressure settled on Yi Bai's chest. The idea that Qin Shurenhome he had tried so hard to protect might be suffering because of him nearly dragged him into an abyss. Lu Qingshan's next words offered a sliver of comfort. At least Yi Bai had indeed protected her. Senior Lu, can you tell me why? His voice shook. He had to know who wanted him and Qin Shuren dead. For now, the reason is beyond our reach, Lu Qingtian said, shaking his head. I hadn't planned to tell you this early, but after tonight's attempt on your life, there's no point in hiding it. Then who wants me dead? Yi Bai asked, eyes sharp as blades. Tonight was meant to be his first treatment session for Qin Shuren, the first night of their new life. Someone intended to end it before it even began. I know, Lu Qingtian sighed softly, but trust me, don't want to know that name. I came today only to ask one thing. For a long while, do not leave the city to hunt. Yi Bai gave a bitter laugh. Because I'm too weak, aren't I? He already guessed the enemy was far more terrifying than he had imagined, perhaps the elusive city lord, a grandmaster, or someone higher still. Thank you, Senior Lu. I understand. Once he accepted the truth, his goal became crystal clear. Grow stronger, ever stronger. Not just for a better life, but to sever the sword hanging over their heads. Remember, don't leave the city to hunt, Lu Qingtian repeated solemnly. The genius camp is a good place, and so is a top martial university. If possible, get into a good one. With that, the old man flicked his sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible gust lifted Yi Bai and carried him back to where he had been. Lu Qingshan's low voice lingered in his ears, reminding him of how formidable their enemy was. Neither Lu Qingtian nor the Jianshan Dragon Guard could keep him and Qin Shuren safe on their own. Only the joint backing of the Dragon Guard and the Genius Camp could protect them inside the city. If he wanted to hunt outside, he would need the combined shelter of the Dragon Guard and a top martial university. His goal had never been clearer. Tomorrow he would not only join the Genius Camp, he had to take the top spot, preferably first place, and then win admission to the best martial university. The first name that flashed through his mind was Shanghai Martial University, the very school Li Qingqing attended. After learning that Li Qingqing had been specially recruited, he began to wonder whether he should go to Modu Martial University with her. At first, bolstered by the system he possessed, he hadn't taken the university seriously, but on closer examination, he realized that Modu Martial University could provide a constant supply of rare resources and clear the way for every future advancement in rank. The only price was that he would owe Elder Lu an even greater favor. In fact, he had joined the Genius Camp in the first place to repay Lu Qingxin's kindness, yet the debt kept growing instead, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. At 10 that night, the corridors of Modu First Hospital were lit with a cold, white brightness that felt like daylight. The red light above the operating room door was on, signaling silent, non-stop activity inside. Qingqing, trust Dr. Jiang. Aunt Qin will pull through. Yi Bai gripped Li Qingqing's hand so tightly that his own knuckles turned white. Dummy, Li Qingqing scolded him softly, only to realize that he was even more nervous than she was. The comforting words ended up coming from his mouth, and she could only stare blankly as he tried to soothe her. A little after 7, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing had parted from Huang Weiguo and Chen Jinyao. Before leaving, he had told the manager of the Dingxing Hotel to give their 2 benefactors a VIP suite with the full heaven-on-earth treatment, good food, good drink, and a chance to rest so their life-or-death struggle at the city gate would not go unrewarded. Yi Bai then hurried to the treasure pavilion and sold off everything he had gained that day. Thanks to the token worth 10 merit points, the pavilion had just been authorized to do business with 4th-grade martial artists, and Wang Fugui was so busy his feet barely touched the ground. He hadn't even had time to read the Dragon Guard bulletin. Only after the rush did he hear that Yi Bai had nearly been harmed, which left him shaken and silently angry that he had been a step too slow. Xiaoyi, I'm really sorry. Your uncle was swamped and couldn't pick you up at the gate, Wang Fugui said, handing over a black card. There's 30 million on the card, 20 million for the merit points, and another 10 million as a little gesture from your uncle. Afraid Yi Bai would turn him down, he added quickly, from now on, whatever you sell to Treasure Pavilion will fetch 20% more, and whatever you buy will cost you 20% less. Uncle, they'll remember the discount, but please keep the money, Yi Bai replied, pushing the card back without hesitation. Those 10 merit points are a gift for Xiaoping. He's helped me a great deal. But 10 merit points are incredibly valuable, and Xiaoping only ran a few errands, Wang Fugui protested, his face reddening in worry. Uncle, what Xiaoping has done for me goes far beyond running errands, Yi Bai said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Wang Fugui could only force a wry smile and nod. Once Yi Bai had turned away, he muttered under his breath, sigh, Xiaoping really is sharp, even prepared a gift ahead of time. Xiaoyi is bound to like that thing, right? Yi Bai didn't hear him. His mind was already at First Hospital. After selling all his spoils and every qi-condensing pill he owned, he had scraped together the 10 million needed for the surgery, with 2 million left over. One evil spirit had earned him 1 million, and a full day of hunting had brought his total intake to nearly 3 million. With the money in hand, he made an immediate plan. Report to Genius Camp in the morning, meet with an agent in the evening to look at apartments and test drive cars, and tomorrow buy both a home and a car for Qinshan. The woman who had taken care of him for 12 years deserved a good life. The red light above the operating room still glowed, but the rhythm inside had begun to change. Beep beep. Moments later, sounds began to drift out from the surgical suite. Soon, voices came from the operating room. Mr. Yi, Miss Li, mission accomplished. Dr. Zhang Rini took off his mask and stepped out, looking relieved. The 8 million you spent wasn't wasted. We've eliminated more than 80% of the black venom spider toxin in Qinshan's body. The residue won't hurt her, she's essentially cured. That's wonderful, thank you, Dr. Jiang. The tension drained from Yi Bai's shoulders. He stood, bowed deeply, and tears shimmered in his eyes. For 6 long months he had lived in fear. Now his wish had finally come true. Inside the room, Qinshan was awake. Once she heard the truth, her first words were reproachful. Xiaobai, you stubborn child. How could you hide this from your aunt? Her voice scolded, yet her eyes brimmed with tears. She paused, then asked softly, was it expensive? Has all this been hard on you? Having you with me is the greatest blessing of my life. Yi Bai flashed a bright smile. Auntie, it wasn't hard at all. This is just the beginning, there's plenty of happiness waiting for you. Qinshan's face turned stern. No more wasting money. You need funds for your cultivation, and dating Qingqing costs money too. Yi Bai stiffened, just as a head popped out from behind him. Li Qingqing wagged a finger playfully. Auntie Qin, Yi Bai can earn money now, so let him spend it. And don't worry about our dates, I make plenty myself. Drinks, gifts, outings, I'll handle it all. Good girl, Qingqing. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to Xiaobai. Qin Chuan brushed away her tears with a smile. Warmth filled the ward. Watching the scene, Yi Bai felt a deep, steady joy. This was the life he had dreamed of. Yet he knew someone would try to shatter it. With a thought, a translucent panel appeared before him. Name: Yi Bai. Vitality: 19,999 peak, 3rd rank. Techniques: 1. Bloodburst Combat Technique Mastered 2. 90010,000. 2. Blood Ignition Secret Art Adept 3. 3114,000. 3. 9 Extreme Spear Technique Adept 012,000. Lifespan: 300 years. Remaining 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. It was past 11 at night. During the wait, he had glitched the system more than a dozen times. The 9 Extreme Spear Technique had reached Adept and had unlocked a new move, Star Shatter, a blazing thrust that seemed to pierce the heavens. He poured the newly gained proficiency into the Blood Ignition Secret Art. 3 more glitches, and it would hit mastery. His vitality remained capped at 19,999. That was why Lu Qingshan's revelation had alarmed him. But as long as he could exploit the system, his strength would keep climbing. Instinct told him new items would appear soon. Andy Qin, Qing, give me 6 months no, 3 months no, 1 month. He vowed silently. Elsewhere that night, the Ning family estate lay in dim light. Gazing at his reflection, Ning Yuan murmured, "Believe in yourself. Every kill makes you stronger. You will surpass Yi Bai." The next morning at dawn, Ning Yuan left the estate. His eyes were bloodshot and his fists stayed clenched. In only a few days, Yi Bai had broken into the 2nd rank, and Li Qingqing's appearance had not yet fully changed into Yi Bai's. As long as he could outshine Yi Bai during the month-long genius camp, he would not consider himself beaten. He lay awake all night, replaying that kiss and imagining everything that might have happened after they left the city gate. At first light, the butler shook him from his tangled fantasies and urged him to depart for the camp. The genius camp would last a full month, packed with resources, combat drills, and brutal trials. The fire in Ning Yuan's chest Blazid would surpass Yi Bai within this month and reclaim the title of top prodigy of the 3 high schools. With that thought, he strode out, heading straight for the camp. The genius camp was finally about to begin. No sooner had Ning Yuan left than another youth stepped out of the Ning family gate. Born with phoenix-shaped eyes that now looked as dark as storm clouds, he muttered, "Yi Bai, no matter how strong you are, you ruined my plan and got me punished. You will pay for it." This boy was Ning Qi, one of the Ning family's 2 young masters, and he too was bound for the camp. They were hardly the only ones on the move. Back on exam day, the Jiangxing authorities had announced the schedule. The camp would open on August 1st and end at the close of the month. Finally, Genius Camp. I've waited so long for this day. I heard blood chi pills and essence consolidating pills are unlimited and their mom won't have to scrape together money for elixirs anymore. My family has plenty of essence consolidating pills, but they make my foundation hollow. I only gain a few points of blood ki a day. That nightmare ends now. Better find a few thick thighs to cling to. At dawn, boys and girls from every district of Jiangxing poured into the streets, brimming with ambition, everyone except the shifty-eyed kid single-mindedly looking for someone powerful to latch onto. These youths had all been accepted into this year's Genius Camp on the very day of the college entrance exam, and their conversations naturally revolved around Yi Bai. Yi Bai's reputation was overwhelming. First, he shook the city by dueling Ning Feng. Then the Dragon Guard issued a public statement crowning him a hero. Even after people learned he had crawled back from the brink of death, the forums still called him hero. I was so naive yesterday, still unwilling to admit Yi Bai's strength. When I see him later, I need to check whether he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. How on earth is he that amazing? Most of the prodigies now accepted Yi Bai's prowess and no longer dared question him. After all, he had killed a peak 2nd grade evil spirit. If any of them had been in his place, they would have been lucky to escape alive, let alone strike back. Even so, a handful still bore resentment toward him. How interesting, absolutely fascinating. Xiao Huahua stepped out of the gravity chamber, having just learned what had happened the previous day. He killed a 2nd grade evil spirit without ever swallowing a soul crystal? Yi Bai, you're getting more and more intriguing. You will be the perfect opponent for me. The Genius Camp had at last arrived. Inside a martial arts training hall, the crack of gunfire had only just faded. A teenager in a white practice uniform lowered his spear and stood amid shattered stone and scorched earth, surrounded by broken training dummies and pitted craters. Awakened less than half a year, and no one else in the camp even has a minor mastery technique. His breaking wave spear technique had already moved beyond minor mastery and was still improving. Yi Bai, killing a 2nd grade evil spirit was pure luck. That lone 4th grade beast was probably slain by the evil spirit, and you just picked up the spoils. He brushed the debris from his spear tip, a cold smile curling on his lips. I, Nangong Zhong, will show everyone through sheer fact that I am the true ace. This year's Genius Camp in Jiangxing was said to be held inside the city. Yet when Yi Bai followed the navigation system and, together with Li Qingqing, wound through downtown to the far northern edge, he realized inside meant something else entirely. It was the ruins of old Jiangxing. Ahead of them stood an ancient second gate. Unlike the heavily guarded first gate, this one had neither soldiers nor travelers. Through the archway, he could just make out another ring of wall, and, beyond that, a third gate sealed shut. Weeds choked the ground between the gates, derelict buildings listing at odd angles, as if no one had set foot here for years. Born and raised in Jiangxing, Yibai had never seen this other face of his city. Brother, don't tell me you don't even know what happened back then? Yibai was still lost in thought when an ill-timed voice sounded beside his ear. Who's there? His heart tightened. In a flash, the Longlin spear leapt from his storage ring into his hand, its tip gleaming. Easy, easy. You look like you can fight, sure, but I happen to be Yi Bei's close buddy. The voice turned flustered. You've heard of Yi Bei, right? The great hero of Jiangxing. If you so much as scratch me, he'll definitely make you pay. The spear tip froze in midair, but Yi Bei's expression was even stiffer since when did he pick up another brother? He turned and saw a teenager leaning against a crumbling wall, idly stroking a folded fan. The youth wore fine silk, gold chains, jade ornaments, and a ring on every finger glittering from head to toe. Rich. That was Yi Bei's first thought. Uglino, unique. His second thought followed, for the necklace's pendant was a rat's face with beady eyes and a pointy nose. Sorry, I overreacted, he told himself. Saying it aloud would hurt his pride. The rat-faced kid was probably another genius camp recruit. No worries, no worries. Ratface wiped sweat from his brow. I'm not bragging, but I've been brothers with Yi Bei for years, and I've learned his forgiving way of dealing with people. I won't hold a little misunderstanding against you. You know what kind of person Yi Bei is, right? Tolerant, gentle, easy to talk to. That temperament is a huge reason he's achieved so much. Because of it, he has friends everywhere, and all the big shots love juniors like him. As he spoke, he snapped the fan open with a crack and fanned himself. Yi Bei? Yeah, I've heard the name. Yi Bei nodded perfunctorily, more interested in the incident back then. But what I really want to know is, what exactly happened? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Ratface smacked his forehead. I worried about brother Yi Bei all day yesterday, and when I saw him come back alive I got so happy I can't stop talking about him. Are you sure you're not just talkative by nature? Yi Bei's mouth twitched. Tell you what, brother, let's walk while we talk. Ratface moved in as if they were old friends. You look pretty capable. Your talent might not compare with brother Yi Bei's, or with mine off by a teeny tiny fraction, but you must be a genius camp student too, right? Yeah. Yi Bei nodded. Which martial arts high school are you from? How come I've never seen you before? Third High. Whoa, you're at the same school as brother Yi Bei. Then you must have seen Mei used to visit him all the time during my 3 years at Wugu High. In a narrow flagstone alley of the old district, the rat-faced man waved his hands, sketching the cut of Third High's uniform while chatting to Yi Bei and the girl beside him as though they were lifelong friends. The beauty next to Yui's, she from Third High too? She gives off a cool vibe, a bit like the campus goddess. Looks like all the girls at your school share that personality. He thumped his chest with conviction. Listen, since we're hitting it off, if anyone messes with you in the next month, come to me. They'll go to brother Yi Bei for help, and I'm sure he'll look out for fellow schoolmates. The three of them moved slowly down the sunset-lit street, each step ringing crisply on the stone slabs. The rat-faced man talked non-stop. Yi Bei nodded from time to time, but never got the answer he really wanted. So you still haven't told me what actually happened back then. Yi Bei fell silent, relieved at least that the topic had shifted. That incident is simple. The rat-faced man lowered his voice, feigning mystery. About 10 years ago, 2 powerhouses somehow summoned a dimensional gate right in Jiang City. Then they disappeared. Aliens poured out of the gate. The city had to rebuild, and that's how we ended up with 3 city gates. A dimensional gate in Jiang City? Yi Bei was shocked. In his mind, such portals through which aliens invaded Blue Star existed only in the remote wilderness. Of course, the one in the city is gate number 5, the rat-faced man said matter-of-factly, assuming Yi Bei meant that particular gate. There's more than one. Yi Bei was even more stunned. Bro, come on, you don't actually think there's only that century-old gate, right? What kind of background are you from if no one taught you the basics? The rat-faced man studied him with a strange look. My aunt raised me alone. From a humble family? What a coincidence, brother Yi Bei comes from humble roots too. Yet he knows way more than you. You've got to catch up, bro. The rat-faced man shook his head, half reproachful, half encouraging. To clear up Yi Bei's doubts, he continued. Yi Bei's understanding had been completely off. There wasn't just the original gate from a century ago. In fact, the number of dimensional gates on Blue Star defied imagination. Every so often, the 3 major alien races opened one or several new portals here. A dimensional gate wasn't a direct bridge between worlds, but more like a transfer hub, an alien transport capsule. When a gate appeared, a set number of aliens were already inside, and fresh waves arrived at intervals. The alien races used these gates to funnel troops to Blue Star on a regular basis. Jiang City has 6 gates in total. 4 landed ages ago and are heavily guarded. Gate number 5 showed up about a decade ago in this old district. It was summoned by those 2 powerhouses. Gate number 6 arrived 3 years back, just outside, so the old district gained another gate leading to the wilderness. The rat-faced man rattled off the facts, ending with a smug grin. Yi Bai had to admit the information was valuable. He remembered trekking deep into the wild yesterday and wondering why had met so few aliens above third rank. Had assumed the far side of the wilderness connected to other cities, but now he understood. Once warriors reached mid-third rank, they rarely hunted in the open, they entered the gates instead. He even guessed that the aliens roaming the wilderness might be deliberately released by the authorities, both to ease defensive pressure and to temper warriors below fourth rank. The thought flashed by before he could examine it. A scornful voice drifted from the alley's entrance. Zhuge, these two are the big shots you're counting on? You really think they can get you into the genius camp? An ill-timed voice echoed through the alley. Zhuge, your con game is pathetic. You only managed to rope in 2 people to guard you? Did you really think I was joking when I said I'd beat you every single time you dared show your face at the genius camp? The taunt rang out across the empty intersection. The speaker, a lavishly dressed youth who nevertheless looked far more normal than Zhuge, stood in the middle of the street with 2 companions, blocking the path of Zhuge, Yi Bai, and Li Qingqing. Yi Bai instinctively glanced at the rat-faced Zhuge beside him, the young master of Jiangcheng's Zhuge clan, a family second in power only to the Ning clan. Caught off guard, Zhuge forced a grin. Haha, I have no idea what you're talking about. These guys must be crazy. The youth couldn't be bothered to argue. He flicked his hand. Get him. His 2 hired thugs lunged straight at Zhuge. Panic flashed across Zhuge face. He stumbled backward and stretched a hand toward Yi Bai and Li Qingqing. Bro, help me out. Do me this favor, and he'll introduce you to Yi Bai himself. The moment the name Yi Bai left his lips, the youth's hostile gaze snapped to Yi Bai. Yi Bai simply gave Zhuge a cool look. It was obvious Zhuge had calculated that someone would ambush him here and had dragged them along as human shields. Grateful for the answers Zhuge had provided earlier, Yi Bai still had no intention of making enemies for a stranger. He grabbed Li Qingqing's arm, spun around, and said, "We're leaving." They walked off at a brisk pace. Behind them the youth snorted. Smart choice. Then he barked another order. Beat him. Footsteps, thuds, and Zhuge pig-like screams mingled behind them, still faintly audible even after they had gone some distance. Deep in the ruins, a makeshift camp finally came into view. A crooked wooden gate propped up by thick logs supported an equally askew signboard. Through streaks of black paint, 6 barely legible words could be made out. Jiangcheng's 89th Genius Camp. No one came to greet newcomers. Following the dirt path inward, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing saw a dozen intact bungalows. Farther in stood several 2-story villas around which a crowd had already gathered. I got here first. Oh, does the door have your name on it? Either fight for it, or get lost. Even from a distance, the angry shouts carried a sharp scent of gunpowder. Yi Bai pulled Li Qingqing to the edge of the crowd and tapped a sword-bearing youth on the shoulder. Hey, friend, what's going on? The boy gave Yi Bai a sideways glance, looked him up and down with blatant disdain, and said nothing, his expression plainly reading, "A bumpkin like he wants to talk to me? Think you're Yi Bai or something?" Yi Bai's face darkened, but before he could speak, a familiar, hoarse voice rasped behind him. Bro, you don't even know the basic rules of the Genius Camp, do you? Yi Bai turned and saw Zhuge again, his eyes swollen, lips bloody, yet still forcing a grin. The basic rule's simple. The strong take everything, the weak eat dirt. See those villas? They'll bet they're the best lodgings in this whole camp. The 12 bungalows behind them are next in line, but they only fit 16 people. And those tents out back? There's just one requirement to stay there. Be weak. Got it. Yi Bai understood at once. The Genius Camp might offer rich resources, but only strength could secure them. And the very first competition every newcomer faced was for a place to sleep. The 2 men felt strong enough to claim the single-story house as their lodging for the next month. The onlookers had either already secured dorms or resigned themselves to mediocrity and were content to watch. Pushing through the crowd, Zhuge wore a baffled expression. You don't hate me? Hate you for ditching me and running off? Li Qingqing raised an eyebrow. Come on, I told you. I've learned from Brother Yi by how to conduct myself. Zhuge waved his hand, speaking in a rush. Besides, the moment I heard you 2 came from humble families, I stopped hoping for much. Blame everyone else for knowing me while Brother Yi Bai somehow showed up late. Yi Bai only smiled, sizing Zhuge up and deciding he wasn't a bad sort. Alright, enough spectating. Zhuge reached for Yi Bai's arm. Let's grab a decent tent before they're all gone. No. Yi Bai shook his head. Still watching? What's left to see? Zhuge was puzzled. The guys who won those houses might not keep them. It's not that, Yi Bai said evenly. I don't want a tent. Are you crazy? Zhuge eyes bulged. You're barely first rank, no combat skills, no battle weapon. Anyone here could beat you. And you want a house? No. Yi Bai pointed into the distance. I want a villa. I've never lived in one. Zhuge face drained of color, struck speechless at Yi Bai's madness. Snickers rippled through the crowd. Everybody look. Someone shouted. The kid's never stayed in a villa and wants the experience. No way. He thinks skipping the house fight means he can take a villa? Another howled with laughter. Does he think he's Xiao Huahua, Lu Bufan, Ningongzhong, or Yibai. The 4 villas were always reserved for the top prodigies of each class. Every eye swung toward Yibai. Even the 2 youths brawling over the house froze to watch. Yibai's clothes were plain, and he didn't carry a single battle weapon. No one believed he could hold a villa. They already pictured him being kicked out by a real elite. Kid, go on, someone mocked. No one's challenging you for a villa. If you're a man, don't back down. With 2 fewer competitors, everyone else would get more resources, and malicious smiles spread. Fine, Yibai nodded. Li Qingqing tugged at his sleeve, but said nothing, trailing behind him. The pair headed straight for the villas. Wait, they're really going. The spectators stared in shock. Brother, don't do this. Zhuge Yun finally snapped out of it, spotted a figure in the distance, and yelled in panic. Nangongzheng is coming. Easy, man, don't do anything crazy. Zhuge Yun suddenly spotted a figure outside the genius compound. Every nerve tightened, his hair bristled, and he shot forward like lightning, grabbing Yibai just as the boy headed toward the villa district. Get back here. Those villas aren't for you. Nangongzheng is coming. Nangongzheng ranked second at first high and, some said, every bit as strong as Xiaohuahua. As a fellow first high student, Zhuge Yun knew the prodigy well, arrogant, dismissive, and until today acknowledging only Xiaohuahua as a rival. Now, maybe Yibai had joined that very short list. Everyone else wasn't even worth a conversation. If Yibai barged into the villa area now, it would be a public slap in Nangongzheng's face. Zhuge Yun could almost see it. Yibai wouldn't even reach the door before a spear came hurtling through the air. However, a lazy voice cut in. What's the rush, Zhuge Yun? The onlooker who had been enjoying the show stepped in front of him, patting his shoulder with a grin. If the guy wants a villa, let him have one. Move, Zhang-san. Zhuge Yun growled, but the other boy wouldn't budge. Helpless, he watched Yibai, with Li Qingqing in tow, stroll along the cobblestone path toward the 4 standalone villas. Qingqing, which one do you want? Anywhere's fine. Wherever you live, they'll live. Huh. Yibai paused. Realizing what Shed said, Li Qingqing's cheeks flamed. Too mean they're huge. We could always leave another one free for someone else. Then this one, Yibai said, clearing his throat and pointing to the central villa, the one with the best light and view. From a distance, Zhuge Yun watched the pair flirt as though no one else existed, finally choosing the finest villa of the 4. He let out a long sigh. They're doomed. Did I just set him up? He was starting to regret ever telling Yibai, if you run into real trouble, look for Brother Yi. In truth, he didn't know Yibai at all, and even if he did, why would someone like Yibai help a nobody from 3rd high? Besides, on the day Yibai disappeared, something big had happened at 3rd high. A gang of students, every one of them, Yibai's classmates, had been beaten up, and rumor said Yibai ordered it. Bang! Just as Zhuge Yun had feared, a heavy metallic crash split the air. Nangongzheng strode forward. The spear on his back vanished and reappeared, slamming into the ground at Yibai's feet and spraying chips of stone. Zhang San and the other genius camp students smirked coldly. 2 competitors were about to be removed. Nangongzheng closed in, his voice like ice scraping steel. Yibai, you want a villa? Ask my spear first if it agrees. Yeah, you need Nangongzheng's permission, several people echoed instinctively. Then, all at once, every face froze. Wait, did Nangongzheng just say Yibai? Eyes swept over the plainly dressed teenager, and everyone sucked in a breath. That rustic-looking kid was Yibai? He's Yibai? How could he be Yibai? Zhuge Yun was equally stunned. The Yibai he imagined, who could slay grade 2 evil spirits, and was feared as the 6-armed demon, was actually this laid-back boy. The most shaken was Zhang San. His lips went white, his voice trembling. No way, Nangongzheng must have the wrong guy, right? What have I done? He had been one of the first arrogant prodigies to challenge Yibai before ultimately bowing down. Yet he had not only missed the chance to befriend Yibai, but even dared to mock him? Yibai ignored the surrounding whispers. The only thing that mattered was the problem right in front of him. And you are? Yibai lifted his eyes, his expression indifferent. Nangongzheng. The newcomer took one step forward, a long spear slung over his shoulder. I've already chosen the villa and was about to settle in. Then I heard you want to stay there too. Don't know who I am. No problem, you soon will. If you can't withstand a single thrust from me, you're not qualified to call yourself the ace of the genius camp. With a swift blur, Nangongzheng appeared 5 meters from Yibai, spear intent as cold as frost. Annoyance flashed in Yibai's eyes, turning grave. Their auras collided, stretching the air as tight as a bowstring. They're really going to fight whole, come out on top? The onlookers snapped out of their shock and began murmuring. Yibai, obviously. He defeated a 4th-rank opponent while still 3rd rank, cut down a peak 2nd-rank evil spirit, and casually butchered a 4th-rank exotic beast. In this whole camp, he's the only one I respect. Don't jump to conclusions, another student said, shaking his head. Nangongzheng might be just as strong. During the college entrance exam, his spear art was already at the mastery stage. Most of us were still fumbling with techniques. He's a pure martial genius. Zhuge Yun felt even more conflicted. Only he knew Nangongzheng's spear art had actually reached minor accomplishment. 6 months to reach that level, combined with 3rd-rank cultivation and a top-grade Earth-level spear, Yibai might not have the upper hand. Yi Bai, may I handle this? A cool female voice suddenly cut into the standoff. Yi Bai turned. Li Qingqing had returned to her usual icy composure, her gaze fixed on Nan Gongzheng. The villa is for the two of us. I should do something for him too. Moments ago, she had summoned all her courage just to suggest living together, and now Nan Gongzheng had barged in, leaving her both embarrassed and angry. All right. Yi Bai stepped back half a pace. He also wanted to see how strong Li Qingqing had become. He's letting the girl know. His girlfriend take on Nan Gongzheng? She's only the top student from 3rd High. Can she handle this? The crowd buzzed again, suspecting Yi Bai of pushing Li Qingqing forward because he feared losing. If she were injured, he could legitimately refuse the fight. Woman, stand aside. Nan Gongzheng, don't fight women. Yi Bai, hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you? Nan Gongzheng's voice sank, but before he could finish, swish, Li Qingqing moved. The moment Nan Gongzheng declared he didn't hit women, he jeered at Yi Bai, who was hiding behind Li Qingqing, calling him not even a real man. Crack. Before the words faded, a blur shot in front of Nan Gongzheng, and a sharp slap landed on his face. Li Qingqing's voice was icy. You don't get to judge whether my boyfriend is a man. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. To strike in public and with such speed and power was nothing like the work of a novice fighter. Could Sangao really have produced more than one prodigy this year? Fine. Nan Gongzheng pressed the side of his reddening face, fury and pain surging together. He motioned to his companions. Hold that woman back. I said, I don't hit women. The Genius Camp students exchanged glances, but moved in anyway. Gripping his spear, Nan Gongzheng unleashed his 3rd-rank blood energy, the tip leveling straight at Yi Bai. He meant to vent every shred of frustration on him. Your opponent is me. Li Qingqing didn't spare the encircling students a glance. Easy, sweetheart, the lead student snickered. Just watch your boyfriend get pummeled. This is the Genius Camp. Nobody here pulls punches for a pretty face. Crack. The air dropped several degrees. Li Qingqing swept her hand up, and a swarm of icy spikes materialized, smacking the students off their feet and sending them tumbling several meters away. Whoosh. Before anyone could react, she was in front of Nan Gongzheng again, her palm shimmering with frost. Smack. Another slap. Arc. Nan Gongzheng's nose and mouth stung. He roared and swung his spear to drive her back. Creek frost raced down the shaft and up his arm, freezing it solid. Boom. Li Qingqing's kick crashed into him, launching him across the arena. Nan Gongzheng defeated? And Shed flattened several 2nd-rank prodigies along the way. The students stared in stunned silence. Together they'd survived only a few breaths against her. Epic Zhuge Yun looked at Yi Bai with envy, the words protective girlfriend looping in his mind. With a girlfriend like that, who needed backup? Beautifully done, Qingqing. Yi Bai was just as shaken. Had always known she was gifted, but he hadn't expected her to suppress an early 3rd-rank fighter like Nan Gongzheng so easily. You made me do this. You forced me. Nan Gongzheng staggered up, livid, ready to unleash his wave-breaking spear technique regardless of her gender. Nan Gongzheng, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? A new voice cut in. Heads turned. A red-haired youth strode in, dressed in a simple workout outfit that revealed sleek muscles beneath, the whole person radiating like living flame. Everyone straightened at once, especially the students from No. 1 high school. A man's reputation can loom as large as a tree's shadow. Yi Bai had only burst onto the scene 2 days ago, yet the person standing in front of him had long shaken Jiangcheng to its core. Xiaohuahua, the undisputed top prodigy of 1st High School. Pick another villa. Xiaohuahua stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze settling on Nan Gongzheng. Since Yi Bai and Li Qingqing have taken a liking to this one, let them have it. With just a few words, Xiaohuahua was urging Nan Gongzheng to back off. Why should I? Nan Gongzheng exploded. Xiaohuahua smiled lightly, explaining with patience, still don't get it? Li Qingqing is the same early 3rd rank as you. She alone can keep you on the defensive. Add Yi Bai to the mix. Do you really think you can win? My challenge is against Yi Bai. But this villa now has 2 owners, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing. Xiaohuahua's calm remark left Nan Gongzheng speechless. The rules of the Genius Camp were simple. The strong take the best quarters. Nothing said 2 people couldn't share. If a fight broke out, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing teaming up would be perfectly acceptable. Grinding his teeth, Nan Gongzheng glared. Yi Bai, just wait. He could only swallow his anger and choose the villa in the farthest corner, silently plotting to stomp this coward who hides behind a woman once official training began. Xiaohuahua walked up to Yi Bai and extended a friendly hand. Xiaohuahua, your biggest rival in this camp bar none. I won't manufacture excuses like Nan Gongzheng. He'll pick the perfect time and place to defeat you in front of everyone. When that moment comes, no one will be able to protect you. With that, he turned away and chose the villa next to Nan Gongzheng's, the 3rd best in line. Clearly, he wasn't helping Yi Bai. He was merely eager to defeat him himself. Yi Bai spread his hands with a wry smile. The good news was that having a girlfriend fiercely defend him felt great. The bad news was that many now suspected his record was inflated. Still, it hardly mattered, had come for the top spot anyway. Sooner or later, he would clash with Xiaohuahua and Nan Gongzheng. and he was confident he wouldn't lose. No sooner had Xiao Huahua left than a light laugh drifted through the air. How interesting. Little brother Yi Bai, you don't regard Nangong Zheng or even Xiao Huahua as threats, do you? I wasn't interested in you before, but now you seem like a very, very intriguing man. What should I do? The voice belonged to a woman approaching with graceful steps. She wore a sheer white veil, beneath which the outline of black lingerie was faintly visible. Fishnet-clad legs only fueled the imagination. Yet every student present averted their eyes in alarm at the sight of her. A succubus? Nasha's Zhou. Yi Bei's first thought was that a succubus had appeared. Her outfit was so provocative it put the real thing to shame. But after 3 years at Martial High, he knew most of the city's prodigies by name and recognized her in an instant. Zhou Yao, alongside Li Qingqing, was hailed as one of Jiangqing's 2 great beauties. In fact, many boys found her succubus style so overpowering that it eclipsed any real demon. Her name was mentioned far more often than Li Qingqing's. Little brother Yi Bai, care to have a chat just the 2 of us? She purred. Zhou Yao crooked a finger at Yi Bai. Yi Bai blurted, so bold, then quickly looked away. She had turned the succubus act into an art, leaving the real thing out of a job. Who would believe she was only 18? Who dared get involved with her at all? He could already feel Li Qingqing's gaze icing over beside him. Nope, not interested, he said, brushing off Zhou Yao and heading straight into the villa. Zhou Yao giggled. That's fine, little brother. I'm moving in next door. Whenever you feel like it, come find me. I'll give you an experience 100 times better than your little girlfriend can. Her eyes flashed with mischief, and she slipped into the villa next door. Yi Bai glanced back. None of the students objected, which puzzled him. Wasn't the rule that only top prodigies could live in these villas? Li Qingqing caught his confusion. Zhou Yao is second highest #1 prodigy this year and a 3rd-grade martial artist, same level as Nangong Zheng. Yi Bai relaxed and finally stepped inside. Had known Zhou Yao was talented but hadn't realized she was the very best at her school and already 3rd grade. So do you think she's pretty? Li Qingqing asked. What? Yi Bai jolted, playing dumb. Of course he knew she meant Zhou Yao, and her stunt had clearly been designed to stir up trouble. If you think she looks good, I can wear something like that too. Li Qingqing's voice grew softer as she closed the door. Huh. Yi Bai froze. She stood with her head down, face crimson, definitely serious. You're not angry? Why would I be angry? That woman's talent includes charm. Me almost stared at her myself. If she lets me know what you like, I should thank her. So, sheer veils or fishnet stockings? Don't say something that criminal in such a calm voice. Images of Li Qingqing in that outfit filled Yi Bei's mind, and his breathing hitched. Suddenly, he felt Zhou Yao's act was nothing. Li Qingqing was the real natural. You don't have to change for me, he said earnestly. I like you for who you are. You don't need to change anything. Li Qingqing looked puzzled, so he gently hugged her. He meant every word. To him she was more beautiful than Zhou Yao, which was why just imagining that outfit had stolen his breath. A relationship needed respect, and he didn't want her doing anything she disliked. But what if I only wear it in front of you? She asked. Yi Bei's breathing turned ragged. That was a direct hit he couldn't take. Sure, but this is the genius camp. The instructor will be here soon. Later, okay? He fled the topic, afraid he'd lose control like spraying bullets in a battle royale. He only wanted to dodge the question, but the girl etched every word into her heart. Maybe I should buy 2 more outfits in different styles. Where's the instructor? I want to report a violation. How can Yi Bai and Qingqing be allowed to live together? There's no way those 2 can end up under the same roof. All 4 villas already had owners, so everyone's attention shifted back to fighting over the remaining cottages. In the midst of the scramble, Ning Yuan arrived, brimming with ambition. His plan was simple: seize any cottage. Even if he still couldn't match Yi Bai, just living next door to Li Qingqing would be enough to make the goddess notice him. With peak rank blood energy, several combat arts, and a trusty weapon, he succeeded in no time and claimed a place. But when he looked around, neither Yi Bai nor Li Qingqing was anywhere to be seen. A quick inquiry told him they had already moved into Villa 01 together. Jealousy flashed across his eyes. She could practically see Li Qingqing turning into Yi Bai-shaped property. Hey, brother, you've got the big 3 stats too, right? I'm tight with Yi Bai if you know him. We're basically friends. Zhuge Yun sidled up, chattering away and hoping to latch onto another thigh. Ning Yuan had just asked him what was going on. Beat it. Ning Yuan barked, flinging Zhuge Yun aside in frustration. His first day in prodigy camp, and had already taken a heavy blow. Gritting his teeth, he waited for Xiao Huahua, Nangong Zheng, Zhou Yao, Lu Bufan, and the other top talents from River City to arrive and knock Yi Bai down a peg. In the crowd stood another silent onlooker, the foxied Ning Qi. Hearing that Yi Bai had become the camp's ace and the city's hero, he was even more eager to join forces with Xiao Huahua's group and make Yi Bai pay for everything. Thud thud. Just then, a broad-shouldered young man strode into the compound, and the place fell deathly quiet. Lu Bufan had arrived. Which villa will he pick? Whispers erupted. Ning Yuan's eyes blazed, hoping Lu Bufan would go straight to Villa 01 and give Yi Bai trouble. Ning Qi calculated that as Lu Qingshan's grandson, Lu Bufan wouldn't like Yi Bai stealing his spotlight. A little nudge might topple Yi Bai for good. Lu Bufan asked a few quick questions, confirmed the housing roster, then walked past Villa 01 without so much as a glance. He ignored Villa 02 as well. At Villa 03, he paused briefly, then turned and headed for Villa 04, pushing the door open. A roar of blows erupted inside, but no one could make out the moves. 2.5 minutes later, the door burst open again, and Nangong Zheng was tossed out, battered and furious. Damn it! Nangong Zheng snarled, half his sleeve shredded, yet still gripping his spear. Without looking back at Lu Bufan, he charged straight toward the cottage Ning Yuan had just won. Swish! The spearhead pointed at Ning Yuan. You. Move. This cottage is mine from now on. He barked. Lu Bufan defeated Nangong Zheng in a matter of minutes. Realizing he could no longer claim the remaining 3 villas, Nangong Zheng's fury nearly burned through his chest. He charged to the front gate where Ning Yuan stood, tipped his spear, and barked, "Get out." Ning Yuan froze, his face draining of color. "Can't you understand me?" Nangong Zheng snarled, and before the words had faded, he swept his spear sideways. Bang! The shaft cracked across Ning Yuan's shoulder. Ning Yuan was sent flying, crashed onto the lawn, and let out a muffled groan. Pain mixed with humiliation left him barely able to rise. Wasn't Nangong Zheng supposed to be looking for Yi Bai? Why was he always the unlucky one? Every time he got close to Yi Bai, disaster struck. Another world where only Ning Yuan gets hurt achievement unlocked again. Someone in the crowd snickered, while Ning Qi stared silently at the ground. At 10 o'clock sharp, every name on the roster for the 89th Genius Camp had arrived. The housing list was posted as well. Ning Yuan ended up in a bungalow, sharing with Zhuge Yun. Thanks to the earlier melee, Zhuge Yun had muscled his way into that bungalow. Everyone saw he could strike up a conversation with Yi Bai. Yi Bai was cool, but he hadn't denied the word brother. When Zhuge Ming arrived and heard the details, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The man he had told Zhuge Yun to get lost from was actually Yi Bai, who had once beaten a 4th-grade expert and slain the evil spirit Langmi. I didn't expect hitching a ride to feel this good, Zhuge Yun whispered, winking at Yi Bai like a fox that had just scored a prize. Once everyone had settled in, 7 instructors finally showed up. Whoosh! Identical uniforms, identical murderous aura, the scent of iron and blood rolling off them. "Welcome to Jiang City's 89th Genius Camp," the lead instructor said crisply. "For the next month, we'll be your instructors. Enough talk, step up in roster order and challenge any instructor you like." The training ground was empty and wide. Every student had been called over. Yi Bai had expected a long-winded opening address like back in high school. Instead, after 2 sentences, the instructors wanted the students to fight. "First up, Second Hai Lu Wu. Reporting, sir." A boy sprang from the crowd, cheeks flushed with excitement, as if he had waited his whole life for this moment. "Is this another camp tradition?" Yi Bai frowned. First the dorm brawls, now the instructors fighting the students? Li Qingqing was equally baffled. "Yi Bai, you didn't know?" Zhuge Yun slipped to his side again and explained in a low voice. "Every year the newcomers are proud and hard to handle. The instructors have to lay down the law and size everyone up. Whether you're a troublemaker or not, they fight every single one." Yi Bai nodded, though he still didn't see why Lu Wu looked so hyped. Zhuge Yun raised an eyebrow. "Because the reward is real. Last a full minute against an instructor, and you get 2 chi condensing pills. Last 2 minutes, and you earn 2 chi condensing pills, plus a profound tier technique. Hold out for 10 minutes, and you can choose any low earth tier technique on top of the pills. Survive 15 minutes, and you'll also receive 2 soul crystals. Make it to 30 minutes, and every reward is doubled. But the richest prize is for anyone who defeats an instructor. Do that, and you take everything I just mentioned, and your resource allowance goes up by 20% for the next month." Zhuge Yun's voice rang out across the training field. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He had joined the Genius Camp mainly to repay Lu Qingtian and hadn't expected much in the way of resources, yet the prizes on offer were beyond anything he had imagined. A low earth tier technique usually sold for 2 million great Xia credits. A single soul crystal, which could be absorbed directly, would start at the same price, and you could hardly find one on the market. In fact, Yi Bai had hesitated to sell the crystal he took from that malevolent spirit yesterday. The battle had shown him his shortcomings, and had heard Lu Qingtian hint that the spirit's true target had been Yi Bai himself. Untreated crystals were like raw beast flesh. Without processing by the Martial Association, a warrior couldn't use them safely. Only a stockpile of refined crystals could fend off another spirit attack. That was why even a grade 1 spirit crystal could fetch 2 million, yet still be impossible to buy. By that math, lasting 15 minutes would hand him resources worth more than 6 million. If he could fight for half an hour, the reward would break 10 million with ease. The thought made his blood burn. Had definitely come to the right place. A dull thud snapped him back to reality. The first challenger, a student of Lu Wu, had lasted only 1 minute and 2 seconds against the weakest-looking instructor and walked away with 2 chi condensing pills. Yi Bai made a quick estimate. That instructor was mid-4th grade, with about 50,000 points of blood and chi. He hadn't shown any martial skills, so his true combat strength was unknown, but Yi Bai stored every detail. The second bout began at once. With rewards this tempting, Yibai already had a plan. Pick the instructor whose style best suited him and claim every prize in a single go. What he didn't know was that while he evaluated the instructors, they were also sizing him up. Their eyes met in silent exchange. Just two eyes and a mouth, hardly the monster they're talking about. They say he got into Villa 01 thanks to Li Qingqing and didn't dare confront Nangong Zhengheden. Reverse slaying a 4th grade? Who knows how weak that 4th grade was, and maybe killing a 2nd grade spirit was just luck. I really don't see why Director Lu forced him into the genius camp. Their looks were openly disdainful. In just 2 days, Yi Bei's name had spread through the military. Even their own squad members were begging for his autograph. If his strength matched the hype, they wouldn't mind. But if this boy who hid behind a woman when things got tough was being praised as a prodigy, while both his power and character fell short of talents like Lu Bufan, Xiao Huahua, and Nangong Zheng, then every instructor was of one mind. Next up, Nangong Zheng. Nangong Zheng's challenge came up quickly. Instructor, please grant me your guidance. The teenager called out, naming the coach who also carried a spear. Boom. The platform shook and the match exploded into action. Nangong Zheng struck first, his spear cutting a blue-winged arc that forced the instructor to dodge. He followed with a second thrust before the first had faded. The instructor's eyes flashed. He lifted his own spear and hammered it down, trying to force the boy on the defensive. Nangong Zheng planted his feet and refused to budge. The spears collided with a crack, sparks spraying in every direction. Their raw power was worlds apart, yet Nangong Zheng remained rocksteady. Catching the instant when the instructor's momentum dipped, he flipped his spear upward and pressed the man back. Clang, clang. Blurred spear shadows tangled. After 2 minutes, the instructor found the rhythm, swept aside a strike, and finally forced Nangong Zheng half a step back, reclaiming the initiative. Still, the teenager held on. At the 10-minute mark, Nangong Zheng braced his spear overhead to block a brutal chop. The instructor shifted his stance, retracted the weapon, and stabbed lightning fast between the boy's arms. The tip stopped at his brow. The referee declared Nangong Zheng defeated. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The spectators roared. Holding out 10 minutes against a 4th-rank instructor, this was a true prodigy. No other student had lasted even 2. The spear-wielding instructor nodded. Good kid. Breaking wave spear technique, right? You're no novice. Barely at minor mastery, Nangong Zheng replied, a hint of pride in his eyes as he glanced at Yi Bai. A mystic grade technique at minor mastery, no wonder, the instructor said appreciatively. The other coaches exchanged glances. Now this was real talent. By comparison, Yi Bei's hero of Jiangqing label looked like pure luck. Without Li Qingqing covering for him, he would have crashed long ago. Next, Li Si next, Xiao Huahua. The bouts continued. Xiao Huahua stepped forward. Instructor, apologies in advance, he said, pointing to the bulliest coach. Flames erupted over his body as he charged, each punch landing like a hammer. It took a full 10 minutes before the coach finally pushed him back. Xiao Huahua, is Insanino wonder he's first highs #1. The students cried. Xiao Huahua, Nangong Zheng both outstanding, truly outstanding. I'm sure the two of them will keep surprising us over the next month. The 7 instructors at the edge of the training ground exchanged glances, pleased with this year's crop of prodigies from Jiangqing, yet unable to shake a growing, half-hidden disdain for Yi Bai. Next up, Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing strode into the arena and borrowed a yellow-rank longsword from one of the instructors. Steel flashed coldly as she unleashed a rapid succession of strikes. Ice burst. A blast of frigid air erupted, swirling like a storm of shattered ice. Ice spike. With a flick of her sword tip, icicles several feet high speared up from the ground. Then she formed another seal with both hands. Frost Nineblade. 9 crystalline sword beams tore through the air, snowflakes dancing in their wake as they hurtled toward her opponent. The barrage drew low murmurs of awe from the stands. After 10 minutes, she finally lowered her sword, panting. Not bad. That girl, several instructors nodded. No wonder she held off Nangong Zheng. She's got a wide arsenal, just entry level, but enough to put her in the first tier. She's still behind Xiao Huahua and Nangong Zheng for now, but give her a year and she might catch up. The topic inevitably shifted to Yi Bai. She's close to Yi Bai. Maybe that time he cut down a 4th ranker, she was helping behind the scenes? Check the records, see if Li Qingqing was at the scene. The rumors spiraled. Someone even muttered that Yi Bei's fame came from living off a woman, that all had truly beaten were Ning Feng and a 2nd-rank evil spirit had gotten lucky against. Qingqing, that was awesome. Yi Bai, oblivious to the gossip, had just checked the time, almost 11, and slipped off for a quick break. When Li Qingqing returned, he gave her a thumbs up. Stop teasing me, she said, rolling her eyes and still catching her breath. The gap between us is huge. If it were you in there, 15 minutes would be no problem, right? Yi Bai blinked. I guess probably. It's either yes or now that's with probably. She huffed, lowering her voice. At this level, do you think you can claim the full reward? Yi Bai cleared his throat and nodded. Her eyes sparkled. The full reward? 30 minutes? Don't be ridiculous. Taking down a 4th ranker is one thing, but the genius camp instructors are at the peak of vitality. and their combat experience leaves civilian fourth rankers in the dust. Zhuge Yun, standing nearby, turned ghost white. In past years, the few prodigies who lasted 30 minutes managed it only after a month of brutal training. No one had ever done it on the very first day. I know, Yibai said calmly. But the instructors don't use techniques for the first 10 minutes, and after that they add only one. His confidence wasn't baseless. Among the 6 instructors, the weakest had 50,000 vitality points mid-4th rank while the strongest exceeded 70,000, late 4th rank, far beyond the old man had once fought. Yet after watching all morning, had seen that every bout followed the same pattern. Pure physical strength for the first 10 minutes, then a single technique. That lone strike had finished off Nangong Zhang, Xiao Huahua, and Li Qingqing. Most importantly, Yibei's own stats had leapt forward again since yesterday. Name, Yibai. Vitality, 19,999. 3rd grade, peak martial techniques. Bloodburst combat art, mastery level, 2. 90010,000. Blood ignition secret technique, mastery level, 020,000. 9 extreme spear art, minor attainment, 02,000. 7-star Tiangang step, proficiency, 03,000. Blood sacrifice art, proficiency, 1, 9113,000. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. Compared with yesterday, Yibei's personal panel had changed dramatically once again. 1. Blood ignition secret technique, still the technique that had leveled up by exploiting a bug. Once activated, it instantly grants a terrifying 500 boost across the board. 2. 7-star Tiangang step. After a night of grueling practice and another bug exploit, this top-tier Earth-grade movement art had leaped from beginner to proficient in a single evening. When activated, his speed doubles, and its subtle footwork lets him slip past close-range attacks with ease. 3. Blood sacrifice art, provided by Lu Qingtian and the Ning family as an upgraded replacement for the blood ignition secret technique. Also top Earth grade. It has even greater potential 100 amplification at entry level, soaring to 200 at proficiency. When bloodburst combat art, blood ignition, and blood sacrifice are activated together, their effects stack, giving Yibai an 11-fold surge in combat power. His vitality reading hasn't moved, yet a casual tremor of his arms unleashes more than 7.2 million gene of force. In just half a day, his fighting strength has skyrocketed once more. The downside is obvious: running all 3 skills burns his blood like wildfire and can last at most 30 minutes. For Yibai, though, that is plenty of time to sweep the arena rewards. Last contestant, Yibai. To his surprise, his name was called almost immediately. In the last one? Yibai looked up, puzzled. He clearly remembered that Lu Bufan, whom he barely knew, had been at the very front and still hadn't gone up. Could the rumors be true? Was Lu Bufan a dual practitioner of mind and martial arts? If so, the academy rules allowed him to skip the assessment and collect all the prizes outright. Zhuge Yun, standing nearby, lowered his voice in shock. A Mindan martial dual cultivator. It was the first time Yibai had heard the term, and his eyes narrowed. Seeing this, Zhuge Yun quickly shared everything he knew, confirming Yibei's guess. A martial path isn't confined to blood and vitality alone. A century ago, before humanity mastered soul crystals or forged battle weapons, the main defense against the evil spirit clan was another type of warrior psychic martial artists, also called spirit force warriors. Born with powerful mental strength and psychic talents, they train their minds the same way others cultivate blood and vitality and wield soul-based attacks similar to those of the evil spirit clan. If someone possesses both a strong conventional martial talent and a psychic talent, this dual cultivation grants combat power far beyond others of the same rank, just like Lu Bufan. Yibai had only just learned that Lu Bufan was a mere second-rank martial artist, yet he had defeated Nangong Zhang and could even clash head-in with fourth-rank fighters. Envy surged in Yibei's heart. If only he could cultivate both mind and body as well. Before him, Zhuge Yun elaborated unhurriedly. Mental cultivators could cut down evil spirits of the same rank. Those who trained both mind and body could fight foes several ranks higher. Most importantly, they scarcely needed the mountain of soul crystals others relied on to strengthen their minds. Yibei's eyes gleamed at the prospect, envy flashing and fading. Brother Yibai, there's nothing to envy, Zhuge Yun said, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Lu Bufan has Director Liu's full support, yet he's still stuck at second rank. By the time this month of training ends, you, Xiao Huahua, and Nangong Zhang might all be early fourth rank or better, while Lu Bufan is still spinning his wheels. He paused, then added, walking both paths isn't pure advantage. You pour in 2, even 3 times the effort. If only the lifespan store could trade for mental power, Yibai sighed inwardly. Zhuge Yun made sense, yet a new desire quietly took root. Yibai, you're up. Better figure out how to last 10 minutes. Nangong Zhang had strolled over without notice, voice dripping with mockery, convinced Yibai wouldn't last that long. Yi Bai couldn't be bothered to reply and stepped onto the platform. Acting tough, Nangong Zheng clicked his tongue, finding him even more pretentious. At center stage, several instructors stood ready. After a beat, Yi Bai pointed at the instructor with a spear strapped to his back. Instructor, your guidance, please. With that, the dragon scale spear shimmered into being, its razor edge throwing off cold light. Yi Bai uses a spear too? Nangong Zheng arched a brow, then clapped with a laugh. I get it, thinks the spear's the king of weapons, so even if he can't wield it, it still feels powerful. But he actually picked the spear instructor like I did? Swinging an axe in front of Guangong, is he? On stage, Instructor Chen's stare cooled. His thoughts mirrored Nangong Zheng's, and his opinion of Yi Bai nosedive arrogant, conceited, clueless. They'd checked the stats. Yi Bai's blood energy sat at the peak of 3rd rank, second only to Lu Bufan. But during that battle against the old man, Li Qingqing had been present. In the last 6 months Yi Bai had bought no martial skills, never rented a training room. At most had learned a couple of entry-level techniques, gifted by Li Qingqing. Luck and a patron, that was the story behind his reputation. 5 minutes tops, one instructor muttered. You're generous. He probably knows no spear art at all. Against old Chun, 3 minutes would be charity, another said. Only Ning Yuan's eyes flickered below. Ning Qi stayed silent. Aside from Li Qingqing, they alone had watched Yi Bai duel Ning Feng. They knew he truly commanded a spear technique. Begin. At the referee's call, Yi Bai struck first. The dragon scale spear snapped forward, sweeping through the air with a shriek of wind. Instructor Chen lifted his own weapon one-handed, tip angling up to arrest Yi Bai's momentum. Steel met steel in midair, the clash ringing like a struck bell. Instructor Chen's face changed in an instant. The instant Instructor Chen's spear collided with Yi Bai's dragon scale spear, shock flashed across his face. A tremendous force exploded through the shaft, almost splitting the web between his thumb and forefinger, far beyond what he had anticipated. At the same moment, he sensed the surging blood energy inside Yi Bai. The reading soared to 19,999, the very ceiling of 3rd grade peak level. How is that possible? Every instructor had estimated his blood energy at 12 to 15,000. A gain of 3 or 4,000 in half a year was already astonishing, yet the true increase was closing in on 20,000. No wonder Director Liu had bent the rules to place him in the genius camp. Realizing this, Instructor Chen put away his petty dissatisfaction and began to weigh whether he should hold back a little. Yi Bai, however, confirmed that his opponent's strength matched his estimation. His expression hardened as he pulled back the spear and shifted stances. Shatterstone. The 9 extremes spear art first form erupted without warning. Boom. Thud thud. Instructor Chun reacted instantly, sweeping the butt of his spear back to parry. Even after borrowing the momentum to dissipate the force, he was still driven 2 full steps backward, his heels carving deep grooves in the floor. The terrifying impact made him suck in a sharp breath. A spear technique? The Earth Rank 9 Extreme Spear Art, Shatterstone? You've got to be kidding. Several instructors watching from the rear stiffened as well, drawing in a collective breath. The internal reports said Yi Bai had spent the last 6 months solely tempering his blood energy. How could he suddenly wield an Earth Rank combat art? Mastering one of those was harder than starting several mystery rank or a dozen yellow rank techniques at the same time. The 100 or so students around them were even more animated. He's incredibly actually forced the instructor back. Even Nangong Zheng couldn't do that. An Earth Rank spear art? How could Yi Bai possibly know something like that? In the crowd, Nangong Zheng's fists clenched reflexively. With a matching spear art, the difference in combat power was like night and day. Coupled with nearly 20,000 blood energy, Yi Bai could easily fight for 10 minutes straight. Remembering that his own wave-breaking spear art was already at minor accomplishment, Nangong slowly relaxed his knuckles. Yi Bai had probably only touched the threshold of the 9 extreme spear art. In terms of technique, Nangong Zheng remained the top talent of the camp. Once he reached late 3rd grade or even 4th grade, he would still be this cohort's trump card. Inside the circle, Instructor Chen steadied himself. Excellent, Yi Bai? Judging that Yi Bai's 9 extreme spear art was still at the entry level, he gave the student an approving nod. Show me everything you've got, let me see your limit. He was determined to gauge the young man's depths. Split the mountain. Yi Bai seized the instant Chen finished speaking. The spear's trajectory flipped from a thrust to an upward slash, the tip streaking toward the instructor's throat. That's it, keep going. Relying on years of instinct, Instructor Chen jammed the butt of his spear into the ground, forcing the attack aside. Inwardly, he praised Yi Bai. His sense of timing was even sharper than expected. No wonder the boy had single-handedly taken down a 4th grade fighter. Swish. Yi Bai swept across again, this time targeting Chen's right flank. Not bad. Feeling increasingly satisfied and convinced he had seen through Yi Bai's hand, Chen paid the blow little mind. With his reflexes, he could easily parry the moment the spear tip closed in. Bang! With a heavy thud, Instructor Chun was flung into the air before he could even yank his spear from the ground. In the next instant, the training field fell dead silent. Every student stared, eyes nearly popping out. Yi Bai had just launched an instructor sky high. Who was really fourth rank here? Who was probing whose limits? The astonishment lasted only a heartbeat before an uproar exploded. Did Chen just let his guard down? Why didn't he dodge? The instructors exchanged looks, assuming Chen had underestimated his opponent. Then the lone female instructor spoke in a low voice. Noi Bei's last thrust wasn't opening mountain. He charged up even longer. That was severing the sea. What? Severing the sea? Gasps swept the crowd. The third form of the 9 extreme spear? Yi Bei's already mastered it. In half a year, had boosted his vitality by 20,000 points and pushed an Earth-grade spear art to true proficiency. Monster was the only word that fit. Every old rumor spunging off others, arrogance vanished, replaced by loyal, humble, and friendly. And this was only the beginning. Yi Bei didn't press the attack. Eyes flashing, he suddenly asked, Instructor, one question. If you use a martial skill before 10 minutes pass, how does the reward work? Instructor Chen caught on immediately. He climbed up, brushed off the dust, and grinned. Worried he'll pull out a skill early? Relax. The moment I use one skill, it counts as you surviving 10 minutes. Make me use 2, and it's 20. In that case, forgive me, Instructor. Yi Bei's spirits surged. A crimson mist burst from his pores, half-shrouding him. Blood burst combat art, blood ignition secret art, blood sacrifice technique activated together. An 11-fold boost. Break the heavens. The dragon scale spear finished charging, its tip crackling with violent energy that made the air shriek. Weaponless, Chen's face went pale. He fired off a movement skill and dodged in a desperate sidestep. Boom. The spear slammed down, flinging dust skyward. Curious, Chen pulsed his vitality to scatter the haze. A crater several meters deep and more than 10 across yawned at his feet. At the center stood Yi Bei, eyes blazing, spear charging again. Again. Chen cursed inwardly, shooting his colleagues a blame-filled glare. Wasn't this kid supposed to be all show and no substance? The female instructor's eye twitched. He just stacked 2 martial skills, and his mastery isn't low. At this level, he could probably take a 4th-rank heathen. She sighed, then strode onto the field. Stand down, Yi Bei. You've already earned every reward including the one for flooring an instructor. Why? Yi Bei kept charging, genuinely puzzled. She explained patiently. Another sharp intake of breath rippled through the entire field. The female instructor offered an explanation. The genius camp had a standing rule. During the initial assessment bout, every instructor was limited to 3 combat techniques. The idea was to humble the recruits, not to break their spirits. After so many sessions of the camp, truly uncontrollable hotheads had become rare. The Chin Yu fought was bound by the same rule. He was allowed only 3 techniques, and didn't even bring his personal battle weapon, she said, fixing her gaze on Yi Bei. Under those conditions he can't beat someone who commands multiple arts, especially you, a master of the 9-fold spear art. There's no need to keep going. You've won. Everyone understood at once Yi Bei had claimed the first and only victory over an instructor. Cultivation resources worth more than 10 million would go straight to his account, and his training privileges for the next month would rise by 20%. A chorus of sharp inhales filled the hall. Yi Bei, that was insane. He took down an instructor in 2 minutes. Unreal. No wonder he's the ace of this camp. Glad I never messed with him. The cadets could only stare in awe. Xiao Huahua gave Yi Bei a long look and said seriously, you're strong. You're now my toughest rival. Learning that Yi Bei had mastered the 9-fold spear art, Nangong Zheng clenched his fists until they creaked. An Earth-grade spear art at mastery level, how is that possible? Zhou Yao's legs pressed together unconsciously, her bright eyes full of interest. Little Yi Bei, the more I see you, the more intriguing you become. Ning Yuan bowed his head in silent shock, while Ning Qi's face twisted with resentment. The instructors exchanged equally complicated looks. If it had been me, I might not have fared any better. The kid's a monster. Moments later the lone female instructor spoke again. Yi Bei, you may have won, but we still haven't gauged your limits. How about a round with me? They'll also use only 3 techniques. Yi Bei's eyes narrowed. He had suspected from Lu Qingshan's emphasis on the camp that the instructors couldn't all be mere 4th rankers. Is there a reward? He asked. You've already collected your reward. I just want to assess your real strength to tailor your training plan for the next month. Then forget it, instructor. I was already going all out. Realizing there was no extra payoff, Yi Bei declined. He had never intended to reveal all his cards. Given the loophole-like way he advanced, the standard training program meant little to him. She narrowed her eyes, still unwilling to give up. Then come to my office for a private talk. She strode off on long legs, motioning for Yi Bei to follow. Inside the office. Yi Bei, here is your reward. First he received the resources owed from the assessment. 1. 4 chi condensing pills. 2. 8 soul crystals, including the 2 bonus crystals for lasting 20 minutes. 3. A martial arts catalog from which he could select any 2 lower earth grade techniques. Instructor, he'll take these 2, Yi Bei said at once, having decided beforehand. Altogether, he walked away with cultivation resources worth more than 20 million. These resources couldn't be sold, and he wasn't about to part with them. But Yi Bei still found himself thinking once more that joining the genius camp had been a brilliant move. A 20 million credit reward for a single day of hunting outside the city was a fantasy. Inside the camp, he faced almost no risk at all. On the training field, the female instructor stowed the force measuring arm and went straight for the heart of the matter. Yibai, you didn't give it everything just now, did you? You want to stop because you think we instructors have nothing to teach you? After dismissing the other trainees, she called him over alone. Clearly she had long since seen through him. Instructor, you've got it wrong, Yibai said with a polite bow, though he admitted inwardly had used barely 60% of his strength. She shook her head with a rueful smile. Staying low-key is fine, but in the genius camp being too modest can hurt you. The place is packed every year because we offer a complete, systematic training program. You will benefit from it. Instructor, I honestly went all out. Please base my plan on what you saw. While answering, Yibai let her words wash over him. He still needed hidden cards. People were lurking in the dark who wanted him dead. Very well, they'll work with the strength you just showed. She stopped pressing, opened the terminal, and quickly generated a schedule. Moments later, a clear table appeared in front of him. 1. Weapon Technique Proficiency, regular access to the Advanced Technique Chamber. 2. Blood Chi Enhancement, exclusive resource allocation. 3. Combat Experience, own sessions with a tactics mentor. 4. Blood Chi Control Key Project. Yibai had heard of the first few items at school. They were simply higher-end versions with daily resource rations. Only the last line, Blood Chi Control, was completely new to him. I thought as long as your blood chi isn't unstable, a fighter can use all of it, he blurted out. The instructor laughed. Do you believe that at the third tier 1 point of blood chi equals 30 gene of force, so with 19,999 points you could unleash nearly 600,000 gene? Isn't that right? Yibai frowned. No, not even close. She raised her hand to show half. Most fighters manage only 50% of their theoretical maximum, sometimes less. When they use martial techniques, the ratio can drop to 30%, even 20. She added the key phrase, body threshold protection. To make it clearer, she gave a real-world example. An average adult can hardly lift a 100+ gene object barehanded, yet a mother can budge a car when her child is pinned underneath. Your subconscious is always capping you, deciding there's no need for extreme force. Fighters are the same. Blood chi raises the ceiling, but the threshold still cages you. Yibai thought back to the sparring match. His arms had shattered the tiles, yet he hadn't even knocked instructor Chin back. By his own calculation, had produced only about 300,000 gene, far short of the theoretical 7+ million. Her explanation tied up every loose end. Instructor, if I follow this schedule? He looked up, voice tight. Reaching 80% is well within reach. Even if your blood chi doesn't rise at all, your combat power will still double, she said confidently. Yibai's breathing quickened. At last he truly understood what the genius camp was for. So what exactly do I do next? Yibai couldn't hold back and blurted out his question. So, Yibai, you're not interested in any other training modules at all? Did you really think we instructors couldn't help you? The female instructor narrowed her eyes, amusement coloring her voice. A cough. Yibai cleared his throat, a little embarrassed. Relax, I respect your secret, she said, clearly satisfied with his answer. If blood energy control is all you need, they'll cancel every other program. Focus on this for a month, and you'll be able to unleash at least 90% of your full strength. She paused, then added, you'll understand the method once the equipment arrives tomorrow. For today, you're excused from group training. Just like that, the first day ended early. Leaving the office, Yibai felt a rush of relief. So the genius camp really is worth it. Head thought it would waste his time, yet had secured the resources he needed to boost his mental power, block that man from sending more evil spirits after him, and sharply raise his combat strength. Interesting kid, the instructor murmured as she watched him leave. Lu Qingtian, your judgment is still spot on. Back at Villa 01, the first thing Yibai did was press several condensing chi pills into Li Qingqing's hand. Qingqing, these are for you. I can't take them, she said reflexively. I'm already at peak 3rd grade. I want breakthrough soon, so they'll just go to waste. Do you want to stay behind me forever? 2 quick sentences from Yibai were enough to convince her. He thought to himself, giving her the pills is only the beginning. They'll have another gift for her by tomorrow night. Well, I guess it's not impossible, Li Qingqing muttered, her face suddenly crimson. Yibai hurried to change the subject. I'm going to cultivate for a bit, he said, ducking into his room before anything else could happen. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he pulled out a soul crystal. As instructed, he pressed it to his forehead and pictured an invisible hand reaching into it. Cool energy flooded his brain, a bliss that made his scalp tingle. Each crystal took roughly 50 minutes to drain, turning from pale yellow to ashen gray when spent. Yibai calculated that after absorbing all 8, it would be around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Li Qingqing's training would end then. He could still exploit the midnight loophole, and they could eat together, perfect timing. The afternoon ticked by quietly, broken only by the steady stream of refreshing energy. Yes, when the 8th crystal faded to gray, Yibai felt clearer than ever and stretched with a satisfied groan. Even though he had used only 8 soul crystals, the lowest grade drops from a first-rank evil spirit, Ibai could feel his mental power surge. If he ran into that second-rank evil spirit again, he might still struggle to suppress it hidden with pure psyche, but turning the tables and killing it would now be easy. A plan formed in his mind. Finish exploiting this bug, then go find Qingqing. The room was silent. Dusk was fading outside the window, and the clock on the wall read 5:50. Yibai stowed the soul-refining array, brushed the dust from his coat, and prepared to leave. Before stepping out, he looked up at the freshly updated panel. Name: Yibai. Vitality: 19,999, third level peak. Mental power: 18, early apprentice. Combat techniques: Bloodburst combat, art mastered 2, 90010, 000. Blood ignition secret mastered 020, 000. Ninefold spear technique proficient 020, 000. 7-star heavenly gang steps expert 1, 0113, 000. Blood ritual art proficient 020, 000. Lifespan: 300 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. Blood ritual art is already at minor mastery. Next, they'll bring 7-star heavenly gang steps up to the same level. The thought had barely formed when he noticed a new section on the panel: mental power. The shop updated. He froze. Since learning that burning lifespan could trigger updates, he always checked the shop after each exploit run. This time, rushing to meet Li Qingqing, he had skipped it. Fate had chosen this very moment to refresh. He opened the shop at once. 1. Vitality. 2. Technique proficiency. 3. Flesh tempering progress. 4. Mental power, 1 year of lifespan for 1 point of mental power. A fourth item had appeared, and the exchange rate matched vitality, 110. Talk about perfect timing. He had envied Lu Bufin's dual cultivation that morning. By nightfall, he had the same chance. Excitement flashed in his eyes. Although this new item could not yet satisfy the prerequisite for advancing from 3rd to 4th rank, boosting mental power was more useful to him right now than a direct breakthrough. 8 soul crystals were nowhere near enough, but a few more days of farming would send his psyche soaring. Once that happened, even fellow 3rd rank or 4th rank evil spirits would hold no fear for him, and his last weakness would vanish. He reviewed the pattern of shop updates. First update after burning 2,000 years of lifespan. Second, an additional 10,000 years. Third, another 30,000 years. By that logic, the next refresh should come after another 50,000 to 60,000 years. With the numbers laid out, Yibai felt completely in control. Max out my mental power, spend a few more days farming proficiency, and I can charge straight into 4th rank, he muttered, drawing a deep breath as confidence curved his lips. A 4th rank warrior who cultivates both body and mind. Yibai walked out of the room, bursting with excitement, ready to begin his official journey of cultivating both mind and body. He still had to wait another hour before he could use the bug exploit to boost his mental strength, so he turned to the plan he and Li Qingqing had set for today: buying a house and a car for Qingqiang. A little after 6, he picked up Li Qingqing at the gate of the genius camp. The girl had just come from the combat gym, her tracksuit still damp with sweat. It was the first day of classes, and after 6 the trainees were free to head back to the dorms or leave the grounds. Yet apart from Li Qingqing, no one chose to go. Across the open square, fists and feet thudded against training pads. Instructor, let's keep going. That's the spirit, kid, push harder. Xiao Huahua, Nangong Zheng, Lu Bufan, and the others sparred with their instructors, squeezing every last minute they could. They had watched Yibai defeat Instructor Chun and realized the gap between geniuses, so they trained even more ferociously. Every genius is a blend of innate talent and relentless effort. Behind the shine lies untold hours of sweat. That is why the camp, which should have powered down at 10, ultimately built dorms for its students. Yibai, once we've handled Annie Chen's house and car, it'll be close to 10, Li Qingqing said as she got in. They'll drop her off, you stay with her, and he'll come back to train, okay? It shouldn't take that long, Yibai replied, starting the car. I've already picked the car on the Car Guru app, I just need to pay. I also lined up a realtor who's pre-screened the apartments. He fully supported Li Qingqing's plan to rush back for more training, yet he mused to himself. Thank goodness the system store keeps updating, and I'm starting to see the pattern. Soon he'll be cultivating both paths, and closing in on 4th rank. If everyone else is this driven and I slack off, the pressure will be crushing. Playing the shielded boyfriend feels good for a moment, but I'm not living off anyone, and I'm certainly not letting Li Qingqing stay on top forever. The realtor was already waiting, armed with 7 carefully selected listings in different complexes. The tour went by at breakneck speed. The first place, under 2 minutes. The second, 1 minute. The third, 30 seconds. All 7 took less than 5 minutes in total. Yibai spoke up, a bit embarrassed. Each place has a trade-off. Great light, but poor soundproofing. Or it's quiet, but the lighting's not ideal. The agent looked apologetic. Mr. Yi, these are already the closest matches to your needs. It's hard to find anything better. If you need top-tier soundproofing, I'm sorry, but most commercial apartments just aren't built that way. These are among the best you'll get. Even if you paid extra for a large unit, the insulation would be about the same. The units you thought were well sound insulated only seem that way because the building was just handed over and no one has moved in upstairs or downstairs yet, the realtor explained awkwardly. Yi Bai and Li Qingqing followed the agent through the vast, brightly lit sales center, but the man's embarrassment was plain to see. Perhaps you'd like to look at a villa instead? If the full price is out of reach, we can arrange financing. As a third-rank martial artist, you qualify for a very low rate, just 4.9%. Fine, I guess. Where can I buy a villa right now? Yi Bai rubbed his temples. He had assumed a little over $1 million would be enough to get Qin Char in a decent place. Yet even a rundown 3-bed would be better than these. Every footstep upstairs was loud enough to scare him. Can't they build with real materials? The agent rummaged through his system. Let me see, with a $1 million down payment. The only villas available are in the Chunjiang garden developments. But those aren't true villa compounds. The property management is worse than what we just saw, and people come and go all the time. He trailed off, clearly embarrassed. All right, well, wait. Thanks for your trouble today. Let me send you a little tip. Yi Bai transferred 888 yuan. Sir, I can't accept that. The agent flinched. You shouldn't work for nothing. He'll be buying eventually, and he'll still need you to find me a villa. Mr. Yi, you give me too much credit. I do know where the best villas are, but I have no channel to get you in. Moonwatching Star Manor is the finest estate in River City, right next to the Dragon Guard, guarded around the clock by several mid-third-rank fighters. The 9 premium Moonwatch towers were never offered to the public, and the next tier Starwatch pavilion sold out the moment they were released. He gave a wry smile. Take the tip anyway, Yi Bai insisted. Left with no choice, the agent accepted. Mr. Yi, you're really too kind. The agent never noticed that the name Moonwatching Star Manor had already been burned into Yi Bai's memory. Beside him, Li Qingqing's eyes shone as well. The city's best villas, a stone's throw from the Dragon Guard, protected by mid-third-rank warriors, perfect soundproofing, sunlight, and security. The only problem was how to get in. Yi Bai, I could ask my advisor, she whispered. Ring's phone suddenly rang. Xiaopeng. Yi Bai glanced at the caller ID. I'm on my way. Thinking Wang Xiaopeng was in trouble, he hung up and dragged Li Qingqing toward the Dragon Guard. Outside the Dragon Guard's gate, Wang Xiaopeng greeted them, full of energy. Yi Bai, campus bell Li, let me show you something. He froze for half a second when he saw Li Qingqing, then rubbed his hands excitedly. Yi Bai was puzzled, but followed anyway. The three of them crossed several blocks before stopping in front of a colossal gate that stretched hundreds of meters wide and stood several stories tall. Yi Bai drew a sharp breath. They were less than 500 meters from the Dragon Guard, on land worth its weight in gold, yet such a massive gate towered here. Inside, everything was lush. Dim streetlights threw mottled patterns on the asphalt as fallen leaves skittered in the breeze. The place was as quiet as a hidden park amid the city's bustle. So this is it, Yi Bai murmured. He remembered passing the other side before, and, never reaching the main gate, had assumed it was a park. With the eyesight of a peak third-rank fighter, he saw even farther. A vast lake lay at the compound's heart. From the center of the water rose a mountain. Lights dotted its summit, slopes, and base, proof that people lived there. Roads webbed the lake around the mountain, every intersection glowing, linking into a dazzling constellation. This was no park, but a residential development built to the very limits of luxury. Yi Bai looked up at the gilded characters above the gate. Moonwatching Star Manor, the exact estate the agent had mentioned as the city's most exclusive. Welcome home, master. Yi Bai, Miss Li, how do you like this neighborhood? Wang Xiaopeng asked, waggling his eyebrows mischievously. It's wonderful, Yi Bai answered reflexively, and Li Qingqing nodded lightly. Then welcome home, master. Wang Xiaopeng pressed down the tails of his tuxedo and gave a textbook butler's bow. In a flash, Yi Bai's expression hardened, and Li Qingqing's bright eyes sharpened. Xiaopeng, what are you talking about? Yi Bai demanded. Exactly what it sounds like. I pulled some strings and bought a villa here, and the deed is in your name. Wang Xiaopeng announced proudly. These villas are ridiculously expensive, Yi Bai protested. You didn't think those 10 merit points you gave me were cheap, did you? Xiaopeng replied breezily, patting Yi Bai's shoulder. Besides, the money's already gone. Not like we can get a refund. I have my own place, so I won't be living here. One warning, though. If you resell within 2 years, you'll pay at least 8% in taxes. While speaking, he hooked an arm through Yi Bai's and Li Qingqing's. Now, be good and come see your new home. The three stepped into Moonwatch Star Manor. Under the night sky, the compound looked otherworldly. Yi Bai had only glimpsed it from afar. Up close, the lake was several times wider than had imagined, so clear it reflected the moon and stars. Islands dotted the water, each crowned with a lantern-lit, classical Chinese villa. The layout was deliberate. Outer villas ringed a central island with 9 main residences, like stars circling the moon. Slender wooden bridges crisscrossed the lake, finally merging into 4 broad causeways that funneled visitors inward. We're here. Wang Xiaopeng led them onto an island in the outer ring. A wooden sign read, Stargazing Pavilion number 38. With only about 30 villas in the entire section, this was clearly the last one. The moment Yi Bai set foot on the island, only 2 words filled his mind. Huge. Gorgeous. Click, click. The villa's doors swung open automatically. A dozen long-legged maids filed out, split into two lines, and bowed in unison. Welcome home, master. An elderly man in a butler suit followed, bowing as well. Mr. Yi, madam, good evening. My name is Chun, your personal steward. Anything you need, I'm at your service. So extravagant it's almost inhuman, Yi Bai thought. Yi Bai, campus belle Li well? Satisfied? Wang Xiaopeng waggled his eyebrows again. The word madam turned Li Qingqing's cheeks crimson, but she lowered her head without objecting. It's perfect, Yi Bai admitted with a wry smile, then grew serious. But this gift is far too much. Tell me honestly, how much did a villa like this cost? He pressed. You're overthinking it. Wang Xiaopeng waved off the concern. It wasn't that bad, just a tad over 20 million. 20 million? Yi Bai stood frozen. Impossible. That's way too cheap. Compared with an ordinary apartment, or even a regular villa, the price is sky high. But this is Wangyue Star residence guarded around the clock by several mid-grade, third-rank cultivators. Wang Xiaopeng spread his arms as if afraid Yi Bai and Li Qingqing wouldn't believe him, tapping the white marble step beneath his feet. Why would I lie? In Wangxing Pavilion, the closer a unit is to the center of the lake, the more it costs. Units 01 and 02 were listed at over 200 million when they first went on the market, and their owners never even planned to sell. He pointed at the luxurious buildings that hugged the shoreline, a hint of helplessness in his tone. The farther out you go, the cheaper it gets. Our number 38 is almost against the outer wall. Strictly speaking, it's no longer part of the true Wangxing Pavilion, otherwise I could never have gotten it. Only then did Yi Bai understand. Xiaopeng had tried to secure him an even lower numbered unit. 20 million for number 38 might not sound outrageous, but Xiaopeng had spent more than money to make it happen. I love the gift. Thank you, Yi Bai said solemnly. Li Qingqing snapped out of her daze and added softly. Thanks, Xiaopeng. Come on, we're friends, no need to be polite. Xiaopeng scratched his head, cutting them off. Gift delivered, I'm out. When you finish Genius Camp training, you can buy me dinner. With that, he retreated at high speed, almost kicking up dust. Why not eat now? Li Qingqing tried to stop him. Next time Dad's waiting for me. Xiaopeng waved without looking back. They watched his round figure disappear, sharing a warm, helpless smile. Having a friend like him was truly a blessing. The ceremonial staff and security guards filed out. Yi Bai stood in the entryway with the dedicated butler of Wangyue Star residence to settle a few moving details. 1. No maids for now. Most of the time, only Qin Charin would be living here, and convincing her to move in had been hard enough. 2. The butler didn't need to stay on site, he was, after all, a man. The butler nodded. Many owners asked the same. Without a special directive, staff have no authority to enter. Today's ceremony was an exception. Within 10 minutes, the spacious number 38 villa was empty except for Yi Bai and Li Qingqing. Yi Bai walked around checking everything. The furniture, dinnerware, even the bed linens were brand new designer items, and his lingering worries vanished. One more exploit, and I can pay off the car and pick up Aunt Qin on the way. Yi Bai, I've been running around since noon and am all sticky. I'd like to shower first. Will you wait for me? Her voice was soft, her gaze a bit evasive. Of course. He thought nothing of it after all. The villa was meant for Qin Charin, and Li Qingqing would probably stay here too. Showering at home was perfectly normal. While Li Qingqing stepped into the bathroom, he focused on the system. Spirit power, 18,318. His first grade spiritual C expanded violently, as if he had absorbed 300 soul crystals. The world went razor sharp, sounds and colors intensified several-fold, and he felt light enough to fly. Before he could enjoy the sensation, a hesitant voice came from behind the bathroom door. Yi Bai, I accidentally got my clothes wet, what should I do? The girl's timid call echoed once more. Li Qingqing's faint voice suddenly broke the silence. Stripped of the aloofness she showed strangers and softer than when they first started dating. It was so gentle it felt like a current slipped straight into Yi Bai's chest, as though a kitten were scratching at his heart. Come out and use the hairdryer. There's one in the living room drawer. Yi Bai froze, wondering if had misheard. The next second the bathroom door opened. The girl stepped out, glistening with water. She was still wearing the white training outfit from earlier, now soaked through and clinging to her skin, outlining every curve. Her long, shapely legs made his breath catch. Terrified the barrel might go off again, he yanked his gaze to the PUBG match on his phone. Li Qingqing fetched the hairdryer from the drawer, and with a hum of warm air his soul floated back into his body. Yi Bai, I can't reach the back of my hair. Could you give me a hand? Sure. He clenched his fists and stood up. When he moved behind her, he couldn't help stealing a glance and nearly swallowed his tongue. Her long black hair hung in wet sheets, droplets sliding down the strands, splashing onto the translucent fabric before winding over flushed skin. They traced the swell of her chest, ran the length of those legs, and dripped from her bare ankles into the flip-flops. Her feet were as pale as jade. Illegal. Completely illegal. Don't look, he chanted in his mind, forcing his eyes away. Do you like what you see? His steadied heartbeat imploded. There's nobody else here. We could do something, something couples do. Li Qingqing's voice held a teasing lilt. Yi Bei's breathing shattered. All of Zui Yao's succubus talk had just been redefined. The real succubus was standing right in front of him. The villa lights went out. For the next few hours nothing filled the darkness but their heartbeats and breathing. Around 10, the house finally fell quiet. Li Qingqing, cheeks glowing, curled up in Yi Bei's arms and traced circles on his chest. "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" She whispered. "Didn't want to," he muttered, unwilling to admit head kept bugging out mid-game. Smiling, she picked up her damp clothes from the bed. A touch of frost spread over the fabric. With a small shake, it was instantly dry. Only then did Yi Bai catch on she had never needed to dry her hair. The whole thing had been a setup. Ran around all night, felt sticky, wanted a shower, accidentally soaked my clothes. Every line had been bait. The hunter always appears as prey. "It's late. Why don't I stay over? We can get back to business," Li Qingqing said, blinking up at him. Holding his breath, Yi Bai still couldn't help feeling indignant. Been played, and played well, by Li Qingqing. "No way, the car is already reserved and the balance is due before we can drive it home." Li Qingqing slipped her arm through Yi Bei's, her voice light but firm. "They'll tell the salesman we'll pick it up tomorrow. Since we're buying two at once, he won't mind. We still have to bring Aunt Qin over. Don't you want to surprise her with the new apartment in person? After training ends tomorrow at the Genius Camp, we can spend the night in a hotel, all right?" With the conversation at that point, Yi Bai had no choice but to give in. He felt once again that she had him wrapped around her finger, yet bringing Qin Sharon over was indeed the priority. When Li Qingqing stood, a flash of pain at her waist didn't escape his notice. She only rubbed the spot, and, when she looked back at him, her eyes were even softer. "Tomorrow, then. My new clothes should be delivered by then too." Yi Bai sighed inwardly. Still a bit of a kid at heart, he thought. She had been so careful on the way here, but for her 3 hours ago moderation was the real key. The next evening they picked up Qin Sharon from the Shanglu complex. "Xiao Bai, tell me I'm dreaming." "Qingqing, we're just passing through, right? This can't be the new place you two mentioned, can it?" The moment she stepped into the living room of Starview Pavilion, the crystal chandelier and the city lights beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows left her trembling. Yi Bai had expected this reaction, and sure enough she rattled off her objections in rapid fire. "No way. Even renting a place here must cost a fortune. Xiao Bai, help me cancel it right now. You should spend your money on yourself. I'm perfectly fine in Shanglu. Xiaopeng gave this to you? He'd never hand over something like this for nothing. You must have bought him something ridiculously expensive first. Forget it. We have to return this place. Auntie, the deed's already in our name. There's no going back." Li Qingqing offered her phone, showing the property certificate. "If we sold now, we'd lose nearly 10% in taxes. Even if we do want to sell, it's smarter to wait 2 years. Property holds its value. It might even appreciate. Someone could end up paying us to live here for 2 years." Those were Wang Xiaopeng's exact words when he convinced Yi Bai, and Li Qingqing repeated them verbatim. Qin Sharon pondered for a while before conceding. "Fine, but promise me only 2 years. After that we sell, no matter what." Relieved, she cooked a late-night snack herself and chatted with them in the living room until after midnight, spending 80% of the time asking about Li Qingqing's life and studies, and only occasionally turning to critique Yi Bai. In the end she insisted on sharing a room with Li Qingqing, leaving Yi Bai to laugh helplessly. "So love really does fade, huh?" At the Warrior Association, meanwhile, the person who triggered the last evil spirit riot has vanished. After hearing the report, Lu Qingtian rubbed his aching temples. He hadn't slept in 2 days. Once had confirmed the breakout was man-made, and that Yi Bai was the target, leads had poured onto his desk nonstop. The mastermind's outline was clear: 6th-rank grandmaster. Someone even Lu Qingtian, even the whole of Jiangqing, couldn't afford to provoke. But since the man dared not strike at Yi Bai directly, he had to work through others, and that gave Lu Qingtian an opening. Let him vanish, then. He exhaled. 10 days from now the Genius Camp holds its first ranking match. I've invited several university mentors to attend. If Yi Bai can impress them and get accepted, he'll have 3 years to grow. With his talent, he might not be a grandmaster by then, but he'll at least be peak 5th rank. Having said that, he drained a cup of cold tea, its bitterness carrying a hint of relief. Jiangqing, an abandoned courtyard. A shadow crouched on the crumbling threshold, chuckling. 10 days until the Genius Camp's first ranking match. The Dragon Guard and the army of Jiangqing won't stop me. A cold laugh echoed through the ruins. The next morning at the Prodigy Camp. At daybreak Yi Bai cooked a hearty breakfast for Qin Sharon, slipped the car key had been too shy to present the night before onto the tray, and then headed back to the training zone with Li Qingqing. "Yi Bai, are you coming to the martial arts simulator with me?" Li Qingqing asked, hurrying along. Because the incident at the Stargazing Pavilion and Qin Sharon's accident had kept her away last night, she was now behind schedule and eager to catch up. Yi Bai was about to agree when they ran into the female instructor at the crossroads. "Yi Bai, the new kind blood control unit just arrived. Come have a look." Hearing that, he veered off and jogged after her. The device occupied a corner of the compound. Its streamlined metal shell gleamed with a cold sheen, reminiscent of the martial arts simulator. The hatch stood half open, revealing a spacious steel interior bathed in alternating blue-white light, pure high-tech allure. Once you're inside, keep your battle weapon on you and keep unleashing your strongest strike, over and over, the instructor warned. When your control ratio is low, more than half your chi and blood sits idle the moment you attack. This chamber magnifies your senses 100-fold and replenishes your chi in real time. Spend it without hesitation. In the cycle of depletion and renewal, wake up every dormant drop. Realization dawned on Yi Bai, and admiration followed. So this is life in an age where nearly everyone is a superhuman. A century after humanity rebooted its tech, we can already build monsters like this. First, the martial arts simulator that lets you grasp a technique in days. Now a chamber that amplifies perception and refuels you endlessly. No wonder most prodigies come from wealthy clans. Talent alone can't compete with resources like these. Instructor, I'm heading in then? Go, and don't slack off. By my estimate, you'll raise your control by 5% today. You've never trained this before, so the beginner's bonus is outrageous. I gained 8% on my first day, she said with certainty. 5% didn't sound huge, but it was permanent. Yi Bai calculated. In burst mode, his strike would climb from 2 million genes to 2,100,000. Excitement surged through him. Gripping his weapon, he strode into the chamber. As the hatch sealed, Instructor Chen approached the woman, his expression uneasy. Ma'am, isn't the goal you set for Yi Bai too high? No kind-blood fighter has ever lasted an hour in there on a first attempt, and those who train both mind and body can't push past 2. In that time, they don't even gain 0.5%. If he falls short, his confidence might take a serious hit. The woman kept her eyes on the closed hatch and said nothing. There was one thing she hadn't told Yi Bai. The training room really does magnify your senses 100-fold, but it also burns through your mental energy at the same rate. The female instructor raised an eyebrow. She still remembered that after spending a total of 24 hours inside, she had only boosted her control by 8%. Whatever you say, ma'am. Instructor Chen lifted his hands in surrender, while silently praying that Yi Bai wouldn't be shattered when he was finally forced to leave the room. He had tried to set an impossible target for the boy, hoping the pressure would push him past his limits. Among everyone in the genius camp, Yi Bai was their best hope. We both know how far Jiangcheng lags behind the other regions, the woman added, her voice heavy. And 1 month is nowhere near enough. The reminder of the events scheduled for next month wiped the smile from Chen's face. The outcome would decide the city's future. How long do you think Yi Bai can last? 2 hours, at least. What? Chen almost shouted. It was Yi Bai's first time in the blood chi control room, and he wasn't even a dual cultivator. 2 hours sounded insane. The woman just waved him off. I'm heading out. If anything happens, let me know immediately. She turned on her heel and left to handle other duties. Chen stared after her for a moment, then dropped the bombshell in the instructor's group chat. The commander says Yi Bai can last 2 hours on his first run. The chat exploded. No way. He'll never last that long. I held the rookie record in the Army 1 hour and 8 minutes NID, stocked up on over 20 spirit crystals. 8 crystals will barely get him to 50 minutes, tops. Break his limits? The kid's mental power talent is average at best. If he makes it past an hour, he'll eat my hat. Reading the flood of skepticism, Chen sighed. The crowd was probably right. The commander might have overestimated the boy. Had better start planning how to soften the blow. Inside the blood chi control room, Yi Bai felt the 100-fold surge in his senses the instant he stepped through the door. This feels incredible. He was just starting to lose himself in the rush when a frown creased his brow. Hold on, is my mental energy draining so fast? Name, Yi Bai. Blood chi, 19,999 peak, 3rd grade. Mental strength, 4,218 late, 2nd grade. Techniques. Bloodburst Combat, Art Mastered 2, 90010, 000. Bloodburn Secret, Art Mastered 020, 000. 9 Extreme Spear Technique, Minor Mastery 020, 000. 7-star Tiangang Step Proficient 1, 0113, 000. Blood Sacrifice Ritual, Minor Mastery 020, 000. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. In just half a day, his mental strength had surged to 4,218 points, reaching the late 2nd grade. Yi Bai's mental power had climbed to late 2nd grade. That put his psionic capability on par with Lu Bufan, the protege personally coached by Lu Qingtian, who had set foot on the dual path of mind and martial arts 6 months earlier. Thanks to a bug-like growth rate, Yi Bai had had no time to explore the finer uses of psychic energy. So far, he had mastered only one. With a single thought, his mind force surged from his sea of consciousness like a tidal wave and smashed into a locked-on target. Last night, he hadn't taken a step outside his room, yet more than 100 flying insects in the corridor had dropped to the floor. That blast of mind force was why. Now, as he pushed open the alloy door of the blood chi control training room, one word flashed through his mind. Awesome. He hadn't done a thing, yet every strand of blood and chi in his body felt as if it were under a microscope. Even when he wasn't trying, he could sense the swirl of air stirred by his footsteps and the way it brushed across his skin. The next instant, though, he noticed something wrong. His mental power was draining fast. So the secret to a 100-fold boost in perception is to burn through mental force 100 times faster? Yibai frowned. The moment the thought surfaced, he was nearly certain it was true, and his expression turned wry. The female instructor had definitely left something out. He drew the dragon scale spear and thrust. The spear tip exploded in a flash, and a beam of white light burst from the ceiling, bathing his shoulder and instantly refilling the chi and blood he had spent. While the light lingered, he examined the strike. At least 70% of his blood ki had never been mobilized. Meanwhile, his mental force was pouring out unchecked, and the training room support system ignored it completely. So much for the new trainee grace period and that promise of a 5% boost in control in one day. Yibai grumbled. By standard procedure, a rookie with 18 points of mental power wouldn't last till evening. Even if he just stood still, he'd be clutching his head in agony long before that. And if he kept swinging a weapon the way Yibai did, he'd be bone dry in 20 minutes, half an hour tops. Still, the instructor clearly meant no harm. A 5th grade powerhouse wouldn't need to play games if she wanted to mess with him. Besides, I really can stay in here all day. Yibei's lips curled into a smile. Thanks to his talent reset trump card, he could burn through his mental power every hour, hit reset, and be back at full strength. And his current cap was over 4,200. With no cameras in the room, he didn't even have to step outside to exploit the glitch. The thought gave rise to a mischievous spark. What kind of face would the instructor make if he actually stayed the full 24 hours? He got to work at once. Every spear shadow burst with full power. The moment an attack ended, he tried to rouse the dormant 70% of his blood ki for the next strike. Time slipped away amid the thunder of splitting air and the subtle rush of blood. The 1-hour mark was closing in. Beep, beep. Lao Chun, how's it going? Has Yibai come out yet? He has to have. He's not a psionic fighter, so there's no way he understands the mechanics of blood ki control. Nobody takes it easy their first time. Lao Chun, make sure you talk him down gently. It's not that he's weak, nobody could handle it their first day. Outside the training chamber, Lao Chen's phone kept chiming with new messages. He opened the instructor's group chat and saw someone asking, still nothing? Don't forget what the officer told you by. Lao Chen typed back in a rush, nothing yet. His competitive streak must have kicked in. He's probably wondering why he hit his limit in just an hour. Another instructor replied, he should be out soon. Running out of mental strength is brutal. I still remember wanting to smash my head against the wall during training. When he comes out, bring him to me. I've got some spare soul crystals he can use. I've got some too. 1. The chat flooded with messages. The instructors weren't trying to outshine the female coach or downplay Yibei's importance, far from it. After yesterday, they valued him more than anyone else. The forums were right. Yibai was their ace now. Lao Chun had prepared a few soul crystals of his own, ready to hand them over the moment Yibai emerged. Beep beep. At exactly 1 hour, the chamber doors were still shut. Huh, he's not out yet. Lao Chun frowned, assuming Yibai could only hold on a few more minutes. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. An hour and a quarter passed. Impossible, Lao Chun muttered, a knot forming in his chest. Genius or not, Yibai should have finished by now. When the timer hit 90 minutes, he could no longer sit still, his breathing quickening. There was no such thing as getting stuck in the blood chi control training room. If a warrior blacked out, the system ejected them automatically. Even doing nothing triggered a forced shutdown after 5 minutes. This was Yibei's first session. The only explanation was that he was still training. Could the officer have been right? One sentence was enough to push Yibai past his limits again and again. Lao Chen's hands trembled. Some cadets did break their limits during training, which was why he respected the female instructor's methods. But a single breakthrough only gave a modest gain. Yibai had stretched the expected 50-minute ceiling to 90 minutes and 80% increase. As Lao Chun wrestled with the thought, the group chat pinged him again. Hey, Chun, where's Yibai? Why isn't he here yet? Don't tell me you think 2 soul crystals will cover it. He's going to be in rough shape. Lao Chen's fingers shook as he replied, this might sound crazy, but Yibai is still inside the training chamber. You've got to be kidding. Chun, you don't even drink. What nonsense are you spouting? I get it. Yibai refused the soul crystals, didn't he? Tell him this batch is on us. The training room incident was our fault, so this is compensation. In the group chat, the instructors were stunned. Their first reaction, Instructor Chun had to be bluffing. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Chun typed with a wry smile, raised his phone, snapped a photo of the display outside the training room, and sent it. For privacy, there were no cameras inside, but the screen at the door showed who was inside and for how long. The earlier beeps were the system's 1-hour warning. The photo's black text on white was glaring. User Yibai. Elapsed time, 1 hour 31 minutes and 26 seconds. The chat went dead silent. Half a minute passed before anyone spoke. Damn, am I really going to have to eat? I knew Yibai was a beast, but isn't this too much? The instructor Hood vowed to eat SHD if anyone lasted over an hour. Finally broke the silence. Inhuman. Absolutely insane. I thought Yibei's gift was only in blood energy and technique, but he's a monster across the board. Multiple limit breaks? Whatever it is, I'm convinced. No wonder the lieutenant said He could last 2 hours were the fools who panicked. Messages flooded in. Calm was impossible. 2 hours, Chun recalled the female instructor's prediction, even more shaken. First time in the vital energy control room, armed with only 8 soul crystals, and he could last a full 2 hours. If this got out, it wouldn't just rock headquarters. The whole of Jiangnan Prefecture would explode. If Yibai keeps this up, his control should reach at least 60% in a month. Add in his ridiculous blood energy and skill proficiency, and he might take a top spot in that major event. The clock inched toward the 2-hour mark. Click, click, heels echoed down the corridor. The female instructor arrived, glanced at the door panel, and smiled. Yibai did it. How much longer can he hold on? Chen's eyes gleamed. He wanted another miracle. Not long. Half an hour, tops. With his current mental strength, he'll likely black out. Her tone was calm, but admiration bled through. Only 2.5 hours? Chen actually sounded disappointed. She laughed. That's not what you were saying earlier. Don't be greedy if I'm right. He's broken through 6 times already. Give him another soul crystal, and each one should boost his mental stat by at least 3 points. In a month, hitting peak first-grade mental strength won't just be a dream. Although he isn't a telekinetic fighter and can't study psychic techniques, mental power at this level can still threaten an ordinary third-rank warrior. And, more importantly, it lets him keep his blood energy control at 80%. The female instructor once said she could raise Yi Bei's control to 80% in a month. On that point, she had never deceived him. When Instructor Chun first heard her claim, he sucked in a breath. What usually took a year, Yi Bei could master in a month. With talent like that, no wonder she dared promise the training would end in 2 hours. Everyone agreed Yi Bei would collapse before 2.5 hours. Outside the training room, time slipped away. 2 hours, 20. The clock inched toward 2:30. The instructor's group chat exploded. No way, old Shin Yi Bei's still going. Didn't the officer say 2.5 hours max? Why hasn't he dropped? Someone even joked, suddenly I want to set him up with my daughter. Instructor Chen glanced at the woman beside him. She stared at the timer, silent and unnerving. Her judgment was based on Yi Bei's past. As a student, his grades were ordinary, but he outworked everyone. From elementary school through Martial High, he was the neighbor's perpetual model child. She had concluded his mental aptitude was average, and even the toughest body has a limit. She was sure that limit was 2.5 hours. Yet the timer ticked on. 2:40, 2:50, 3 o'clock. The corridor grew eerily still, broken only by the blinking chat window. Ma'am, when is Yi Bei coming out? Chen opened his mouth, then closed it. The woman still hadn't spoken, as though even she no longer knew the answer. 3:10, 3:20. Her composure finally cracked. How is this possible, she muttered. Only then did Chun realize a peak fifth ranker like her was shocked, speechless. Moments ago they called Yi Bei a genius among geniuses. Now the word felt hollow. They had pictured him soaked in sweat, face pale, moves sluggish, surviving on sheer will, already a monstrous feat. Reality was the exact opposite. At 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 1 second, a hearty laugh rang from the room. Yi Bei strode out, cheeks flushed, back straight, eyes blazing like live fire. He laughed because, in these 3.5 hours, he had refined every drill to perfection and grasped the essence of blood energy control. In the instant of a strike, use mental power to seize the dormant vital force within and wrench it awake. And then he realized his mental strength dwarfed that of ordinary warriors 100-fold. And then, the proficiency tiers for martial techniques have been revised to the following order: novice, proficient, minor, mastery, complete mastery. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Yi Bei. His mental strength was already 100 times greater than that of the average person. So even without the blood chi control chamber, he could still train in blood ki manipulation. The moment he stepped into the chamber, he could sense the flow of blood ki within his body, not because of the equipment, but because his mind was overwhelmingly powerful. A normal martial artist would have to sit perfectly still, focus, and use a thread-thin strand of consciousness to trace the currents of blood ki. In other words, his previous direct observation approach never really capitalized on his immense mental power. With that in mind, he let his consciousness spread through his entire body. The instant he willed it, a tide of mental force surged outward, and every physiological detail came into razor-sharp focus. His heart beat with steady strength. Muscles tempered by repeated refinement swelled slightly as blood flushed through them. White no bones glimmered with resilient luster. Crimson streams of blood ki coursed leisurely through the meridians. Compared with his earlier, cruder method, his efficiency in controlling blood ki multiplied several-fold, leaving Yi Bei both shocked and delighted. Next, he dared to think bigger. If mental force could map his own body, could it be projected outward like the divine sense found in cultivation novels from his past life? At that thought, his consciousness flared outward, constructing a three-dimensional image in his mind, wherever it touched full 360-degree coverage, down to the dust motes in the air. Boosted 100-fold by the chamber, the sensing range exploded, rushing beyond the walls in a blink. He saw a male instructor named Chun and a female instructor patrolling outside the door. Through the corridor, he spotted Li Qingqing in the martial arts training hall. Pushing farther, he overlaid nearly half the entire genius camp, estimating a radius of more than 2 kilometers. He had no time to study the vista. This area was artificially inflated by the chamber's amplification and devoured energy at a terrifying rate. After only a few seconds, a dull ache formed between his brows. He promptly withdrew his consciousness, yet he still threw his head back and laughed aloud. A sense nearly identical to divine perception was now his. Anyone stepping into his mental field would have nowhere to hide. Ambushes and sneak attacks would lose all meaning. More importantly, by catching the minute movements of an opponent's muscles, he could predict their next attack a split second in advance, half a step ahead of fate itself. The single drawback: without the chamber's boost, his true sensing radius was just over 20 meters. Any third-grade martial artist could cross that distance in an instant. Still, as long as his mental strength kept growing, this deficiency would eventually disappear. Name: Yibai. Blood Chi, 19,999 peak, 3rd grade. Mental strength, 5,118 early 3rd grade. Techniques: Blood Burst Combat Method Complete Mastery 2, 90010-000. Blood Ignition Secret Art Complete Mastery 020-000. Ninefold Spear Technique Minor Mastery 020-000. 7-Star Tian Gang Step Proficient 1-0113-000. Blood Offering Ritual Minor Mastery 020-000. Lifespan: 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, 16 hours. 3.5 hours had slipped by since he entered the training chamber. The gate of psychokinesis would open in less than a day. Yibei's mental power had already broken the 5,000 point mark, advancing to the 3rd rank and matching his blood chi realm. He had thought the jump from the 2nd to the 3rd rank of psychokinesis would be brutal, yet he cleared it without resistance. That meant his mental power still had huge room to grow if he kept exploiting the bug. He might run it all the way to 19,999 points. When his mental power maxed out, its range would stretch a full 100 meters at the 3rd rank. Wouldn't that make him invincible? The idea thrilled him, but he quickly reminded himself that there was always someone stronger. It was wise to keep an ace in the hole. Still, if he did cap his mental power and paired it with his polished combat arts and the blood chi mastery that was about to soar, he honestly couldn't imagine anyone at his level beating him. He wasted no time. Yibai steadied his mind, let his mental power settle over his body like mist, and focused on refining his blood chi in this new state. The results were immediate. Before, he had to go all out, stack the 3 secret moves of the Blood Burst battle art with the fiercest strike of the 9 extreme spear technique just to awaken 0.1 to 0.2% of his blood chi in an hour. Now, that same hour yielded 0.4, even 0.5%. At that pace, he could raise it by 10% in a single day. The steady surge in power made him lose all track of time. In a flash, an entire day passed. Blood chi mastery, 30%. Jolting awake, he realized how deeply he had been immersed and remembered his promise to Li Qingqing. A pang of worry hit him. Were the instructors anxious? Yet the night had passed, the chamber door was intact, and Li Qingqing had likely heard from them that he was still training. The thought calmed him. He swept his awareness outward. Only Instructor Chen stood by the door, looking perfectly normal. Keep going. Reassured, he decided to stay inside and push his blood chi mastery to the limit at one stretch. He could reset at will. Sleep and rest were optional, and the bug exploit worked undisturbed. At his current speed, 7 more days would get him to 100%. Then a casual flex of his arms would unleash 7.2 million gene of raw force. Just imagining it set his blood racing. His confidence came from what his mental scan told him: everything outside was normal. But beyond the chamber, Instructor Chun was anything but calm. Seriously? Yibai still isn't out? Outwardly composed, the man was roiling inside. For 27 straight hours head swung from confusion to outright shock. Pinching himself hurt, yet he still suspected he was stuck in an endless dream. His face felt stiff because it had gone through too many spectacular changes in the past day. The muscles were numb. Worse, he wasn't the only one who couldn't settle down. Tap, tap. The next moment, the female instructor appeared again. Yibai still isn't out yet? The female instructor hurried to the blood chi control chamber yet again. Her shoulders twitched beneath her uniform, and the impatience and curiosity in her eyes were almost impossible to hide. Her schedule was already packed to the brim: lectures at the Genius Camp, mountains of paperwork, yet she had still rushed over more than 20 times in a single day. Today was even worse. 5 trips in less than 3 hours. The most ridiculous part was that Yi Bei's very first session had already lasted 27 hours, far beyond the casual onady minimum she had set. The memory made her mouth twitch. Not yet, the duty officer, Instructor Chun, answered in a flat, mechanical tone, the look of someone long since numbed by the impossible. Monster, the woman muttered. Freak just doesn't cover it anymore. She tried to reassure herself. He has to come out sometime, right? Even monsters need sleep. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, she realized she wasn't so sure. Logic said Yi Bai was still a tier 3 human. but her gut warned her she might be in for another slap in the face. She didn't have to wait long for reality to catch up. 2 more days flashed by. 75 hours in, the door still hadn't moved. She appeared once more, voice resigned, but eyes blazing with shock. 3 days and 3 hours. If she hadn't confirmed that only a succubus could disguise itself perfectly, she would have suspected some eldritch spirit was hiding inside. What's the single-session record for bloodchi training here in Jiangqing? 3 days? She murmured. The previous record holder, a dual 5th-tier warrior, had died on the battlefield years ago. Yi Bai had shattered the mark on his very first attempt. That day, several other instructors gathered at the door. They had started dropping by every few hours since the day before, their sense of awe climbing by the minute. They were witnessing a living miracle. Time kept slipping away, and the chamber remained silent. Day 4. Day 5. Day 10. 240 hours had passed since Yi Bai stepped inside. Still no sign of him. TSK. I'd love to know how long he can keep this up. I've combed through every report I could find. Nobody on the planet's ever done a session this long. Once we file the report, the brass will lock this down for sure. We'll probably have to sign an NDA. If the folks over at Haiqing Command ever hear about this, their jaws will hit the floor. The instructors chatted and laughed, long past the point of sheer panic. Yi Bai's abnormal performance had blunted their sense of shock. Now they kept watch mainly to kill time. When he first broke the Jiangqing record, they'd been stunned beyond words. 5 days ago, Yi Bai shattered the record for the entire Jiangnan prefecture, and the crowd erupted in cheers. 4 days ago, he rewrote the Great Xia record, now just a step away from the world mark. People, however, felt numb. He had broken records so often and so decisively that it all seemed routine. A once-in-a-generation monster, they called him. For a monster, extraordinary results no longer surprise anyone. Since that day, instructors have been visiting the training chamber far less often. Other students still need coaching. The female instructor has scarcely shown her face. Before leaving, she reminded instructor Chen repeatedly to notify her the moment Yi Bai emerged. Old Chen, let's move. The first ranking match starts in an hour. We need to get inside the dimension gate and supervise. Right. Forget Yi Bai for now. When the match ends, he'll probably still be buried in the chamber. Today the entire staff gathered, first to hand off responsibilities to instructor Chen, and second to check on Yi Bai one last time before they'd be gone for the next 24 hours. 1/3 of this talent camp is already past, and the first true ranking match is imminent. In previous years, the camp held a small bout at month's end, then plastered the leaderboard across River City to showcase the prodigies and boost morale. This year, because of a major event scheduled for 20 days from now, several new rules have been added, the ranking match among them. 1. The bout will determine standings after 10 days of training. 2. Those at the bottom will see their allocated resources cut. 3. Those near the top will split the reclaimed resources and receive extra support. 4. The entire event will be streamed live across River City with real-time leaderboard updates. The only regret is that Yi Bai cannot compete. Had he entered with 10 straight days locked in the chamber, his place at the top would have been guaranteed, and he would have pocketed a pile of soul crystals. As the instructors turned to leave, regret flickered in their eyes. They hadn't kept Yi Bai inside merely to preserve a streak. Training in vitality control demands total immersion. Forcing entry during a breakthrough might shatter his epiphany and shake his martial will. Yet when they reached the open ground at Camp Center and saw the prodigies already lined up, Xiao Huohua, Nangong Zhang, and Lu Bufan at their head, regret quickly turned into pride. In just 10 days, with unlimited gear, resources, and Hansen coaching, every student had pushed like mad. A few seed contenders now carried an aura no weaker than Yi Bai's 10 days earlier. Hey, who do you think will take first place this time? Xiao Huohua, obviously. I've watched him for 10 days. His vitality is at the peak of 3rd rank, and his control has hit 21%, one instructor said with conviction. As if he's the only one at 3rd rank peak, another instructor scoffed. I guided Nangong Zhang for 10 days. His breaking wave spear technique is fully mastered. Where's he lacking? Lu Bufan is 1 step away from reaching 3rd rank in both mind and martial arts. He's the likeliest champion, a 3rd instructor countered. You're all forgetting Li Qingqing. She's a little monster too, the lone female instructor shrugged. Since the 2nd day Yi Bai locked himself in, she practically moved into the combat arts room. Now she's not only at 3rd rank peak, but, conservatively, has mastered more than 100 martial techniques. Over the past 10 days, Xiao Huo, Nangong Zhang, Lu Bufan, and Li Qingqing had made the most dramatic gains of anyone in the prodigy camp. Dawn had barely broken over the training ground when the 4 of them lined up shoulder to shoulder. Xiao Huo's chest rose and fell, his blood thrumming with power. Nangong Zhang opened and closed his fists, the bones in his arms popping lightly. Lu Bufan stood with his eyes shut, a faint golden spark flickering between his brows. Li Qingqing waited silently beside them, her gaze calm and steady. Even Lu Bufanho's dual cultivation of mind and body usually slowed his progress, had pushed his mental strength to 3rd grade. Once his vitality caught up, he would be a genuine dual 3rd. Their astonishing growth made today's ranking matches the most anticipated event in the camp. The instructors arrived on time, sweeping their eyes across the cadets. From the front row, Xiaoho raised a hand. Instructor, why isn't Yibai here yet? His voice boomed with impatience. For the past 10 days, Yibai had been holed up in the vitality control chamber, a fact known only to Li Qingqing. She kept her silence, while the official line was that Yibai was undergoing specialized training to break into 4th grade. Xiaoho's fighting spirit was almost palpable. 10 days ago, he had been in early 3rd grade and utterly overshadowed by Yibai. Now he was at the peak of 3rd grade and armed with strength talent. He intended to seize this victory. Nangong Zheng and Lu Bufan lifted their heads, eyes blazing. Lu Bufan thought, my sister mentions Yibai every time we talk. He'll show her brother is every bit his equal. Nangong Zheng clenched his fists, jealousy burning in his chest. Yibai, this time I'm taking back everything that should have been mine. In the back, Ning Yuan and Ning Qi exchanged a look, also wondering why Yibai was absent. Oh, Yibai has a minor issue to handle, an instructor answered calmly. He'll be here later. The staff all understood the real plan. Yibai's name would stay on the citywide broadcast to keep the pressure high, but his score would be drip-fed by the instructors and ultimately excluded from the final ranking. Later, Nangong Zheng scoffed, stepping forward. He's just looking for an excuse to dodge the ranking match. He knows my strength has surpassed his in these 10 days, and he's afraid to lose. He pointed at the instructors. Call Yibai here right now, or strip him of every privilege. The instructors traded uneasy glances. No one had expected Nangong Zheng to press this hard. They were relieved Yibai was still locked in training. If the two of them fought now, Nangong Zheng would certainly lose, but Yibai would come away badly injured and the ranking matches would become a farce. I'm doing this for all of us. Nangong Zheng shouted. If Yibai's too scared to compete, he doesn't deserve our resources. If Jiangqing finds out, we all lose face. The instructors' heads throbbed. Just then a chilly voice cut in. Nangong Zheng, who exactly are you calling a coward? Who's bringing shame on the camp? Li Qingqing stepped forward, frost in her eyes. Wariness flickered across Nangong Zheng's face. Come on, the trial is about to start. If we don't hurry, we'll miss it. Seizing the chance to end the commotion, the instructors turned to Nangong Zheng in unison. Don't worry, Yibai will be there. With that, the group strode toward the venue of the ranking trial, the number 5-dimensional gate linking the old city to the other world. Nearly 30 soldiers guarded the gate. It stood 10 meters tall and 5 meters wide, its metal frame etched with eerie patterns. At the center, a slow swirling vortex of black and violet seemed to pull every gaze inside. The officer in charge raised his voice once more. Let me repeat the rules for this ranking trial. 1. Point system. 1 point for a grade 1 alien, 3 for grade 2, 10 for grade 3, 30 for grade 4. 2. Your wristband will record and upload points automatically, no manual tally needed. 3. Double tap the band to request rescue. Doing so means you forfeit. 4. This is your first public appearance before all of Jiangqing, but remember staying alive is what matters. The first ranking trial of the 89th Genius Camp starts now. The first trial is about to kick off. Everyone, get to the military livestream. Haha, no need to wait a whole month this year, 10 days, and we'll know how many prodigies Jiangsheng has produced. The forum on the Martial Association app was instantly flooded with new threads. Yesterday, the military and Dragon Guard announced that the entire trial would be streamed live. Although only the leaderboard would be shown, not video, the excitement was unstoppable. Crowds had piled in at dawn. Viewers in the military stream soared past hundreds of thousands within minutes. Checking in, let's see who made this year's roster. Confirmed. Xiao Huohua, Nangong Zheng, Lu Bufan, Hero Yibai, nobody missing. Too bad the board doesn't list realms. We'll have to guess strength by point speed. Hero Yibai has to be first, right? He was already killing grade 4 beasts 10 days ago. Agreed. I'm betting on who takes second. My money's on Xiao Huohua was top of number 1 high. Dense barrages of comments quickly blanketed the screen, and Yibai remained the most watched name of all. Meanwhile, Jiangqing wasn't the only place paying attention. Inside the Martial Association Tower, Lu Qingtian logged into the stream and projected the leaderboard onto a wall. Seated beside him were several unfamiliar figures, white-haired elders and calm middle-aged men alike, every one of them radiating formidable power. One of them asked quietly, Director Lu, Yibai is the student you want us to focus on? Lu Qingtian nodded. He didn't get into any martial university after the entrance exam, yet 1 month later, he stands above every other genius. Just watch. On the screen, the pitch-black leaderboard refreshed its top line. Interesting. Several imposing strangers were gathered in Lu Qingtian's office. A holographic screen floated above the wide desk, broadcasting the Genius Camp ranking match in real time. The visitors, radiating an air of authority, kept their eyes glued to the two characters that dominated the scrolling comments. Yibai. They were admissions tutors Lu Qingtian had painstakingly recruited from several top martial universities. Although both the Dragon Guard and the military department belonged to Great Xia's government, they rarely shared intelligence unless absolutely necessary. The instructors had not yet reported that Yi Bai was still in the blood energy control chamber and had even set a world record. So Lu Qingtian and the tutors had no idea he would skip the ranking match. Unaware of this, they had come as originally planned. The tutors watched the live stream with rapt attention. Director Lu, if Yi Bai is really as good as the chat claims and wins first place, High City Martial University is ready to offer him a special admission slot. Tian City Martial University will do the same. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Perhaps Yi Bai would prefer Ning City Martial University. Primed by Lu Qingshan's introduction and the barrage of fervent comments, the newcomers were already intrigued by Yi Bai and were quietly competing with one another. 3 minutes later, the match reached a critical stage. Every trainee had stepped through dimensional gate number 5, and the green lights on their wristbands signaled that scoring could begin. A heartbeat later, the leaderboard flickered. Xiao Huohuo 9 points. Nan Gongjing 8 points. Lu Bufan 9 points. Li Qingqing 6 points. What happened? I blinked, and they all gained at least 6 points. What do you think happened? They targeted a few alien beasts before going in, then struck the instant the match started. All 4 can one-shot second tier, even third-tier beasts. Good grief, that makes them at least peak third tier. With their talent, killing third-tier beasts is like wringing a chicken's neck. Lu Bufan was only second tier before camp, but he practices both mind and martial ways. So for these 4, carving up third-tier beasts is no different from slicing vegetables. The comment feed erupted. No one could see the actual fights, yet the rapid jump in points already painted a vivid picture of 4 spirited teenagers. Wait, why is Yi Bai still at 0? Someone finally noticed the unmoving number. What's the rush? Don't you trust our young hero Yi Bai? 0 just means he hasn't shown his hand yet. Or maybe he wasn't as lucky as Xiao Huohuo and the others and didn't meet any beasts right away. A Confucian scholar hastily scrawled a rebuttal across the screen, defending Yi Bai. The audience accepted the explanation. Yi Bai was, after all, the little hero of Jiang City and their acknowledged ace. Time ticked by, 10 minutes passed in a flash. The leaderboard refreshed again. Xiao Huohuo 29 points. Nan Gongjing 31 points. Lu Bufan 28 points. Li Qingqing 25 points. Nan Gongjing now led with 31 points, while Li Qingqing trailed with 25. Zhuge Yun, 1 point. Even Zhuge Yun had managed to score after bringing down a first-tier exotic beast, nudging himself to second to last. Yi Bai 0 points. Dead last, Yi Bai was still sitting on 0. 10 minutes ticked by. Had Yi Bai really failed to kill a single beast? The comment feed lit up with questions. Did something delay him? Maybe he hasn't gone through the dimensional gate yet. Maybe the instructors are holding him back to give Xiao Huohuo and the others more time in the spotlight. Still, anyone familiar with Yi Bai's track record wasn't truly worried. Backstage at the Jiangxing Genius Camp, in Lu Qingshan's office, several Wudao instructors crowded in front of a monitor. Yi Bai's score stayed locked at 0, yet none of them looked anxious. Director Lu, Yi Bai's even steadier than I expected, one instructor remarked with a smile. They took his willingness to forfeit the first 10 minutes as proof of a calm, unshakable temperament. 20-minute mark. Xiao Huohuo, 62. Nan Gongjing, 58. Lu Bufan, 60. Li Qingqing, 68. Zhuge Yun, 3. Yi Bai, 1. When the leaderboard refreshed, Lu Bufan moved into first, Nan Gongjing slipped to fourth, and Yi Bai's score finally changed. The chat exploded. He's moving. Our little hero's score just ticked up. 20 minutes was your head start. Now it's his showtime. How long till he's back on top? I'm betting 30 minutes. Half an hour won't do. He probably hasn't hit 4th tier yet. He give it an hour. The instructors watched with growing interest. Xiao Huohuo, Nan Gongjing, and Lu Bufan spotted Yi Bai's uptick instantly, and their fighting spirit flared. Another half hour passed. Xiao Huohuo, 151. Nan Gongjing, 153. Lu Bufan, 154. Li Qingqing, 140. Yi Bai, 35. Zhuge Yun, 6. Pushed by the rivalry, the top 3 carved through beasts even faster, knocking Li Qingqing back to 4th. Yi Bai, meanwhile, added only 35 points. Against most contestants, especially Zhuge Yun, his pace was solid. Next to the top 4, it looked sluggish. No way. What's going on with our little hero? Did we overrate him? Maybe he isn't all that strong. The chat's tone soured. The Jiangxing audience could still stomach it, but doubts erupted in Lu Qingshan's office. Director Lu, are you sure Yi Bai is as exceptional as you claimed? If that's his best speed, Haiqing Wudao isn't for him. By these numbers, he's at most 3rd tier, maybe the lower end of 4th. Under ordinary circumstances, Tian City Wudao would still offer a special spot. Just don't mislead us. Same for Ningqing Wudao. Faces darkened, and several instructors rose to leave. Gentlemen, please wait. Lu Qingshan's heart lurched as his expression tightened. The scores were updated live only to motivate the contenders, yet he couldn't fathom why the boy still hadn't sped up. Lose this special admission, let the camp end, and fighting for 3 more years of development would be next to impossible. At that moment, click. Inside the blood-chi control training room, a door swung open. Lu Qingshan's expression darkened. Please wait. He stepped quickly in front of the tutors. Yi Bei's points are climbing slowly because the genius camp is deliberately giving Xiao Huahua and the others a chance to show off. You all know Yi Bei's reputation. While Xiao Huahua's group may be gifted, but they're still relatively unknown. The tutors didn't buy it. Even Lu Qingtian couldn't say for sure why Yi Bei's score was stuck, but he understood how grim the situation was. If Yi Bei failed to secure Martial University's special admission this time, virtually every path forward would be blocked. Director Lu, do you honestly believe that? A tutor from Haicheng Martial University asked with a sneer. The ranking match decides resource distribution for the next 20 days. Are you telling me Yi Bei would hand over his cultivation resources just to let others steal the spotlight? On the main hall screen, Yi Bei's score bar had remained frozen for 1 hour and 2 minutes. Moving from 3rd tier to 4th is so hard it stops 90% of warriors. Even prodigies can't break through in a short time. The tutor continued coldly. Yi Bei can't already be 4th tier. If he's really an hour or 2 behind, he's basically forfeiting his resources. I stake my reputation on this. Yi Bei isn't that kind of person, Lu Qingtian said in a low voice. Fine, for your sake, the Haicheng tutor muttered as he sat back down, though the respect had vanished from his tone. The other tutors followed suit, shifting their attention to different screens. To them, Lu Qingtian was simply overestimating a peak 3rd-tier warrior whose blood energy rose slightly faster than average. At the same time, in the old district, at dimensional gate number 5, swish, a young man flashed to the gate. Excuse me, is the ranking match in there? The teenager asked the military guard with a smile. You're Yi Bei? We were told you couldn't make it today, the guard blurted. It wrapped up sooner than expected, so I hurried over. Yi Bei brushed dust from his clothes. 10 days ago had entered the blood energy control chamber, expecting to reach full mastery in 7 days. After 80%, progress slowed, and he only emerged today. The moment he stepped out, he checked his phone, discovered the rankings had already begun, and learned Lu Qingtian had invited several university tutors to watch him compete. One way or another, he intended to win this year's genius camp. My trump card is peak 3rd-grade psychic power. I'd rather not use it unless I must. If I want to keep stockpiling soul crystals, I have to win. With that thought, he came straight here. He'll notify the officers right away, the guard began, but Yi Bei waved him off. He'll talk to the instructor myself. The communicator connected, and Instructor Chin's surprised voice boomed out. Yi Bei, you finally came out. I thought even 10 days wouldn't be your limit. Tell me, how did you last so long? Are you a monster? Shouted another instructor who once claimed Yi Bei would collapse after 2 hours. Yi Bei gave a wry smile. Instructors, let's discuss that after the match. Right now I'd like to join the ranking. Yi Bei cut them off with a smile. Are you sure you want to join the ranking match right now? The female instructor asked, looking up with a strange expression. The points shown on your leaderboard were faked by us to motivate Xiao Huahua and the others. They're low, but not outrageously so. When the event ends, we'll explain everything and no one will blame you. If you compete now, though, the rules say those fake points have to be wiped clean. You'll start an hour later than everyone else and might never catch up with Qingqing's group. All the instructors knew the truth. After 10 days of vital energy control training, Yi Bei was still at the top of the genius camp, but no longer by an overwhelming margin. Entering now seemed like a losing move. I'm sure, Yi Bei replied without hesitation. I can make up that hour and take 1st place. The female instructor shook her head instinctively. Stop joking. Xiao Huahua, Nangong Zheng, Lu Bufan, and your girlfriend have all improved tremendously. They're no weaker than you were 10 days ago. If you finish 5th, the resource pool shrinks and your reputation takes a hit. Instructor Chen chimed in. If you're smart, you'll sit this one out. What if my vital energy control is already at 100%? Yi Bei asked, looking up. Even if you were at 100, Chun started casually, then froze. Wait, what did you just say? Not 40, but 100%. His voice cracked. Yi Bei, you've got to be kidding. Don't lie to us, we only reached 100% after a whole year. How could you possibly? Doubts erupted around the room, but everyone's confidence faded. They knew Yi Bei wouldn't lie about something like this. In 10 days, he had achieved the perfection they hadn't touched in a year. The female instructor took a deep breath and pressed the door control. Yi Bei, come in. Your wristband is ready. Outwardly she remained calm, but inside she was reeling. This is insane. Jiangqing has birthed a dragon. Yi Bei understood how shocking his words were, yet he brushed it aside. In the past 10 days, he had gained far more than perfect control. He glanced at his panel. At this moment, it read. Name, Yi Bei. Vital energy, 19,999, peak 3rd grade. Bone tempering progress, 71%. Mental power, 19,999, peak 3rd grade. Martial skills, blood burst combat technique, perfect mastery. Burning blood secret art, grand mastery, 020, 000. 9 extreme spear technique, grand mastery, 050, 000. 7-star Tiangang step, minor mastery, 93020, 000. Blood sacrifice art, grand mastery, 050, 000. Lifespan, 300 years, 2 months, 3 days, and 16 hours. Yibai lifted his head and studied the panel in front of him. As the data flickered, he immediately noticed the stunning change since 10 days ago he had traded away 72,000 years of life. Both his mental power and vital energy were capped at the peak of 3rd grade, and it seemed that breaking through would require some unknown prerequisite. On the martial side, the bloodburst combat technique had skipped straight from grand mastery to perfection, while the 9 extreme spear technique and the blood sacrifice art had both reached grand mastery, and even the slowest 7-star Tiangang step had climbed to minor mastery. During those 10 days the system shop updated, just as he predicted, but not at the 50 or 60,000 year mark he had expected. It refreshed only after he had spent 70,000 years of lifespan. The 5th new item was exactly what he had dreamed of. 1. Vital energy. 2. Martial skill proficiency. 3. Flesh tempering progress. 4. Mental power. 5. Bone tempering progress 1% for every 100 years of lifespan. A warrior can't advance from 3rd grade to 4th until every bone in his body is tempered. Yibai finally realized he had never confirmed this with his instructors. At first the price felt outrageous, 1% for 100 years of life, 5 times costlier than flesh tempering, but after gritting his teeth and redeeming the first percent he understood, it was worth it, worth every year. The system acted directly on his bones, adding only 3% at a time, yet each round lasted 5 agonizing minutes, the pain drilling straight into the marrow. When he tempered his flesh back then, 10% took less than 2 minutes and felt like mild tingling and itchiness. If a warrior relied on his own efforts to temper bone, Yibai estimated that earning 10% would take at least several years, and working on the skull carried the risk of fatal mistakes. Now he only had to spend extra lifespan, shoulder no risk, and in a little over a day, he could temper every bone and step smoothly into 4th grade. Since the shop upgrade, he had exploited this bone tempering loophole, grinding progress for an entire day while his strength climbed visibly. Bones already tempered were as hard as alloyed weapons. With the same outburst of vital energy, 1 point now produced 30 kilograms 60 Jin of raw force, double what it had been. In other words, even without using a single martial skill, his 19,999 points of vital energy could unleash 1.2 million Jin of brute strength, nearly matching the firepower he had 10 days ago at full blast. It is no exaggeration to say that if Yibai fought with all his might right now, even without tapping his mental power, his combat strength would be 10 or 20 times what it was 10 days earlier. The surge in his power was exactly why he felt confident he could make up the lost hour, steal 1st place, and ignore the instructor's shock. This was only the beginning. Step. For the first time, he crossed the pitch-black dimensional gate. In a blink, a lush primeval jungle unfolded before him. The damp, sweltering air carried a metallic sweetness mixed with rotting leaves. A wild, desolate aura rushed at him. This was a passage the beastkin used to deploy large forces. Boom. The moment he collected his wristband, he shot forward like a cannon shell and vanished into the trees. As far as he was concerned, the real ranking battle had just begun. Hey, where did Yibai the young hero go? Holy, look at this. He had more than 40 points a second ago, and now he's at 0, dead last. The live stream exploded. Viewers were the first to spot the anomaly. So what? Points reset. Big deal. The rules are clear. Hit the distress button on your wristband and you're out. He probably ran into a beast he couldn't handle and quit. Young hero, please. His strength is overrated. Before the ridicule could spread, a wave of new comments drowned it out. Idiot. What's that garbage you're spewing? His title has nothing to do with talent or power. He killed a 2nd-tier evil spirit and saved a bunch of fighters. Exactly. Try using your brain if you even have one. Yibai doesn't deserve the title? Sounds like the only one unworthy here is you. The argument escalated fast. The skeptic, a student from class 1 of grade 3, had hoped to vent after being beaten up by Yibai earlier, but the crowd turned on him immediately. Unbelievable. Yuhi was still typing when a private message popped up backstage. Want to repeat that to my face? IP address, Fondo Garden, Building 5, Apartment 201, right? In the fighter Yibai saved outside the city. Without him, that evil spirit would have killed me. After that icy warning, the student fell silent and never posted another comment. With the sideshow over, viewers refocused on the score. Hitting the distress button only eliminates you. It doesn't erase your points. The officials keep them for the rankings. So Yibai wasn't knocked out. The only explanation is his earlier score was fake. He's actually been at 0 the whole time. Someone ventured a theory. Maybe for the entire hour he hasn't moved at all, didn't even enter the gate. Maybe he wanted Xiao Huohua's team to shine, or something delayed him. He's only starting now. Most agreed. An hour behind schedule. Even a prodigy couldn't temper his bones and reach 4th tier in 10 days. Yibai might scrape into the top 5, but had never catch Xiao Huohua or Nan Gongzheng's group. In the spectator section where Lu Qingtian sat, 0 points. So he really let Xiao Huohua take the lead. Lu Qingtian snorted. Handing resources to others pure sentimentality. Talent or not, that mindset will keep him mediocre. A tutor from Haiqing Martial University, also watching the barrage of comments, spotted the 0 and sneered. Looks like we overrated him. Suddenly, it's moving. Yi Bei's score is moving. Yi Bei's real points began to climb. Yi Bei's score, which had just been reset to 0, suddenly began to climb. Yi Bei's score, 20, an instant jump of 20 points. Xiao Huohua's score, 161. Nangongzheng's score, 163. Lu Bufan's score, 159. Li Qingqing's score, 148. Zhuge Yin's score, 6. Even the leader, Nangongzheng, sat at only 163 points, so that single 20-point burst nearly equaled 10 minutes of his effort. Yi Bei's score, 55. A few minutes later the numbers shifted again, another 30 points in one go, pushing his total past the mark he held before the reset. The military livestream went wild. Awesome. Yi Bei is a beast. I told you he's the strongest. He spent the first hour letting Xiao Huohua's team show off. 55 points in 3 minutes. He'll take first place long before 15 minutes are up. Who can even compete now? 30 points at once must have taken out a 4th-tier beast. Could he already be 4th-tier himself? Comments flooded the screen as tens of thousands of viewers marveled at Yi Bei's terrifying scoring speed. Yi Bei's score, 85. 2.5 minutes later his total jumped again and settled at 85. Xiao Huohua's score, 169. Nangongzheng's score, 173. Lu Bufan's score, 169. Li Qingqing's score, 158. Zhuge Yin's score, 6. The other 4 had each added 10 points, yet the gap between them and Yi Bei kept widening. Director Lu Qingxin's office. Crashed. The back of his chair slammed against the wall. The instructors from Haicheng Martial University, who had been telling themselves Yi Bei was just lucky, could no longer stay calm. Impossible. 85 points in under 10 minutes? That's what Xiao Huohua's whole team earns in half an hour. They finally understood that Yi Bei's decision to forfeit an hour's progress wasn't arrogance or ignorance of competition. It was absolute confidence in his strength. The mentors exchanged uneasy looks, and even more startling thoughts surfacing. Director Lu, could Yi Bei already be 4th tier? In half a year he raised his vitality from 10 points to the peak of 3rd tier, completed full body bone tempering, and stepped straight into mid-3rd tier. The leap to mid-3rd tier is seen as a chasm. Many 3rd-tier martial artists never cross it in their entire lives, let alone attempt 4th tier. The idea left them all on edge. I have no idea, Lu Qingtian answered calmly from the sofa. He looked relaxed, but inside he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, well done. Yi Bei, what a pleasant surprise. I knew you wouldn't let us down. On the instructor's platform, the low rumble of astonishment had barely faded when the numbers on the leaderboard jumped again. Yi Bei, 115 points. In less than a minute he had broken the 100-point mark, and at the same time, Xiao Huohua, 170. Nangongzheng, 173. Lu Bufan, 170. Li Qingqing, 159. Zhuge Yun, 7. While the 4 leaders' scores barely moved, Yi Bei's number shot up as if he were cheating. The students watching the livestream drew a sharp breath. My goodness, is he hunting nothing but 4th-tier beasts? Even with perfect blood energy control, locking onto one 4th-tier target after another in under 10 minutes is insane. Does he have another trump card? He must know a movement skill, and he's just as proficient with it as he is with his 9-fold spear technique. From the moment Yi Bei stepped through the number 5-dimensional gate, every instructor's gaze was glued to the scoreboard. Pushing his blood energy control to 100% in 10 days was already outrageous. Now, in only a few minutes, he had erased half the gap. Shock turned to disbelief. In their minds, the script should have been: Xiao Huohua's group sees Yi Bei return and starts farming points like mad. Yi Bei gives chase. Both sides grind it out for a long standoff. Only then does the winner emerge. Reality skipped the tug-of-war and headed straight for the endgame. Yi Bei, 145 points. 3 more minutes passed. 10 minutes after entering the gate, Yi Bei's haul nearly matched what the top 4 had earned in an hour. Someone in front of the screen muttered, "This must be the real Yi Bei this time." Jiangcheng, an abandoned Sihiyuan. Night swallowed half the courtyard. Beneath a rotting eave stood a bearded man, half his body hidden in shadow. The glow of his phone illuminated the live leaderboard as he let out a low chuckle. So it wasn't old Lu Qingtian sniffing out my little tricks, he rasped to himself. Yi Bei simply struck a deal with Dantai Yinran and the others to give up an hour's head start. Light at the end of the tunnel after all. The laughter stopped, his gaze turning murderous. He pulled up his contacts and placed a call. Begin the plan. I want a 4th-tier evil spirit involved, plus the 5th-tier beast king inside the number 5 gate. Leave no room for error. Yi Bei, the source of all trouble, must die. He hung up, looked up at the night sky, and clenched his fist until his knuckles cracked. Before Yi Bei could be recruited by any martial university, the bearded man meant to finish him for good. Time rewound to 10 minutes earlier, just seconds before Yi Bei stepped through dimensional gate number 5. In a dank corner of the primeval forest, vines tangled with jagged stones. A burst of laughter shattered the silence. Haha, 157 points. I, Nangongzheng, am in first place. He snapped the blood from his breaking wave spear. 2 1st-tier beasts still twitched at his feet. A holographic leaderboard floated in the air above his wrist device. Lu Bufan, 154 points. Xiao Huohua, 151 points. Yi Bai, 40 points. I told you Nangong Zhong, would take back everything that was stolen from me. He lifted his chin, already picturing the tournament's finale. The Jiangqing crowd eyeing him with envy while Yi Bai could only watch, resentful yet helpless. That glory belonged to him, not the ridicule he endured on the Genius Camp's opening day. Then Yi Bai's name flickered. His score dropped to 0. Met a fourth-tier beast he couldn't handle, hit SOS, and got knocked out? Nangong Zheng stared at the board, a cutting smile curving his lips. Pathetic. If he were nearby, I'd slay that fourth-tier beast right in front of him and show him what he can't do. Unlike the spectators watching with live intel, Nangong Zheng had only the leaderboard. Convinced Yi Bai was finished, he pressed on. Yi Bai no longer counted as a rival. His focus was outpacing Xiao Huohua and the others to secure this year's top spot. Spear in hand, he dashed through the underbrush. Another first-tier beast fell, earning him 6 more points. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Bai, 20 points. What? His smile froze. 20 points in a couple of minutes? He's not eliminated? Unease crept over him. He accelerated, tearing through foliage as mud spattered his boots. Soon he dropped yet another beast and nudged his own score up. Leaderboard check. Yi Bai, 55 points. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nangong Zheng bellowed. The only explanation was that Yi Bai had just entered the gate and, within minutes, killed a fourth-tier beast. Even with his peak third-tier vitality and master-level breaking wave spear technique, Nangong Zheng couldn't pull that off so fast. Must be dumb luck, maybe the beast was already half dead. He won't catch me. I'm still number 1, he muttered, though his feet were already pounding the ground. 1 minute later, Yi Bai, 85 points. Next refresh, 115 points. Next, 145 points. Meanwhile, Nangong Zheng's gains trickled in 10 points at best, sometimes only 1. Arg. Bloodshot eyes bulged as rage twisted his face. Same cultivation, and he even wielded a consummate-level technique. Yi Bai shouldn't match, so why was the gap only widening? Fourth-tier beast, right. I'll hunt a fourth-tier beast too. A fourth-tier beast is worth 30 points. If I can kill as many of them as Yi Bai, he'll still be number 1. Nangong Zheng stared at the holographic board. Within 10 short minutes, Yi Bai's score had exploded, and Zheng was about to be overtaken. His nerves were fraying. Before this, whenever a fourth-tier beast appeared, he had slipped by from a distance. But if Yi Bai could slay them, why couldn't he? How on earth was Yi Bai doing it? Almost at the same time, Xiao Huohua noticed the surge in Yi Bai's score. Xiao held an authentic strength talent, yet he had earned only 20 points in those 10 minutes while Yi Bai. Did he already reach 4th tier? No, impossible. Xiao clenched his fists. 10 days ago, he hadn't even started Bone Emperor training. There's no way he finished it in just 10 days. Are the 4th tier beasts from gate number 5 weaker than usual? Convinced he could handle 2 or even more fighters of Yi Bai's current rank, Xiao fixed his own sights on 4th tier prey. Lu Bufan eyed the leaderboard, leaned on his spear, and took a deep breath. All 4th tier kills, my mental strength is at 3rd tier. I can manage that. Thinking of the sister waiting far away, he gritted his teeth. Sis, he'll prove him every bit as good as Yi Bai. He, too, set out to hunt 4th tier beasts. Elsewhere, Li Qingqing let out a soft snort. Humph. 10 days apart, and you've really transformed. 9 days earlier, Yi Bai had stood her up, leaving several new dresses hanging in her closet. Though she was annoyed, she wanted even more to prove she wasn't just a pretty face. She immediately began tracking 4th tier creatures. Zhou Yao was the Genius Camp standout after Xiao Huohua. Her blood energy gains were no less impressive. Yet direct combat wasn't her forte, and her score had stalled at 98 long since surpassed by Yi Bai. Little Yi Bai, I'm much better than your girlfriend just saying. If I can't crack the top 5, the prize gap is brutal. I'd better find you. She preferred supporting from below rather than standing in the limelight. So she decided to locate Yi Bai first. The dimensional gate covered a vast area, but Zhou Yao's luck was superb. In less than half an hour, she entered a shattered stone forest and heard a gunshot, only a single, thunderous blast. A 4th tier beast was instantly pinned to the rocks by Yi Bai's bullet, its massive body slamming into the rubble, dust billowing. No flourish, no wasted motion, just one shot, a clean kill. Zhou Yao froze, cheeks flushing, breath turning hot. Everyone had underestimated Yi Bai. After only 10 days, his strength had become downright terrifying. She doubted she could endure even the recoil of that first shot before blacking out. Yi Bai, if you're not in a hurry, I have something important I'd like you to help me with. Now let's turn to Nangong Zheng, Xiao Huohua, Lu Bufan, and Li Qingqing. Boom, boom. Their earpieces crackled with alerts. Yi Bai's score had soared to 145 points in just a few seconds. All 4 felt a jolt of anxiety. If they kept grinding third-rank beasts as planned, it wouldn't be long before Yi Bai completely overtook them. Without much discussion, they shifted course in unison, setting their sights on 4th-rank beasts. The space inside the dimensional gate was vast, several times larger than the safety zone of Jiangcheng's wilds. But the number of beasts was even higher, their density astonishing. Moving at full speed, Each of the four locked onto a fourth-rank target using nothing but their senses. Why? We're both at the peak of third rank. So how can Yi Bai take down a fourth-rank beast in just a few minutes, when I can't do it in 10? Nangong Zheng's eyes were bloodshot, his mind in turmoil. He prided himself on having mastered the breaking waves spear technique. How could he lose to Yi Bai? Wind and waves swirled around his spear as he battled the steel-armored demon rhino. After a grueling fight, he finally pierced its brow, blood spraying everywhere. He threw his head back and roared, voice filled with frustration and self-doubt. The fourth-rank beasts inside the gate are just as strong as those outside, far tougher than third ranks. If the beasts aren't the problem, then what is? How is Yi Bai killing them so easily? Nangong Jing's thoughts were in chaos, but he found no answers. Elsewhere, Xiao Huahua finished his first kill, battered and barely standing, chest heaving and sword hand trembling. Am I really weaker than Yi Bai? Lu Bufan did a little better, using his third-rank spiritual power to target vital points. Though he was faster than the other two, he still felt discouraged. The gap's even bigger than I thought. Li Qingqing remained the calmest. Even after sheathed her blade, her lips pressed in a thin line, but her eyes flickered with something complicated. When all four checked the leaderboard, Yi Bai, 295, Nangong Zheng, 203, Xiao Huahua, 200, Lu Bufan, 200, Li Qingqing, 190, Zhuge Yun 8. In just 10 minutes, each of them had gained only 30 points for hunting a fourth-rank beast, but Yi Bai's score had doubled, vaulting him to the top. What the hell? Nangong Zheng fumed. How is this possible? Xiao Huahua whispered, unwilling to accept defeat. How is Yi Bai doing this? Lu Bufan was full of questions. Li Qingqing simply lowered her head in thought, her eyes deep in reflection. Sensing everyone's silent frustration, the four split up again to hunt for their next fourth-rank beast. Li Qingqing knew she couldn't catch up to Yi Bai, but she was determined to minimize the gap. Lu Bufan and Xiao Huahua refused to give in, pushing themselves harder. Nangong Zheng was nearly consumed by rage. Yi Bai must be using some secret art with huge side effects. Nangong Zheng, will take back what's mine. Before long, they'd each found another target. With their growing experience, their kill times dropped sharply. Lu Bufan was fastest, finishing in just 5 minutes. Li Qingqing was slowest, but even she only needed 8. Xiao Huahua, however, was still reeling from earlier exhaustion after his kill. He could barely stay standing, gasping for breath. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of many footsteps thundered in from the distance. Is that a lot of people coming? At first, Xiao Huahua thought nothing of it, assuming it was just other human warriors approaching. Wait, apart from students and instructors, how could there be so many human fighters inside the dimensional gate? A chilling realization struck him, every hair standing on end. A beast tide. When too many low-grade spirit beasts are crammed into the gate, and their territory all but disappears, they erupt in a horrifying stampede, surging toward the exit in a frenzy of thousands. Nothing else could explain the thunderous footsteps shaking the ground right now. But how was that possible? Gate number 5 had always been the favorite training ground for third-grade warriors from Jiang City. A beast tide had never broken out here. Otherwise, instructors would never have scheduled ranking matches in this place. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Huahua's forehead. He spun around and sprinted. It wasn't cowardice. No single warrior can withstand a beast tide. In past outbreaks, even when the military and the Dragon Guard fought side by side, mid-third-grade fighters still fell. That's the real reason they received better treatment than their lower-grade peers. Boom, boom. He charged forward, a roaring flood of spirit beasts in pursuit. One glance back made his blood run cold. The gap was closing fast. It was a pack of raptor beasts, and even fourth-grade specimens lurked among them. The lead third-grade raptor moved as quickly as a fourth-grade warrior, its jaws snapping inches from his back. Ice crawled up his spine. Instinctively, he slapped his wristband, requesting rescue. He hit the button twice, forfeiting the match on the spot. It stung, but once a beast tide swallowed you, there was no coming back. The wristband's distress beacon flashed an ominous red. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua realized something even worse. The rescue signal wasn't going through. How could that be? Panic and despair crashed over him. In 3 minutes at most, the tide would overtake him. Worse still, he had chased a fourth-grade beast more than 100 kilometers into the gate. The way back was far too long. Those 3 minutes vanished in a blink. All right, then we'll fight. If you want a bite of Xiao Huahua, ask my fists first. With nowhere left to run, he clenched his teeth, flames erupting across his body. Spinning around, he hurled himself straight at the charging tide. Xiao Huahua wasn't the only one caught up in the disaster. Like a sweeping front line, the beast tide surged from the gate's deepest reaches, destined to engulf the entire pocket world. Thud thud. At almost the same moment, Nangong Zheng heard the deafening roars. What's happening? A beast tide here? He advanced with spear raised, but one look made his scalp prick. Clean entire field of fourth-grade beasts, all bearing gashes from trampling one another. Then he noticed something crucial and abruptly stopped. Could Yi Bai have racked up so many fourth-grade kills so quickly because he 2. Stumbled into a beast tide? Perhaps the beast tide is the real centerpiece of this ranking match. During the first hour, Yi Bai wasn't absent from the dimensional gate at all. He was deep inside, deliberately rousing the horde. The longer Nangong Zheng considered it, the more sense it made. How else could he explain why? Though both of them stood at the peak of Tier 3, he had to struggle to slay a Tier 4 beast, while Yi Bai dispatched one as easily as breathing. A feverish light sparked in his eyes. Yi Bai, your edge is gone. I, Nangong Zheng, will prove him the true ace. With a roar, he hacked through the underbrush, blade flashing, and threw himself into the surging tide. Elsewhere, Lu Bufan had just finished clearing his battlefield when a dense thudding of footsteps rolled toward him, the ground pulsing like war drums. This was no scattered group of monsters, but a full-fledged tide. Unlike the reckless Xiao Huahua and Nangong Zheng, Lu Bufan sensed danger at once and slapped the distress button on his wristband. The indicator blinked once, then Diedno instructor answered. Something's off, something's very off. The air itself seemed to carry the metallic taste of conspiracy, and Yi Bei's image flashed unbidden through his mind. No time to dwell on it. He pivoted and sprinted for the exit. Which way would Yi Bai head? No, first I've got to pull back. If he comes out and doesn't see me, he'll start worrying. He poured everything into his speed, muttering under his breath. At the same moment, Li Qingqing caught the first rumble of the beast tide and reached the same decision. Withdraw. She commanded 100 martial techniques, more than 10 of them movement arts, and could outrun a velociraptor with ease, so the tide itself didn't frighten her. Then a ragged scream ripped through the wind. Help me. Someone please help. The voice was hoarse yet familiar. The call button had failed, the instructors were absent, and the terror of a wounded prodigy rang out. I'm badly hurt. I don't want to die? Li Qingqing faltered. She couldn't just abandon him. Her expression shifted. Then she drew a long breath, clenched her teeth, and turned toward the source of the cries. Junior brother Yi Bai, if you're not in a rush, I'd like to ask a favor. In the ranking match, every beast you kill is collected by the Academy, and all spoils are distributed afterward in one lump sum. After spearing a 4th-tier beast, Yi Bai twirled his lance and was ready to leave. Zhou Yao, however, could no longer hold back. She hurried after him, eyes deliberately moist with shyness, tugging her collar lower to reveal a flash of pale skin. What favor exactly? Yi Bai glanced at her. He had noticed every one of her little moves. I am the favor. Zhou Yao lowered her head, clasped her hands behind her back, and traced circles with her toe, looking like a delicate blossom waiting to be plucked. If the phrase earthly enchantress needed an illustration, Zhou Yao would do nicely. A curvy figure, eyes that seemed to glisten, lips like jelly. 9.5 men out of 10 would struggle to look away. Yi Bai happened to be the remaining half. Goodbye Ino, make that goodbye forever. His mouth twitched, and he snapped his gaze elsewhere, intending to slip away. Hey, junior brother Yi Bai, you really want to give it a try? I'm soft, I'm sweet, and I know far more tricks than that little girlfriend of yours. Zhou Yao blocked his path, her voice syrupy enough to drip. I don't care about status. Help me this once and shall never find out. Don't you want a taste of a wildflower? She twirled a loose strand of hair and edged closer. Swish. A shard of cold light split the air. The tip of the dragon scale lance halted less than half a finger's width from her fatal beauty of a face. Zhou Yao, this is the last time I'll say it, get lost. Yi Bei's voice was ice. By looks alone, Zhou Yao equaled Li Qingqing, and if not for her modest talent in martial arts, he wouldn't have spared her another glance. Her free benefits, no strings attached offer only deepened his disgust. Is that really necessary, junior brother? Zhou Yao's alluring smile froze, though she still tried to keep her pose. Not leaving? Then let's end this ranking match right here. Yi Bai thrust. The spear point whistled through empty air. At the edge of death, Zhou Yao activated a life-saving artifact. Her body vanished and reappeared dozens of meters away. Yi Bai, you're so heartless. Feeling out of danger, she instinctively put on a watery, pitiable look. Swish. Before she could finish, Yi Bai materialized again, lance driving forward. With 19,999 points of mental power, his senses blanketed 100 meters, the same reason he could pinpoint a 4th-tier beast inside the vast dimensional gate. Every twitch Zhou Yao made fell under his perception. How is that possible? Panic surged through her. His speed was absurd. She had pegged him as peak 3rd tier, barely matching a mid-4th-tier fighter, but she had still underestimated him. Boom. The lance crashed into the shield that flared around her. His strike shredded her second life-saving artifact to glittering dust. Could we talk about this? Zhou Yao's face went white, voice trembling. She had only those 2 life-saving artifacts, both bought at exorbitant prices. She had shown off in front of Yi Bai, and paid the price, one weapon ruined, the other on cooldown. Talk, he ordered. Yi Bei's dragon scale spear shot forward again, the frigid tip stopping between Zhou Yao's brows. Yi Bai, I'm not as easy as you think, she said, biting her red lip. I've never even dated anyone. I was only trying to charm you, so you'd let me tag along and help me earn more points. Yi Bei's eyes stayed calm. And then I apologize. Zhou Yao drew a deep breath. I can make it up to you 2 million xia coins. Please let me go. I don't want to be eliminated so soon. Transfer it when we get out. Yi Bai slung the spear onto his back. She hadn't hurt him, so an easy 2 million was fine by him. Sensing his temper ease, Zhou Yao mustered her courage. Another 5 million if you let me stay with you? I only want a top 5 finish. I won't take many of your points. Not interested. Yi Bai tossed the words over his shoulder and vanished into the forest. In bleeding points, Zhou Yao stared after him in regret. She had counted on her charm and martial talent to ride his coattails into the top 5. Instead, she had lost her weapons and her dignity. She sighed and opened the personal rankings. Yi Bai points 580. Nangong Zheng points 293. Lu Bufan points 260. Li Qingqing points 250. Xiao Huohuo points 230. Zhuge Yun points 9. In just half an hour, Yi Bai had left everyone in the dust. Xiao Huohuo in 5th place had 230 points, while Zhou Yao had only 98, an endless gap. She was about to close the hologram in despair when the board flickered. Xiao Huohuo points 230 grayed out. The 5th name dimmed, marked eliminated. What? Hope flared in Zhou Yao, but the forest erupted with thunderous footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. A pack of raptors burst through the trees, green scales glinting in the sun. A beast tide? Why now? Cold fear gripped her as she sprinted away, yet the raptors were faster. In less than 2 minutes they were on her heels. With nowhere to run, she whirled, activated her charm talent, and seized control of a few, cutting down several third-rank beasts. But a 4th-rank raptor charged, its massive horned plate slamming into her chest. Spurt. Blood sprayed as she was flung back dozens of feet. Reflexively, she reached for her 2 life-saving artifacts only to recall that one had been destroyed and the other was still on cooldown. It's over. The raptors closed in, jaws gaping, fangs gleaming. Boom. A long spear shot through the air and pinned the 4th-rank raptor to the ground. The instant the spear pierced its body, a shockwave exploded outward, sending several nearby raptors tumbling through broken stones and snapped vines. Before the blood mist had even settled, a young man was already darting forward, his feet stepping nimbly across the beast's skulls and spines, tracing a path like a streak of wind. Yi Bai so cool, so fierce. Behind a tree, Zhou Yao was jolted awake by the sudden chaos. As she opened her eyes, that tall figure came into view. She had always claimed she had never been in a relationship, and it wasn't a lie. From a young age, Shed turned heads wherever she went, her looks ripening early like a perfectly sweet peach, always drawing hungry stares from men. After awakening her martial talent, she simply turned that beauty into an asset. Shed always thought she disliked men, and Yi Bai had always been just another backgroundless, potentially useful target. But at this moment, she realized that not only could someone be different from every other man in the world, they could be handsome to a degree Shed never imagined. Thud, thud. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Bai swept his spear in a few clean, quick arcs, finishing off all the raptors rushing at Zhou Yao. The blood trailing from his spear tip drew crimson arcs through the air, leaving her even more spellbound. Zhou Yao, your brain is a good thing. I hope you have one, Yi Bai said, turning around with a dismissive curl of his lips. Gone was any trace of the cold, battle-hardened warrior from moments before. He looked nothing but annoyed. Huh, what did you say? Zhou Yao snapped back to reality. I said you're not just weak, you're not very bright either. Yi Bai had noticed the beast tide before anyone else, but at that moment, Head just locked onto a 4th-rank beast, so he was delayed. When he was about to leave, he realized Zhou Yao was surrounded. Considering she owed him 2 million, he stepped in without hesitation. But his debtor just sat there waiting to die, and now, even with the danger gone, she was still spacing out? Zhou Yao's face turned beet red. It hurts. She tried to stand, only to realize she had twisted her ankle and couldn't get up. Forget it. Yi Bai shook his head, even less impressed. He tapped twice on his wristband's emergency signal to exit. The ranking match was sent. Had already planned to withdraw. There weren't any beasts above early 4th rank in the tide, and with his strength and careful use of his energy, he could get away safely. He was already firmly in 1st place. There was no point risking his life for a few more points. Let's just wait a few minutes. The instructors should arrive soon. But another wave of raptors came roaring out of the woods. Yi Bai gripped his dragon scale spear, and his killing edge returned. One strike to the throat, one to the heart, one ripping through a jaw, every blow fatal. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. At first, Zhou Yao was still a little starstruck, but suddenly she realized something was wrong, her heart skipping a beat. Yi Bai, the instructors aren't here. It's been 5 minutes. And your score is still updating. I think our distress signal isn't working. Yi Bai's score, 736. Nangong Zheng, 341. Li Qingqing, 325. Lu Bufan, 260. Xiao Huohua, 230. Grayed out. Zhuge Yun, 13. On the display, the red light on Yi Bai's wristband was still flashing, but no one answered. Swish. His expression changed as well, eyes sweeping the aura waiting for rescue. They'd gone deep into the heart of the beast tide. The trees were flattened, fallen branches jammed together like a collapsed spear wall, and the view was filled with nothing but howling beasts. Had only chosen to press the distress button because he didn't want to force his way out of the beast tide, carrying Zhou Yao and her injured ankle. But now reality had set in. Even if he carried Zhou Yao on his back, it would be nearly impossible to find the dimensional gate's exit amid this horde of beasts. Are we going to die here? Zhou Yao's voice quavered, as if the wind might carry it away. Don't say that. Yi Bai inhaled the blood-tainted air, his expression steady. But this is a beast tide. Your strong grade 4 beasts fall to you like chickens, but your vitality will run out eventually, her voice cracked. I'm sorry. I'm the one slowing you down. If I weren't injured, if you hadn't stopped to save me, you could have left 5 minutes ago. If you go alone now, you might still make it. She broke into sobs, fear and guilt choking her words. Enough. I didn't save you out of charity. You still owe me 2 million. Yi Bai sighed, half helpless. And who says I can't get us both out? It'll just take longer. He spoke as calmly as if closing a deal. Don't lie. You must have burned through a lot of blood essence. Zhou Yao shook her head. That's my problem. Just remember, debts must be paid. Yi Bai didn't bother explaining. As he spoke, his spear flicked up. An onrushing earth drake was skewered through the heart, hot blood spraying. He plunged a hand into the corpse, yanked, and ripped out a thick, sinewy tendon. Come on, he'll carry you. He shook the bloody tendon. No, leave me. He'll only slow you down. Zhou Yao stumbled back, heel catching on rubble. Useless. Yi Bai blurred forward and lifted her. The entrance to Dimensional Gate number 5 lay beside a quiet lake. The surrounding forest, nearly a square kilometer of it, had been razed. Rotting leaves and splintered trunks were churned into the soil, creating a level clearing where rows of camouflaged tents, steel containers, and mobile antennae now stood. A temporary human camp had sprung up on this once desolate shore. Inside the command tent at the center of the camp, every instructor from Jiangqing's Talent Academy crowded together, their eyes fixed on 2 holographic screens hanging at the front. The left screen showed the live points leaderboard. The right displayed the emergency signals from the trainees. Yi Bai is incredible. He's only been in there a short while, and he's already pushing 600 points. An instructor gripped his datapad, barely able to contain his excitement. Not only has he overtaken Xiao Huahua and the others, he's way out in front. At this pace, he could break 5,000 before the ranking match ends, another added. Someone immediately asked, how are the other academies doing? I checked, the duty officer replied, pulling up the regional list. Xianyuan Mu from the provincial capital is on a little over 2,000. Shangguan Yijian from Haiqing has about 1,600. Topping the entire Jiangnan prefecture won't be easy for Yi Bai, but a top 3 finish is realistic. Top 3 is plenty. The group laughed. We were aiming for the top 10, now 3rd place looks secure. That gives us a real shot in the finals next month. The conversation took place as Yi Bai's score edged towards 600. Today was not only Jiangqing's first ranking day. Every city in Jiangnan Prefecture had launched its own event simultaneously. Rumors on the forums had been half-right. Jiangqing's trainees were indeed competing against talents from other cities, but no one had traveled here. Each academy operated locally, feeding real-time data into a consolidated leaderboard. In a month, they would all gather for the decisive event that could shape their city's fortunes for the next decade. Yet one anomaly puzzled the instructors. Not a single trainee had withdrawn. Is everyone that lucky? Or have the beasts inside Gate 5 converted to Buddhism and stopped caring about frail humans? Someone joked. Even Zhuge Yun, a mere first-grade fighter, is steadily racking up points, Instructor Chen said, both pleased and puzzled. Maybe all our students are hiding trump cards, another instructor shrugged, unconcerned. Their confidence had a basis. The positioning wristbands issued today were not Jiangqing's own design. They came from the famed technomaster who had taken up martial arts purely to advance his research. If a trainee sent a distress signal, the command tent would receive it in fractions of a second. Combined with round-the-clock sensors, the staff could track every trainee and every beast inside the gate. At current distances, even the deepest rescue would take a minute at most, and less if the female instructor led the team. True enough, Instructor Chen thought, finally at ease. Just then, a gray flash swept across the leaderboard on the left. Xiao Huahua 230 points. Rank 5, his name suddenly faded to gray. Something's wrong. Chen looked up sharply. Xiao Huahua is out, but we never got a distress signal. SHHHK. The female instructor was already moving, the first to react. The moment Xiao Huahua's name turned gray, she was already outside the camp, racing like thunder in the direction where Xiao Huahua's signal disappeared. Human Strong One, you cannot leave this place. A cold, eerie voice exploded in the air. The other instructors had just reacted, about to follow. Tantai Yen ran out of the camp, when a massive shadow blocked their path. It was a black-backed gorilla, less than 2 meters tall, its muscles like cast iron, black fur gleaming with a metallic sheen, blocking the only way out in utter silence. Out of my way. Tantai Yanren's gaze was sharp as a blade. A flaming red whip appeared in her palm, and the peak 5th rank aura burst out. The whip lashed through the air, warping it with heat. Boom. Boom. At the same instant the whip struck, the gorilla raised a claw to meet it. The impact sent a violent shockwave back up the whip, forcing Tantai Yinran back several steps. How is that possible? The instructors cried out in disbelief. Yibai had only guessed the female instructor was 5th rank, but they knew the truth. Jiangqing's military supreme commander, Tantai Yinran, was a true peak 5th rank, top 10 in Jiangqing's power rankings. Peak 5th Tongbi ape? Tantai Yinran muttered, a rare seriousness on her face. Hissed the instructors drew sharp breaths. In an instant, they understood why she had been forced back. Tongbi ape, a royal-blooded beast. Born at 3rd rank, intelligence rivaling humans. Their blood-linear-granted physique made every Tongbi ape several times, even dozens of times stronger than ordinary beasts, the prodigies among beasts. In the human camp, they'd be as monstrous as Xiaohuahua or Nangongzheng. How could there be a Tongbi ape in Gate 5? We scanned the area, there shouldn't be any beast above early 4th rank. Someone shouted, smelling conspiracy. More and more names turned gray on the leaderboard. Ning Yuan, 72 points, gray. Li Gong, 52 points, gray. Wang Lu, 46 points, gray. Zhuge Ming, 18 points, gray. Student after student was eliminated. What on earth is happening? The instructors stared at the monitors, but all they saw was normal. We have to break through. Beast royalty or not. Saving lives comes first. No more words were needed. Tantai Yinran moved first. Her whip blazed with fire. In a blink, she flashed above the Tongbi ape's head. Heaven rank whip art, heaven rank movement, both at minor mastery. Plus perfect control of her blood. Fragmented shadow spear. Desolate heaven-piercing finger. Poison dragon drill. The other instructors unleashed their trump cards. Martial skills blazing, killing intent sky high. Humans, it's useless. The Tongbi ape's voice was deep and calm. It didn't even step forward. Both hands simply stretched out, swelling to dozens of times their size. Bang. One hand seized Tantai Yanran's flaming whip. Boom. Boom. The other swept aside, blocking every martial skill and swatting the instructors flying. A complete rout of seconds defeat. In a single clash, every 4th rank instructor went down. Tantai Yanran's flaming whip hadn't even ruffled the Tongbi Yuan's fur. Face darkening, she abandoned the weapon without hesitation. Whoosh. She triggered her heaven-grade movement art again, her afterimage flickering through the air as she flashed several hundred meters away, trying to circle the beast and break through from the far side. Whoosh whoosh. The other instructors scattered in the same instant, none daring to stay put. The Tongbi Yuan merely shook its head, as if watching children play, then tossed Tantai Yanran's whip aside and finally took a step forward. Boom. The ground under its foot shattered and sank. In the blink of an eye, the massive creature appeared in front of Tantai Yanran and slapped her back to where she had started. Boom. Boom. Explosions rang out as every instructor attempting to break through was forcibly knocked back. Damn it. They'll stake everything, roared Instructor Chun. He brandished the top-tier Earth-grade spear he had just reclaimed in the ranking battles, its tip flashing with icy light. The Tongbi Yuan couldn't be bothered to dodge. It swept its arm across. Crack. The spear shattered segment by segment. Midair, Chin spat mouthfuls of blood as the force hurled him away. Since advancing to 2nd rank, every further level had greatly strengthened their bodies. Yet in this moment, the instructors felt the unbridgeable gulf between humans and a beast king's bloodline, sheer helplessness. Human warriors, give it up, the Tongbi Yuan said, barely sparing a glance at Chun and the others. It's almost human eyes fixed on Tantai Yinran. I don't intend to kill you. Stay right here, and he'll tell you what's happening. Tantai Yinran stayed silent, but defiance still burned in her gaze. A beast tide, the Tongbi Yuan offered casually. Your instruments were jammed long ago. It broke out more than 10 minutes ago. What? The instructor's pupils contracted. Strange, isn't it? I find it odd, too. The human cubs in this city aren't much of a threat, the beast sneered. This tide exists for one purposito: hunt down the current class of Jiangqing Genius Camp cadets. Their faces went ashen. Looking back, they saw more student badges fading to gray. The cadets must be terrified, their hearts clenched, fists creaking under the strain. Only moments ago they'd been thrilled by Yi Bei's scores. Xiaohuahua, Nangong, and 2 others had also fought into the district's top 50 while chasing him. But what did high points matter now? Xiaohuahua had already been eliminated, likely dead in the tide. Yi Bei, though beating mid-4th rank foes as a peak 3rd rank, would eventually exhaust his blood and energy and be overwhelmed. Die. Tantai Yinran was the first to snap out of her daze. Her heaven-grade footwork erupted again as she lunged for the whip on the ground. Grabbing it, she ignited roaring flames along its length and lashed at the Tongbi Yuan once more. If Yi Bei and the others all die, how could we face their families? How could we face the people of Jiangqing? The instructors' anguished, blood-soaked shouts echoed across the trampled wild grass. With almost no hesitation, they used the last of their strength to form a semicircle, standing firm between the Tongbi ape and the dimensional gate. Even gravely wounded, the instructor surnamed Chun gripped a broken spear head retrieved from the ground. The shaft was split in two, its jagged blade still sharp, blood dripping down the wooden handle. Wiping blood from his lips, he staggered forward, gave a low growl, and led the remaining instructors in one final, desperate charge against the colossal ape looming in the night. Sigh, you humans really are strange creatures. The Tongbi ape narrowed its crimson gold eyes, as if appreciating the ant's struggle. Just a few dozen kids. If it were our beast race, would have saved ourselves long ago. It had expected the humans to fight to the death, so it wasn't surprised, just a little regretful. The next instant, its simian arms swelled, muscles twisting like coiled dragons. Both hands expanded to dozens of meters wide, blotting out the sky. A whirlwind whistled as giant palms rained down, leaving overlapping afterimages. 1 minute. Several instructors were sent flying, smashing through dead trees, blood arcing through the air, their weapons shattered upon landing. 2 minutes. Instructor Chun was flung aside once again, the broken spear impaling his own chest as he hit the ground. Blood pooled out, but even as his vision faded, his eyes stayed locked on the enemy. 5 minutes. Aside from Tantai Yin-Ran, every instructor lay collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life, each with at least one bone crushed. Had the Tongbi ape wished to kill, these fourth-rank instructors would have been dead long ago. 10 minutes. Thud. Tantai Yinran finally couldn't hold out. She fell to one knee, clutching her chest. Her ribs had caved in, each breath bubbling with blood. Even her desperate strike was no match for the Tongbi ape. The gulf between them was like an abyss. What was even more suffocating was the change on the leaderboard. Nearly 80 of the names were now gray. Only 4 remained lit in the top 20. Lu Bufan's score had long since stopped moving. Yi Bai, 1100. Nangong Zheng, 451. Li Qingqing, 380. Zhuge Yun, 15. In just 10 minutes, Yi Bai, Nangong Zheng, and Li Qingqing's scores had skyrocketed. Yi Bai's nearly doubled, meaning they were trapped in the beast tide, fighting for their lives every single second. Why did Xiao Huohua's name suddenly turn gray? Was he eliminated? At first, the audience thought had simply run into a powerful enemy in the gate. The bullet screen was still flooded with Yi Bai as awesome. But when Ning Yuan's name went gray, followed by more than a dozen students in rapid succession, the chat froze. Wait a second, even with bad luck, there's no way so many people would get eliminated at once. And think about it, an hour ago, no one had been eliminated. How did Xiao Huohua become the first? Doubt spread through the livestream. Some whispered the truth. Something's gone wrong inside the dimensional gate, something even the military can't control. The massive livestream suddenly fell silent. More than 1 million viewers sat frozen in front of their screens, faces darkening, knuckles whitening with tension. A beast tide. As citizens of the new era, they all knew how terrifying one was, even if only a handful had reached the middle of the 3rd tier. A 4th-tier fighter was almost certain to die once caught inside. A 5th-tier warrior fared little better against a fully formed tide. Only a 6th-tier grandmaster could hope to stall a small one. The dimensional gate in River City was cramped. It could not spawn a medium or large tide, yet it could still destroy everything. Their beloved little hero, Yi Bai, was only at the peak of the 3rd tier, and the other genius camp cadets were just as green. The instructors are inside the gate, right? With them around, the cadets should still be safe, shouldn't they? After a long silence, a comment finally appeared on the stream. Instantly, 1 million pairs of eyes lit up, pinning all their hopes on those instructors. The next comment plunged the feed back into gloom. What if I told you the instructors ran into trouble too, and can't spare any help? The viewer, who claimed to be a former Dragon Guard, delivered the blow coldly. It felt as though the air had been sucked away. The leaderboard on the right side of the screen refreshed again and again. Yi Bai, 1,100 points. Nangong Zheng, 451 points. Li Qingqing, 380 points. Zhuge Yun, 15 points. As the seconds ticked by, Yi Bai's score kept climbing, and Nangong Zheng and Li Qingqing also surged ahead. At the same time, 80% of the names on the board faded to gray. Every viewer pictured the same scene. The young prodigies ringed by the beast tide, their lives hanging by a thread. Even Yi Bai can last maybe an hour in there. He must feel so helpless, so terrified right now. They clenched their fists, consumed by frustration and powerless to help. At the same time, Yi Bai hurried faster. Deep inside the dimensional gate, the beast tide churned. Zhou Yao, bound like a crab and slung across Yi Bai's back, cried out as a gale wolf lunged at his flank, its maw reaching for his throat. Clang! A cold gleam flashed as Yi Bai spun his spear backward and skewered the wolf's skull. Zhou Yao's pupils contracted. Sorry, I was worried about you. Another 10 minutes passed, and they still hadn't found an exit. Apology and anxiety laced Zhou Yao's voice. Put me down, please. I'm just dead weight. They'll slow you down. It was the 4th time she had asked him to abandon her. In her mind, Yi Bai must already be drenched in sweat, battered and out of breath. Yi Bai shook his head helplessly. I've told you, carrying you is no burden at all. He was telling the truth. Though his clothes were drenched in alien blood, none of it was his. His eyes were clear, his cheeks flushed, his whole being at its peak. When he first rescued Zhou Yao, his vitality had been down to 50%, but on the way he triggered a glitch. raising his bone-tempering progress to 74% and restoring himself to full strength. After little more than 10 minutes inside the beast tide, Yibai had already mastered the rhythm of its attacks. The swarm no longer felt threatening. If anything, the creatures seemed to be handing him free points and rewards. He moved through the rolling sea of flesh step by step, dragon-scale spear whirling in perfect harmony with his body. The reeking wind howled, yet it never pierced the faint aura around his skin. When a beast drew too close, a casual flick of the spear opened its throat with precision. Most of his focus, though, remained on finding a possible way out. Put it this way, he said, scanning the surroundings in an even voice. Even if we never find an exit, I can keep you alive in this tide for an entire day. He actually felt that was modest. Unless a late fourth-tier beast appeared, he would eventually cut through the whole horde. Zhou Yao's lashes quivered. Don't joke like that. Do you think you're Shangguan Yijin from Haiqing? Dual talents, one of which restores his vitality every time he kills a beast? She shook her head, plainly skeptical. Who did you just say? Yi Bei's voice went cold. He had been about to skewer an anteater that was ambushing Zhou Yao, but the name stalled his strike. His spear tip veered half an inch and only grazed the beast's shoulder. A follow-up thrust finished it off, sparing Zhou Yao's long, shapely legs. She patted her chest, still unsettled. Shangguan Yijian, haven't you heard? He's Haiqing's strongest prodigy, as famous there as Xiao Huahua once was in Jiangqing. Across all of Jiangnan Prefecture, only Xianyuan Mu can match him. I've heard. A blurred, icy memory flashed through Yi Bei's mind, and his eyes darkened. Shangguan Yijian had thought that name would never reach his ears again. Oblivious to his mood, Zhou Yao kept analyzing. If this beast tide hadn't happened, with your strength, Shangguan Yijian and Xianyuan Mu would be your biggest rivals. Enough. Stop talking. I just noticed something. Yi Bai raised a hand to silence her. The words had barely left his mouth before he lunged forward like an arrow loosed from the bowstring. Uft, uft. Cold light flashed from the dragon-scale spear, and one beast after another fell. Yi Bei's points, 1,100, 2,520. After 30 full minutes of carnage, his score on the leaderboard had more than doubled. When he flicked the last drop of blood from the spearhead, the anger pinned up in his chest finally eased. The reason the name Shangguan Yijian could provoke such a violent reaction was because the name Shangguan Yijian hit Yi Bai like a sledgehammer because it dragged a long-buried memory back to the surface. Dantai Yinran had once dug into Yi Bei's past. His grades had been average. Yet through work that was several, even dozens of times harder than his peers, he shoved his way into the ranks of model children, the straight-A students everyone envied. Nobody punishes themselves like that unless there is a thorn lodged in their heart. In his previous life, Yi Bai was fascinated by Taoist philosophy, and a wandering priest had told him, if you are willing to eat bitterness, there will always be more bitterness to eat. 12 years have gone by, and he has almost forgotten why he trained so desperately in the first place. Come on, we need to get out of here. Yi Bai wasn't killing for the sake of killing. He cut a bloody path, while racing toward the exit he remembered. Luck stayed with him. Every turn he chose proved right, and now the vast lake that sat beside the dimensional gate was beginning to take shape in the mist ahead. We actually made it out. Zhou Yao froze when she saw the lake. She had thought Yi Bei's refusal to abandon her was just denial, that he would eventually agree to her sacrifice. Yet the junior apprentice she had first viewed as a mere tool had really dragged her through the endless tide of monsters and brought her to the exit. But the very next moment something went wrong. Yi Bai casually felled a few more beasts and stepped to the water's edge, but his face suddenly drained of color. Yi Bai, what is it? Zhou Yao asked, confused. This is bad. See for yourself. Yi Bai shifted a few steps to give her a better view. Whoosh. Zhou Yao's face went paper white, and her teeth chattered. We were dreaming, right? The lakeshore that should have held the human camp was now a sea of alien beasts. In the middle, a pack of monsters prowled around a patch of empty ground barely 10 square meters wide. The spot where the dimensional gate linking this realm to Blue Star had once stood. The dimensional gate was gone. Their only escape from the beast tide, their only way out of this pocket world, had vanished. We're going to die here, aren't we? Zhou Yao's voice shook as despair surged back. Pull yourself together. It's not as hopeless as you think. The initial shock passed, and Yi Bai forced himself to stay calm. The beast tide didn't scare him. What worried him was Li Qingqing. The girl was deeply talented and knew many techniques, and her instructor had surely armed her with life-saving cards. Her name had remained lit on the points board, proof she was still safe. Yi Bai had planned to reach the exit and wait for her, but the gate had disappeared into thin air. He had no idea whether Li Qingqing had reached this place. If she had, she might have turned back to look for him when she saw the gateway gone. Zhou Yao was still mired in despair, muttering, "Stop trying to comfort me." A wild thought bubbled up inside her. I'm about to die, and I've never even been in love. If her first time was also her last, and it was with Yi Bai, she could die without regrets. This isn't just a pep talk. Haven't you noticed? For some reason the beasts never step onto that clearing in the middle. If I put you there, you won't have to worry about them. Yi Bai pointed to the center. You're a third-rank warrior, you can go without food for a while. They'll grab some water from the lake. You'll be fine for at least a month. It really does look that way. Hope flashed in Zhou Yao's eyes, but it faded just as quickly. Yi Bai, you're not staying with me? I'm going in to find Qingqing. I can't leave her alone, the boy replied without hesitation. You're still looking for her? Zhou Yao's face changed. She's my girlfriend. I have to be sure she's safe. Yi Bai's tone was calm. But you'll be in danger. She couldn't hide her disappointment. Honestly, this beast tide can't threaten me. Oblivious to her mood, Yi Bai dashed to the lake. His spear flashed, he filled the water skins, then cut a bloody path back to the clearing and set her down. Can I go with you? Zhou Yao stared at the bloodstained youth, afraid to stay alone, and even more afraid he was bluffing. Covered in blood. He was probably hurt, his strength surely down. Yi Bai teased, planning to hold me back again. My injuries are healed. Look. Zhou Yao stepped forward. My talent can help you. She pointed at a peak third-rank beast. Its eyes reddened and it attacked its companions in a frenzy. A succubus constitution really could control monsters. Useful, but no. Yi Bai shook his head. I'm leaving you here for a reason. I don't know if Qingqing passed through. If she does, watch out for her. And didn't you want a top 5 finish? The beasts never come in here, so farming points is a breeze. But you'll be alone. Zhou Yao tried again. Yi Bai smiled. Still don't believe me? Watch. Boom. A crimson mist erupted around him, thick as a blood-soaked demon's shroud. Earlier, the 100-meter mental field paired with the 9 extreme spear art was enough, but this time he went all out. Splat. Splat. Zhou Yao couldn't track his movements. Blood-red light swallowed the area, and every third and fourth-rank beast within fell dead. Then a scarlet streak shot deeper into the tide, corpses piling up in its wake as Yi Bai's points soared. So strong, Zhou Yao's jaw dropped. She had thought her estimation of Yi Bai was already high. Both of them were peak third rank, after all. Only now did she realize that in both the ranking match and this disaster-grade beast tide, Yi Bai had never gone all out. Thinking of Li Qingqing, she felt a pang of loss. Yi Bai clearly didn't like her that way. Worse, geniuses like him were unseen a lifetime. Fine. I'm the woman who leaves no road for a succubus. Zhou Yao drew a deep breath. Men just slow me down. Blade in hand, she grinned. Top 5, here I come. She started carving through the outskirts, her points climbing fast. She told herself it was for the ranking, but she knew the truth. Every beast she killed took a little pressure off Yi Bai. No matter how strong he was still only peak third rank. A peak third rank couldn't possibly live in that tide forever, let alone wipe it out. Switch back to the military livestream. For half an hour Yi Bai had fought without pause in a battlefield thick with bloody mist, his long blade shattering one exotic beast after another, while the scorebar on screen rocketed upward 2500, 2510, 2515, finally stopping at 2520. At that moment the viewer count burst past 3 million and kept climbing. Word had already spread through every corner of Jiangxing. The city's first ranking match had turned into a nightmare when the dimensional gate slammed shut, trapping every young prodigy as a monster tide poured in. Yet despite the surge in viewers, the chat was far quieter than it had been 3 hours earlier. Almost every eye was locked on the constantly refreshing leaderboard. Latest standings. Yi Bai 2,520. Nangongjing 883. Li Qingqing 621. Lu Bufan 450. Zhou Yao 98. Ning Qi 51. Zhuge Yun 16. No one cared about the point gap anymore, only the color of each name. The 7 names above were still lit. Every other genius camp student had gone gray, and gray meant dead. Have the Dragon Guard in the military still not acted? If this goes on, all of Jiangxing's prodigies will be wiped out. A couple of comments crawled across the screen, then silence returned. What good would action even do? In a century the gates never closed before. The reply sparked no further discussion. Fists clenched, everyone felt a weight on their chests. They refused to believe these young fighters would die in what was supposed to be a simple ranking match. Yet the expanding field of gray on the board looked like an early death sentence. Into that suffocating lull, a single comment exploded. Great news, huge news. Director Lu Qingtian just arrived at gate number 5, with several renowned instructors from Jiangnan Prefecture's top universities. They've reopened the gate. What? Really? That's fantastic. Cheers filled the screen, a flood of messages lighting up the interface. Is this a prank? Why would Jiangnan University instructors be in Jiangxing right now? Doubts surfaced, but new explanations surged over them. Why would I lie? My wife just called meth gates really open. If you don't believe me, I'll have her send another message in a minute. Those instructors were invited by Director Lu ahead of time. They came specifically to watch Yi Bai, our young hero, in this ranking match. Didn't every university pass on Yi Bai? Director Liu's trying to win him a special admission slot. Right on cue. That was indeed my husband. The woman who first reported the gate's closure reappeared, confirming the story. Wonderful. Haha. Yi Bai has saved Ansor Nangong Zheng, Li Qingqing, and Lu Bufan. A blessing in the midst of disaster. Despair flipped to elation. Viewers hammered the chat, tears shining in their eyes. So those university instructors really have their eyes on our young hero Yi Bai? Of course. A dimensional gate that has never closed before isn't something you can just pry open. The mentors must have paid a staggering price. If it weren't for our little hero Yi Bai, they probably wouldn't have done it at all. In an instant the chat exploded, lines like Yi Bai will win. And thank you, mentors. Racing across the screen. Everyone finally let out the breath they'd been holding. Many prodigies had died this time, even Xiaohua's name had dimmed to gray, but at least 7 students were still alive, weren't they? Bad news. Just as the crowd was calming down, the Dragon Guard member stationed at the scene sent another urgent message. What now? The mentors say little hero Yi Bai and the others might not make it, and I just learned that our Jiangxing military command's chief, Tantai Yanran, was in there too. They just carried her out. She's hanging by a thread. Half an hour earlier, at the spot where Gate 5 had once stood, Dragon Guard members were already gathered in force. Lu Qingtian appeared without warning. People assumed his delay was due to grief and lowered their heads in shame. His grandson, Lu Bufan, was trapped inside, and everyone knew his admiration for Yi Bai bordered on obsession. Now both of them were stranded. Their names still glowed on the roster, yet most understood they were just holding on and could go gray at any moment. This isn't your fault, Lu Qingtian said, refusing their apologies, his voice low. I'm here with good news. Stunned, they listened as he explained that during his absence he and several university mentors had been working on reopening the gate. A mentor from Haicheng University had discovered that Gate 5 hadn't really closed. It had been dragged into another plane. If someone with enough psychic strength could lock onto its coordinates, and a few mentors burned all their life force at once, they could tear open a rift and pull the gate back. Director Lu, one mentor said, removing his helmet while sweat streamed through his hair, this is all we can do. Once the gate is open, we'll be spent. The Beast King inside. The children, their fate is in your hands. Their helmets looked bizarre, cobbled together from every blood energy training room in Jiangxing. Devices that forced their perception to soar 100-fold. I won't let another child come to harm, Lu Qingtian said, eyes like ice. Good move out. A thunderous boom, like a battleship's main gun, ripped through the air. After being missing for a full hour, Gate 5 suddenly reappeared, yanked violently back into reality. Streams of light whipped around it, the edges of space splintering. In a blur, Lu Qingtian dashed through first. Let's go, have to follow. The Haicheng mentor said, drawing a ragged breath. Though his blood energy was drained, he still stepped inside. That monster Yi Bai, I need to see with my own eyes that he's safe. The other mentors exchanged a glance and hurried in after him, still calling back. And for the record, whichever university Yi Bai chooses is up to him. No dirty tricks. The Dragon Guards watched them disappear through the rift. Seconds later, the mentors set foot on alien ground and every face went ghost white. How is this possible? One step had been enough to make their scalps prickle. Every mentor's expression turned hideous. As soon as the elite Martial University instructors entered the dimensional gate, their faces darkened. What greeted them was a Tongbi ape, the king-blooded beast, draped in blue-black fur, arms thick as iron pillars. Its life force was an astonishing 499,000, just a step away from grade 6. For over half an hour, this Tongbi ape had been locked in a desperate battle with the instructors. The scene was harrowing. Instructor Chun and several others lay among broken stones and bloodstains, armor in tatters, their fates uncertain. The peak 5th-ranked Tantai Yanran suffered the gravest wounds. One arm and one leg twisted grotesquely, her chest crushed in by more than 10 centimeters, blood streaming from every orifice. Yet she still held her whip in a fighting stance. If Lu Qingtian, who'd arrived a step ahead, hadn't dragged her out of the fray, she would have been torn apart. But this bloody battle was far from the end. Everyone assumed that killing the Tongbi ape would be enough to rescue Yi Bai and the others. None realized this was only the first layer of the space. A deeper spatial barrier was the true prison. The instructors had no strength left to break through. At that moment, a member of the Dragon Guard landed with a gust of wind, surveying the wounded. Get these people out of here, he said grimly. Yi Bai and the other 6, there's nothing we can do now. The Martial University instructor from Haicheng let out a long sigh, officially declaring the rescue abandoned. In the live stream, the Dragon Guard's words hit the barrage instantly. The 3 million citizens of Jiangxing erupted, the chat scrolling in a tidal wave of despair. Yet Lu Qingtian did not set Tantai Yanran down. Instead, he handed her to the Dragon Guard, then turned and fixed his gaze on the Tongbi ape, his hair rising though there was no wind. Human expert, I did not kill that female warrior. There's no need for anger. Besides, you cannot kill me. The Tongbi ape rumbled, voice hoarse. The Haicheng instructor quickly tried to dissuade him. Director Lu, it's no use at best. You can fight it to a draw, but you still can't break the spatial barrier. This is a pointless fight. Boom. Lu Qingshan's answer was a thunderous blow. The ape's form was hurled back, smashing rocks and rolling dozens of meters through the dust. The pain unleashed the Tongbi ape's ferocity. Its bones cracked and swelled, its body shooting up to 50 meters tall in a flash like a living mountain. A massive palm swept out, air detonating with explosive force. Boom. Lu Qingshan's white hair whipped wildly. his body a blur of lightning. Another kick pinned the giant ape against the space's invisible wall, the clash of gold and iron echoing through the air. Human warrior, let's talk. For the first time, terror entered the Tongbi ape's voice. Boom. Before it could finish, Lu Qingtian sent it crashing down again with another ruthless kick. The Martial University instructors were stunned speechless. No one had expected that Lu Qingtian could so thoroughly suppress a king-blooded Tongbi ape. Half-step grade 6. Lu Qingtian was just half a step shy of the Grandmaster realm. He had hidden his true strength well, and once they realized it, everyone felt a tangle of shock and relief. A 6th-rank Grandmaster still belonged to the middle tier, yet the gap between rank 5 and 6 was enormous. In the whole of Jiangnan Commandery, there were only a handful of fighters at that level. Without exaggeration, Lu Qingtian now stood above almost everyone present. If he was really this strong, there was genuine hope of saving Yi Bai. A half-step 6th rank was not a full Grandmaster, but it was still far beyond the peak of rank 5. On his own, he might be able to smash open the rift. Boom, boom. His furious blows hammered the arm ape, fist force and simian roars exploding through the pocket dimension. He was venting rage while battering the spatial barrier itself. After more than 10 minutes, spiderweb cracks had spread across every surface. Beep, beep, beep. Inside the camp, the distress receivers and monitors shrieked in unison, their alarms echoing through the cold night air. Give Lu Qingtian another 10 minutes, and he could tear a hole and charge straight into the dimensional gate. Another stretch of time passed, and the pocket realm was on the verge of collapse. Just as everyone held their breath, Lu Qingtian suddenly stopped. Director Lu, what are you waiting for? The Haiqing Martial University mentor shouted, his voice shaking. A few more hits, and we're through. They were seasoned instructors from the top martial universities, people who had weathered countless storms. None of them could fathom how Yi Bai had pulled it off. Yet within seconds they steadied themselves, fixed their eyes on the projection, and finally understood why Lu Qingtian had delayed shattering the pocket dimension. Yi Bai's score had just hit 4,000. Shangguan Yijian was sitting at the same 4,000 points, so Yi Bai had officially overtaken him. Although he still trailed Xianyuan Mu, the speed at which his points kept surging meant the reversal would come in less than half an hour. Every instructor's eyes sparkled, including the one from Haiqing Martial University. The words surpass, Xianyuan Mu and Shangguan Yijian spun through their minds. If Yi Bai pulled that off, he would top the rankings and become the #1 contender in Jiangnan Commandery. Even if part of his score was luck and no one could survive an endless beast tied forever, his potential was still staggering, borderline monstrous. Could he become the 3rd king-class prodigy in Jiangnan Commandery? The thought popped into the Haiqing instructor's head for the first time. The Dragon Guard graded only awakened talents. Martial universities went further, factoring in skill level, quantity, mastery, combat experience, and control of blood vitality to assign a comprehensive rating. Most students matched their talent grade, from F up to S. A select few could climb 1 or even 2 tiers. Blown away by Yi Bai's performance, the Haiqing instructor had already put him in class. Beyond S lay king class, a status reserved for those the university brass believed were destined to become kings of humanity if they lived long enough. We can't let Haiqing Martial University miss out on him. The instructor calculated frantically. If Yi Bai were free to choose after the tournament, Haiqing's odds were maybe 20%. Glancing at his peers, he made a silent vow. If Yi Bai overtook Xianyuan Mu and survived another hour in the Beast Tide, Haiqing would offer, in addition to a special recruit slot, 50 extra contribution points. He was hardly alone in that line of thinking. What else can I throw in? Another instructor rifled through his trump cards. 3 heaven-grade techniques, and a full set of heaven-grade weapons. Would that be enough? If Yi Bai lasts 2 or 3 more hours under that Beast Tide, he'll put up 100 contribution points. Someone clenched his teeth and swore to himself. Top tier S? Or king class? He's at least peak S. No, I have to sweeten the pot. The rules never said we can't. Similar thoughts churned in every mind. Ideas stacked on ideas, perks piled ever higher, and the very air seemed squeezed tight by the hidden undercurrent. Yet outwardly they all stayed calm, not a flicker of emotion breaking through the masks of awe on their faces. 5 people, each razor-sharp, yet none of them truly saw the situation for what it was. Every instructor agreed that, monstrous as Yi Bai might be, he could last only 2 or 3 more hours. Common sense said a 4th-tier fighter caught in a Beast Tide was as good as dead, and even a 5th-tier expert would perish if trapped for long. Yi Bai was merely at the peak of Tier 3. His current performance was already nothing short of shocking. I may have completely misjudged Yi Bai's talent. Lu Qingtian sighed inwardly. He had hidden a key fact, had underestimated not only the battlefield, but also Yi Bai himself. Lu knew better than anyone about Yi Bai's gift, the ability to reset his body in an instant. No matter the wound, poison, or curse, he would heal immediately and return to prime condition. Lu had once thought the talent had weakened. Its activation interval seemed longer, the earlier side effects had vanished, so he had rated it merely grade A. Even then, Yi Bai had already been in class prodigy, surpassing Xiao Huahua and Lu Bufan. Now Lu suspected he was wrong again. The gift had never changed. It could still trigger every hour. Since Yi Bei's life force kept rising, there had to be another secret. Otherwise, he could not have survived nearly 2 hours in the beast tide while his points soared faster than ever. Clearly, he had no fear of exhausting his blood energy. Lu therefore revised his verdict. Yi Bei's martial talent was pure grade, and his overall rating was almost certainly king class. At the extreme, Lu predicted Yi Bei could endure a full 10 hours in the endless beast tide another 9 hours from now. Only Yi Bei's modest mental strength and the inevitable fatigue of prolonged battle stopped Lu from saying so aloud. After all, no instructor would believe a peak third-tier fighter could stay alive in a beast tide for most of a day. And Lu Qingtian was 80% correct. Where on earth is Qingqing? That was the only thought in Yi Bei's mind. Half an hour had passed since he had settled Zhou Yao in a safe spot. For caution's sake, he had avoided using his 3 blood-burning techniques. Yet the longer he searched for Li Qingqing, the more alarming the situation grew. The beast's aggression had spiked. At first, only creatures within a few meters treated him as fresh prey, while the rest surged forward with the tide. Now everything within 100 meters lunged at him, and even beasts farther away were fighting among themselves. Yi Bei concluded that the monsters around Zhou Yao had realized they could not leave the dimensional gate space, and that knowledge had spread, letting their hunger drive them again. Li Qingqing possessed a vast arsenal of techniques and could outsurvive Xiao Huahua or Nangong Zhang, but she lacked the reset talent. With the beasts attacking harder, she would burn through her life force even faster. The thought made Yi Bei's heart race, so he stopped holding back. Bloodburst combat art, blood ignition secret, and blood offering ritual flared at once, wrapping him in crimson mist. The 9-polar spear art flashed. Every thrust of the dragon scale spear fell the beast. Beneath his feet, the 7-star Big Dipper steps fired in sequence, sending him streaking through the tide like a scarlet lightning bolt. At full power, his blood energy drained rapidly. By his reckoning, at his earlier pace, he could have fought for half a day, but now he had at most an hour provided each spear thrust was a clean kill, and he never got bogged down. Fortunately, nothing in the beast tide could survive even one strike, so he ignored the accelerating loss of life force. Even so, however, Lu Qingtian had no idea that Yi Bei's mental strength had already reached 19,999 points. With such a staggering number, Yi Bei could keep his mind sharp for 10 hours straight, even with his spiritual sense fully activated. Facing the relentless tide of beasts, he only needed to repeat the same swift and brutal motions. Never once did he show the slightest sign of fatigue. Lu Qingtian believed he understood Yi Bei's reset ability better than anyone, but he didn't realize the real effect was even more extraordinary than his initial test results. There was no cooldown at all, and every time Yi Bei triggered it, his mental state would instantly return to the moment the awakening ceremony began. Over the past 6 months, Yi Bei had even dared to speculate that, if he were ever killed unexpectedly, the reset might send him straight back to the very second of the ceremony. It was just a theory. Thuff wouldn't risk his life to find out for sure. That's why he always charged straight into the densest part of the beast tide, harvesting with terrifying efficiency. 10 minutes passed, then 30. In just a blink, 2 hours had gone by, and Yi Bei was still in total control. The limit was nowhere in sight. He's truly reached the threshold of king-level prodigies. The first to be shocked were a few instructors from the martial universities. No, I have to recruit Yi Bei? The conditions I offered before aren't enough. After 4 hours, Yi Bei had already slain the equivalent of 6 entire beast squads. The instructors were dumbfounded, their jaws practically on the floor. Raise the offer. I can't raise it anymore. I've already emptied my coffers. It's the same for everyone else. They can't possibly overlook Yi Bei's potential. Contact the dean. Yi Bei should at least get class treatment. By the 6-hour mark, the instructors couldn't sit still any longer. One by one, they made excuses to leave the dimensional gate's inner space so they could call their university higher-ups. Meanwhile, a bombshell report suddenly broke out in the outside world. Breaking news. Director Lu is actually a half-step grandmaster, has been able to rescue Yi Bei and the others all along. But when Director Lu saw that not a single student from this year's genius camp was lost, and that Yi Bei was still going strong, he and several instructors decided to stay and see just how high Yi Bei's score could get. In the military's livestream chat, a member of the Dragon Guard dropped the news immediately. Over 3 million viewers went from anxious worry to wild excitement in a heartbeat. What? Yi Bei isn't going to die? Xiao Huohua's name is still lit up too. Haha, incredible. Director Lu is amazing. A half-step grandmaster, and the guardian of Jiangcheng. Barrage after barrage of comments flooded the screen. Let me see how many points Yi Bei has now. The score counter kept ticking up. Unbelievable. 31,325 points? When did he break 30,000? They say the final standings for this ranked event will combine every Genius Camp trainee in all of Jiangnan Prefecture. With Yi Bei's current score, he's almost guaranteed to take first place, right? Someone in the know quickly posted in the public chat. Yi Bei's already in first. Xian Yuanmu is second with only 15,000 points. Sure, Yi Bei might be nearing his limit and Xian Yuanmu could pass him later, but Yi Bei has held the top spot for 4 straight hours, and nothing's going to change before he's eliminated. Yi Bei is a beast. Yi Bei is a beast 10,086. The barrage of comments rolled in like waves. Once viewers realized Yi Bei had taken the prefecture-wide lead, the entire stream exploded. Every line on the screen was the same 4 words. Yi Bei is awesome. Meanwhile, Lu Qingtian, the officer in charge of monitoring, sat cross-legged at the command station, his expression calm as though everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Time slipped by hours. Why is Yi Bei's kill rate still this high? Lu Qingtian stared at the monitor. The green dot was Yi Bei, and the surrounding red dots hostile beasts were blinking out like sparks in the wind. At last, he sensed something was off. By his calculations, Yi Bei's limit should have been 10 hours, roughly 9 hours of non-stop point farming after the initial push. In theory, anyone would show fatigue before that point and slow down. Yet at the 9-hour mark, Yi Bei was still mowing down beasts without the slightest dip in efficiency. Several instructors from Wuda had just returned from the front lines, now emboldened by the university's backing. They praised Lu Qingtian without reserve. Director Lu, your city's Yi Bei is definitely king-tier talent. Even among king-tiers, he's mid-level at least. The 10-hour threshold hit. A peak 3rd-tier, pure-blood essence fighter had somehow survived an endless beast tide for 10 straight hours, blasting his personal score past 40,000. The number of beasts that died to his blade was already uncountable, and he still didn't look close to his limit. Director Lu, back when you insisted we stay in Jiang City and forbade us from leaving, did you already know how outrageous Yi Bei would be? The instructors were both shocked and impressed, their voices full of respect. Lu Qingtian was speechless, an awkward look flashing in his eyes. He wanted to say he hadn't seen this coming at all. A peak 3rd-tier, pure-blooded fighter with this kind of stamina? On the screen, Yi Bei was still slaughtering beasts non-stop. It was numbing to watch. Was he really going to wipe out the entire tide single-handedly? Just as Lu Qingtian was reeling from the 10 hours on the timer. Swipe. On the leaderboard, Li Qingqing's name suddenly turned gray. She had been eliminated. Lu Qingtian never got the chance to see Yi Bei push to his limit. Instead, the system suddenly grayed out Li Qingqing's name and marked her eliminated. Current leaderboard. Yi Bei, 43,621. Li Qingqing, 5,832 gray. Nangong Zheng, 3,320. Lu Bufan, 3,162. Zhou Yao, 890. Ning Qi, 232. Zhuge Yun, 30. For 9 straight hours, Li Qingqing had stayed at the rear of the beast tide, racking up a steady 5,832 points and locking down 2nd place early on. Now she had been erased in an instant. Lu Qingtian rushed to the monitor. Among the dozens of green dots flickering at the back of the horde, one winked out the one that represented Li Qingqing. Had she died? His pupils contracted sharply, every alarm in his mind blaring. An even stranger change followed. The entire string of green dots around Li Qingqing vanished a heartbeat later. Leaderboard update. Yi Bei, 43,621. Li Qingqing, 5,832 gray. Nangong Zheng, 3,320. Lu Bufan, 3,162 gray. Zhou Yao, 890. Ning Qi, 232. Zhuge Yun, 30 gray. Only 4 names still glowed. Yi Bei, Nangong Zheng, Zhou Yao, and Ning Qi. Then, in the space of a single breath, Nangong Zheng fighting the same battlefield as Yi Bei went gray as well. What just happened? Several Wu University instructors gasped. Get them out now. Lu Qingtian roared. Half-step 6th-tier power exploded from him as he flashed to the dimensional barrier and kicked. Cracks spiderwebbed across the air. The wall shuddered on the verge of collapse. Heh, human powerhouse. It's useless, the Tongbi ape hissed. Lu Qingtian had spared the beast for its royal bloodline. A capture like this was rare, and it might know something. Still don't get it? The ape sneered. Whether it's me, this beast tide, or what just happened, everything was designed to kill that human whelp. Yi Bei. Your own kind prepared 2 contingencies. 1. A 10-hour beast tide meant to bury him alive. 2. If he survives that, teleport a peak 4th rank evil spirit straight to him. The creature bared its fangs. With that spirit's speed, it will reach Yi Bei long before you break this dimension. Knowing it could not escape, the ape relished Lu Qingqing's panic and spilled every secret. A beast tide, a royal-blooded 5th rank beast, and a peak 4th rank evil spirit, each move setting up the next. This was the bearded man's kill plan for Yi Bei. A peak 4th rank evil spirit. The Wu University instructors all blanched. Yi Sanjian, you disgrace the human race. Lu Qingtian roared, losing all composure. The Tongbi ape cackled. I thought you humans were overreacting. How could a mere peak 3rd rank whelp survive a beast tide? Even if he did, once I joined in, he'd still die. Until a human elite like you showed you panned until you chose to wait 9 whole hours even though you could have saved them. I finally understood. Your clansmen planned every move in advance. The long-armed ape threw back its head and laughed, its chest thrumming like war drums that echoed over the ruins. Boom. The Grand Instructor from Haiching Martial University burst into fury. The trace of vitality he had just regained ignited, and he swung his iron fist, slamming the ape straight into the earth. Ha ha ha. Amid flying rubble, the long-armed ape felt no pain. Its laughter only grew louder. Yi Bei's record had long filled it with dread. Time after time it had wondered how steep a price the beast race would pay if the prodigy survived. Now it had no regrets. Trading one peak 5th grade long-armed ape and a few low-grade beasts was worth eliminating a genius already poised to step onto the king rank stage. Elsewhere, Yi Bei's side. At last, grade 4 finally, I don't have to worry about stamina. Qingqing, wait for me. Moments before Li Qingqing's name turned gray, Yi Bei had been elated, a wide grin breaking through his restraint. 10 hours had passed since he entered the dimension gate. Each hour he endured a dozen minutes of bone-quenching agony while slaughtering beasts, and by exploiting a system glitch had forced the process to completion. Name, Yi Bei. Vitality, 20,300 grade 4, early stage. Spirit, 19,999 grade 3, peak. Martial skills, Bloodburst Combat Art Perfect, Blood Ignition Secret Mastery 020, 000, 9 Extreme Spear Mastery 050, 000, 7-star Firmament Step Adept 93020, 000, Blood Right Mastery 050, 000. Lifespan, 500 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. This was his new status panel after abusing the glitch for the 10th time. Breaking into grade 4 had boosted his lifespan from 300 to 500 years. Each future exploit would add another 500 points over 8 extra years per minute. His vitality overflow cap 20,000 plus 300 looked modest, yet the jump in combat power was dramatic. With every bone tempered and his flesh already refined, attacks from beasts below grade 3 could no longer shake him. A casual flick of any limb cost just 1 vitality point to unleash 60 gene of force. His endurance had surpassed an hour. Now he could fight flat out without worry. But after barely 10 more minutes of searching, Li Qingqing's name went cold gray. How could this happen? Frustration, fury, and guilt crashed over him. For 9 hours he had swept through almost the entire beast tide, several times fighting back to Zhou Yao's side, and several times nearly leaving the battlefield. The girl's score had kept rising. He was sure she was looking for him too. Now an elimination notice appeared. He ground his teeth. It was his weakness, his failure. Die, die, die. His eyes flared scarlet. The dragon scale spear turned into a blur, stabbing like a hurricane. Yi Bei butchered beasts in a frenzy, desperate to clear the tide. Li Qingqing, he would find her. Dead, he would bring back her body. While he was lost in slaughter. Brother Zheng, now's our chance. Kill Yi Bei? An ill-timed shout suddenly rang out. Yi Bei, unhinged by Li Qingqing's elimination, began slaughtering every alien beast within sight. Within a single breath his blood and qi burst forth like a breached dam. For the first time he drew on the full might of his tempered bones, steel-hard and unyielding, shrugging off the claws and fangs of any beast below 3rd rank. His spear point cracked through the air like a summer downpour, one thrust, then another. Normally his cautious nature kept every creature at arm's length, even though tests had proved his defense impregnable to lesser beasts. Now he fought with reckless abandon, a killing intent fierce enough to dye the battlefield red. In minutes the dragon scale spear carved bloody arcs, piercing, shattering, and tearing apart hundreds of beasts as his score rocketed by 2,000 points. Boom. Another 2nd-rank monster lunged from the crimson haze. Its talons ripped through the protective aura and slammed into Yi Bei's shoulder with mountain-shaking force. Whirling backward under the blow, he twisted in midair and lashed out. The spear flashed like lightning, impaling 3 beasts in a single line. Brother Zheng, now's our chance. Yi Bei's taken hit after hit. That 2nd-rank beast just knocked him flying, badly hurt. Kill him. The words pierced Yi Bei's awareness. He did not so much hear as sense them with the spiritual perception he had kept open since crossing the dimensional gate. Someone wants me dead? His thoughts leapt to the unseen hand that had been poisoning him for 2.5 years. Did that puppet master engineer Qingqing's fall even this beast tide? Damn it. Bloodlust surged. His eyes burned even brighter. Pretending oblivious, he turned his back on the voice and hurled himself into the horde, tempting the stalkers to close in. What he did not know was that someone truly was watching. Yi Bei, your time is up. A youth in a white training uniform, spear in hand, curled his lips into a feral grin. Nangong Zheng, 3rd on the leaderboard. At his side stood Ning Qi, the man who had once ordered Yi Bei and Qin Charan to die inside the Sango Martial Pavilion. It had begun an hour earlier. Why? I'm risking my life in this beast tide too, yet my points still can't catch Yi Bei's gaps, only widening. Nangong Zheng had been carving a bloody path for ages, but each glance at the board showed the distance between their scores stretching, contorting his face with rage. Yi Bei, what gives him the right to be so brilliant? He's only peak 3rd rank. If this continues, how will I ever avenge myself? Elsewhere, Ning Qi, hiding in a burrow by virtue of his martial gifts, was seething with equal malice. Remember, he had joined this year's talent camp for one purpose: revenge on Ye Bai. That nobody from the slums had refused to die on cue and had even led to punishment from his clan elders. After Ning Feng's death, Ning Qi was the undisputed heir to the Ning family, making him one of the most influential figures in Jiangxing. At the start of the ranking tournament, the scores of Xiao Huahua and the other three soared, quickly leaving Yi Bai far behind. Watching the leaderboard, Ning Qi could barely contain his excitement. That lowborn Yi Bai, who had his moment of glory at the Genius Camp's opening, was finally finished. In just 10 days, had been thoroughly surpassed clearly. Ning Qi's instincts had been right all along. With his chance for revenge so close, he secretly planned to team up with Nan Gongshengthi. Both resented Yi Bai, so their alliance seemed inevitable. But as soon as Yi Bai entered the dimensional gate, his score skyrocketed. 7 hours later, his name shot up the rankings like a rocket, sending Ning Qi into a spiral of frustration that matched Nengongsheng's. Just as Ning Qi was nearly clawing at the tunnel walls in anxiety, Nengongsheng suddenly appeared above him, fighting fiercely amid the beast tide, swinging his spear and roaring. Yi Bai, what makes you so special? Hearing this outburst, Ning Qi's eyes lit up. Clearly, Nengongsheng was just as furious. A plan formed instantly in Ning Qi's mind. His martial talent was invisibility, and by expending his life force, he could even help his allies disappear for a short time. If he used this ability to help Nan Gongsheng sneak up and assassinate Yi Bai without anyone noticing, who could possibly trace it back to them? Nan Gongsheng, Brother Zheng. It's Ning Qi, I'm right below you. I need to talk. He called out without hesitation from beneath the earth. You want me to ambush Yi Bai? No way. Nan Gongsheng looked down, his expression full of disdain. I can't stand him either, but ID never stooped to something so dishonorable. Brother Zheng, don't you see? Yi Bai's stats have overtaken yours in every category, Ning Qi said, his voice low and persuasive. If he's gone, you'll be number 1 this year. So many have already died in this ranking tournament, 1 more won't matter. Besides, no one will ever know it was you. Nan Gongsheng fell silent. Sensing an opening, Ning Qi played his trump card. I have a weapon that perfectly matches my talent. It can mask our life signals. I tested it when the beast tide broke out. If the instructors were really unharmed, they'd have shown up by now. Trust me, this plan is flawless. After some back and forth, the two finally reached an agreement. Since Ning Qi couldn't keep them both invisible for long, he went ahead alone to scout for their target. He thought it might take an hour or more, but within 10 minutes, he had already located Yi Bai near the thickest part of the beast tide. Overjoyed, he hurried back. Then, on the leaderboard, both Nan Gongsheng and Ning Qi's names suddenly turned gray, and their green life signals vanished. Using Ning Qi's invisibility, they approached their target. But as soon as they got within 100 meters, Yi Bai's sharp senses picked up something unusual. Wavebreaker spear technique. Nan Gongsheng attacked instantly, his spear thrusting straight for Yi Bai's heart, the tip whistling through the air with deadly force. The young man's lips curled into a cold smile, already picturing Yi Bai's defeat and his own rise to first place. Yi Bai, it's time you paid the price. Nearby, Ning Qi saw Yi Bai standing seemingly defenseless and couldn't help but chuckle darkly, eyes wild with excitement. After enduring humiliation for so long, he was finally about to get his revenge. Because Nan Gongsheng and Ning Qi had seen Yi Bai take multiple direct hits from the beasts and even get sent flying by a second-tier monster, they were convinced he was seriously injured. The dust hadn't even settled on the arena when the word opportunity flashed through Nan Gongsheng's mind. Power surged through him like thunder. In an instant, he moved with the speed of a crashing wave, appearing several meters behind Yi by using his perfected wavebreaker spear technique. The tip of his spear glinted coldly as he aimed for Yi Bai's heart, sneering as he growled. Yi Bai, how are you going to block a strike at this level? Wavebreaker spear technique. The spear thrust forward like a breaching whale, the air splitting with a piercing whistle. Confident in his victory, Nan Gongsheng didn't notice that at the first sign of danger behind him, Yi Bai's shoulders barely even tensed. So, you've finally shown yourself. Still facing away, Yi Bai's lips curled into a cold smile. He suddenly bent at the waist, coiling his body like a drawn bow. Both hands gripped the dragon scale spear, tensing and then exploding with force. The weapon, which had been aimed forward, whipped back in a sudden arc, sparks flying past his cheek as the spear reversed direction. This wasn't just a counterattack. G Extreme's spear technique, 7th form, Defiance. An insane 800 power boost, stacked with 100 blood energy control, pushed the raw force of this strike close to 10 million pounds. On top of that, Yi Bai had every blood-burning and enhancement technique in his arsenal running at maximum. The dragon scale spear roared, compressing the air into visible ripples. Crack! The tips of the two spears clashed not with the clang of metal, but the sharp sound of shattering. Nan Gongsheng's top-tier weapon fractured from the tip downward, splintering inch by inch. Ah! His agonized scream echoed above the arena as he was hurled away by the sheer force, both arms twisting unnaturally. Defeat. Even with a top-grade spear, the element of surprise, and his mastery of the wave-breaker spear technique, Nan Gongzheng was instantly overwhelmed by a single strike from Yi Bai. How is this possible? As he flew backward, Nan Gongzheng's mind reeled. I lost. How could I lose? We're both peak third tier. How can Yi Bai be this strong? This has to be a dream, right? Ning Qi's eyes were wide with disbelief. Death. Yi Bai gave them no time to process. Blood mist boiled around him as he shattered the flagstones beneath his feet, flashing behind Nan Gongzheng before the latter even hit the ground. The dragon scale spear shot forward again, this time aimed directly at Nan Gongzheng's heart. No, stop. Every hair on his body stood on end. Panic broke his voice as he screamed, Yi Bai, it's me, Nan Gongzheng. Death. Yi Bai's eyes were blood red, his resolve unshakable. From the moment Nan Gongzheng appeared, Yi Bai's spiritual sense had identified him as a fellow genius camp student, but it didn't matter. Li Qingqing had already been targeted, likely by the mastermind behind the scenes. Nan Gongzheng's assassination attempt meant he was probably working for that same person had to die. Bang! The dragon scale spear was stopped by a golden shield. Nan Gongzheng had indeed come prepared with a defensive relic. Bang! Bang! Yi Bai's expression didn't change as he struck again and again. Cracks spread visibly across the surface of the golden shield. Yi Bai, do you really want to kill me? Are you insane? Do you know who I am? I'm the eldest son of the prestigious Nengong family in Jiangxing. This is still the ranking tournament for the genius camp. If you kill me, my family and the instructors will never let you go. Staring into Yi Bai's blood-red eyes, Nan Gongzheng was filled with terror, but he still shouted hysterically, trying to use his identity to force Yi Bai to back down. Are you about to say that in Jiangxing, your family is the law? Yi Bai thrust his spear forward again, his cold laughter tinged with murderous intent. That's right, exactly. Nan Gongzheng thought his threat had finally worked and felt a flicker of hope. How ridiculous. The law? Your family? Today, I'm going to kill you, Nan Gongzheng. And if anyone dares stand up for you, I'll kill them too. As Yi Bai finished speaking, his spear flashed down with devastating force. Boom. The sharp spear energy tore apart Nan Gongzheng's life-saving relic. With a sickening sound, the second strike pierced straight through his heart. How could Yi Bai, how could he dare? Nan Gongzheng spewed blood, plunging into despair. Ning Qi, watching from the side, was frozen with fear. He never imagined Nan Gongzheng would lose so utterly, without any advantage, nor that the life-saving relic, which could withstand repeated blows from peak 4th tier fighters, would be shattered by Yi Bai's sheer force. Did Yi Bai reach the 4th tier? The thought sent a chill through Ning Qi. Just 10 days ago, Nan Gongzheng and the others had thought they held the upper hand, only to realize now that the gap had widened overnight. Yi Bai had completed his bone tempering in just 10 days. That was the real reason for his meteoric rise in points. I must have been crazy to join Nan Gongzheng in an ambush on Yi Bai. Overcome with regret, Ning Qi turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Yi Bai's figure appeared in front of him like a demon. Ning Qi's talent was invisibility, far superior to Chen Fu's concealment skills. If Yi Bai hadn't heard a sound, it might have been difficult to locate him. But as soon as Nan Gongzheng attacked, Yi Bai's powerful mental strength detected the faintest disturbance. Invisibility was useless once there was movement, and nothing could escape his perception. He must be bluffing. Just happened to be near me by chance. Ning Qi still had faith in his ability. But with a flash of cold light, Yi Bai's spear struck true, piercing Ning Qi in midair. I can't accept this. Ning Qi collapsed, shock and despair etched in his dying eyes. But true despair was yet to come. Both Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi each possessed a life-saving artifact. This was the source of their confidence to stay deep within the beast tide for so long. Ning Qi's earlier words had just been a feint to mislead Yi Bai. But Yi Bai had plenty of experience. After cutting down Ning Qi's first life, his gaze was already fixed on the depths of the dimensional gate. Hurry, split up. Yi Bai is a monster. As soon as their second bodies regained consciousness, Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi bolted in terror. Suddenly, a piercing, otherworldly scream tore through the air. A bloody shadow appeared at the farthest edge of their vision, then crossed the distance in a blink. Boom. A terrifying surge of psychic energy crashed into them, obliterating both their minds in an instant. Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi's eyes went blank. They became living statues in the space of a heartbeat. Immediately after, a horde of beasts swarmed over them, erasing all possibility of resistance. A 4th tier evil spirit. How is that possible? In the final moment before their consciousness faded, despair and confusion consumed them. They'd thought there was still a sliver of hope. But the only thing that almost seemed like good news was this. With such a terrifying 4th tier evil spirit, even someone as talented as Yi Bai might not escape unscathed. Perhaps Yi Bai would share their fate. Yi Bai will be dragged down with us, won't he? This is a 4th tier evil spirit. Even someone as monstrous as Yi Bai can't possibly survive it, right? In the final moments as their lives slipped away, Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi were consumed by these desperate questions. A fourth-tier evil spirit was so terrifying that it could slaughter entire squads of warriors in the wild and even threaten Jiangqing itself. What they never realized was that this spirit hadn't been sent by the mastermind to cover for them instead. Its sole purpose was to kill Yi Bai. Within seconds, Yi Bai caught up. He witnessed Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi being torn apart by the beasts, and saw the blood-red figure slowly taking shape. Yet his expression was strange. There was none of the fear the others had imagined. Yi Bai, human Yi Bai, I found you. I'm here to kill you. The blood shadow solidified abruptly, and the evil spirit's deep voice vibrated through the air. The fact that it could speak meant it wasn't just an ordinary fourth-tier. This was a peak fourth tier, likely with mental strength surpassing 90,000, and intelligence on par with any human. Yi Bai took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. The mastermind's intent to kill was all too clear. First came the beast tide, then the instructors were taken out of the picture, and now a peak fourth-tier evil spirit with overwhelming mental strength had been unleashed. Every move was part of a deadly chain, enough to ensure the death of any peak third tier, and even threaten powerful fourth or fifth tiers. If Yi Bai had entered the dimensional gate 10 days ago, this would have been overkill. But now, after 10 days of dual cultivation, his blood energy had reached the fourth tier, and his mental strength was at the peak of the third. If it weren't for that girl's name suddenly going gray, he might have thought the mastermind was worried he couldn't handle Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi, and had sent help. With a screech, the blood shadow attacked, closing the distance in an instant. A crushing wave of psychic force slammed into Yi Bai's mind, making his brow twitch from the pain. The dragon scale spear shot out, splitting the air star shatter. This move, only possible after mastering the G Extreme Spear technique, gave a 500% boost. Yi Bai's peak third tier mental strength instantly merged with his surging blood energy and exploded through the spear, slamming into the evil spirit. With a sickening sound, the spear drove through its target, pinning the fourth tier evil spirit to the ground as its blood-red form convulsed. Martial artists who trained both mind and body were experts at defeating stronger opponents. Yi Bai's mental strength closed the natural gap between humans and evil spirits, and his immense blood energy made it even easier to fight them compared to ordinary beasts. With that one strike, the same fourth-tier evil spirit that had instantly crushed Nan Gongzheng and Ning Qi was defeated. How is this possible? The intelligent evil spirit twisted in disbelief, its form writhing violently. That human tricked me. It roared, wrenching itself free from the dragon scale spear, enduring the pain as it transformed into a blur and fled back the way it came. Yi Bai, run. Escape for as long as you can. A thunderous roar split the sky. Old ghoul, Lu Qingtian, swear this. If that fourth-grade fiend of yours dares kill Yi Bai, it'll wipe out everything behind gate 1 of your dimensional portal, even if it costs me my entire martial path. With the shout, Lu Qingtian became a streak of light. From the arm ape, he had learned the ranking tournament was a trap meant to kill Yi Bai. By rights, a peak fourth-grade fiend could move fast enough that rescue was impossible, yet he still came burning his own blood and chi, and doing it permanently. Yi Bai, hold on. Give me one more Minuteno, 30 seconds. He wasn't the only one. The mentors from Haiching Martial University launched themselves almost simultaneously. Every single one forced out speed 3 times beyond peak, accepting a permanent drop in cultivation and a shorter lifespan. They were humanity's last king-class prodigies. All of Jiangnan Commandery had produced only 3 this year, and no more than that in the past decade. If any chance remained, they had to save Yi Bai. They streaked forward. Countless exotic beasts burst into blood mist before they could even scream. The distance closed fast. With vision and senses at peak 5th grade and half-step 6th, they saw Yi Bai from Afra youth hurtling forward, trailing a bloody tail like a falling star. Yi Bai, run. They roared. Yet an evil spirit's true form was only a smear of blood, and they failed to realize the 4th-grade fiend was actually fleeing for its life. They assumed they'd arrived just in time to see it seize Yi Bai. An instant later, boom, a blood-red spear wrapped in surging vitality ripped through the air, covering a kilometer in a blink. It left a fiery crimson arc, whistled sharply, and punched through the blood shadow's head, pinning it to the ground. The shadow twisted and dissolved. A crystal the size of a baby's fist dropped, clear and silent. Are we so panicked we're seeing things? Someone muttered. Lu Qingtian skidded to a halt, boots gouging deep furrows. The mentors stopped as well, staring at one another in disbelief. Nailed to the earth was unmistakably a peak 4th-grade fiend opponent any one of them would think twice about facing alone. And that throw had been the killing throw of the 9 Extreme Spear Art, a move possible only after mastering the technique. It gave an 8-fold boost to vitality, pursued its target, and could claim a life from several kilometers away, known as the deadliest strike of all Earth-rank spear arts. Yi Bai had not only one-shotted a peak 4th-grade fiend, he had actually mastered the 9 Extreme Spear Art. Wasn't Yi Bai only a peak 3rd-grade warrior? In an ambush like that, He should have been killed outright or barely hanging on, shouldn't he? They had risked their cultivation and their lives to get here, only to watch Yi Bai casually kill a peak 4th grade fiend with a single, for what on earth was happening? Even among king-class prodigies, he now ranks at the very top. The shock lasted only a heartbeat before the instructors from Wuda forced their excitement down and accepted what they had just witnessed. Yi Bai had slain a peak 4th rank fiend in a straight fight. No matter how highly they had praised his talent before, they now realized they had still been far too conservative. Among every king-class genius alive, this boy might well be the most monstrous of all. Who could have predicted that a backwater like Jiang City would produce someone like him this year? We have to bring him to our university, no matter what it takes. The tutors exchanged glances, their eyes equally bright and resolute, already picturing the battles they would have to fight with rival schools afterward. Well done, well done. Little friend Yi Bai, you certainly caught this old man off guard. Lu Qingtian calmed himself and laughed up at the blood-soaked youth in the distance, feeling one word worth burn hot in his chest. A grandmaster could afford to throw dignity aside. So what if the plan laid by Jiang City Dragon Guard and the military had been flawless? In the end it still failed, and that was wonderfully satisfying. Senior Lu, I have 2 requests. Yi Bai had sensed Lu Qingtian and the others long ago. In an instant he appeared in front of them, speaking across the gap. He showed no excitement over killing the fiend. His voice was still icy, the killing intent undiminished. First, wipe out the entire beast tide, and finally bring her back alive or bring her body. Second, tell me who wants me dead. Lu Qingtian had once warned him that the more he knew, the more danger he would invite. But since his enemies had already gone this far, and even dragged Li Qingqing into it, Yi Bai had no way to retreat. Oh, little friend Yi Bai, did you assume something happened to that girl Qingqing? Lu Qingtian saw through him, a hint of amusement in his tone. Didn't it? Yi Bai froze, then joy surged through him. She's alive? Not only alive, but the girl's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Lu Qingtian gave a brief account, and Yi Bai finally understood what had happened. At first Lu Qingtian also believed Li Qingqing and the other students would die beneath the suddenly appearing peak 4th rank fiend. He decided then and there that, whether Yi Bai survived or not, he would charge into Dimension Gate 1 afterward and avenge his grandson and the entire Genius Camp class. While hurrying through the gate, he noticed one corner of the beast tide behaving strangely. Although he was no dual cultivator of mind and martial arts, Lu Qingtian had spent countless soul crystals over the years. His mental power had long since exceeded 10,000 points. He instantly condensed a giant palm of blood key and reached out. Dead, we're all dead. Boo-hoo. Zhuge Yun, finally lashed onto Li Qingqing's thigh, and am still going to die in this blasted gate. With that wailing, he dragged out a chubby boy, filthy with dirt, yet still dripping with jewelry. Zhuge Yun? Lu Qingtian sensed something was off. While flying forward, he told the boy to keep it short, and only then learned that Zhuge Yun was the very first student Li Qingqing had ever saved. Li Qingqing had planned to leave with Zhuge Yun, but they had barely set off when they ran into a second student calling for help. In no time their party swelled past 10. Near the original exit, she burned almost every drop of her psychic power, saving Lu Bufan, who was fighting his way back through a path of blood. From him, she learned the worst news: the doorway had vanished. Li Qingqing decided on the spot to change course. She led the group toward the flank of the beast tide, hoping the other side held a way out. Lu Bufan spread his mental sense wide and, working with her, pulled nearly every stranded student to safety. In just 10 days, Li Qingqing had mastered a staggering number of techniques, plenty at profound grade, and even several at earth grade, and she now unleashed them all. The team finally broke through the tide, and, finding no new exit, spent the next few hours circling the perimeter, hunting exotic beasts and stacking points. Meanwhile, the Grade 4 evil spirit Yi Bai had killed was teleported to the deepest part of the dimensional gate and collided head-on with Li Qingqing's group. In that instant, she grasped a heaven-grade technique, used it to trigger a life-saving battle armament, and hurled everyone into separate pocket realms inside the gate. One unlucky student was cut down on the spot, the rest escaped, only to appear on the outside leaderboard as eliminated, their life readings at 0, and the mystery began. That's why they show up as eliminated even though they dodged the Grade 4 spirit, Lu Qingtian told Yi Bai. Young man, you've been outstanding, your score leads by miles, and you killed that peak Grade 4 spirit. Li Qingqing's points are lower, but her contribution matches yours. You two are locked in for the top spots, and the military will award extra merit. Yi Bai cared only for the girl's safety. As long as Qingqing's alright. He shelved the idea of farming more points. Director Lu, what now? Lu Qingtian considered reminding him the Jiangnan commandery title wasn't secure, but letting Yi Bai keep a few cards hidden might be wise. Besides, he still had to reveal who was really plotting against the young man. First, though, he needed to vent these packed beasts would be a perfect warm-up. Give this old man a few minutes. I need to stretch. Boom, boom. 2 dull blasts echoed as his blade swept out, felling scores of beasts in a single arc. We're going in too. The Martial University instructors who had been holding back all the way drew their weapons together. Moments later, on the military's live stream. Urgent. Any inside info? Dragon Guard brother, why were Li Qingqing's people suddenly eliminated? I don't know. I'm right outside the Gatino ones come out. Look, Hero Yi Bei's score stopped climbing. Something's really wrong. 3 million viewers spammed the chat. Li Qingqing's name had gone gray, and dread set in. Now Yi Bei's stalled score felt like the sky was falling. Half an hour ago, they were chanting Yi Bei invincible. Well, I know everyone's anxious, but don't panic, something did happen in there, but maybe not what you think. Seconds later, that Dragon Guard member received fresh frontline intel. I know everyone's anxious, but please hold on. Inside the military livestream, the Dragon Guard operative hammered at his keyboard, and a fresh line of text shot across the top of the screen. Something just happened in Dimensional Gate number 5. A peak 4th tier fiend has appeared. Li Qingqing and Lu Bufan were eliminated because of it, and its real target is our little hero, Yi Bei. He typed at breakneck speed, trying to feed the whole situation to the 3 million viewers watching. What? A peak 4th tier fiend? We're finished, completely finished. How did a monster that strong get into gate number 5? The chat exploded like a kicked beehive, covering every screen in an instant. Some cried that Li Qingqing and Lu Bufan were surely dead. Others lamented that Yi Bei's stalled score finally made sense. Most just hammered out strings of question marks and exclamation points. This is a conspiracy. They're targeting every prodigy in Jiangxing. The 3 alien races must be involved, and there has to be a traitor inside the city. Damn it. Yi Bei and the others deserved a bright future. The emotions kept snowballing. I'm a hacker. I'm going to break into every phone in the city to hunt the traitor, but I can't guarantee my own safety. DM me your location. I'm a 4th tier warrior, I'll protect you. Count me in. When we find the traitor, I get first swing. 1. 10,086. Sign-up messages flooded the feed, and the user Pang Dun Dun made it official. Since we're avenging Yi Bei and the others, we'll be called the Avengers. The live chat seethed with righteous fury. The barrage boiled over. The Dragon Guard operative typed again. Everyone, calm down and let me finish, okay? What's the point? The chat fired back. Yi Bei's up against a peak 4th tier fiend won't last long. Unless he kills it himself or Director Lu gets there in time, neither is happening. Lu Qingxin's team is still trapped in the pocket dimension. The fiend ignores terrain and moves like lightning. Yi Bei is only peak 3rd tier's dead for sure. No one believed Yi Bei could hold out for reinforcements. Then the operative dropped a bombshell. What if I told you Yi Bei isn't dead? He already killed that peak 4th tier fiend. He added quickly, Li Qingqing's alive too. Thanks to her, only 3 cadets died in this entire training camp. 3 million viewers fell silent, as if someone had pulled the plug. The only thing left on the screen was the blinking cursor. Are you serious? After a long pause, a viewer with the ID Mengyue finally typed. You lied to us because you were afraid the Avengers Alliance would make a scene, didn't you? Pudgy snapped over the comm channel, convinced the Dragon Guard still had more to hide. In fact, Director Liu's team did arrive late, but when they finally reached the site they saw just then, a fresh wave of on-screen comments from the Dragon Guard flooded the stream. Only a few hundred words long, it laid out the entire incident in crisp detail. When the feed refreshed, the live stream fell silent. More than 3 million viewers held their breath, as if they had stumbled into a dream. What did I just see? Hero Yi Bei is already 4th tier? He's finished bone tempering. It took a long moment before new comments trickled in. 1. Yi Bei has not only advanced to 4th tier, but has also mastered an Earth-rank combat art. 2. Riding a surge of vital energy, he drove his spear a full kilometer and nailed a peak 4th tier wraith on the spot. 3. His points stopped climbing because he was injured and had to withdraw from the ranking match. 4. Li Qingqing is just as incredible. She saved a large group of trainees, and only 3 people died in what could have been a catastrophe. I thought Yi Bei would steal the show this year, but Li Qingqing's every bit his equal. You do remember Yi Bei and Li Qingqing are a couple, right? I'm shipping them so hard. They're perfect together. The next second, the chat exploded. With comments covering the screen, viewers could no longer see the leaderboard. Many phones froze, forcing people onto the Martial Association's app or various forums. Those forums promptly blew up, as well nearly every new post carried the names Yi Bei and Li Qingqing. The whole city of Jiangxing was in an uproar. Everyone agreed they had just witnessed 2 miracles. At the same time, someone began to ask, who exactly are the 3 trainees who died in the match? The Dragon Guard replied, Li Si, Ning Qi, and Nan Gongzheng. What? Nan Gongzheng is dead? He was top 5 this year. Ning Kaith, Ning clan's 3rd young master? Killed by a wraith? And didn't the Ning clan's eldest, Ning Feng, die in battle not long ago? The news caused a small stir, but never grew into a storm. Martial cultivation has always danced on a knife's edge, and even official events can claim lives. However, when the death report reached the Ning clan, find out what happened. My son Ning Qi has an invisibility talent. Anyone could die, but not him. The Ning estate erupted in fury. Back to Yi Bei. The moment the beast tide broke out, Lu Qingtian had ordered Qin Charen's phone jammed and her messages altered, keeping her in the dark about the accident. Moments ago, he released the final rankings, ensuring that even if word leaked, she wouldn't panic. After the beasts were cleared, he and several instructors escorted Yi Bai to the exit. Turning, he gave a kindly smile. Yi Bai, rest easy, Lu Qingtian said, patting his shoulder. I arranged everything a long time ago. Thank you, Elder Lu. A weight lifted off Yi Bai's heart. He had guessed the disaster was aimed at him, and his biggest worry was Qin Charen's anxiety. He hadn't expected Lu Qingtian to solve the problem for him. The other trainees will need some time to get here, Lu Qingtian went on, his gaze turning sharp. Until then, let's talk about the mastermind who keeps ignoring the Dragon Guard and the military and insists on killing you. With that, his kindly face grew solemn. Lu Qingshan's weathered face went suddenly grave. He had long suspected that what Yi Bai truly wanted was the name of the puppet master, and there was no point hiding it any longer. He had kept the secret only because he feared the man would kill Yi Bai if he learned of it. But the truth was clear now: the man cared nothing for Jiangqing's Dragon Guard or even the military, and Lu had no hard proof to bring him to justice. After these weeks together, Lu was convinced Yi Bai's steadiness could bear the truth. Elder Lu, speak. I'm listening. Yi Bai's habitual easy smile vanished, his eyes turning solemn. Promise me first, Lu said, raising a hand, his voice low. For 3 years after you hear the name, breathe not a word of it. Unless you enroll at Haicheng Martial University, stay away from Haicheng entirely. You are still far too weak. He repeated the warning as though fastening an extra lock on a vault. I give you my word. Yi Bai nodded. With his unexposed peak 30-year mental strength, he believed he could survive most foes. Yet he understood the old man's concern and agreed without hesitation. Lu Qingtian uttered 3 words. Grandmaster Yi Sanjian. The air felt split by a blade. Yi Bai's pupils tightened, his heart hammered shock, even terror. A Grandmaster was the title granted to warriors who had pushed beyond mid-tier limits to the 6th tier. Numbers could overwhelm anyone below the 5th tier, but against a 6th-tier Grandmaster, mass troops were a joke. One person could pacify an entire city with a flick of the wrist. More crucially, only at the 6th tier could a fighter create original techniques and open new paths. Every technique from the 1st through 5th tiers traced back to a Grandmaster. Yi Sanjian was no ordinary Grandmaster. First Grandmaster of Jiangnan Prefecture, the foremost sword in Haicheng, creator of the most domineering sword style in human history, had once felled 3 peak 6th-tier king-blooded beasts with a single stroke. His exploits filled whole chapters of the textbooks at Jiangqing Martial High. In that instant, Yi Bai discarded the notion that he could already protect himself. Breaking into the 4th tier, his absurd technical mastery and the hidden peak 30-tier mental power might let him annihilate a peak 4th-tier fiend or even escape a 5th-tier powerhouse. But if his opponent was Yi Sanjian, he would not even have the right to run. Lu Qingtian was still far too weak. Yi Bai drew a deep breath, forcing down the tremor inside him. Elder Lu, can you tell me why? Beyond the pressure, he felt only confusion. How could he, once so insignificant, and Qin Charen have provoked a godlike figure such as Yi Sanjian? Yi Sanjian shared his surname. Could the plot get any more melodramatic? Was his own father actually Yi Sanjian's brother, and he himself a lost orphan of the Yi clan? Not sure, Lu Qingtian said. Yi Bai froze for a moment. Little friend Yi Bai, I truly don't know. If I hadn't followed a few faint clues, I wouldn't have believed it myself. The mastermind is actually Yi Sanjian. Lu Qingtian spread his hands and gave a rueful smile. Yi Bai understood at once. Given Yi Sanjian's standing in Jiangnan Commandery, getting this far was already the limit of Lu Qingshan's investigation. The motive no longer mattered. The #1 Grandmaster in Jiangnan was the greatest enemy of his life. From now on, all he had to do was stay alive, grow stronger at top speed, and one day kill Yi Sanjian with his own hands. Besides, even against a first-rank Grandmaster, 3 years is far too long. The thought ignited a fiery battle spirit in his chest. No one knew how absurdly fast he could level up by exploiting glitches. Going from 10 vitality points to his current state hadn't taken half a year, but scarcely a dozen days. He could gain 500 vitality points every hour. At that rate, in under 7 days he would hit the 4th grade ceiling, 999 points. After that came the push to 5th grade, maxing out at 500,000 points. Even at this pace, it would take only a month. And a 5th grade warrior's lifespan soared once more beyond that of a 4th grade fighter. He looked up. Senior Lu, could you tell me the prerequisites for advancing from 4th to 5th grade, and from 5th to 6th? Since Lu Qingtian happened to be free, he might as well ask about every upcoming hurdle. He had meant to ask the Genius Camp instructors earlier, but had missed the chance. You don't know? Lu Qingtian raised an eyebrow. Impossible. You understand bone tempering, yet you're unclear on what follows? He immediately sensed something odd. In his eyes, Yi Bai was already peak 3rd grade and had simply concealed his strength until now, revealing it by finishing bone tempering and stepping into 4th grade. Ahem. Lu Qingtian cleared his throat. Catching a few instructors' curious glances, he quickly covered for Yi Bai. I see you learned everything up to 4th grade from forum posts, right? No one's shared higher realm experience online. Exactly, Yi Bai said, nodding with gratitude. Only then did Lu Qingtian explain in detail. 1. 4th to 5th grade blood tempering, or blood replacement. A warrior must use his vitality to force old blood out through his pores, refine it within a set time, and then draw the refined blood back into circulation. Once successful, the blood resonates like a drum. Each point of vitality can unleash 100 kilograms of force, more than tripling one's power. The risk is just as extreme. A single misstep can reset your progress, cause a backlash that drops your realm, or even damage your meridians permanently. 2. 5th to 6th grade before reaching Grandmaster level. You must define your personal martial path and awaken your own martial will. Lu Qingtian could describe it, but true comprehension had to come from within. He shifted the topic. However, little friend Yi Bai, I don't advise starting blood tempering right now. 20 days from now a major event will occur. Simply by taking part and performing normally, you can earn enormous rewards: combat arts, war-grade weapons, soul crystals, maybe even a heaven-defying treasure that upgrades your innate talent. Lu Qingtian admitted he had ulterior motives. That event would shape River City's next decade, which was why he had invited Yi Bai into the genius camp in the first place. Right now, you're the undisputed top prodigy of River City and the only one who can go head-to-head with Xianyuan Mu and Shangguan Yijian. His words yanked Yi Bai back to the present. A treasure that could boost his talent? A direct clash with Shangguan Yijian? Yi Bai's heart pounded. Senior Lu, what exactly is this major event? After a brief revision of the previous chapter, Yi Bai hurriedly asked Lu Qingtian for details about the major event scheduled to take place in 20 days. Lu Qingtian laid a lengthy reward list in front of him. Soul crystals, rare battle weapons, top-tier martial arts. Yi Bai only skimmed it before losing interest. 10 days earlier, the system shop had begun offering soul crystals for direct spirit point exchange. They were no longer scarce. Only one item made his blood race. An artifact that can enhance innate talent. His first thought was, can this upgrade reset? He had risen so quickly thanks to a loophole created by the system's misbinding. Reset let him return, unlimited times, to the instant the talent awakening ritual began. Yet the current version had a fatal flaw. Once used, he had to wait a full hour for the talent to awaken again, and the checkpoint was fixed at the start of the ceremony. If an upgrade let him choose any rollback, note even 1 minute later his cultivation efficiency would soar. More importantly, when explaining the rewards, Lu Qingtian mentioned Shangguan Yijian. That single name sliced open Yi Bai's deepest memories. The incident tied to it was the reason he had trained in martial arts, day in and day out, for over a decade. Lu Qingtian then revealed the event's full scope. The Skyladder Tournament. This nationwide youth competition spans every province of Daxia and is held once every 10 years. Contestants must come from each city's younger generation, and their rankings decide the resource quotas their cities receive for the next decade. Before this, Daxia allocated resources solely by the strength and number of dimensional gates each city guarded. 12 years ago, the civil sage, one of the 4 sages, proposed a new system. Any prodigy who placed near the top of the Skyladder could tear off a slice of the provincial resource pool. The proposal lay dormant for 2 years until Jiangnan Prefecture suddenly hosted the first Skyladder. That year, Jiangcheng ranked among the top 3 in population, yet finished dead last in the tournament. Because both its overall strength and its prodigies lagged behind, the city has sat in the lower middle tier of Jiangnan ever since. This time, Yi Bai had to fight. There was a chance to upgrade reset, to carve out provincial resources, and the prizes included top-grade martial arts and battle weapons far richer than had expected. Above all, Shangguan Yijian was almost certain to appear, and Yi Bai had long wanted to cross blades with him. Lu Qingtian never mentioned Shangguan Yijian again, but Yi Bai was sure the man would participate. Besides, Yi Bai owed Lu Qingtian an enormous debt, and joining the genius camp was always meant to repay the old master. For the next 20 days, he couldn't temper his blood. Yi Bai was still a step short of the peak of 4th grade, so there was no rush to break through. He just wanted to learn the prerequisites in advance so he could handle the process himself when the chance came. But once he heard that self-tempering carried a real risk of a blood energy backlash, he dropped the idea immediately. It simply wasn't worth it. Better to wait for the system shop's next refresh instead. The shop's 4th update had been triggered after Head spent 70,000 years of lifespan. Judging by the pattern, the 5th one would come somewhere between 150,000 and 250,000 years. Yi Bai figured it might arrive even before the ladder tournament in 20 days. In his mind had already mapped out a rough timetable. Yi Bai, within these 20 days you must secure an admission letter from a martial arts university, Lu Qingtian reminded him, noticing how eager he was for the upcoming tournament. Alright, I almost forgot, Yi Bai muttered. But where am I supposed to find a university willing to recruit me on short notice? After he learned Yi Sanjian's true identity, that buried sense of danger resurfaced. Lu Qingtian had originally thought Yi Bai would land an offer during the month-long training camp, giving him 3 safe years to grow. Today's events, however, showed that Yi Sanjian didn't care about the Jiangxing Dragon Guard or even the military department. Under those circumstances, Yibai might not be safe at home before he received an admission notice, much less make it to the tournament. Qin Churan and Li Qingqing were in even greater danger. Senior Liu, could you give me? Yibai began to ask for a list of phone numbers for every major martial arts university's admissions office, so he could pitch himself. Yibai? Before he could finish, a slim figure shot toward him like a gust of wind. Li Qingqing, her flawless face framed by a cool, aloof air, had eyes filled with worry and longing. The moment she saw Yibai, her restraint crumbled. Like a swallow returning home, she dove into his arms and held him tight. I'm just glad you're safe. I was terrified something had happened to you. After that evil spirit appeared, I kept blaming myself for not finding you. Her whispers brushed his chest, and he felt his shirt growing damp with her tears. Yibai's heart softened. He wrapped his arms around her. Youth is a wonderful thing, Lu Qingtian murmured nearby, shaking his head as he walked away. Calm Qingqing down first, then get that contact list, Yibai resolved. Even if I have to go without sleep, I'll land an offer from a martial arts university and secure some protection for myself, Qin Churan, and Li Qingqing. What he didn't know was that several fifth-grade instructors from the top universities in Jiangnan Commandery had already taken notice. Hey, you from Tianqing Martial University, how long are you going to stare? Their reunion has nothing to do with you. You over there from Ningqing Martial University, quit sneaking around. We agreed once we're outside, nobody contacts him in private. We wait until the dust settles and compete fairly. The instructors eyed one another like thieves, each afraid someone would make the first move. Because Yibai had promised not to go to Haiqing for 3 years, Lu Qingtian was no longer worried about his safety. His earlier warning, make sure you choose your mentor carefully, was just a reminder not to be blinded by the lucrative offers headed his way. After leaving the dimensional gate, the instructors had all reported to their administrations, sparking a fresh bidding war. Listen, raise the offer. We have to. Do you understand what it means to recruit someone who can one-shot a peak 4th-grade evil spirit? Yibai held Li Qingqing for a long time. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps from deep inside the passageway broke their tender moment. Yibai, could you let me go for now? Li Qingqing looked up shyly, her cheeks flaming. Only now, with Lu Qingtian and several strangers watching, did she realize what she had been doing. No. Yibai pulled her even closer. We can hug later, all right? No. Please, I bought a few outfits. They'll try them on for you later. Her voice sank into a whisper, the blush spreading to her ears. All right. Yibai froze for a second, then remembered the little promise they had made 10 days earlier. He almost couldn't restrain the excitement surging through him. Zhou Yao called herself a succubus? She was nothing compared with Li Qingqing. He was already picturing her in those forbidden outfits and could hardly wait. At the mouth of the corridor, the first cadet appeared. Xiaohuahua. Though his aura was depleted, his head was held high. Classmate Li, thank you, he said, bowing to Li Qingqing. You're welcome, she replied. I, Xiaohuahua, owe you 2 lives. During the beast tide, my vitality was nearly spent. Without your help, I'd have been slaughtered by that peak 4th-grade fiend. He turned to Yibai, eyes blazing. Yibai, you're strong. I lost this time, but I won't concede. There are still 20 days left in the Genius Camp, another ranking match in 10 days, and a major event 10 days after that. They'll do everything I can to catch up. They'll be waiting, Yibai answered calmly, unmoved by the challenge. Tap, tap. The second cadet emerged. Lu Bufan. Thank you, Li Qingqing. Like Xiaohuahua, he thanked her first, then locked eyes with Yibai. I lost to you today, but I'll work hard. He'll make my sister understand her brother is in no way inferior to you. Lu Yenu? Yibai scoffed inwardly, but didn't bother to ask. Tap, tap. The third cadet stepped out. An old acquaintance, Ning Yuan. Thank you, School Bell Li. Ning Yuan bowed to her, before turning to Yibai. Yibai raised a hand. Let me guess, you want to prove you're not worse than I am. No. Ning Yuan blinked. I came to thank you. Yibai narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Their feud dated back to freshman year. Ning Yuan had a secret crush on Li Qingqing, but she only had eyes for Yibai. They'd crossed paths later at the Warriors Association, and in the hospital Ning Yuan had pressured him again. The animosity kept snowballing. If Ning Yuan hadn't been at odds with Ning Feng, Yibai would have targeted him on the day Ning Feng issued his challenge. In fact, if not for that enmity between Ning Yuan and Ning Feng, Ning Yuan would have been on Yibei's kill list that very day. He had spared Ning Yuan at the time, yet after the recent incident with Ning Qi and Nangong Zheng, he had considered killing him, unaware that Ning Qi's grudge stemmed from punishment and suspecting Ning Yuan had brought Ning Qi to him. When the peak 4th-grade evil spirit locked onto Yibai, Ning Yuan was little more than 1,000 meters away. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, voiced his misgivings, and thanked Yibai with deliberate formality. This former enemy had been saved once by Li Qingqing, and moments ago Yibai had casually saved him again. Thank me for what? That spirit was after me anyway. Yibai waved a hand, half smiling. At those words his killing intent faded. His instincts told him that Ning Yuan's relationship with Ning Qi was like his stance toward Ning Feng. Kin in name, foes in fact. Thud. Thud. The other cadets emerged from the dimensional gate's dark corridor and clustered around Li Qingqing to offer thanks. A few who had been near Yi Bai voiced their gratitude to him as well. Yi Bai did not look at Ning Yuan again. He did not know that Ning Yuan's thoughts were roiling. The first time Ning Yuan was trapped in a beast tide, Li Qingqing had not rescued him at all. She had followed the sounds of battle, but having witnessed his clash with Yi Bai at the hospital, she disliked him at first sight and nearly turned away. The one who actually pulled him out was Lu Bufan, who happened to pass by and knew nothing of the dispute. When the main force finally broke through the tide, Li Qingqing blocked Ning Yuan's path and warned in a frigid whisper, "Ning Yuan, promise you'll stop troubling Yi Bai, or I'll throw you back into that tide myself." The air seemed to freeze. He could only nod. Resentful carried a talent that let him grow stronger through slaughter. So how could he admit inferiority? Later she truly did save his life, and he realized she was even stronger than he had imagined. Having just watched Yi Bai cleave a peak 4th grade evil spirit in one stroke, he finally understood that the gulf between his own peak 2nd grade strength and Yi Bai's was far wider than when he had been 1st grade and Yi Bai 2nd. A few minutes later, everyone filed out of the dimensional gate. There were few cadets to begin with, so the words of thanks soon ended. "Qingqing, I'm heading to the Warriors Association," Yi Bai said quietly as soon as they cleared the passage. He planned to find Lu Qingtian and request the contact numbers for admissions offices at every martial university nationwide until his acceptance letter arrived. Neither he nor Qin Sharon was truly safe. Ding dong ding dong. His phone reconnected to the network, and dozens of messages burst onto the screen. Yi Bai glanced down, fingers tightening. What? How could this be? He stared at the display for several seconds. His pupils shrank to pinpoints, and his face went ashen. Ding dong, ding dong. The moment Yi Bai stepped out of the dimensional gate's inner space, his phone went wild with notifications. He leaned against the wall and unlocked the screen. Group chats were ignored, private messages stacked up like bricks. At the very top was a barrage from Huang Weiguo and Chen Jinyao. "Brother Yi, your score's insane, let's grab drinks when the ranking match ends." "Brother Yi, keeping your strength hidden? Huh? Haha. Only you could rack up points this fast. Just stay alive, Brother Yi. Come back in one piece, and we'll treat you to dinner at Dingsheng." Unbelievable. Enough talk once you're out. We're heading straight to Dingsheng Hotel to celebrate. Both men had been glued to the military livestream all day. Seeing Yi Bai online, they flooded him with texts. Yi Bai chuckled and typed back, "Brothers, I'm already out. Let's do dinner tonight." Next, a message from his homeroom teacher, Shi Mingyue, floated up. "Yi Bai, it's okay if your score isn't as high as Xiao Huo's, you're already exceptional. Yi Bai, you will make it back alive, right? I'm proud to have you and Qingqing as my students. Once the ranking match ends, I'm treating you both to dinner." Yi Bai paused for a second, then replied, "Ms. Shi, could we do dinner tomorrow? I just promised those 2 officers from the military." He hadn't even hit send when Wang Xiaopeng's avatar popped up, nearly crashing the screen. "Yi Bai, don't panic. Your score isn't caught up yet, but no one's badmouthing you. I cussed them all out. Epic, absolutely epic. I knew you were saving up for a big finish. I just found out the ranking match got sabotaged because there's a traitor in Jiangxing. Bro, hang tight. I, Wang Xiaopeng, will avenge you. I founded a group called the Avengers Alliance. After pulling a few strings, I recruited tons of fighters, plenty of mid-3rd grade warriors, and even some in the 5th grade. Huh, you're alive, and you one-shot a peak 4th grade evil spirit? Savage. My dad's stoked. From now on, every customer at Jubao Pavilion gets 10% off. I don't carry or eating at Dingsheng with me tonight. Lee, the campus bell is coming, plus Annie Qin and Ms. Shi. We're having a proper feast." Yi Bai had to scroll halfway up the building of texts to reach the top. Avengers Alliance? There's no Iron Man in this world. His lips twitched, but warmth filled his chest. Wang Xiaopeng really treated him like a brother. He quickly typed, "Fatty, I just got out of the dimensional gate. I can't make dinner tonight, how about tomorrow?" Ding dong. Xiaopeng replied instantly, screen flashing, and Yi Bai's expression darkened. "I figured. The genius camp instructors and Commander Dantai truly deserve respect. Tell you what, Yi Bai, I'll order a few fruit baskets and have them dropped at the hospital. When you go, take them upstairs for me and give them to the genius camp instructors." Xiaopeng mentioned the genius camp instructors and said they were in the hospital. What's that supposed to mean? Yi Bai stopped dead in his tracks, a furrow digging deep between his brows. He fixed his gaze on Wang Xiaopeng and lowered his voice. You didn't know? Weren't you on your way to visit them?" "Oh right." Wang Xiaopeng smacked his own forehead. Commander Tantai and the others felt it was part of their duty, so they didn't have anyone tell you, "Hey Race, what happened?" Pressed by Yi Bai's questions, Xiaopeng recounted every detail of how they had dragged the instructors and Tantai Yanran out of the dimensional gate, all of them hovering at death's door. How could this be? Yi Bai's face went completely ashen. After a brief silence, he looked up and whispered to Li Qingqing, "Qingqing, I need to get to the hospital." He postponed the trip to the Martial Artists Association and texted Chen Jinyao and Huang Weiguo, "Today's dinner is cancelled." Others might be confused, but he understood all too well the mishap during the ranking match could be traced back to him. Because of him, the instructors were now fighting for their lives. What exactly happened? Li Qingqing asked, her voice tight with worry. The instructor's Yi Bai held nothing back and told her everything. I'm coming too. The girl clenched her fists, her expression stubborn. I owe them as well. Yi Bai nodded. To avoid being mobbed on the way, he pulled his cap low and lengthened his stride. Halfway there, a sudden thought struck him, and he veered toward the Martial Artists Association, but not to find Lu Qingtian. The association lobby was crowded. The moment Yi Bai appeared, the receptionist Lu Yin'er spotted him. Yi Bai, you're here? Ready to certify as a mid-30-year warrior? I watched the entire stream today. You were incredible. She spoke so fast she nearly vaulted over the counter. This would be her third time handling Yi Bai's certification. The commissions kept piling up, letting her walk a little taller at home. After watching the match, she had felt sure he would come for the test. Yin'er, the certification can wait. I need to buy something first. Yi Bai cut in. Buy what? Elixirs potent enough to heal 4th and even 5th-tier warriors, plus some that restore chi and blood and nourish the body. He listed his needs plainly. Lu Yin'er immediately guessed what was going on. Those are pricey. Are you sure? I've got 90 merit points left. Spend them all. Yi Bai replied without a hint of hesitation. Soon the boxes of medicine were tucked into his storage pouch. Leaving the association, he raced toward the hospital. The intensive care ward on the top floor glowed with harsh white light. Yi Bai pushed the door open, and the first thing he saw was a row of beds. Tantai Yanran and the other instructors lay motionless, ventilator tubes rising and falling with their shallow breaths. Beep beep, the monitor's shrill alarms sounded all the louder in the hush. Yi Bai's heart twisted. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Xiaopeng had warned him of the severity, but only now, seeing it for himself, did he grasp how brutal that battle had been. Even the least injured, Instructor Chun, was wrapped head to toe in bandages. Some instructors were missing a hand, others a leg. The sharp scent of disinfectant filled the white hallway as Yi Bai stepped out of the elevator. Right outside the ward, he spotted Zhou Yao, who had been out of contact since leaving the dimensional gate. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw him, and she hurried over, lowering her voice. Yi Bai, don't worry too much. The instructors were badly hurt, but they're all mid-3rd tier martial artists. Jiang Guoshou and his son just performed emergency treatment, and everyone's out of danger now. Once the military delivers the resources for limb regeneration, they'll recover quickly. Zhou Yao had been the first to escape from the dimensional gate. After hearing about the instructor's injuries, she rushed straight to the hospital and saw Jiang Guoshou and Jiang Renyi working together to save them. She knew that if even a single instructor died in this incident, Yi Bai would blame himself even more. When they pushed open the door, the room was filled with the sound of strained, rapid breathing. A few instructors, wrapped in bandages, were lying or sitting on the beds. Yi Bai, carrying nutritional supplements, planned to set them down quietly and leave without interrupting their rest. What are you doing here? Instructor Chen suddenly opened his eyes and spoke in a hoarse voice. We specifically asked Director Lu not to tell you about our situation. And you brought gifts? Take those back. Since when do instructors accept presents from students? Yi Bai started to explain, guilt choking his words. Instructor, it's my fault you were hurt. What does it have to do with you? Another instructor interrupted, raising his hand. If we got injured, it's only because we weren't as skilled as those apes. The self-deprecating joke eased the tension a bit. A third instructor waved him off with a smile. All right, take the stuff back. With the way you all performed in the dimensional gate, these injuries are worth it. If you really want to make it up to us, do your best in the ladder tournament. In 20 days bring us back a championship or at least 3rd place. All right. Yi Bai agreed quickly, but in his heart, he set his sights on nothing less than 1st place. He didn't end up taking the gifts back. He and Li Qingqing stayed and chatted with the instructors for a full hour, even making a trip to the restroom in between. They finally left quietly only after the still recovering instructors drifted off to sleep. Yi Bai didn't notice that, just before he left, the most severely injured instructor, Dantai Yanran, woke up and watched him go with a relieved smile. Leaving the hospital, he went to find Lu Qingtian as planned to get the admissions contacts for all the martial universities. For Qingqian's safety, to repay Lu Qingqian's help, and to keep his promise to the instructors, he needed to secure an acceptance letter from a martial university as soon as possible. Ring ring, his phone suddenly buzzed. He hadn't made it to the main entrance when the urgent ringtone broke his train of thought. Xiaobai, come back quick. There's someone here claiming to be an admissions instructor from Haiqing Martial University, asking for you. It was Qin Charin's voice on the line. Qin Charin's excited voice shot through the receiver. What? Yi Bai tightened his grip on the communicator, froze for an instant, then broke into a grin. His dazzling performance in the ranking match had clearly reached Haiqing Wuda, and one of their instructors was now courting him. Opportunity had come knocking on its own, so he decided to head home immediately and wait for the visitor instead of running around every admissions office selling himself. Although he would have preferred Moto Woody, especially after Li Qingqing was specially recruited there, the looming threat to his life made a reliable shield more urgent than any dream school. He had just taken a step when Li Qingqing raised a hand to stop him. Yi Bai, don't accept Haiqing Wuda's offer too quickly. Why? Yi Bai halted, puzzled. After the Gaokao, The only way Wuda can bend the rules is through the special recruit channel, Li Qingqing said. Those recruits get a mountain of resources, and the gap is huge. She elaborated. Its full name is Special Rank Tianjiao Recruitment. It's not just for people like me whose talent needs ranking before it can bloom. Anyone with a truly stellar exam score can get in that way. Without that status, you're not seen as a real prodigy, because the regular track gives you nothing. She held up 3 fingers. There are 3 tiers A, S, and S. Even a rank is decent, but the perks differ more than the power gap between Ning Yuan and you. To make it concrete, she used herself as an example. I was brought in as in Strength Tianjiao. The moment I enroll, I receive 50 contribution points. With my current 3rd grade peak cultivation, I collect another 200 points every term. Add a quota of 500 soul crystals each semester, 200 free sessions in the martial arts and control rooms, the list goes on. If you're S rank, you start with only 20 points and 100 per term, and every other quota is at least halved. A rank is worse, no starting bonus at all, and just 10 points a semester. Her point was obvious. With Yibei's performance in the ranking match, he could and should demand at least strength treatment. So, Li Qingqing said solemnly, when you meet that Haiqing Wuda instructor, don't let him talk you into signing for nothing. If he tries to shortchange you or offers below S rank, turn him down and come with me to Moda Wuda. Yibai was about to say his first priority was to secure a real protective talisman for himself and Qin Shuren, but Li Qingqing seemed to read his mind. I've already spoken to my mentor about you, she continued. She's out of special recruit slots, but she can still get you in a rank package. If Haiqing Wuda won't deliver, you can leave with me. Li Qingqing said it all with utter seriousness. The young woman hoped to enroll at the same martial university as Yibai. Ever since he had casually mentioned applying there, she had secretly resolved to do the same. Yet she still wanted him to secure the best resources possible elsewhere. Several days earlier, she had contacted her own advisor, but, unsure of Yibei's true reason for choosing this university, she had kept quiet. Only today, when representatives from other schools planned to make Yibai a special offer, did she finally tell him everything. Qingqing warmth surged through Yibai. With a girlfriend who thought of him at every turn, how could he not feel fortunate? He calculated quickly. He didn't have to insist on the full grade package if they could promise at least in S-. Haiqing Martial University would still be worth it. But Li Qingqing's advisor hadn't replied. The latter tournament could begin at any moment, and he couldn't afford to wait. Besides, many of the perks Qin Shuren had listed no longer mattered to him. The ones that did, he was confident he could earn on his own. Soon he returned to Unit 38 of the Starwatch Pavilion. As he stepped inside, he spotted an elderly man with distinguished bearing sitting on the sofa. Yibai was about to speak when Qin Shuren pulled him aside. Xiaobai, listen, she whispered. This gentleman is truly here to recruit you, and he has a special admission slot. The school will treat you well. After you talk, decide what you think is fair. My advice is to accept if it sounds good, don't get greedy. You've shown in the ranking matches, but being number 1 in Jiangxing doesn't guarantee you're number 1 elsewhere. Qin Shuren had just heard about the special admission package from the Haiqing advisor. Ever since discovering Yi Bei's vitality could rise normally, Shed hoped he would enter a martial university, but Shed never said so, worried it would pressure him. Now she was giving him a warning so he wouldn't scare the advisor away by asking for too much. Don't worry, Auntie, I know what I'm doing. Yi Bei nodded, thoughts firming. If they offered in S-, he would accept Haiqing Martial University. If they only gave in a grade deal, he would wait for Li Qingqing's advisor to reply. None of them, Yi Bei, Qin Shuren, or Li Qingqing, noticed that the Haiqing advisor's eyes were blazing the moment he saw Yi Bei. At last, found him. Those fools haven't arrived yet. They're probably still wrangling with their schools. In that case, this king-class prodigy is mine first. Good afternoon, Professor. A moment later, Yi Bei sat across from the Haiqing Martial University advisor, knees together, back straight, and offered a respectful bow. Qin Shuren stood off to the side, her fingers twisting the hem of her jacket, eyes full of nerves. Li Qingqing, meanwhile, watched Yi Bei from the corner of her eye, muttering inwardly, you'd better keep your wits about you, Yi Bei. The offer probably won't start high, but if you bargain hard enough, you can almost certainly push it up to steer. Yi Bei, let's keep this short, the advisor, Hey Boxy, finally burst out, excitement leaking into his voice. Join Haiqing Martial University, and it'll give you King Tier prodigy benefits. Huh, Yi Bei froze. Had only ever heard of a Tier, S-, and Steer special admissions. King Tier was new. It was only then that he realized why Hey Boxy looked strangely familiar. Seeing Yi Bei's confusion, Hey Boxy laid everything on the table in one breath. You probably don't know what King Tier means, so listen carefully. 1. The day you enroll, you receive 500 merit points. 2. At 4th rank warrior strength, you'll collect an additional 3,000 merit points and a quota of 6,000 soul crystals every semester. 3. Each semester you may choose 10 heaven grade martial techniques free of charge. 4. Unlimited, free use of our martial technique and blood energy control training rooms. 5. 5 free entries each semester to any secret realm the university owns and every other benefit we offer. By the end, Heiboxi was talking faster and faster, afraid to miss a single detail, exactly the kind of information a complete novice would need. Whoa, Yibai drew in a sharp breath. Head thought steer perks were already outrageous. An enrollment bonus worth a small fortune and 4 more every semester, adding up to 10 overall. For him, even Sminus felt generous. Clearly, the only reason he hadn't been tempted was because the price hadn't been high enough. Say yes to Heiboxi now, and head walk in the door with 10 fortunes. Each semester head receives 60 more, pushing the total past 100 in no time. What was going on? Qin Churen was completely lost. She didn't know the exact value of merit points, but she knew how rare soul crystals and heaven-grade techniques were. Was her nephew really this remarkable? Li Qingqing was the most shocked of all. King tier benefits. Shed figured Heiboxi might offer a tire at best, maybe Sminus, and might even try to lowball them. She was ready to jump in and haggle if Yibai hesitated. Never did she expect the advisor to throw out an unheard-of king tier package stuffed with ridiculous resources. It made no sense. Still, the thought that the man I chose is just that outstanding curled a sweet smile onto her lips, and she felt glad she hadn't tipped Yibai off about inviting the advisor. When Yibai stayed silent, Heiboxi assumed the offer still wasn't enough and upped the ante again. Think the terms are lacking? No problem. If you agree right now and sign the enrollment contract on the spot, it'll raise everything by another 10%. Yibai had just recovered from the shock of instant millionaire status and was about to accept. Heiboxi raised his offer again, and that wasn't even the biggest surprise. Outside Stargazer Pavilion number 38, a torrent of curses exploded. You old bastard from Haicheng Military University, I know you're in there. If you can play dirty, open the door. More obscenities followed. Heiboxi, you. Is this your idea of fair competition? While the uproar continued outside, Heiboxi's face inside went ashen. He waved a hand to steady his churning blood and forced a smile. Student Yibai, ignore those frauds. They'll add another 20% on top of the King Tier Prodigy package. Let's sign the contract right now, shall we? Yibai narrowed his eyes, sending out his psychic sense. Only then did he notice that the moment he had entered the villa, a bell-shaped battle artifact had sealed off the entire building, muffling every sound. The curses had slipped in only because someone had pried open a gap in the barrier. So that's what was going on, Yibai muttered, frowning. Boom. His guess was confirmed as Heiboxi's artifact shattered, spiderweb cracks racing across the walls. A bold voice thundered from outside. Yibai, don't trust Heiboxi. I'm an instructor from Tianqing Military University. I hold the special admission slot, and my offer is far better. And me. We're here too. With those shouts, the front door swung open. 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman strode in, each exuding the aura of a peak 5th grade fighter. Their furious glare said they would gladly tear Heiboxi apart. Only then did Yibai recognize them as the instructors who had appeared with Lu Qingtian inside the dimensional gate days earlier. He hadn't recognized Heiboxi back then because the man had been disheveled, whereas now he was slicked back and brimming with confidence. He had almost been fooled. Heiboxi could have cried. Now Yibai understood why Lu Qingtian had merely told him, make sure you get an admission letter from a military university within 20 days. The man had already paved the way for every contingency. Please, everyone, have a seat and let's talk, Yibai said, ushering them in. He began comparing their offers in detail. What had been a life-and-death moment seconds earlier was now pure negotiation. Any benefits that fell into his hands he would gladly take, and whatever he didn't need he could pass on to Li Qingqing, Wang Xiaobang, or Huang Weiguo, and Chen Jinyao. At the same time, in Haicheng, a man bearing 3 crimson gold longswords etched with sacred runes stepped out of a hidden chamber. His earpiece crackled with a nervous report. The peak 5th grade armored ape, the beast tide, and the peak 4th grade evil spirit had all failed. Several military universities now wanted to recruit Yibai, and his subordinates no longer dared to act rashly. Useless, he sniffed. Don't worry. Next time we'll do it differently and make them disappear for good. If a peak 5th grade armored ape couldn't do the job, we'll bring in a 6th gradino, a king-tier beast. They'll be eager to help. His voice was icy. As for those universities, I guarantee they won't be thinking about recruiting Yi by much longer. Had Lu Qingtian been present, his eyes would have narrowed. The speaker was none other than the foremost grandmaster of Jiangnan Prefecture Yi Sanjian. Ending the call, Yi Sanjian pushed open the manor door. A decadent stench lingered in the air, mingled with intermittent, debauched noises, and a faint smile curled on his lips. My disciple, how did you do in the ranking matches this time? Did you surpass Xianyuan Mu? Back at Star Pavilion number 38. Although the other 4 mentors wanted nothing more than to tear Heiboxi to pieces, their real target was Yibai, and Heiboxi's gambit had failed. When Yibai invited them to sit, the 4 tutors gathered around the small tea table, hemming Heiboxi in. Every so often they glared at him, as though measuring him for a coffin. Professors, shall we begin? Yibai asked, hope shining in his eyes. Certainly, gladly. The 5 replied in unison. Who goes first? The atmosphere tightened. You 4 start, said the tutor from Tianqing Martial University with a knowing smile. They'll give you a chance to perform. Hey, Tianqing, The Beijing tutor snorted. I know what you're up to. You want to hear our offers so you can outbid us, right? Scheming? Hardly. I can give you by the best deal, bar none. The Tianqing tutor slapped the table. I'm letting you talk first so you'll still have some face. After my offer, you might not even dare to speak. Oh, that confident? The Xiqing tutor narrowed his eyes. If you really shut me up, I'll wash my hair while doing a handstand. I'm not taking your orders, the Nanqing tutor snapped. Hit me if you've got the guts. Seconds ago the four had been united against Heiboxi. Now they were seconds away from brawling. Yibai could only laugh helplessly. 5 tutors, but 800 schemes. Watching nearby, Qin Sharon turned away in embarrassment. As a peak 5th-rank powerhouse who dominated Jiang City, she never expected to see her peers argue like bickering elders at a street corner. I'll go first, then? Heiboxi finally broke the stalemate. Fine, have at it. The Tianqing tutor sneered. Though I can guess Heiqing's offer won't be impressive. The four settled back to watch the show. Yibai, you already know what I can offer, Heiboxi said with a rueful smile. 1.0 times the king class stipend. That's the limit Heiqing can afford. At most, they'll pay out of pocket for a set of heavenly grade battle gear. He hadn't finished when the Tianqing tutor snorted. Only 1.2 times? And a single set of heavenly grade gear? Do you realize Yibai fought a beast tide for 10 hours straight and nailed a peak 4th-rank evil spirit with one shot? The other 3 tutors stayed silent, but their eyes said it all. Heiboxi was out of the running. Next, the Tianqing tutor waved. He'll go. The elder from Beijing Martial University straightened his back and boomed. Yibai, young people hate beating around the bush, so hey, race our top offer. 1.8 times the king class stipend. Yibai sucked in a sharp breath at the number. He had sensed from the instructor's attitudes that a bidding war was brewing, but he never imagined it would be this fierce. A standard king class prodigy package already meant the equivalent of 100 little targets in resources for 1 semester, and Heiboxi Martial University could offer at most 120. Yet the white-browed elder casually raised the bid by 50%. The moment Yibai enrolled, he would pocket 900 merit points, then another 5,400 every semester, plus a quota of more than 10,000 soul crystals. Heaven-rank martial skills were his for free, as was access to every secret realm. The offer was simply absurd. Beside him, Li Qingqing's heart thumped wildly under the barrage of numbers. It felt as if she were sucking on a piece of candy that was almost too sweet. All of this would go to the man she liked. The surprises didn't stop there. Yibai, it'll be frank, the second instructor said with a grin. I can give you 1.9 times the king class package. A middle-aged man and the lone female mentor spoke up next. Ningqing Martial University will match 1.9, the man declared. And he'll personally throw in 3 free entries to secret realms exclusive to our school. I can stretch to 1.9 as well, the elegant woman added. That extra 10% might sound small, but in raw numbers it translated into an additional several billion in cultivation resources every semester. The representative from Tianqing Martial University clearly wasn't willing to back down. Laughing, he slapped the contract onto the desk in front of Yibai, his voice booming like a war drum. If everyone else wants to be stingy, Tianqing won't hold back. Double the king class package. Double. 200 little targets each semester. Over a 4-year program, Yibai would collect 1,600 even if he did absolutely nothing. In his previous life, that figure rivaled the net worth that once put Steve Jobs atop the rich list. The currencies of the two worlds might not be directly comparable, and most of the rewards could only be spent on cultivation, but the sheer scale still made his breath hitch. With a single signature, he would never have to worry about money again. Qin Sharon's life would improve overnight. Aunt Qin's illness was cured. After a bit more recuperation, she could return to the martial path, dining on high-grade exotic beast meat every day and popping blood qi and condensation pills like candy. I accept. Yibai barely hesitated, pen poised to sign. Wait at that moment. A voice suddenly cut him off. Wait a second. Yibai was just about to accept Tianqing Martial University's offer when Hai Buoshi spoke up, cutting him off. Surnamed Hai. What's that supposed to mean? Do you really think a measly 1.2 times king class package can compete with mine? The Tianqing mentor snarled. 1.2 times really isn't impressive, Hai Buoshi replied with a narrow-eyed smile. But I've just again persuaded the president of Haiqing Martial University. What we can offer Yibai now is half of a Sync class package. You sly old fox. Yibai cursed inwardly. Hai Buoshi had not only rushed to star watching Pavilion number 38 to steal the chicken. That helpless act moments ago had also been a trap to lull the others while he worked behind the scenes. His Hai Buoshi, are you insane? Even half a Sync class package is more than Haiqing can afford. The other 3 mentors gasped almost in unison. Haiqing's finances are none of your concern. Hai Buoshi waved a hand. One sentence, Yibai, are you in or out? Only then did Yibai and Li Qingqing grasp the weight of that offer. The elegant mentor from Ningqing Martial University quickly explained. Yibai, a king class package equals 10 times in class 1, and a Saint class is 10 times bigger than king class. The key point is that a Saint class deal floods you with soul crystals to train both mind and body enough to make even a pig soar. His Yibai sucked in another breath. Qin Sharon was stunned. and waves surged through Li Qingqing's heart. 5 times the king class benefits, 1,000 small goals a year, plus mountains of soul crystals. She had thought Tianqing's double king class was the ceiling. She never imagined anyone would go further. One student worth more than an entire city. You old devil, was that really necessary? The Tianqing mentor growled through clenched teeth. Why not? 10 hours plus slaying a peak 4th-tier fiend. Yibai still hasn't shown his limit, Hai Bushi said smugly. He slid the contract in front of Yibai. Yibai, sign it. Then another surprise hit. The kindly elder from Beijing Martial University spoke up. Yibai, he'll match half a Saint class package and add 500 personal merit points. Sign and the transfer happens instantly. The middle-aged man beside him raised his hand. Same here. 600 merit points, plus a set of heaven-grade armaments. Finally, the graceful woman from Ningxing dropped her bombshell. Ningxing will also give you half a Saint class package. As for your little girlfriend, wherever she tests into, bring her to Ningxing and he'll double her class benefits. They're all crafty to the bone. The crowd exploded. Back when the Tianqing mentor was so sure he would land Yibai, he never saw this coming. They all sensed something was off and snatched up their phones once again. Principal, how long has it been since our school landed a king-rank prodigy? Are you really willing to stay this far behind? What about this year's National Elite Tournament? Don't tell me you're too stingy to spend the resources. They're meant to be used. The 4 of them took turns hammering the principals on the other end, forcing them into a steady retreat. The Tianqing Martial University mentor stood to the side, veins bulging as he watched the spirited competitors. The contract in his palm felt scalding. Double king rank benefits. The ceiling had imagined, now looked like a joke. Was he the clown being slapped in the face? Yibai, I can give your girlfriend double rank benefits. Yibai, count Beijing Martial University in 2. Offers flew back and forth, leaving Yibai, Li Qingqing, and Qin Shan dazed. Tianqing's mentor quietly folded up his contract and slipped away, as if he were the only one who had taken a real beating. Yet Heiboxi and the other 3 old sneaks still hadn't secured a win. After furious bargaining, they finally agreed on a shared baseline. 1. Yibai half a Saint rank package. 2. Li Qingqing double rank package. 3. 3 additional Secret Realm entries each. 4. 1,000 merit points transferred the moment they sign. With their coffers drained, the 4 mentors began pitching their school's extra perks. Yibai, Heiqing's on the coast spectacular views. Yibai, Beijing's an ancient capital rich in heritage. Ningxing has tons of beauty. Yes, no. I mean, our dorms are amazing. You'll get a villa on day 1. By now they'd emptied the university's wallets and almost exhausted themselves. Out of aces, Heiboxi wiped his brow and cleared his throat. Yibai, don't rush into anything. We'll give you 10 days to think it over. 10 days, and we won't bother you in the meantime. The other 3 mentors swore in unison. Yibai figured that with such public promises, Yi Sansword couldn't stab him in the back. Whether head transfer schools and how to repay Modu Martial University could wait. He nodded his agreement. Over the next 10 days, the 4 mentors scrambled for funds. Half a Saint rank package was already the limit. They negotiated with their boards like gamblers, squeezing out every possible perk. Yibai had lasted 10 hours simply because that was all he wanted. With that score, he could surpass Xianyuan Mu and Shangwan Yijian and claim Jiangnan Commandery's top spot. The mentors knew it and piled on incentives to tilt the odds. 10 days flew past. Haha, it's done. I nailed it. As the second round of rankings neared, Heiboxi burst into the dusk-lit hallway, waving his freshly approved budget. With these terms, what can those puny fools use to fight me? Jiangnan's 3rd king-rank prodigy will belong to Heiqing Martial University. Swaggering, he headed straight for room 38 in the star-watching pavilion, confidence radiating from every step. He wasn't the only one riding high. The elegant matron and the other 2 mentors were just as sure this time the deal was in the bag. None of them knew that moments before they stepped out, a figure from Modu Martial University had already set off for Jiangqing. Yibai, interesting. Yibai, we have serious business to take care of today. What business? It's been 10 days. I miss you. Oh, and this is what I'm wearing underneath. I think you'll like it. Inside Stargazer Pavilion, room 38, Yibai had just rushed back from the genius camp, the dust of the road still clinging to his combat boots. He intended to meet with Hai Bushi and the other instructors as promised, but Li Qingqing's rapid-fire texts and a single photo stopped him in his tracks. 10 nights earlier, the girl had kept her word. They slipped out of the pavilion, stayed out until dawn, and returned feeling they had both grown up. Back then, Li Qingqing's outfits had leaned toward Zhou Yao's youthful style. The one in today's photo was far bolder, hugging every curve. The moment Yibai pictured her wearing it, heat rushed to his nose. Her straightened attack was simply too aggressive. Li Qingqing insisted on getting business done today because, during that wild night, she had poured out her heart. 1. Several martial universities were offering her twice the incentives of Shanghai Martial University, and she wanted to attend the same school as Yibai. 2. However, a mentor at Shanghai Martial University had discovered her potential. Without that mentor, she would never have hired Jiang Rini or identified the 100 poison spider toxin lurking in Qinshan. So she had decided to enroll in Shanghai anyway. Yibai immediately voiced his support. He had already guessed she wouldn't transfer and comforted her with a laugh. At worst, the big cities only see fourth-rank aliens. I'm fourth-rank myself, so it's fine if we're at different universities. I'll visit whenever I can. Spurred on by those words, Li Qingqing's business that night was even more intense. They only separated at daybreak. For the next 10 days, she secluded herself, determined to close the gap between them. Today, though, she had to confirm Yi Bei's final choice in person and reward him properly, so here they were. Yi Bei glanced at his own status panel and felt a pang of worry. Qingqing always likes to be on top. If she learns how strong I've become tonight, might end badly for me. Name: Yi Bei. Vitality: 99,999 peak 4th rank. Mental power: 19,999 peak 3rd rank. Martial skills: Bloodburst battle technique perfected. Blood ignition secret art mastered 020, 000. Ninefold spear technique mastered 050, 000. 7-star Tiangang step mastered 050, 000. Blood sacrifice ritual mastered 050, 000. Moonbreaker spear adept 13, 23120, 000. Flowing cloud spear adept 020, 000. Frostmark grip proficient 03, 000. Frost cloud meteor step proficient 03, 000. Icefall art proficient 03, 000. Lifespan: 500 years 2 months, 3 days 16 hours. Over the past 10 days he had exchanged 12,000 years of life each day, a total of 120,000 years. His vitality had shot from the lower end of 4th rank 10 days ago to the very peak of the tier. If blood tempering weren't still risky and if the decisive ladder tournament weren't only 10 days away, he would have tried to break through already. It wasn't just his vitality that had improved. The 7-star Tiangang footwork, once stuck at minor mastery, had now reached major mastery. Looking back over the past 10 days, aside from lunch with Chun Jinyao and Huang Weiguo on the first day, and dinner with Wang Xiaopeng and Shi Minjiu, had practically lived in the combat technique studio, using its amplifiers to train like a madman. The payoff was staggering. He had mastered 5 new Earth-grade techniques, and the Heaven-grade art was only a step away from entry level. No exaggeration, nowadays Yi Bei could crush the Yi Bei of 10 days ago with a single hand. Among the new skills, Frostmark Grip and Ice Cloud Meteor Step were rewards for defeating Instructor Chen 20 days earlier. He had chosen them as gifts for Li Qingqing. Back then she hadn't touched any techniques above the profound grade, so he planned to reach entry level first, and then teach her. Unfortunately, he spent a full 10 days in the Vitality Control Chamber, so the plan was postponed. He also meant to pass Icefall Art to Li Qingqing, but that one together with Crescent Break, Flowing Cloud Spear, and the Heaven Grade Manual had been bought with the prize from the last ranking match. Yes, 10 days had passed, and the rewards had finally arrived. The perks were nice, but what thrilled him most was the 200 merit points he earned for slaughtering hordes of beasts during the tide. Even at the lowest conversion rate, that was 200 million credits, at the highest, for 100 million. Only then did Yi Bei grasp how scarce merit points really were. Under normal circumstances, no one would trade them for cash. You earn them only by killing 3rd rank or higher evil spirits or 4th rank or higher exotic beasts, or succubi, and the latter two paid miserably. 10 4th rank beasts or 15 succubi, foregoing all cash, yielded just 1 merit point. The only reason had been awarded 200 points in one swoop was the extra credit for defusing the beast tide and saving students by slaying a 4th rank evil spirit. Those feats added a mere 5 points, showing how harsh the system was. That also underscored how insane the offers from the 4 martial universities were, far beyond anything had imagined. Utterly off the charts in Daxia currency. This was top-tier, heaven-defying, world-shaking treatment. Student Yi Bei, are you home? A crisp voice outside snapped him from his thoughts. Because had been distracted and was in his own room, he couldn't tell who it was, but he didn't need to guess. One of the university tutors had come in person. Yes, I'm here. He pushed aside his swirling thoughts, excitement surging in his chest again. Today he would finally decide which martial university to attend. A professor from Wu University was scheduled to visit Yi Bei today. Yi Bei could hardly contain his excitement, expected to receive an admission letter that would erase every immediate crisis he faced. Once enrolled, he would enjoy semi-saint status, nearly 10,000 merit points each semester for doing nothing, plus extra incentives from 4 mentors. If Li Qingqing chose the Shanghai campus as well, even more resources would flow his way. Financial freedom was practically guaranteed. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Xiao Bai, "I'll get the door," Qin Sharon called, slipping on her slippers and hurrying to the entrance. Yi Bei stepped from his room just as she opened the door. To him, Qin Sharon was almost like a mother, and she had spent the entire day both anxious and excited. By tonight, Xiao Bai would know which university he would attend, and the offer sounded unbelievably generous. If Shanha and Xiuxiu could see him from the afterlife, they would be proud. Yi Bei smirked, waiting for her to bring the professor inside. "May I help you?" she asked when the door swung open. From his room, Yi Bai could tell the visitor wasn't any of the 4 professors from Heiboxi. Had another university decided to recruit him after his performance in the ranking match? Another recruiter? He guessed, hearing Qin Sharon's hesitant voice. Please come in. Do you need to change your shoes? No, that's fine. Just make yourself comfortable. Her tone held clear uncertainty. Who could make her sound that cautious even after confirming he was a professor? Moments later, the professor stepped into the villa. He was utterly disheveled, reeking of alcohol. Yi Bai searched for kinderwords, but found none. The man's hair dragged along the floor, dry and tangled, with leaves clinging to it. His clothes were a patchwork of mends and holes. He wore straw sandals and staggered with every step. A wine gourd dangled from one hand, and he took 2 swigs just crossing the threshold. He looked like a middle-aged drunk, yet claimed to be a university recruiter. Only then did Yi Bai understand Qin Sharon's hesitation. If she hadn't been so kind, still willing to give a scavenger 2 steamed buns after her cancer diagnosis, she probably would have told the butler to bar the man at the gate. So you're Yi Bai? The kid who placed first in the Jiangxing Genius Camp rankings and killed a peak 4th grade evil spirit? The long-haired man stopped in front of Yi Bai, burped, and took another gulp. 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth, nothing special. Before Yi Bai could answer, the man lurched forward until their faces were inches apart, scrutinizing him. The stench of liquor mixed with sourness hit Yi Bai's nose. He turned slightly aside. Yes, sir. Yi Bai? Why don't we sit down and talk? Yi Bai suggested politely, never hinting at the slightest contempt. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with greasy shoulder-length hair, cheap sunglasses, and a wrinkled floral shirt. A flask dangled from one hand, a battered duffel from the other, in outrageous sight. Yi Bai couldn't tell whether the fellow was really a tutor from some martial university or just a vagrant dressed this way. But even a vagrant deserved respect. He still remembered only too clearly the half-year he spent hunting succubi alone with nothing but 10 points of blood key. I'm not sitting, the long-haired man hiccuped, swaying. I just want to look at you. Sir, have some tea, Qin Sharon murmured, offering a steaming cup. Tea's got no bite. He brushed it aside and tipped back several mouthfuls of baijiu, the glug-glug echoing through the room. Yi Bai glanced at the housekeeper. Auntie, is there any food left? Maybe a bowl for this teacher? He had already pegged the visitor as a scavenger who had sneaked into Crescent Star Manor under the banner of tutor. With grade 4 martial artists patrolling year-round, an ordinary person couldn't slip in. Let the man catch a meal so long as he didn't raise trouble. All right. Qin Sharon headed for the kitchen. She had barely taken 2 steps when the drunk drained another swig, liquor fumes rolling off him. Suddenly he fixed on Yi Bai's chin. Kid, you really are differentic theres, even a mole. His gaze sharpened. Perfect. You suit me. We're fated as master and disciple. Come to Shanghai Martial University. 3 years. I won't promise king rank, but I'll make you a grandmaster. Yi Bai's face changed, pupils contracting. You're a tutor from Shanghai Martial University? Shanghai Martial University, top 2 in Great Xia, the school of his dreams. Hick, of course. The man nodded. A vast tide of blood ki erupted from him. Yi Bai couldn't gauge the realm, but it was no weaker than Heiboxis. Looking back, it made sense without real skill. How could anyone breach this tightly guarded district? Sir, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I didn't expect you were here to give me special admission. Yi Bai reined in his emotions, mind racing. If the offer matched Heiboxis, head Chu Shanghai Martial University could attend with the girl and keep Yi Sanjian in check. Special admission? No. The man waved. Shanghai Qingshan Martial University can't afford any prodigy package. We're flat broke, kid. Shanghai Qingshan Martial University? Yi Bai froze. Just 2 extra words, yet worlds apart. Was there really another martial university in Shanghai? Yi Bai, I'm here. Good evening, Yi Bai. Voices rang from the doorway. A moment later, Hai Boishi and 3 other tutors stormed into Villa 38 at Stargazing Pavilion, brimming with force. Wait, you're a drunken wanderer. They halted when they saw the long-haired man. And then, every single one of them went ballistic. Before Yi Bai could even ask what Aoyama Martial Arts University in Demon City was, Hai Boishi and the other 3 burst in. The moment they spotted Zue Xiaoyao, their faces flushed red, practically smoking with fury. Zue Xiaoyao, pay back the money. Damn it, we finally caught someone from Aoyama. Right now this instant return the 2,000 merit points you owe me. All 4 instructors struck at once, surrounding Zue Xiaoyao and filling the room with tension. A heartbeat later, they remembered a more pressing concern. Hold on it, just the money. Hai Boishi narrowed his eyes at Zue Xiaoyao. Why are you here? Trying to swindle Yi Bai into choosing Aoyama? Another scheme from that bit of yours? Do you people at Aoyama have any shame at all? Once they grasped Zue Xiaoyao's true purpose, their anger flared even hotter. Yi Bai knew the situation well. Demon City did have an Aoyama Martial Arts University, but compared with Metropolitan Martial University ranked in the nation's top, it was leagues behind. The place was dirt poor, drowning in debt, and could barely scrounge up resources for its own students. Hick no money. Despite being cornered, Zue Xiaoyao stayed calm, tipping back his gourd for another swig. Son, Woody's the one who owes you nothing to do with me. As for Yi Bai, he hasn't signed anything with you, has he? Why can't I be here? Maybe fate says he and I are master and disciple, and held choose Aoyama. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. The four instructors went in even deeper shade of red. You could almost hear the blood pounding in their ears. Get out now. They barked, forcing themselves to put Yi Bei's recruitment first. Fine, I'm going. Zue Xiaoyao staggered toward the door, a few drops of liquor splashing a curved trail on the floor. At the threshold, he turned back and waved. Yi Bai, kid, remember we're destined as master and disciple. We'll meet again. The door closed, the commotion faded. Yi Bai shook off his tangled emotions and asked, teachers, who exactly is that man? Forget him, Haibushi said with a dismissive wave. Just a drunk with nothing but wine in his head. Don't worry, I can handle that kind of drinking. He's stronger than you think. Clearly, they didn't want to waste words on Zue Xiaoyao. Yi Bai, let's talk about which of us you're signing with. Sure. Since Zue Xiaoyao wasn't a real option, Yi Bai refocused. His top priority was financial freedom, landing the best deal. Haibushi drew a deep breath, speaking slowly but firmly. Short version. Haicheng Martial University is still offering you half of a Saint-level Prodigies package, same as 10 days ago. On top of that, I personally he had already emptied every resource he had to win this. He never got to finish. Haibushi, give it a rest. An unexpected voice cut him off. Everyone turned toward a man in a black Zhongshan suit, distinguished and undeniably arrogant. He suddenly appeared inside Stargazer Pavilion number 38. Yi Bai, you're not worth the price Haicheng Martial University is paying. The man seemed to materialize out of thin air. His robe didn't even flutter, yet the pressure he radiated was suffocating. Haibushi instinctively raised a hand to stop him, but the moment he saw who it was, his face froze. It's him. The other three instructors snapped to attention, pupils shrinking. Yi Bai sensed trouble too, but before he could say anything, the newcomer strolled over, hands clasped behind his back, and stopped right in front of him. Smack a recruitment contract landed on the table. Yi Bai, right? Sign it. Modu Martial University wants you, the man said flatly. He was unmistakably from Modus admissions office. Yi Bai took the contract and skimmed it. Special entry, yet talent below threshold, no privileges. Worse, after enrollment, he would have to pass an additional exam before his registration became official. Sir, isn't this a bit wrong? Yi Bai frowned. Qin Charan also sensed something off and whispered a warning. The man sneered. What's wrong with it? You don't actually think your nephew's gift is earth-shattering, do you? If a friend hadn't asked me, I wouldn't have bothered coming to Jiangcheng. His gaze stayed cold as he drove the knife in. Sign Yi Bai. Once Modu shows up, no other martial university caner will touch you. The words cut like blades, threat implicit. Qin Charan glanced at the four Haicheng instructors, pleading for help. Haibushi and the others exchanged looks, itching to intervene. To them, this was blatant poaching. The newcomer was stripping Yi Bei's benefits simply because he had no more special admission slots. Yet even while they bristled, they hesitated to resist. The man gave them no chance. He chuckled. Knew you four wouldn't quit. Think lasting 10 hours in a beast tide makes Yi Bai a king-rank prodigy one of the very best? Wrong. Completely wrong. His tone was absolute. He lasted that long because of his martial talent reset. Every so often he can refresh his own state. Modu has reconstructed the battle. Without that talent, he'd have survived maybe an hour. As for the peak 4th grade evil spirit he killed, we check pure luck. The spirit crippled him. He triggered reset, and while it dropped its guard, he counter-killed it. Highbox's face shifted. The man pressed on. Refreshing your state is nice, sure, but it's only in a grade talent. The only impressive thing about Yi Bai is that he reached 4th grade in 6 months and has passable technique. At Modu, we can pull any grade rookie this year with that same progress. Forget the king-rank prodigy Xuan Yuan Mu, Shangguan Yijian. In the upcoming ladder tournament, Yi Bai won't even crack the top 10. And you think he deserves half a Saint-rank package? The rapid-fire questions left Haibushi speechless. He knew the man wasn't lying. On a full evaluation, Yi Bai didn't warrant half a Saint-rank deal. At best, he was scrayed. Scrayed impressed Jiangnan, but it was routine for Modu. And the newcomer's status was daunting, a 6th grade powerhouse, a Reaper Master Yang Hai. Haibushi exhaled. I'm sorry, Yi Bai. Haicheng Martial University can't sign that contract with you. It wasn't unwillingness. Haicheng wouldn't risk offending Modu for an grade prodigy, let alone cross Yang Hai. Yi Bai, Ningqing Martial University. Yi Bai, I'm afraid Ningqing Martial University can't sign you either. The instructor from Beijing spoke with a heavy, apologetic tone, his eyes filled with regret as he looked at the young man in front of him. Yi Bai, honestly, you might as well apply to Modu Martial University. They may not offer you the special level prodigy benefits, but their teaching is a step above ours at Beijing. He sighed, as if worried he hadn't been sincere enough, and added, I'm truly sorry. Look, they'll be staying in Jiangxing for a while. If you have any questions, just come find me. I promise I'll help you pass Modus entrance exam. They'll help too. Count me in as well. The other 3 instructors chimed in, just as sincerely. Even Haibushi spoke up. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things myself and make sure you get into Modu Martial University. After saying this, He seemed embarrassed that he couldn't do more and quickly excused himself. All 4 instructors, each at the peak of the 5th tier, knew perfectly well that with their influence, not only could they not get Yi Bai's class prodigy status, but even bringing him into their schools at all was off the table with the higher-ups. Yi Bai's expression darkened, and his fist tightened in his sleeve. What stung wasn't just the sudden withdrawal of special offers, but also the look of disdain on Yang Hai's face, a look that said everything without a word. He had a pretty good idea who forced Hai Buoshi and the others to back off. Yi Sanjian, the top grandmaster of Jiangnan Prefecture. That's why Yi Bai didn't try to stop the 4 instructors or reveal his true strength, his peak 4th tier blood energy, his peak 3rd tier mental power, mention his secret system and ability to exploit loopholes. After all, with just one line from Yang Hai, he only got this far because of resources. Any of his achievements could be dismissed outright. So, still not satisfied? Regret not signing with them sooner? Yang Hai sneered, as if he'd seen through everything. It doesn't matter. Even if you had signed, I could have sent a few emails saying you never deserved any prodigy benefits, and the contract would be void. If you don't want to sign now, that's fine. You don't really have a choice. Come find me when you're ready to accept reality. With that, Yang Hai turned and left. Yi Bai's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist even tighter. He already knew how to break this deadlock. The ranking tournament tomorrow, and the ladder tournament in 9 days. Didn't Yang Hai claim that any class prodigy could match him? That he was nothing compared to Xian Yuanmu? Or Shangwan Yijin? Well, if he could defeat every class prodigy in those 2 tournaments, especially Xian Yuanmu and Shangwan Yijin, had prove his worth completely. 10 days ago, the system had already transformed him. In the next 9 days, he would keep getting stronger, pushing every limit. He was completely confident in victory. At this point, whether he signed a contract or not was irrelevant as long as his results were good enough. Someone would step up for him. But according to the rules, until he passed the entrance exam, he wouldn't be officially enrolled at Modu Martial University. Yi Sanjian's real goal was obvious: force him to compete in the ranking and ladder tournaments, then use those public matches as opportunities to take him out. Yi Bai's thoughts fell into place quickly. The 4 instructors felt they owed him and would never allow any foul play during the entrance exam, so he'd probably get in just fine. What Yi Sanjian was counting on was Yi Bai's refusal to settle for mediocrity, to have to compete. And most importantly, Yi Bai not only saw through Yi Sanjian's manipulation, but also guessed his true intention. The ranking tournament and the ladder tournament, these were his last 2 chances to kill him. The danger he'd face then would be 10, even 100 times worse than the first ranking match. Yi Bai, are you okay? The door flew open and Li Qingqing almost sprinted inside. She rushed to him, raised a hand to his forehead, and the cool calm on her face was replaced by raw concern. I'm fine, really. What could happen to me? Yi Bai recovered at once, smiling to comfort her. He already knew Yi Sanjian's true aim and had been thrown aside by Yang Hai like garbage, but he refused to let his girlfriend be frightened on his account. Besides, he wasn't some doomed man. He thought of one person: Zue Xiaoyao. Hai Box's backers had to respect Yang Hai and Moda Wudao, yet Zue Xiaoyao and Qingshan Wudao might not give Yang Hai that courtesy. And if everything else failed, he could always sign Yang Hai's contract and enter Moda Wudao first. Thanks to his bug-level ability, his vitality was already at the peak of 4th grade. Reaching Grandmaster would take him less than 3 years. Once his fists were strong enough, Yi Sanjian would die, and Yang Hai wouldn't escape either. You're still lying to me. My mentor told me everything. The worry in Li Qingqing's eyes didn't fade. Her voice carried a touch of grievance. Your mentor? Yi Bai was taken aback. Student Yi Bai, I'm sorry I'm late. Another figure appeared in the doorway. A black training suit outlined her lean frame. She was as striking as Li Qingqing, yet radiated an aura that warned strangers away. Striding in, she offered an apology in words alone. Her expression never shifted. She was Shi Qianxue, the Modu Wudao mentor Li Qingqing had mentioned again and again. The moment I heard Yang Hai had admissions analyze you, I sensed trouble and headed for Jiangqing. I meant to use a new A-class genius package to sign you early. Couldn't have stopped me. Unfortunately, delays on the road let things spiral. Shi Qianxue had already learned plenty about Yi Bai from Li Qingqing. Her view had shifted from out of Qingqing's league to an equal or better. An unreadable face was her default, but inside she genuinely regretted it. Even a downgrade from king class to S-class shouldn't strip a talent like his of basic A-class benefits. Professor Shi, this really isn't your fault. Yi Bai hurried to protest. It is. If I'd come a few days sooner, it wouldn't be like this. Shi Qianxue didn't budge. I had Qingqing bring me to confirm whether Yang Hai laid hands on you. If he hurt you, Moda Wudao will compensate. If not, we'll still compensate. You're destined to enroll at Moda Wudao now, and we owe you an answer. Yi Bai tried to refuse. Professor Shi, Yang Hai never touched me. There's no need. I don't care for useless talk. Shi Qianxue cut him off, each of his sentences ending under her frost-cold rebuke. Yi Bai grumbled inwardly. Qingqing's mentor is an iceberg cold to the core, not the shy kind. Professor Shi, Moda Wudao isn't my only choice. He drew a deep breath and changed tack. If I can prove myself tomorrow in the ranking match and 9 days later in the ladder tournament beat Xianyuan Mu and Shangwan Yijin, Dream on. You're only a fake king-class prodigy. Do you know how huge the gap is between you and a real one? Shi Qiangsha's voice stayed icy and blunt. Xianyuan Mu was hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Jiangnan provincial capital. His talent was rated steer not because S was his personal ceiling, but because S was the ceiling itself. He was the first person in official records whose overall aptitude had been graded king class, meaning that within his age group he essentially had no rivals. Yi Bai, you might scrape out a win against him in the ranking matches, but the latter tournament is an entirely different beast, Shi Qianxue said, arms crossed and eyes cool. With only an attire talent, trying to outshine him under those rules is pure fantasy. Her message was blunt. Yi Bai simply didn't measure up. Yi Bai remained unfazed. Miss Shi, I can do it. He had planned to reveal a portion of his hand-peak 4th grade chi and blood, several consummate-level martial skills, and peak 3rd grade mental power. Any one of those, he believed, should be enough to allay her doubts. Before he could speak further, Shi Qianxue mentioned another name. And then there's Shangwan Yijian, a dual talent cultivator, the only prodigy currently at peak 4th grade, and disciple of Jiangnan's top grandmaster, Yi Sanjian. That longsword of his has cut down more aliens than anyone can count. Next to him, you don't even belong in the same conversation. The words hit Yi Bai like a hammer. Shangwan Yijian's disciple of Yi Sanjian? Could that be why Yi Sanjian had tried to kill him so many times? No, that didn't track. Traitors rarely care whether their victims remember the past. If it were truly about Yijian, there'd have been no reason to implicate Aunt Qin as well. After a brief reflection, he dismissed that theory. One thing, however, was certain. He had to enter the latter tournament. First, he owed Lu Qingtian a favor and had promised the instructors. Second, he needed to settle scores with Shangwan Yijian grudges and old wounds alike. For 12 years, memories stained with blood had lain buried in his heart. Now he learned that the culprit's disciple walked the same path. Yi Bei's bug-exploiting power was barely 20 days old, far from enough to shake Yi Sanjian, but collecting interest from the disciple was well within reach. Seeing Yi Bai lost in thought, Shi Qianxue assumed he had finally accepted reality. Since you understand the gap, let's discuss compensation. No, Miss Shi, there's nothing to discuss. Yi Bai dragged his mind back, cutting her off. I'm entering the latter tournament, and I'm taking first place. He rose abruptly, eyes blazing. A young man's unstoppable vigor exploded in the air. He never underestimated an opponent, yet his extravagant personal stats gave him absolute confidence. Even from several feet away, one could feel the heat of the surging chi and blood. Yi Bai, won't merely match the so-called king-class geniuses, ill surpass them. Peak 4th grade. 99,999 points of chi and blood. A thick, blood-red mist burst from his body, instantly engulfing him from head to toe. The surging crimson haze looked like living armor, swallowing Yi Bei's silhouette while wordlessly announcing to Shi Qianxue that not only had his spear art reached perfection, but several other techniques within him had as well. How could that be? As an instructor at Magic Capital Martial University, Shi Qianxue prided herself on her discerning eyes, yet she was still stunned. She remembered the first comment she had heard from Li Qingqing's useless case of weak blood, and kind compared it with the strength prodigy, who had now appeared out of nowhere. It already felt as if someone had forced the impossible into reality. Because of that, she had never stopped Li Qingqing from dating Yi Bai, and had even planned to secure him a special admissions slot at her university. But strength wasn't his limit. Heiboxi and the other mentors had guessed only half right. Yi Bai was actually a king-rank prodigy. Xiao Bai, Li Qingqing, and Qin Shuren were both shocked and overjoyed. To them, Yi Bai was the most important person in their lives. Qin Shuren's heart swelled with pride, while Li Qingqing, in addition to her excitement, suddenly felt a surge of pressure. The gap between her and Yi Bai was widening at a frightening pace. Do I still have a chance to be on top? No. Tonight, I have to be on top. The thought flashed through her mind and quietly took root. Yi Bai, you're outstanding. The ice-cold Shi Qianxue quickly regained her composure, her voice once again calm. With the strength you have now, you can go head-to-head with Xianyuan Mu and Shangwan Yijian in the Skyclimb tournament. Even if you lose, as long as you prove yourself a king-rank prodigy, Heiboxi and the others will come back for you. If you choose to enroll at Magic Capital Martial University, they'll make sure you receive full king-rank privileges. She delivered the promise without a flicker of emotion and even said she was willing to be Yi Bei's mentor for all 4 years, meaning he and Li Qingqing could be together every day. Thank you, Miss Shi, but I'd rather decide which university to attend when the time comes, Yi Bai replied politely. He did want to study alongside Li Qingqing and bore no grudge against Magic Capital Martial University over the Yonghai incident. Yet he had other plans for now. He couldn't just dive straight into tomorrow's ranking match, and the Skyclimb 9 days away. Miss Shi, could you help me contact drunk Xiaoyao from Qingshan Martial University? He suddenly asked. What do you want with that old drunk? Shi Qianxue raised an eyebrow. Yi Bai glanced at Li Qingqing and Qin Shuren and stayed silent. He didn't want the two girls hearing about Yi Sanjian. He's outside, Shi Qianxue said, understanding his concern and asking no further questions. Yi Bai hurried out. only to find no trace of drunk Xiaoyao. Stop looking, Shi Qiangshu's voice reached him again. Drunk Xiaoyao is famous for being unreliable at Qingshan Martial University. If there's still liquor left, nobody can find him. Yi Bai frowned slightly, but before he could reply, Shi Qianxue stepped closer. Now tell me the truth. Are you looking for that drunk because of the person who bribed Yang Hai? Since you know about drunk Xiaoyao, you must also know Qingshan is unreliable, so you're clearly not trying to enroll there. Don't worry. This stays between us. Qingqing, and your aunt won't hear a word. Ms. Shi. Hey Race, what's going on? Yi Bai no longer hid anything and laid out the entire feud involving Yi Sanjian. Yi Sanjian, no wonder, no wonder. Understanding dawned in Shi Qiangshu's eyes, and what she said next left Yi Bai utterly astonished. Shi Qianxue finally understood why Yang Hai had singled Yi Bai out. Since the real trouble is Yi Sanjian, there's no need for you to turn to Zui Xiaoyao, she said, her calm tone edged with unmistakable authority. That drunk can shield you, but Qingshan Martial University is hardly your best choice. Just concentrate on the ranking match and the ladder tournament. I came to Jiangqing mainly to see my sister and to coach Qingqing. While I'm here, Yi Sanjian won't dare make a move, and if he does, we'll stop him. The sheer confidence in her voice left Yi Bai speechless. Noticing his reaction, she laid everything on the table. Yes, Yi Sanjian is the top grandmaster in Jiangnan Prefecture, but his influence ends there. Yang Hai barely squeaks onto the 6th-tier instructor list at Magic City Martial University. And me, she lifted her chin a fraction. People call me the leading grandmaster of Magic City, the foremost 6th-tier instructor at that university. Magic City Martial University had already stamped Yang Hai's recruiting contract, so she couldn't revoke it, but that hardly affected her attitude. Hearing titles powerful enough to shake the martial world, Yi Bai was first stunned, then ecstatic. He had thought entering the ranking and ladder events would require a sacrifice. If Zui Xiaoyao agreed, he was prepared to enroll at Qingshan. Now, thanks to instructor Li Qingqing's arrival, his biggest obstacle had vanished. The solution had fallen right into his lap. Tomorrow is the ranking match, 9 days later the ladder tournament, and I'm going to smack Yang Hai, Yi Sanjian, and Shangwan Yijian right in the face. Yi Bai's blood boiled. The idea had barely taken shape before he clenched his fists. No, tonight, it has to be tonight. I'm taking the lead, or nothing gets done. Night fell, and the situation he dreaded materialized. Li Qingqing discovered had reached peak 4th tier and mastered several earth-grade arts, 3 of which had taught her himself. Her eyes sparkled, her soft voice was firm. Senior brother, I have to beat you at least once. She then pointed at the filmy long dress she wore. Lying back and enjoying life, isn't that what most people dream of? Or do you just not like my outfit? Yi Bai could only laugh and cry. That night he really did shed tears of both pain and pleasure. At dawn, the Genius Camp's 2nd ranking match began, this time at Dimensional Gate number 4. Notably, Lu Qingtian had wanted to move it to Gate number 5. The previous night had learned from the Habo family about the injustice Yi Bai had suffered. Furious, yet helpless, had nearly lost his composure. Knowing Yi Bai's loyal nature, had planned to keep the match at Gate number 5, watch every moment, and keep sending in exotic beasts. But when Shi Qianxue agreed to supervise, the venue stayed at Gate number 4, and he had to drop the idea. Professor Shi, I hate to trouble you, Lu Qingtian said, wiping away sweat. You've come all this way to recruit, and now you're personally overseeing the match. Just then, Yi Bai and Li Qingqing arrived side by side at the assembly point. Looking up, they saw that Shi Qianxue was already waiting. Mentor Li Qingqing was unexpectedly reliable. Once she promised to protect Yi Bai, she did it without holding back. Homeroom teacher, what are you doing here? Yi Bai froze as soon as he stepped inside. Even more shocking, Shi Minji, youth instructor who had taught him for 3 full years, was also present, standing right beside Shi Qianxue. Wait a second. You and Miss Shi share the same family name. I remember you once said you weren't from Jiangqing, that you graduated from Wuhan University and were posted here as a teacher. Don't tell me you're Miss Shi Qiangshu's younger sister? He seized on the key detail, exclaiming at the incredible coincidence. At this moment, Li Qingqing was certain she would follow Shi Qianxue for the next 4 years. Because of Shi Qiangshu's arrival, Yi Bai wouldn't have to enroll at Qingshan Wuda to compete in the ranking and ladder tournaments. Though no one had said it outright, Yi Bai actually preferred to enter Moda Wuda right after the ladder event. If that happened, the younger sister would have taught him for 3 years, and the elder sister would guide him for 4 more, a perfect loop of fate. I only found out today that my sister is Mentor Qingqing, Shi Mingyue admitted, lifting her pretty face, her eyes skittering away from Yi Bai. Shi Qianxue gave a light snort. Huh, Xiaoya, your eyes always wander when you lie. Hasn't anyone ever told you? She let her gaze drift over everyone, then spoke with sudden seriousness. Yi Bai, I never choose students based solely on talent. There has to be a certain connection. Qingqing recommended you when I visited this silly sister, and the moment I saw you, I felt you were a good fit. Until yesterday, I only planned to grant you a special admission slot at Moda Wood also, because of this silly sister. She said you're one of her 2 favorite students, and that you wouldn't let me down. The truth was now clear. Even if Yi Bai had taken the compensation yesterday and entered Moda Wuda directly, he still would have ended up under Shi Qianxia's tutelage. So much for what a small world. Someone with her temperament wouldn't have righted his wrongs unless Li Qingqing had spoken up. And without Shi Mingyue, Li Qingqing would never have met Shi Qianxia at all. Yi Bai felt his nose sting. His homeroom teacher had been pulling countless strings behind the scenes. During their last class dinner, he had spent merit points to pick out gifts Shi Mingyue couldn't refuse, and now he was even more determined to visit her often. She was only at third-rank strength. Once she received special genius status, he would raise her cultivation no matter what. Thank you, Miss Shi. Yi Bai bowed. Li Qingqing echoed the thanks, silently resolving to repay Shi Mingyue someday. Hey, come on, don't do this, Shi Mingyue protested, then turned to blame her sister. Sis, this is all your fault. Why did you have to spill everything? Why shouldn't I? Shi Qianxia shrugged. You're coming back to Modu with me anyway. You'll see each other all the time. They would have found out sooner or later. You're going to Modu too, homeroom teacher? That's fantastic. Yi Bai was ecstatic. Head worried Shi Mingyue might refuse anything too valuable. Now that she would be in Modu, it would be far easier to send resources her way and help her train faster. The second round placement matches began. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.